Audiobook titled The Villainess is an Apocalypse Survivor. Chapter 01-46. Chapter 1. Homecoming. Helena woke as the morning sun slid across her body. Faint groan escaped her as she turned onto her side. Nothing followed. No footsteps. No distant voices calling her name. There was no one left in this world who could disturb her. She was the only living person remaining. The only living being at all. Even so, habit pushed her to sit up instead of staying in bed. She stretched her arms and yawned softly. The woman who rose did not look her age. Her face held the ease of someone in her late 20s, maybe early 30s, despite the fact that she had lived far beyond a century. The small clock beside her bed read, 19 April, year 2241. Helena had arrived in this world in 2120, pulled into a reality that had already been broken by the living dead. Since then, she had spent a very long time walking through science. She had not always been alone. Once, she had built a life here. She had found a family. She had even given birth to a daughter. Those memories drifted through her thoughts now, carrying a quiet, familiar weight. Virus had always been the problem, the same cursed disease that had turned this world into a ruin long before Helena ever arrived. Its origin traced back to the year 2100. People had been celebrating the dawn of a new century when the sky shifted to a heavy red, and the first violent attacks began. Infection spread faster than anyone could understand. Mutant bites carried it, but the air itself was the true danger. Simply breathing put people at risk. Some turned within hours, others lasted longer. In the end, the result was always the same for those who could not endure it. Still, light had existed beside the darkness. The virus did not erase humanity entirely. Instead, it awakened a small number of people, granting abilities that made no sense under normal logic. Helena was one of them, blessed or cursed, depending on how one chose to look at it. She was different from the others. The virus that eventually consumed every awakened human never managed to break her. Most awakened knew how their lives would end. When the corruption inside them grew stronger than their bodies could endure, they would fall into mutation and join the mindless creatures that tore flesh without thought. Every survivor understood this fate. Only Helena stood outside it. She was the single person able to complete the purpose the virus had been designed for. A perfect human. An immortal existence born from an experiment that had failed for everyone else. Her gaze drifted toward the window. Beyond it lay the remains of a city. Towers leaned like exhausted giants. Streets were cracked, swallowed by dust and decay. She had lived here for over 20 years now. There was nothing left for her to do. No one left to speak with. Not even birds or insects survived in this place. The virus had chipped away at every form of life until the world itself fell silent. The weight of that silence pressed gently, but constantly against her mind. She remembered the year 2120, the moment she first arrived as a stranger. She had survived the chaos of the early days and awakened soon after. Back then, survivors still existed. Living had not been difficult with them. Many possessed abilities of their own. Helena's ability had been matter manipulation. Those years had felt almost peaceful. She had married Joseph then, a man she had grown to love with quiet certainty. She stood by the window for a while longer, watching the morning light creep across the floor. A memory surfaced, and she released a soft breath. She should take a bath. If Heine were here, the scolding would have already started. It was past 10 in the morning. A small smile touched Helena's lips at the thought. Her daughter's nagging, Joseph's gentle reminders, they drifted through her mind with familiar warmth. She had always been a little lazy. The two of them never let her forget it. Helena pushed herself to her feet and walked toward the bathroom. As she stepped inside, she removed her clothes piece by piece. Her body came into view slowly, shaped by perfect balance and strength. It was the result of becoming a perfect human, form untouched by age or weakness, sculpted with intention rather than chance. After bathing, she returned to her room, water still clinging to her skin as she dried her hair with a towel. Today was important, very important. She sat on the edge of the bed and lifted her hand. Her spatial storage ring responded, releasing 2 folded letters into her palm. Helena wore nothing but her rings, 10 in total. 8 were storage rings. The remaining 2 were her engagement and marriage rings, worn without fail. She looked down at the letters. One had already been opened. The other remained sealed. Her family had given them to her before the last war. On the day of vengeance, she had been allowed to read only the first one. It had been filled with warmth, jokes, love. At the end, beneath the final line, there had been coordinates and a time, and one simple sentence. It is a surprise for you. Helena still had no idea what that surprise could be. The coordinates led to the top of this building. The time written on the paper was approaching quickly. She closed her fingers around the letters and crossed the room. The window stood directly in her path. She didn't slow down. Just before her body reached the glass, the pain softened. The center melted into a clear, liquid layer and slid apart without a sound. She had altered it long ago with her matter control. The stairs leading to the roof had collapsed years earlier. She would climb the rest herself. As she stepped through the window, gravity tugged at her. The edge of the building fell away beneath her feet, but the walls responded instantly. Concrete rippled and pushed outward, shaping itself into a steady platform. Helena stepped onto it calmly. A slab formed beneath her next step, then another. Stone shifted and rose in sequence, creating a staircase along the outer wall. She climbed as the building reshaped itself ahead of her, obedient to her will. Several quiet minutes later, she reached the roof. The letters were still in her hand. The time written on the first one was close now. She only needed to wait. Helena stood quietly, unsure what kind of surprise her family could have planned. The idea felt impossible. She was the only living being left in this world, and yet she trusted them. Without their wishes, she would have ended her life years ago. They had given her the strength to continue. They had asked her to live, so living had become her mission. She glanced at her wristwatch. Only seconds remained. For the first time in years, a spark of excitement stirred in her chest. Her heart beat a little harder. The watch was heavy, squared at the edges. A man's watch. It had belonged to Joseph. She had polished it, repaired it, taken care of it carefully. It still looked almost new. Just a little longer, she murmured, impatience slipping through her voice. The seconds passed. 3, 2, 1, 0. Nothing happened. A hint of disappointment tightened her breath, but before it could settle, a sharp crack split the air nearby. Helena turned. The space a few feet away from her tore open. A jagged line split the air itself, widening into a fissure 3 or 4 meters across. Its edges shimmered like broken crystal. Shock stiffened her expression. She knew this. It was the same tear that had dragged her into this world decades ago. Back then, she had been a noble woman, living in a convent as punishment. The crack had appeared without warning and pulled her through. When she opened her eyes, the living dead had surrounded her. Inside the fissure, darkness churned endlessly, like a window into another universe. A powerful pull reached toward her, strong enough to drag an ordinary human off their feet. Helena didn't move. Not this time, she said with a small grin. I'm not that fragile anymore. She reached into her ring and took out the second letter. The seal broke easily. It was short. Mom, did you like our surprise? I found it using my future vision ability. It was pure luck. I don't know exactly what it is, but I remembered how you said you came to this world through something like this. It might be able to take you home, to the world where you were born. Live happily, Mom. Love, me and Dad. Helena's vision blurred. Tears gathered and slipped free. Joseph Hannah whispered, I love you too. She closed her fingers around the letter. It vanished into her ring. Her gaze returned to the crack. She could feel its instability. It wouldn't stay open for long. This was her only doorway, her only chance. Helena wiped her tears with the back of her hand and stepped forward. Before crossing, she turned around one last time. The ruin stretched beneath her, silent, still, a world filled with pain, warmth, blood, memories, and survival. Goodbye, she whispered. Then she stepped into the light and let the crack pull her in. Chapter 2. Captured. Helena almost lost consciousness the moment she stepped into the crack. It wasn't the mercy she had expected. The last time she crossed a fracture between worlds, her mind had shut down instantly. This time, she stayed awake, and she quickly wished she hadn't. A crushing dizziness rolled through her. It felt like she had been drinking for years, her senses drowned beneath haze that refused to clear. Her eyes stayed shut, heavy and useless, while pressure pressed in from every direction. Her body stretched and twisted in ways no living form should endure, angles that defied nature itself. The sensation dragged on. Seconds blurred, then minutes, then something that felt like far longer. A low groan tore from her throat, rough with pain. Damn it, when does this end? There was no answer, only the relentless pull of whatever space she had been dragged into. She no longer knew where she was, or what she was moving toward. Thoughts slipped in and out of her grasp, fragmenting as she fought to stay conscious. Her body resisted, but the strain never eased. Eventually, even Helena's perfected form reached its limit. Her breath hitched once, then steadied. The last of her strength drained away, and she let go. Darkness closed in as she slipped into unconsciousness, no longer able to fight the pressure. Her body drifted onward through the shifting void, carried toward whatever waited on the other side. Helena didn't know where she was. A groan escaped her lips. Ugh, her head throbbed, the dizziness lingering like the worst hangover she'd ever had. Her eyelids twitched, struggling to open, but it wasn't the pain that caught her attention. It was sound, something she hadn't heard in years. Human voices. They weren't speaking to her, just talking among themselves, casual and unguarded. How long until we reach the city of Salvus? By night, I think. Maybe. Really? Didn't you say it'd take a week? I've been bleeding money this whole time. I need to sell these slaves already. You've been lying to me for 10 days. A pause, Mr. Denor. I already explained. We're late because you kept commissioning us to kidnap more people from villages along the way. Helena heard a frustrated exhale. The man didn't argue. He knew the adventure leader was right. Denor was a slave trader. He worked in both legal and illegal markets. Virgin female slaves were in especially high demand, and finding them through legal channels was nearly impossible. Most official slaves were criminals or debtors, so Denor preferred kidnapping, rural villages, young girls, black markets and illegal auctions. That was his specialty. The adventurers he hired weren't any better. They cared little for morality and accepted his requests without hesitation. Together, they had torn people from their homes. Those captives were now packed into the carriage behind them. The wagon was built like a cage. Thick metal bars lined its sides. Inside, every slave wore shackles on their wrists and ankles, along with a heavy iron collar that dug into their skin. 22 people were crammed together in the confined space. Among them was Helena. Her awareness returned slowly as the voices sharpened into focus. Sunlight pressed against her eyelids. Her head pounded as she forced her eyes open, vision swaying before it settled. The sight in front of her felt unreal. People, men and women, sat around her, wrapped in ragged clothing, iron biting into their skin. Shackles bound their limbs. But what struck her most was that they were human, not mutants, not flesh-eating monsters, living people. A small spark of warmth flickered in her chest. She had succeeded. She had reached another world. Whether this was her original world or something new didn't matter. What mattered was that life still existed, but the feeling didn't last. Something was wrong. Every person around her wore the same hollow expression. Empty eyes. The look of people who had already lost everything. Helena recognized it instantly. She had seen it countless times during the apocalypse. The faces of those who watched their families die, disappear or turn into monsters. The look despair left behind. She didn't want this to be another doomed world. A quiet voice spoke beside her. Are you alright? Helena turned. A young girl with brown hair leaned closer. Shackles bound her as well. She looked exhausted, but still conscious. Helena tried to answer, but no sound came out at first. It had been years since anyone had spoken to her this closely. The moment felt fragile, like a dream that might shatter if she moved too fast. Finally, she managed. Where am I? The girl hesitated, eyes dropping. When she spoke, her voice was small. We're in a transport carriage. All of us are slaves. They're taking us to salve us. Only then did Helena notice the weight on her limbs. She looked down. Thick iron shackles circled her wrists and ankles, identical to the others. Captured, enslaved. Compared to everything she had endured, it barely registered as danger. She looked back at the girl. What continent is this? The girl blinked. It was such a simple question, yet Helena asked it like she genuinely didn't know. This is the continent of Zeron, she said carefully. Are you from somewhere else, Miss Helena? She replied immediately, sudden brightness in her voice. Helena Hale, that's my name. The girl stared at her. They looked close in age, yet Helena spoke with an ease that felt older. Stranger still was her expression. Why was she smiling? Helena repeated the name under her breath, relief rising with each syllable. Zeron. She wasn't mad. She was relieved. This was her old world. The girl watched her warily now, unsure what to think. Helena took a slow breath and steadied herself. Then she turned back to the girl, eyes sharp with something dangerous and alive. The girl instinctively leaned away. Can you tell me how I ended up here? Helena asked softly. The girl trembled. Helena added calmly, relax. I'm not going to eat you. The girl nodded quickly, fear overriding confusion. Few other slaves glanced over, then looked away again, their expressions empty. The wagon rolled forward, wheels grinding against the dirt road. I saw everything, the girl said quietly. They found you lying in the road. You were unconscious. At first, they thought you were dead. She swallowed. But you were breathing. Denor said someone as beautiful as you would sell for a lot. They thought you might be a noble woman, but noble women don't usually have short hair. Helena raised a brow. Hold on. Who's Denor? Anger flashed through the girl's tired eyes. He's a slave trader, legal and illegal. He captured me 4 days ago from my village. He doesn't care about people, only money. Helena nodded. Men like Denor were nothing new to her. She had lived long enough to see far worse. Compared to the horrors of her old world, he was insignificant. Breaking out of this cage would be effortless. She had once been among the strongest awakened on earth. Her husband and daughter had even given her a nickname, Iron Fortress Helena. She had always found it embarrassing. She focused on the girl again. Go on. They were suspicious, the girl continued. They thought you might be pretending. Their magician checked you and said you had no mana. That's when they decided you were harmless. Helena sharp, loud, unrestrained. Harmless? Capture me? She snorted. That's funny. The girl stared, convinced now that something was wrong with this woman. Suddenly, something struck the bars from outside, hard enough to rattle the moving carriage. "Shut up," a man barked from outside. "You're giving me a headache." The cage rattled. The girl flinched and shrank back, panic tightening her face. She leaned toward Helena. Voice urgent. "Please stop. They'll hurt us." Helena leaned closer instead, completely unconcerned. "Do you know why I laughed?" she asked. Girl shook her head. "I don't know." Helena smiled, calm and absolute. "Because no one can keep me locked up. No one can capture me." The girl stared. "That's impossible." It wasn't. Helena's ability allowed her to reshape any physical structure. Shackles, bars, walls, stone, metal. This power had kept her alive in the early years of the apocalypse. While others fought monsters, she bent the world around herself. Only later had she learned how terrifying the ability could be. Even now, she no longer knew her limits. Helena ignored him. She looked at the girl and asked gently, "Do you want to be free?" The girl froze. Something fragile flickered beneath her exhaustion. She hadn't answered yet. Chapter 3. Wish. The slave girl stared at Helena, a question mark practically floating above her head. Was this woman joking with her? What do I want? She wanted to get out of here. She wanted to go back to her family. But that was impossible. She had already tried every escape method she could think of, and every attempt had ended the same way: failure, followed by a brutal beating. The only mercy was that Denor did not want his merchandise damaged. But that hardly made the life of an object easier. Fear twisted into anger inside her. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as she looked at Helena's strangely cheerful expression, an expression that seemed to contain all the happiness in the world. "Please do not give me hope," she said with a trembling voice. "I know my life ended the moment I was captured." Helena's smile softened, her tone lowered, steady and quiet. "I'm not joking, I assure you." She leaned in slightly. "Tell me what you desire." A strange doubt flickered across the girl's mind. Helena did not sound like someone mocking her. She sounded sincere. She whispered, "Why are you asking what I want?" Helena hesitated, genuinely troubled as she tried to explain. Well, think of it like this. You are the first good person I have met in years, so I want to grant you a wish." She lifted a finger lightly. "But do not ask for immortality or bringing back the dead." Her anger dissolved fully, replaced by a trembling kind of hope. Helena sounded like a scammer from a traveling merchant tale, yet her heart insisted otherwise. It beat faster, warning her she should not ignore this chance. He swallowed hard. "Are you a god?" Helena quickly waved her hands. No, not ever. I'm not a god." Her reaction was so strong the girl blinked. Helena herself seemed to realize how she sounded and sighed inwardly. Asking people what they desired made her seem like a deity, or a genie from Earth's myths, but she was neither. Today she was simply a woman who felt happiness again after far too long. Before the girl could speak, a sword slammed against the metal bars. "How many times do I have to tell you to shut that mouth of yours?" Every slave in the carriage flinched. The girl recoiled sharply, fear returning as quickly as it had faded. Helena, however, did not flinch. She looked mildly annoyed, as if a mosquito had interrupted her. The adventurer outside was not entirely at fault. He had been uneasy ever since Denor decided to enslave the unconscious woman they found on the road. His chest felt tight, his nerves restless, as though something terrible would happen. That uneasy tension had grown since Helena boarded. Then his gaze met hers. His heart lurched violently. A ridiculous thought bloomed in his mind. Is this love? His dull instincts could not distinguish fear from affection. Helena's smile remained gentle, but the annoyance in her eyes was sharp. He mistook it for charm. He stepped back, muttering, "Maybe I should discuss her price with Mr. Denor. I hope he gives me a good discount. We have worked together for years." His unease melted into excitement. He believed he had fallen in love. He even decided he would buy her, even if he had to empty his hidden stash. Helena barely acknowledged him. Her attention returned to the slave girl. The girl's expression had changed. Determination surfaced, faint but real. For the first time, her heart dared to believe escape might be possible. She lifted her shackled hands. "I want freedom." A small sigh escaped Helena, a touch of disappointment in her face. She had half expected something else, something personal. She had already planned to free all the slaves, but she reminded herself what a kidnapped girl's only realistic wish could be. Freedom was the only answer. Helena pointed her finger toward the girl's shackles. The girl stared, realizing something she had overlooked earlier. Helena was no longer bound. Minutes ago, she had been wearing shackles like everyone else, yet now they had vanished. In truth, Helena had already turned them into dust with her matter manipulation. Her ability could alter the atoms and molecules of anything physical. Helena smiled softly. "Freedom, is it? Here you go." The girl barely had time to blink before her shackles and collar crumbled into fine dust. She almost jumped in shock, staring at her bare wrists and ankles. The weight that had dragged her down for days was gone, but she was still inside the cage. One of the slaves gasped. "What?" Helena had not only freed the girl, every slave in the carriage, now sat with empty wrists and ankles. Their shackles had dissolved completely. She refused to see despair on anyone's face today. Another slave asked quietly, "Is this you're doing?" Even those who had not been paying attention had heard the conversation. "Yes," Helena said. "I decided you are all free." The girl beside her felt a spark of joy, but it quickly dulled. "But we are still inside the cage. The adventurers are outside. They will catch us before we even run." "No, we cannot even run. We are still trapped inside this thing." Helena waved a hand. "Do not worry. I will not do a half-assed job. I will free you properly." She rose and stretched her limbs, preparing herself. Her gaze drifted toward the one who had been listening since the start. "Hey, Mr. Coachman, did you tell your friends the slaves broke out of their shackles?" The coachman had indeed been listening from the beginning and had already warned the others. Helena felt the carriage slowing. A wooden wall separated him from the slaves. From behind it, he looked at her. "You noticed me at last, but do not worry, none of you will escape. We are ready for this." The carriage stopped completely. Helena decided to start with him. She raised her hand toward the wooden wall, intending to draw metal out of the structure and form a spear. But as she pointed forward, her body froze. Her rings were gone. She finally noticed. Both hands were bare. No storage rings, no wedding or engagement ring, and worst of all, her husband's watch was missing from her wrist. What the? The slaves sensed something shift in the air. They did not know why Helena suddenly went still, but the silence felt heavy. She lowered her hand slowly and looked at the girl. Her cheerful expression vanished. Her face turned blank, cold, and killing intent seeped out like a slow-moving fog. Her voice dropped low. "Have you seen my rings and wrist watch?" The girl swallowed. Even though Helena was not angry at her, it felt as if a massive hand squeezed her heart. "I saw Denor take them from your hand," she whispered. She did not know what a wristwatch was, but she recognized the rings. That was enough. Helena's voice became ice. "They will pay for touching my family's keepsakes." The slaves trembled. She had not raised her voice, yet the promise in those words felt suffocating. The girl then noticed something beneath her palm. The carriage floor felt soft, almost like jelly. "What?" someone outside shouted. "All slaves, come out one by one. Do not resist. No one will escape. If you submit, we will spare you a beating." But before anyone could move, the entire carriage melted. Metal bars liquefied like warm wax. The wooden planks lost structure and collapsed. The floor softened and flowed outward. The slaves fell onto the ground as the liquefied carriage pooled around them like a living thing. Outside, adventurers surrounded them. One slave whispered, "Damn it, is impossible." The adventurer leader stood near the front, smirking. "I do not know how you did that. I do not see any mana, but fine. Surrender. You cannot escape." Someone behind him muttered, "Damn. A problem at the final stage." Helena did not look at the leader. Her gaze locked on a fat man behind him. Tenor. Her rings had not fit his swollen fingers, but the watch fit his thick wrist. Her husband's watch. Rage erupted inside her. Quiet, but volcanic. The leader sensed danger. He hoped she would negotiate. He hoped she would ask for only her freedom. He would have surrendered her immediately. Then he noticed something wrong beneath his boots. His feet were inside the earth. He had not felt it happen. "A trap," he whispered. His party members began to panic. "Captain, I cannot move. My feet are stuck." "Why? Why?" Something held them in place. Helena walked past them quietly. The leader drew his sword. Panic tightened his face. Behind him, Denor screamed as his own legs were trapped. "Gale, finish her. Hurry." Gale forced a stiff smile as Helena approached. Why do we not talk this out? He only needed to distract her for a moment. Behind Helena, long-range adventurers prepared spells and arrows. Magicians whispered incantations. Archers drew back their strings, but the arrows turned to dust in midair. Spikes erupted from the earth behind Helena, impaling every long-range attacker through the head. They died instantly, suspended on the sharp stone like pinned insects. Slaves screamed. Gale and Denor turned pale. Gale whispered, "Earth magic," but we checked. Helena never looked at him. Her gaze was fixed on the wrist wearing her husband's watch. Denor tried to crawl away. "Do not come near me." Helena spoke quietly, tiredly. "I have heard that line more than 1,000 times." Denor tried to yank free even if it meant tearing off his own leg. Panic drenched him. The sight of the corpses behind Helena blurred his vision. Helena stopped in front of him. "Please spare me," he begged, voice breaking. Helena grabbed his arm. Denor screamed. She pulled once. His arm tore free from his body. His scream ripped through the air, raw and agonized. Tears flooded down his cheeks. The pain was unbearable, but Helena did not look at him. She lifted the severed arm, removed her husband's watch with steady hands, and secured it on her wrist. She did not flinch once. After retrieving it, she turned back toward Denor, who writhed on the ground, trying desperately to crawl away, though his feet remained trapped in the earth. Chapter 4. Destination. Denor could barely move. His feet were still trapped in the ground, buried up to the knees. He writhed helplessly as Helena placed her boot on his already mangled leg. Her expression stayed cold as untouched ice. Pressure of her combat shoe made his breath stutter. He knew he had made a fatal mistake. The agony from losing his arm still tore through him, but a fresh wave washed over his nerves as Helena pressed down again. She did not use much strength. His leg snapped in two. Denor screamed, louder than before, choking on his own spit. "Help me, help Gale." But Gale wasn't listening. Gale was trying to figure out how to escape this nightmare alive. He knew very well he was next. Helena kept her boot on Denor's shattered leg, slowly crushing down. His face twisted into something barely recognizable, drowned in tears and other fluids. "Where are my rings?" Helena asked, her tone cold and empty. Even through the fog of agony, her words rang painfully clear in his mind. Denor sobbed, "Please spare me, I will quit this business, I will live as a good person." That was not what Helena wanted. "Give me back my rings." She pressed harder. Bone crunched beneath her heel, grinding down as if she intended to turn it to powder. Denor finally understood. With his remaining hand trembling violently, he fumbled at the pouch tied to his waist and held it out toward her. Helena took it and opened it. Gold coins filled the small bag, and nestled among them were her rings. All 10 of them. She willed it, and the pouch and all the gold dissolved into dust, leaving only the rings behind. When she saw her marriage and engagement rings, a gentle smile touched her face. It softened her entirely. For a moment, she looked almost peaceful. Denor trembled. He thought she was happy. He thought she would spare him. Helena slid each ring back onto her fingers, one by one. She paused, admiring her marriage and engagement rings with quiet affection. Then the warmth left her expression. Her gaze returned to Denor, cold and precise. He asked weakly, "Will you spare me now?" Helena answered calmly, "No." The last trace of hope drained from his bloodless face. He fainted from pain and shock. Helena didn't look at him again. She turned toward the remaining adventurers. They trembled. None had dared to attack her, not after witnessing her brutality. Some shook uncontrollably. Others had already collapsed to the ground, despair replacing every last thought. Gale was different. Terrified, yes, but he still clung to the idea that he might survive if he tried something. Anything. Unfortunately, he had nothing to offer her except money. "Lady Helena," he shouted, voice cracking, "please spare our lives. I will offer you 1,000 gold coins. Just please spare us." It was the most useless thing he could have offered. Money meant nothing to Helena. It never had. Her matter manipulation did more than reshape metal. Her core was the reason, a true philosopher's stone. Every awakened human on Earth carried an incomplete version of that stone. A failed creation meant to halt mutation. Those cause slowed corruption, but they couldn't stop it. As the virus grew stronger, the flawed cause reached their limits, and awakened humans turned into powerful monsters. Many ended their own lives before losing themselves. Helena's core had succeeded. A true philosopher's stone. A cheat layered atop her already absurd ability. A core that could turn any material into anything she desired. She still didn't know why hers had succeeded. The best guess was that her matter manipulation played a role. Because of it, gold held no value to her. Gale thought her silence meant dissatisfaction and raised his offer. 1,500. "Even if I must sell myself, I beg you, please spare us." Helena didn't even look at him. She had already turned away, walking toward the slaves who sat on the ground. They looked broken, their souls hollow. After watching Helena's massacre, none had the strength to flee. To them, she was a monster wearing a woman's skin, and she was walking straight toward them. Gale panicked deeper. 2,000. 2,500 gold. "Please, I will give you everything." Helena finally responded, her voice flat. "You are annoying." She flicked her finger. Gale felt his breath freeze as the sound of Helena's fingers snap rang out. Someone behind him screamed desperately, "Lady Helena, I love you." A spike erupted from the ground with terrifying speed. Gale's instincts flooded with adrenaline. He swung his sword with everything he had, channeling the last of his mana into his limbs and blade. The strike met the stone head-on. It felt like hitting solid iron. Gale gritted his teeth as the impact rattled through him. His arms shook violently. Sweat dripped from his chin. His mana nearly vanished. But he was alive. A shaky smile broke across his lips. He didn't realize he had just stopped a single casual attack, one tiny gesture from Helena's power. His eyes moved toward the rest of his party. His stomach dropped. All of them hung on spikes. Every one of them. Only Gale and one other swordsman remained alive, because the spike had stopped inches before skewering him. The same swordsman who had shouted, "I love you." Helena wasn't even looking at Gale anymore. Her attention was fixed on the lovesick adventurer. Her expression didn't hide her disgust. The man's name was James. He stared at the spike, then began laughing like he had discovered a miracle. "As I expected." Helena blinked. "Can you tell me what you expected?" James straightened with confidence that defied reason. "I love you, dear?" Helena nearly gagged. She opened her mouth to respond, but James spoke over her, turning to the exhausted Gale. "Boss, she isn't hungry for money. She is hungry for love." Even Gale couldn't believe what he was hearing, but he knew every word James spoke made things worse. James continued proudly, "She only needs true love. Only I can give it to her. See, I confessed even when facing death." Helena's expression darkened to something close to demonic. "Me seeking love. With this orc, I'd rather kiss a mutant zombie than touch this man." James puffed his chest proudly. "Boss, she spared my life. She loves me." It was love at first sight. Gale trembled as Helena's face twisted further. He whispered weakly, "Please stop, you dumb piece of shit. Don't anger her more." James didn't hear a word. He grinned at Helena like he'd already won. Helena inhaled deeply. She didn't know whether she should feel disgust or fury. She settled on exhaustion. James beamed. "Now release me, my dear. How can I love you if I'm stuck?" The ground answered before she did. Spike shot upward beneath him. His eyes bulged. He screamed the kind of scream a man only gives once. Before he could finish it, a second spike rose behind him and pierced straight through his chest. Blood streamed down as his gaze went dim. His final trembling words were, "Weren't you in love with me?" Helena's reply was cold. "Not even if I lived 1,000 lives would I love someone like you." After killing the delusional fool, Helena returned to the group of slaves. Their emotions clashed on their faces: fear, relief, disbelief. Some were terrified of Helena, some were grateful she had saved them, some silently rejoiced that their tormentors had died. Helena stopped before the slave girl and spoke gently. "Your wish is fulfilled. You are free now." The girl's eyes widened. Tears immediately fell. Freedom. It had seemed impossibly far away. Now it was real. Only she knew how hellish the last 4 days had been, forcing herself to appear strong, enduring insults, enduring beatings, enduring hopelessness. For a simple village girl, it had been torment. Now, she believed an angel had come for her. She bowed deeply, almost lowering her forehead to the ground, but Helena caught her shoulders. "You don't need to thank me." The girl whispered something through her sobs, too unclear to understand. "What?" Helena asked. My name is Uner." Helena smiled, genuinely pleased. Afterward, the other former slaves gathered enough courage to thank Helena as well. Few were legal slaves, but that meant nothing to her. She wasn't a judge. As long as they didn't annoy her, she didn't care. When the group settled, Helena asked, "So, Uner, what is your plan now?" Uner straightened herself and said, "We'll head to the next city. It isn't far, and we still have Denora's 2 carriages and James's horse. But our clothes." Everyone wore the same ragged slave clothes. Before Helena could offer help, someone shouted from the carriage, "I found a stock of clothes." Una called back, "Are there enough for everyone?" "Yes, more than enough." Relief filled her expression. Helena smiled slightly. She didn't hide her power. She simply didn't care who knew. Anyone who bothered her would be dealt with. The slaves converted 2 carriages into changing areas. One for men, one for women. Helena suddenly remembered something. Una nearly tripped, running to her. "Yes, Lady Helena." Helena blinked. "My question isn't private. You didn't have to run." Una flushed. "I ran because Lady Helena called." "Helena, let it go. What is the most populated place around here?" Una thought carefully. "That would be the capital city, Grant." Grant. Helena felt the name tug at hazy memories. Too distant to pull clearly, too old to matter. "Well, whatever," Helena said brightly. "Capital city, Grant. Here I come." "Eh? You're not coming with us?" Uner asked. "Where?" "Salvas City." Helena tilted her head. "How big is Salvas compared to the capital?" Uner froze. "I don't know, but Salvas isn't a big city." "Then sorry, Uner, but I really want to see a crowded city." Uner didn't understand, but she nodded. Helena asked for directions, and Uner provided them. Soon, wearing clean clothes, 2 full carriages of former slaves began their journey. Uner and the others waved. Helena waved back, smiling. She wanted a crowd simply because she wanted to see people again. After 30 years alone, it was one of her few remaining desires. When the carriages vanished into the distance, Helena sighed softly. It feels good to talk to people again. But she wasn't alone. 2 figures remained, Gale and the half-dead Denor. Gale prayed Helena would just leave. He breathed so lightly, he hoped she'd forget him. Then he heard the worst sound possible. A snap. Helena's fingers. He raised his sword to block a spike, but none rose. Instead, 2 stone slabs emerged from the ground, swinging inward like giant hands aiming to crush him. Gale shouted and swung his sword with his final strength, but before the blade met the slabs, it crumbled to dust. His final words barely formed. "Oh fu!" The slabs closed. Silence followed. Chapter 5. Retribution. Denor had been a slave trader for over 10 years. He worked in both the legal and illegal markets. He was not a major figure in the industry, but an average one. someone who had started as a fully legal trader dealing only with permitted slaves. He stayed that way until 3 years ago, when he encountered an opportunity that twisted his path. At the time, he was still small-scale, delivering legal slaves to a nearby city. On the way, he stopped to rest in a rural village. Farmer approached him. Denor did not know what the man wanted, but the farmer insisted on speaking in private. Denor assumed it was about some special merchandise or a unique deal. The farmer leaned in and said something Denor never expected. "I want to sell you one of my daughters. How much will you give me for her? She's a virgin, 19 years old." Denor was shocked. His first thought was, "Are you a demon, selling your own child?" But he was not naive. He understood the world. He had heard stories of parents selling their children when food was scarce. But this was the first time it had happened directly to him. He opened his mouth to refuse, but stopped midway. His mind began turning. His business was not doing well. Finding legal slaves through proper channels was difficult. Competition was stiff, and what he obtained were mostly low-class slaves. But a virgin young woman in the black market, such slaves were in extremely high demand. The problem was that the government strictly banned trading illegal slaves. A person must be a criminal or a debtor to be legally enslaved. Still, Denor hesitated. Farmer watched him closely. Finally, Denor said, "First, I'll take a look at her." Of course, come with me." Denor followed the farmer to his home, where his wife and many children were gathered, from toddlers to the daughter he was about to sell. The girl smiled gently and said to her father, "Oh, father, I was thinking about the matter from before, so I decided I'll go to the nearest city and find my livelihood there." The farmer smiled widely. "No need to worry, dear. Pa has already arranged something for you. See this gentleman? Mr. Denor is a merchant in the city. He said if you work hard, he would love to employ you as his subordinate." A hopeful smile lit the girl's face. "Really?" She looked at Denor with bright, trusting eyes. Denor replied, "I'm still thinking about it." Father continued proudly, explaining how hardworking she was, how she could do all chores, and even heavy lifting when needed. After a short time they left the house. The farmer waited eagerly. "Well, how was she? Will she get us a good sum of money?" Denor said, "I'll take her." The farmer's smile stretched almost to his ears, and that was the moment Denor's corruption began. This was his first illegal slave. The farmer sent his daughter with Denor's caravan. It was not difficult to trick her into wearing shackles. When she realized the truth, she screamed day and night, but Denor did not care. He simply gave her education whenever needed. He sold her at a black market auction for a large sum, more than he had ever earned in a single sale. Enough money to turn his heart fully toward greed. Within a year, he rose from a small slave trader to an average-sized one. He continued taking similar illegal requests. But as his greed grew, he wanted more. He approached a large family in a different village and asked if they wished to sell any of their members. Their children were many and fairly good-looking, worth a high price. The family reacted with outrage. They nearly beat him and drove him out of the village. Denor felt humiliated. His pride could not bear it. To take revenge, he commissioned Gale's escort party to kidnap members of that same family. It was an illegal request, but he trusted Gale. They had known each other for years. Even if Gale refused, he would not report the business. It did not take long. A few rough adventures and Gale managed to kidnap one of the family members. Denor felt thrilled when he saw the new slave crying and begging for forgiveness. It made him feel powerful, like someone important, someone feared. And that was how his illegal business bloomed even further. It was supposed to be a normal delivery run. Denor was already irritated with his escort group, since their delays had pushed his slave transport back by several days. He was a cheap man, always cutting expenses wherever he could, especially when it came to feeding slaves. That was why his slaves were often skinny and low quality. But today was different. Today was a big day. He had managed to kidnap 6 people from a rural village. His luck had been unusually good. Once he sold them in Salva City, he would make a large amount of money. Of course, he still had to divide the profit with Gale's group, but that did not matter. Gale's people were practically his subordinates now. Everything was going smoothly, at least until he spotted an unconscious woman lying on the road. He paused, unsure if it was an incredible stroke of luck or a trap meant to ambush his caravan. Bandits often used tricks like this to lure in merchants, so Gale's party also became cautious. They kept their distance as the magician checked the surroundings. The magician used detection magic, searching for any trace of mana around the girl. There was none. She only had the amount of mana a normal person possessed. Then the mage used detect presence, but again nothing. There were no hidden people nearby. Yes, there were individuals in the world who could slip past detection magic, but those were skilled scouts or assassins. There was no reason for such people to target a mediocre caravan like theirs. Gale finally said, "Mr. Denor, there's no trap here. She's just a normal person." Denor's eyes gleamed with greed. Even from a distance he could tell she was beautiful, With a remarkable figure, she would be an A-class slave. She could sell for an incredible price. Tenor grinned. Gale, I think we found a treasure. Gale smirked back. He understood exactly what Tenor meant. The caravan moved toward the unconscious woman. Gale ordered 2 of his party members to check her condition. One leaned down and said, "No, boss. She's breathing." Gale nodded. Then lowered her into the slave carriage. "And don't forget to put shackles on her." Tenor stood beside him, eager to examine his new merchandise. But the 2 adventurers were moving unusually slowly as they carried the woman. Tenor snapped, "What are you doing? You 2, move faster. We're already late." Then he caught a clear glimpse of her face. That was why they were slow. They were admiring her. Tenor's breath hitched. For the first time in his life, he felt that maybe he should not sell this one. Her face looked like a porcelain doll. Her body shaped like a sculpture carved by a master craftsman. Even her unconscious expression was breathtaking. The only thing he did not like was her short hair and the strange clothing she wore. If clothes could be changed and hair would grow, that was not a problem. "Search her for weapons or equipment," Tenor ordered. Then his eyes fell on something else. A strange item on her wrist. A small metal device he had never seen before. He grabbed her wrist roughly and examined it. "Is this a clock? This small? What a piece of art." Tenor's heart raced. This device might be more valuable than the woman herself. He forced the watch off her wrist, tugging at it until he figured out how to unfasten it. When he finally wore it, he muttered in awe, "Such beautiful craftsmanship." Gale watched silently, but did not comment. He had no idea how to judge the value of such an item. Tenor then removed every ring from her fingers and dropped them into his pouch. They too were crafted with strange beauty and precision. Each one could fetch a high price. Tenor was ecstatic. Even without selling the woman, he could make a massive profit just from these items alone. As the journey continued, he could not stop admiring the watch on his wrist, his smile growing greedier with every passing mile. Tenor sat inside the carriage, still admiring the wristwatch he had stolen from the unconscious woman. He could not believe the craftsmanship. His mood was so good, he almost forgot his irritation with Gale's party. That lasted until Gale arrived with news. "Mr. Tenor, the slaves are planning an escape. We need to stop them. I don't know how, but the coachman said they somehow removed the restraints." Tenor's expression darkened immediately. Problem at the final stage of delivery. Exactly what he did not want. Then let them know what happens when a slave tries to escape his destiny. Tenor snapped. "If I didn't need to sell them, I'd break them myself." His irritation quickly shifted toward anger. Gale and his party surrounded the slave carriage. Gale shouted for the slaves to surrender without resistance and promised they would avoid punishment. Tenor was about to speak again when he felt something crawl up his throat. A dryness, a tightness, as if something terrible was about to happen. He brushed it off his nerves. Then the carriage of slaves liquefied. The wooden planks, the iron bars, everything melted like warm wax, sliding downward like living slime. Tenor's jaw dropped. He simply stared. He could not form a single thought. The carriage was made of wood and iron. How could it suddenly turn into liquid? Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Is this magic?" Tenor whispered. But none of the slaves are mages. All the slaves fell to the ground as the carriage dissolved. Only one woman remained standing. The woman he had picked up from the road. Tenor's stomach twisted. He immediately understood this was her doing. He turned on Gale, furious. "Didn't you say she was a normal person? She's a mage." Gale's face tightened. "We checked. She didn't have enough mana to be a mage." Tenor did not care about that explanation. In his mind, it did not matter. They had numbers. She had only beaten and hungry slaves at her back. Even one mage could not defeat a fully armed escort team. But Gale did not see it that way. His instincts from years of adventuring were screaming when he met Helena's eyes. Even with that soft smile on her face, something inside him recoiled. "She is strong, stronger than me." Tenor barked orders at Gale to capture the slaves, only to realize he could not move. His feet refused to budge. They were trapped in the ground as if swallowed by stone. And then the woman began to walk toward him. Tenor's heart pounded wildly. His escort party tried attacking her in secret, believing they could eliminate her with a surprise strike. They were killed instantly. Even Gale did not move. Tenor screamed for help as the woman approached. He looked at her face again, but now he did not see a beautiful piece of merchandise. He saw a lioness whose cup had been taken. She grabbed his arm, then ripped it clean from his shoulder. Tenor screamed. The sound tore out of his throat, raw and broken. His arm had not been cut. It had been torn away as if she found something filthy attached to him. She did not even blink while doing it. His vision blurred with tears. He fell to the ground, trying desperately to dig his feet out of the earth. Even through the agony, his instincts screamed to escape. He dug with his remaining hand, clawing at the dirt, only to feel like he was scraping solid iron. Then she crushed his knee. A scream rose again. His voice cracked beyond recognition. He begged her to spare him. He pleaded. He promised to change, but she only said, Give me back my rings. Through panic and terror, he remembered. He fumbled for his pouch and handed it to her with shaking fingers. He did not dare keep the gold. If money would save his life, he would gladly sacrifice it. When he saw her smile, a small, warm smile, he felt a spark of hope. She only wanted her rings. She would spare him now. He asked weakly if she would spare him. She answered no, and just like that, the final hope drained out of him. His eyes rolled back. He fainted, finally escaping the pain. At least for a moment, he thought, he would not have to suffer any more. Darkness swallowed him. Time passed before Denor woke again. His eyes were still closed. He groaned inwardly. What a terrible nightmare. I really need to stop stressing over work. But something bothered him. Why was he lying down? Why did he feel like he had fallen asleep while transporting slaves to Salvas? He had no memory of how he drifted off. Whatever, I should wake up now. He tried to stretch his limbs. Nothing moved. He tried to open his eyes. Still nothing. His body was completely still, stiff beyond reason. Something inside him moved, but his outer body did not react at all. He tried to scream. No sound left his mouth. He could feel his tongue move inside his mouth, but his jaw refused to open. His lips did not part. His eyelids did not lift. Panic filled him like cold water. What is happening? His mind screamed for his body to move, but there was no movement. What Denor did not know was simple and horrifying. Helena had turned his outer skin into iron. His inner body still lived, but everything outside had been transformed into metal. His muscles could not move. His eyes could not blink. His lips could not open. He was trapped inside a metal shell, a human statue. His brain sent signals. His nerves fired. Nothing could move. And if someone tried to break the iron shell, Denor would die. A human could not live without skin, but death would be a mercy, because the fate awaiting him was far worse. A slow, agonizing death from dehydration and starvation, locked inside a body that could not move, speak, cry, or blink. Denor tried to weep, but even his tears could not escape his eyes. He was alive and trapped. Chapter 6. Campfire. After bidding farewell to Uner and the others and flattening Gale like a sandwich, Helena began thinking about how she would reach the capital city Grant. According to Uner, it was quite far from here. Uner had said it would take about 15 days by carriage. Helena was a little troubled. She muttered, 15 days, but 15 days did not really matter to her. She had plenty of methods of travel. She could simply use her ability. If she wanted, she could stand perfectly still and let the world move her toward the capital. But that would kill all the fun of traveling, and Helena definitely did not want that. She looked down at her ring and muttered, then a transport vehicle from Earth will do. Helena had vast resources from Earth, gathered from all over the world. Before her Philosopher's Stone was created, she had to work with the environment around her. But since her ability range at the time was limited, she asked her craftsman awakened friend to make her a storage ring. That was her first artifact. It was not nearly as good as the one she wore now. Its storage space was only the size of a double-door refrigerator. But as Helena grew stronger, she obtained more resources and commissioned better rings. Her current 8 rings, if she had to compare them to something, could easily hold at least 2 large-scale cities from Earth. Even her craftsman friend never knew exactly how many spatial mutant cores they used to create these 8 artifacts. These rings were Helena's prime weapons, storing massive amounts of metal and minerals. They were also her primary source of attack, until her core transformed into the true Philosopher's Stone. After that, all her resource problems vanished instantly. The rings did not hold only metal and minerals. 2 of them stored various artifacts, food, supplies, mutant cores, guns, vehicles, and everything else she liked from Earth. Helena was still thinking about which vehicle to use. A fighter jet, she muttered. Then she instantly disagreed with herself. No, that thing is too loud, and flying a jet over a city would cause way too much commotion. She wanted something grounded, cool, flexible, and fast. Then she remembered. Yes, a 2-wheeler will do the job. She had dozens stored in her rings. Standard bikes, off-road bikes, choppers, sports bikes, cruisers, everything. Helena pointed her hand forward, and a 2-wheeler appeared in front of her. Black and silver chopper. It had no brand name, only an unknown symbol, a golden apple, the emblem of Helena's awakened survivors group. It was not built by any company. It was a custom chopper made by her craftsman friend. Even though he did not originally know how to build vehicles, Helena had forced him to learn with the help of other friends knowledgeable about such things. Her friend cursed her countless times for demanding unreasonable things, but he was a good friend who supported her ridiculous requests. By the end of his life, he had enough knowledge to build anything into an artifact, all because of Helena. Helena smiled, remembering those days. During the apocalypse, there was a time when Helena had been obsessed with riding bikes. She rode all day while hunting mutants. Movies from Earth had influenced her, but ordinary two-wheelers were not strong enough for her. They used too much petrol, and because of Helena's rough riding style, they would not last long. So, she had her friends build her one, a bike made of high-quality materials like titanium and other steel alloys, all refined by Helena herself. It became one of the toughest and highest grade vehicles in the world, and fuel was not a problem either. She could store it in her ring, but refilling tanks was not her style, so all her artifacts ran on mutant cores, and she had enough of them in her rings. The chopper gleamed under the setting sun as Helena grabbed the handles and twisted them experimentally. "I have not ridden one in a decade," she said. In her last year on Earth, she had mostly lazed around the coordinated place with her letters. With a hopeful heart, she climbed onto the seat of the bike. Her chest swelled with warm happiness, like she was remembering precious moments with her family. "Let us go," she said. Then she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I almost forgot." Dinor was still on the ground, unconscious. Helena snapped her fingers, turning Dinor's outer skin into iron. Every body of the adventurers and every stone spike over the field crumbled into dust. Helena did not spare Dinor another glance. She kick-started the bike. It roared with joy, as if happy to run again after a decade. Helena turned the handle and sped off in the opposite direction of the setting sun. Night had fallen by the time Helena's chopper cut through the quiet plains. Its copper headlight glowed like a wandering star, and the deep mechanical roar echoed across the empty land. Cold wind brushed through Helena's short hair as she rode. Her expression softened with a hint of pride as memories of her family and friends flickered through her mind. The chopper continued forward with a steady rumble, a bizarre sight in this world, where wagons and horses were still the only common transport. But Helena was growing sleepy. The calm night, the gentle wind, and the steady vibration beneath her were slowly making her drowsy. She needed rest. Then she noticed something ahead. Smoke, a thin column drifting upward in the moonlight. She narrowed her eyes. Bonfire smoke. A small smile formed on her lips. She remembered the campfires she used to have with her friends and family, even during the apocalypse. The laughter, the warmth, the rare peaceful moments. "I want to join," Helena muttered and turned her throttle toward the smoke. The chopper's roar grew louder as she approached. Soon she saw it clearly. A large caravan, around 20 carriages arranged in a rough circle, people moving around them, and more than a dozen bonfires lighting the area. The moment they heard the strange roaring sound, the entire camp tensed. Merchants stumbled back. Armored escorts stepped forward. Mages lifted their staves. Archers raised their bows. Helena lifted her hand and shouted, "Do not worry, friends. I mean no harm. No harm." A huge, rough-looking man who appeared to be the escort leader shouted back, "I do not know who you are. Say back. If you come any closer, we will attack you and your tamed monster in self-defense." Helena stopped her chopper at a safe distance and stepped off with her hands raised. Polite smile rested on her face. "As I said, I mean no harm." The escort leader approached her cautiously. No one lowered their guard. Archers kept their arrows aimed at Helena's chest, and mages stood ready to bombard her with spells. The leader asked again, his tone rough but natural. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Helena answered calmly, "I'm Helena, a traveler. I'm heading to the capital, and was hoping you would let me stay with your group for the night." The leader asked, "And why does Miss Helena want to join us?" Helena smiled gently. "Well, you know how dangerous it is for a woman to travel alone at night. There are a lot of bad people in this world." The man stared at her, unimpressed. "I agree, but I think a woman who can ride that roaring black monster is not helpless. Tell me the real reason or walk away. This is the last time I will ask." Helena's smile shifted to something awkward. Her lie had failed completely. "Will you believe me if I tell the truth?" she asked. "I will decide after I hear it," he replied. Helena touched her cheek shyly. "The truth is that it has been a long time since I have had a campfire with friends." The leader frowned. "But we are not your friends." "I know," Helena said cheerfully, "but that does not matter. I only want to sit by a campfire with people around me. That is all." Camp fell silent. The leader stared at her for a long moment, unsure whether she was harmless, lonely, or simply strange. After a minute, Helena tilted her head and asked, "So will you let me join?" The leader sighed. "Wait here." He turned and headed back to the merchants. Before leaving fully, he whispered to his escorts, "Keep an eye on her and do not lower your guard." He reached the merchants. Even though they whispered, Helena's perfect senses picked up every word. "Sir Rob, we have a situation," the leader said. "That girl wants to join us." Rob asked her reason. "She says she wants to sit by a campfire with people." One merchant scoffed. "Is she joking with us?" Rob ignored him and asked, What do you think, Jin? Does she seem dangerous? So the leader's name was Jin. Jin answered after thinking briefly. She does not seem to be lying. I do not think she wants to rob us. Rob paused, then nodded. Let her in. He looked at the others. Anyone disagree? No one spoke. They only shook their heads. Tell her she must take responsibility for her tamed monster, Rob added. I do not know what that thing is, but if it goes wild we will be in trouble. Jin nodded and returned to Helena. We decided to let you join us, he said. A bright smile appeared on Helena's face. But there is a condition, Jin added. Tell me, Helena said. You must take full responsibility for your tamed monster. If it causes any damage, you must pay double. If anyone is hurt, you must pay for healing potions. Helena replied. But that thing is not a monster. Jin blinked. If it is not a monster, then what is it? Helena answered simply. It is something like a man-made mount. A mount? Jin repeated slowly. Like a horse? Yes. It is not alive. It was made by human hands. Jin stared at the chopper again. Still confused, a priest standing behind Jin spoke up quietly. I do not feel any life energy from that thing either. Helena nodded. It is made by my friend. Jin still looked uncertain, but he nodded and decided to believe her for now. He lifted his hand. You can lower your weapons. And that was when the mistake happened. One archer, who had been holding his bowstring drawn for too long, accidentally released the arrow. His fingers slipped under the pressure, and the arrow shot forward with a sharp whistle. It flew directly toward Helena's shoulder. Jin reacted instantly and shouted, Miss Helena, dodge. But Helena did not move. As the arrow reached her, she simply raised her hand and caught it between two fingers. The movement was smooth and natural, not fast or flashy, as if catching arrows was a normal part of her day. Jin and the others stared with open mouths. Helena looked at the arrow, then shrugged. I'm fine, she said casually. She walked over to the archer, whose face was pale with shock. She held out the arrow. Here, you dropped this. The archer snapped back to reality and took the arrow with shaky hands. Then he felt a chill behind him. He turned slowly. Jin was standing there, looking like a demon of wrath. The archer's voice trembled. BBB boss. Before he could say anything more, a loud thud echoed. The archer lay on the ground with a huge bump on his head, while a healer rushed over to cast healing magic. Jin turned back to Helena and bowed slightly. I apologize for my party member's mistake. Chapter 7. Ein Mount. Jin introduced himself with a firm, confident voice as he extended his hand toward Helena. I'm Jin, leader of the Black Hawk Adventure Clan, he said. I'm also an air-rank adventurer myself. I don't know if Miss Helena has heard of us, but we're a well-known clan in the capital city. Helena took his hand and shook it politely. As I told you before, she replied with a warm smile. Helena hail, a wandering traveller. I'll be in your care. After the introductions, Helena looked around curiously and asked, Mr. Jin, where can I park my mount? Just Jin is fine, he corrected her gently. And since the thing is not alive or dangerous, you can park it anywhere you like. Helena nodded, walked back to her chopper, and without starting it, simply rolled it toward the row of carriages. But then she felt it, dozens of eyes drilling into her back. She turned and almost burst into laughter. A swarm of male adventurers and merchants stood frozen, staring at her chopper with extreme fascination. Some leaned forward, some squinted, some looked like they were about to drool, maybe a little too curious. Helena gave them an awkward smile and asked, Do you want to take a look? She barely finished the sentence before they rushed toward her like a stampede. They surrounded the chopper in a heartbeat. Now that I'm really looking at it, this thing is amazing. Is this truly made by human hands? What is its power source? Magic stones? Something else? How much would it cost to build one of these? I want a mount like this so badly. How does it balance on two wheels? What metal is this? This silver grey shine is beautiful. They overwhelmed Helena with question after question, some of them practically examining the bike with their eyes like they wanted to dismantle it on the spot. Helena raised both hands quickly. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. I can't answer all of you at the same time. Everyone paused, then looked at each other, awkward smiles forming as they realized how childish their excitement must have seemed. Then Jin appeared behind them, walking over with Rob and a few other important-looking people. Unlike the younger adventurers, these men still held onto their dignity. Jin barked, Hey, you idiots, mind your manners and don't touch other people's property. Only then did the excited group finally calm down. Helena thought to herself, men really are the same in every world. They love things like this. Even Joseph loved riding bikes. We used to race together all the time though. By the end of the ride, we always had a whole tsunami of mutants chasing us. She giggled softly at the memory. Jin cleared his throat. This is our client, Mr. Rob. He's a merchant from the capital. Helena turned to Rob politely. Hello, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Rob. and thank you for allowing me to stay with your group for the night. Rob gave a practiced merchant's smile. Don't worry, Miss Helena. It's nothing worth mentioning, and Helena tilted her head, and Rob coughed lightly and looked a little embarrassed. I also want to see that iron mount. Helena's smile brightened. Of course, please take a look. Rob stepped closer and examined the chopper with intense focus. His gaze traced every curve of the metal and every detail of the engine. His voice was filled with genuine awe. Who made this? Friend of mine, Helena answered softly. Jin also leaned slightly to get a better look, curiosity clear on his face. Rob hesitated, then asked, if you do not mind, may I touch it? Sure, Helena said. Rob placed his hand on the engine, then the tank, sliding his palm across the smooth surface like he was absorbing every detail. His voice slipped out in admiration. It is beautiful. I cannot imagine how difficult it must be to shape metal like this. He crouched down to peer at the engine more closely. To create something like this, you would have to be at least a master. No, even a master smith would struggle with craftsmanship of this level. And it is not only the metal, the structure, the alignment, the balance, all of this requires extraordinary skill. He looked up at Helena. Is your friend a master blacksmith? Did he perhaps work with dwarfs? Only dwarfs could craft something like this. Helena giggled quietly. She remembered teasing her friend about his height, calling him dwarf just to annoy him. Well, he was something like that, Helena replied. Rob noticed her tone. Was is your friend? Helena's smile dimmed slightly. Yes, he passed away a long time ago. Rob took off his hat and held it respectfully to his chest. I extend my deepest sympathy. Helena nodded. Before Rob could continue, a loud voice suddenly echoed across the camp. A short figure waddled toward them, scratching his backside as he walked. He removed his helmet, exposing a huge orange beard, a genuine dwarf. The moment he looked at the chopper, he froze. His eyes widened. His mouth fell open. Then, by the god of smithing, what in the world is this? His scream startled half the camp. Then he exploded into motion, sprinting toward the chopper at terrifying speed. Rob had to leap aside to avoid being run over. The dwarf's eyes glowed with the wild obsession of a true craftsman. Jin and others shouted, Jeji, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You almost ran into our client. But Jeji didn't hear a word. His entire existence was now focused on the chopper. Jin grabbed him by the back of his collar and lifted him off the ground like a misbehaving dog. Jeji flailed helplessly. Boss, let me go. I haven't seen enough. This thing is incredible. It's made from metal I've never seen before. What is it? Who crafted it? I must meet the creator. Jin sighed heavily and turned to Rob. I apologize for my friend. He loses control when he sees things like this. Rob chuckled. Well, he is a dwarf. It's natural. Jin turned to Helena, intending to apologize again, but she waved her hand. No, it's fine. I understand. The first time I saw this chopper, I had a similar reaction. Behind them, Jeji kept shouting, Boss, let me go. I must examine it. Jin asked Helena, Miss Helena, is it all right if... Yes, Helena said cheerfully. He can look. Jin released Jeji immediately. Jeji threw himself onto the chopper like a man hugging treasure. Who owns this masterpiece? He demanded. Helena raised her hand. It's mine. Jeji looked her up and down. You made it? No, my friend did. Jeji burst into. Then he must have been a legendary blacksmith. What metal is this? He ran his hand along the silver frame reverently. It's titanium, Helena said. Titanium, Jeji repeated slowly. Never heard of it. Helena smiled slightly. Of course not. Titanium did not exist in this world. Jeji asked eagerly, how does this thing work? What does it do? Rob stepped forward. It is something like an iron horse. A person rides it. Jeji inspected the tires. I see, yes, wheels like a carriage. And his excitement spiked again. Can you show how it works? I must see it in action. Helena nodded. Sure. She hopped onto the seat and called out, everyone, step back a little. She kicked the starter. The chopper came alive with a deep metallic roar. Jeji squealed with joy. Helena gestured to the people blocking the front. Please move aside. Once they cleared the way, she pulled the throttle. The tires spun, dust rising as she circled the camp smoothly. Every single person stared in awe, their mouths hanging open. She returned to her spot, turned off the engine, and asked casually, so how was it? Jeji's eyes sparkled. This thing is incredible. The ride looks smoother than a horse, and that roaring sound is divine. Helena nodded happily. Yes, I also really like that sound. Jin finally stepped forward and raised his voice. All right, everyone, do you all remember we must leave early in the morning? If you keep fooling around, you won't get any sleep. Leave Miss Helena alone now. Rob agreed and stepped back, though in his heart he was thinking, I also want to try riding it. Later, everyone settled around separate bonfires. Dinner had already passed, but the travel meal for the night was being served. soup and dry jerky. Simple food, but practical for long journeys. Jeji still circled the chopper like a moth drawn to a flame. Helena sat with the central group, the largest one, with Jin and Rob. She happily ate her soup. Taste didn't matter. What mattered was the atmosphere. People gathered together, talking quietly, sharing warmth. It reminded her of the campfire nights she once shared with her friends and family. There were several women among the caravan, female adventurers and assistant girls responsible for supplies or healing. Many of them kept glancing at Helena curiously. Finally, one brave girl approached. She wore simple clothes, something like a medical assistant's uniform. She hesitated, then spoke softly. "Oh, Miss Helena." Helena looked up. "Yes, can I sit beside you?" Helena smiled warmly. Yes, sit anywhere you like." Girl sat beside her, glancing at her bowl. "Is the food good?" Helena nodded. "Yep, it's good. A little bland, but fine. It suits my taste." She had eaten far worse. Bland soup and jerky were nothing compared to the horrors of the apocalypse. The assistant smiled awkwardly. "Well, it is travel food after all." Then she asked, a bit nervously, "May I know which city or country you come from?" Helena froze for a brief moment. She searched her memories. It had been so long since she even thought of her birthplace. A century could erase many things. She mumbled, digging through her thoughts. Then finally, "I remember, Nalthais. My hometown is Nalthais." The assistant brightened. "Oh, Nalthais, the city ruled by the Winterwell family." The word Winterwell struck Helena hard. "Oh yes, that's right," she murmured. It was ruled by that family. She had once been Helena Winterwell, eldest daughter of that noble house. But that part of her life no longer mattered. After Joseph, she had changed her name. After a century, everyone she knew was likely gone. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Do you know who the current head of the Winterwell family is?" The assistant made a troubled expression. "I've never been to Nalthais, so I don't know." Before Helena could respond, Rob spoke from nearby. "The current head of the Winterwell family is Lord Andrew Winterwell." Helena's spoon froze in midair. Her mind stalled. Her thoughts rewound. She stared up at the night sky. Andrew Winterwell, wasn't that her father's name? Chapter 8. Unexpected attack. Helena's thoughts churned heavily. Andrew wasn't that her father's name. She might have forgotten the name of her hometown for a moment, but she had never forgotten her family or what happened before she ended up on Earth. That part of her memory was still unshakably clear. Her father's name had definitely been Andrew. Back when she was transported to Earth, the date in her original world had been the year 436. On Earth, the year had been 2120, and when she finally returned here, it had been 2241 on Earth, a difference of 121 years. Her father had been a middle-aged man back then, a person who had already been ruling the Winterwell family for decades. If he was the current head of the family now, that meant he would be more than 150 years old. But humans did not live that long. Helena friend, was her father actually an elf, or perhaps of some long-living race? No, she was certain he had been human. Humans could occasionally live exceptionally long lives if blessed, but they certainly wouldn't still be capable of ruling a noble house or managing lands at such an age. Maybe the current head was simply a descendant who inherited the same name as her father. That was the most reasonable explanation. Still, Helena wanted to be sure. She asked Rob, "Mr. Rob, who is his wife?" Rob tapped his chin. "If I remember correctly, her name is Seraphina, Lady Seraphina Winterwell." Helena froze. That was impossible. Seraphina was her mother's name. How could that be? Her thoughts spun rapidly. Had her family discovered a method to extend human lifespan? Some secret technique? Some ancient magic? She looked again at Rob and asked, "Mr. Rob, just one last question." Rob nodded respectfully. "If I know, I will definitely answer." "What year is it right now?" Both Rob and the assistant girl stared at her in surprise. They were expecting a deep or secretive question, but instead she asked the year. Rob replied, "According to the Empire calendar, it is the year 443. Helena went still. Her mind turned crystal clear. Year 436 was when she fell into the crack. Now it was year 443. Only 7 years had passed in this world, but she had lived more than a century on Earth. The only reason she hadn't died of old age was because she was a perfect human, a being who did not age. She was immortal, but clearly, time flowed differently between worlds. It was a tremendous shock. There had been a time during the apocalypse when she longed desperately to return to this world. But as decades passed on Earth, she eventually believed that everyone here would have forgotten her, that her existence would have vanished. Yet only 7 years had passed. But even with this revelation, an important thought surfaced. Did it matter? The answer came without hesitation. No, not one bit. It wasn't as if she was happy her family was still alive. She didn't care about them. She had simply been the Winterwell family's pawn, a political tool for marriage. They had never cared about her happiness. They had cared only for reputation and influence. Helena muttered quietly, "Family, my ass. My only family is Joseph and Hannah, not those scums." The assistant blinked. "Miss Helena, did you say something?" Helena gave a light smile. "No." The assistant decided she must have heard wrong. After all, who would openly insult a noble house? Helena resumed eating her soup. A moment later, she asked, "What is your name?" The assistant choked on her food, coughing desperately, until Helena rubbed her back and handed her water. The girl gasped. "I'm so sorry for the trouble." "It's fine," Helena said gently. The assistant wiped her mouth. "My name is Lysandra. I work under Mr. Rob." Helena repeated softly. "Lysandra, noble-sounding name." Lysandra gave an embarrassed smile. "My parents liked noble names, so they named me that." "It is a lovely name," Helena said. Lysandra blushed slightly. "Your name is also beautiful." "Thank you," Helena replied, with a warm smile. After they finished eating, people began to settle down for the night. Jin was arranging night watch shifts, deciding who would stay awake and who would rest. Helena walked over to him. "Jin, which shift will I take?" Jin quickly waved his hands. No, you don't have to join the watch. We have enough people. Please rest. Traveling alone must have tired you." Helena smiled. "Thank you, Jin." She returned to her spot, ready to use her ability to form a simple sleeping area. But before she could, Lysandra approached her shyly. "Helena, do you want to sleep with us?" Helena had told her to speak casually, so Lysandra did not hesitate, and she had noticed earlier that Helena carried no luggage or bedding, meaning she had probably been sleeping on the ground. Helena paused and allowed the ability she was forming to disperse. "I would love to," she said. In her mind she thought, "A girl's sleepover, I haven't had one in years." She followed Lysandra into the tent. It was midnight. Everyone except the night watch was asleep inside their tents. Helena and Lysandra shared one with 2 other girls. All were sleeping peacefully, except Lysandra, because Helena, in her sleep, was using her as a body pillow. Lysandra had woken a few minutes earlier, after feeling something warm and firm wrapped around her. When she opened her eyes, she found Helena clinging to her like a snake wrapped around prey. Both arms and one leg were tightly secured around her. Lysandra nearly squealed. She whispered, Helena, please wake up." But Helena didn't move at all. She was in a deep sleep. Lysandra wiggled slightly, pushing Helena's arm. "Nothing," she whispered helplessly. She's too strong. Trying harder didn't help. It was like trying to escape from iron restraints. Helena didn't budge even a millimeter. Unable to move, Lysandra looked at Helena's face. She found herself staring. Helena's skin looked flawless in the faint light, smooth like porcelain. Even asleep, she was stunning. Lysandra glanced at Helena's short hair and imagined if she grew it long she would look like a princess from a fairy tale. Then Helena muttered softly in her sleep, "Hannah, why don't you sleep with Mum? Hannah, come back." Lysandra blinked rapidly. "Mum? Hannah? Does Helena have a child? Is she missing her daughter? In this world, women often married young. Helena could easily have a child or even more." And Helena's tone, filled with gentle longing, made Lysandra smile. She must love her daughter very much. For a moment, Lysandra forgot she was trapped in an unbreakable hold. She was about to drift back to sleep when suddenly, a loud shout pierced the quiet night. "We are under attack." The peaceful atmosphere shattered instantly. A few minutes earlier, outside the tents, Jin and several Black Hawk members tended the bonfire. These were the ones assigned to night watch. They fed dry branches into the flames and chatted quietly. One scout, a sharp-eyed man named Chrome, finally spoke. "Boss, was it really a good idea to let that woman stay here?" Chrome was an A-rank scout, though not because of his combat skill. His instincts and danger sense were extraordinary, far surpassing ordinary scouts and even many adventurers stronger than him. Jin poked the fire and replied calmly. It didn't feel like she had any bad intentions. Chrome shook his head slightly. "But when I looked at her, I felt something extremely dangerous." His spine tingled as he remembered that moment. In a past large-scale quest, he had laid eyes upon the S-rank Black Hydra, a terrifying monster whose presence alone could make men freeze. And yet, he had not felt the same danger he felt when Helena approached them earlier. This was the reason he had warned Jin, and why their people hadn't attacked her immediately. If it had been any other person approaching the camp at night, they would have shot first and asked questions later. But Chrome had told Jin to wait. Jin trusted him, so they had chosen negotiation. It turned out Helena only wanted a safe place to sleep. Jin thought, if we had attacked her, how many of us would have died? Before he could continue the thought, Chrome suddenly stiffened. His instincts flared violently. He raised his head sharply. His hand moved to his blade. Boss, Chrome said, voice low and tense, we are under attack. Jin and the others instantly tightened their grips on their weapons. From where? Jin asked. Chrome's answer made everyone's blood run cold. All directions. Jin reacted instantly. Wake everyone. Now. We prepare for battle. One member sprinted toward the tents, shouting the alarm. Within seconds, chaos and urgency filled the camp. Non-combatants hid in carriages. Fighters armed themselves. Shields rose. Mages prepared spells. The Black Hawk clan formed a tight defensive circle. Jin stepped forward, staring into the darkness. From the tall grass, dozens of glowing yellow eyes appeared. Night wolves, so many that the shadows themselves seemed alive. Jin exhaled sharply. There are too many. Night wolves were intelligent C-rank predators, dangerous when grouped. But tonight, this wasn't a pack. This was a siege. Chrome returned to Jin's side. It's bad, boss. More than 200 night wolves. Jin felt cold sweat dripped down his temple. More than 200? Are you sure? Chrome nodded grimly. And not just them. There are high-rank variants too. Jin's eyes scanned the distance. Night wolves normally lived in packs of 20 to 30. They never gathered in massive numbers, unless something or someone unified them. Then Jin saw them. 3 wolves sitting slightly apart from the rest. Larger, more regal, more threatening. The one in the middle stared directly at him with chilling intelligence. That gaze almost mocking. Jin's expression hardened. That's not a normal night wolf. This wolf was enormous compared to the rest. 2 flanking it were also larger and carried commanding auras. A night wolf king and 2 night wolf queens. This explained everything. A night wolf king was an A rank monster. A night wolf queen was B rank, and the king had clearly taken over multiple smaller packs, merging them into one massive army. Jin tightened his grip on his sword. He had 50 fighters. The rest were civilians. The wolves numbered more than 200. Their average strength was C rank. His group's average was also C rank. They couldn't outrun night wolves. They were surrounded. There was no escape. Jin inhaled slowly. They had no choice. They had to fight. Chapter 9. The Black Tide. The situation was becoming more and more tense. Neither side had launched the first attack. The night wolves continued tightening their encirclement with slow, deliberate steps, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the humans trapped within the circle. Jin and the others gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight the wolves to the death. Every breath someone took sounded louder than it should have, as if the air itself had grown heavier. Finally, when the wolves drifted into the effective range of long-range attacks, Jin raised his sword and shouted with all the strength he had, "Attack!" The command cracked through the night like thunder. Mages unleashed spells in rapid succession, while archers fired volleys of arrows into the darkness. Explosions erupted across the field, blasting night wolves backward and showering dirt everywhere. Flames and lightning danced briefly before fading, leaving behind scorched earth and smoking craters. Then the melee adventurers charged. Jin and Chrome were among the first to clash with the wolves. Jin's sword carved through night wolves in precise, deadly arcs. Chrome targeted their weak points with his throwing knives, each blade flying with uncanny accuracy honed through years of instinctive combat. Jin's sword glowed faintly, coated with aura. It was the mark of an aura swordsman, and his aura was refined, smooth, and stable, proof of a warrior who had trained relentlessly. Jin fought like a beast. His instincts were sharper than any ordinary fighter's. Even if a night wolf pounced at him from behind, he reacted without turning to look, reading the shift in the air and the killing intent around him. This combination of instinct and aura control had earned him the A rank, not raw strength alone. Wherever he stepped, wolves fell one after another. So far, everything was going surprisingly well. No wolf had managed to break through their lines. Adventurers shouted and fought in rhythm, pushing forward little by little, confident they could hold out. Then Jin felt something, a sudden spike of danger from his right. His instincts screamed loudly, and his body moved before his mind finished processing the threat. He swung his sword instantly. A loud metallic clang erupted as his blade met something unbelievably hard. Sparks shot out as metal clashed against a magically reinforced surface. Jin turned and saw the saws. The claw of the Night Wolf King. The king had enchanted his claw with hardening and strengthening magic. The aura surrounding it shimmered thickly with unnatural density. Jin gritted his teeth and let out a war cry as he pushed the claw away. The impact sent a small tremor through the ground. Before he could recover, 2 crescent-shaped magical sahs flew toward him. He dodged just in time, and the sashes carved deep trenches where he had been standing moments before. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Magic-using monsters." Normally, monsters could not use magic without study or guidance. But high-ranking monsters were different. They learned magic instinctively, as naturally as breathing. Jin repositioned himself and fixed his gaze on the Night Wolf King once again. King stared back with unmistakable mockery in his eyes. Two Night Wolf Queens stood behind him, their stances graceful yet threatening. Only then did Jin fully understand. The three wolves had deliberately lured him away from the group, trapping him in a triangle formation. He let out a humorless laugh and smiled fiercely. Since when did beasts become this intelligent? But the smile faded immediately. His allies would not last long without him. They still had a few B-rank adventurers and one other A-ranker, but none of them could withstand such overwhelming numbers. There were more than 200 night wolves pushing aggressively against the human formation. He prepared himself to force a breakthrough and returned to the group. Then the Night Wolf King's expression suddenly changed. Mockery disappeared. In its place was something Jin never expected to see from a monster. Fear. Real, primal fear. The king's eyes widened, its ears flattened. The queens behind him stiffened and instinctively retreated a step, trembling slightly. A chill crawled down Jin's spine as he slowly turned to see what caused that reaction. Then he saw it. Behind him, rising from the ground like a living tide, a massive wave of black, shining liquid surged upward. It glimmered under the moonlight and moved with unnatural fluidity, like a creature made of metal and shadow. It roared forward and swallowed night wolves whole, devouring them like crumbs tossed into an endless abyss. It consumed them silently, mercilessly, like a giant, hungry monster that knew no mercy or limit. Jin's eyes widened. What is that? A few minutes earlier, Chrome moved between night wolves as smoothly as flowing water, slipping past snapping jaws and claws. Every step he took was precise and quick, each dodge only a breath away from death. His daggers flashed, piercing vital points with astonishing accuracy. Blood scattered behind him as each wolf collapsed. His daggers were coated with aura. It was not as refined as Jin's, but still sharp enough to cut monster hide with ease. After killing another wolf, Chrome paused to take a quick breath. His lungs burned, and sweat dripped down his temple, but he had no time to rest. Even a heartbeat wasted could cost a life. He tightened his grip on his daggers, and scanned the battlefield for Jin. He spotted him in seconds. Jin was facing the Night Wolf King alone, completely separated from the others. Chrome's eyes widened. It is a trap. Oh hell, no, boss is trapped. He tried rushing over to help, but more night wolves jumped in front of him, blocking the way. Chrome clicked his tongue in frustration. Think, Chrome, think. Boss's life, no. Everyone's lives are in danger. He forced his mind to work faster. Then a memory flashed suddenly. A girl with short blonde hair, strange clothes, cam eyes. Helena. Yes, that woman. But where is she? He scanned the battlefield, but she was nowhere in sight. She is not here. Did she run away? No. My instincts cannot be wrong. She is strong. Stronger than anything here. Terrifyingly strong. She would not run. So where is she? Then he remembered. Lysandra. Helena had gone to sleep in the tent with her. He sprinted toward the carriages where the non-fighters sheltered. Pulling aside a curtain, he looked inside. Several frightened people stared at him with hopeful, desperate faces. One asked, "Did you drive off the monsters?" Chrome ignored him. His eyes landed on a girl he recognized from Helena's tent. He hurried to her. "You, tell me where that woman is." Who? Carl whispered. Chrome raised his voice. "That woman." The girl blinked, confused. Chrome repeated urgently. "Where are the people who shared the tent with you?" She finally understood. "I do not know. Sasha and I ran into the carriage when the attack started." Sasha was curled in the corner, trembling. Chrome asked, "And the other two?" "I think they are still in the tent." That was all he needed. He sprinted to the tent and threw open the flap. He froze completely. Inside was a scene straight out of a bizarre dream. Helena had wrapped herself around Lysandra like a giant snake coiling its prey. Both her arms and one of her legs held the poor girl securely in place. Lysandra looked exhausted, but when she saw Chrome, she gave him the saddest puppy eyes ever seen. Chrome instinctively stepped back out of the tent. "Oh, sorry, Ro. Help me, Mr. Adventurer." Lysandra cried in despair. Chrome snapped back to reality. He rushed in again. Outside, people were fighting for their lives. Screams echoed through the camp, but Helena was peacefully asleep like a child in her soft bed. "Please help," Lysandra begged. Chrome grabbed Helena's shoulders and shook her. She did not move. He shook harder. Still nothing. Her body felt unmovable, like solid metal. Chrome stared at her, half terrified. "Is she even sleeping or pretending to mess with me?" He sighed heavily and looked at Lysandra. "I apologize in advance." "What?" Lysandra asked, confused. Chrome pointed his palm at Helena. A small glowing magic circle appeared. Even though he was not a mage, he knew basic spells. A ball of water formed instantly and shot at Helena. Cold water splashed across both Helena and Lysandra. Lysandra screamed softly as she was drenched. The moment the water touched Helena, Chrome felt something terrifying. His senses exploded. A heavy, Suffocating pressure crushed down on him. His legs trembled violently. Helena's golden eyes opened slowly. She stared at him as if she would tear him apart for daring to wake her. Chrome swallowed with difficulty and forced out the words, "We are under attack." Instantly, the terrifying pressure vanished. The danger retreated like a shadow fleeing the sun. Helena released Lysandra. The girl gasped for air. "I'm free," she whispered with relief. Helena, half soaked, looked at Chrome. "I demand an apology after this." Chrome stood stiffly as she walked past him and left the tent. He clutched his chest. "This much stress is not good for my heart." Helena stepped out of the tent and into chaos. Screams, growls, steel clashing, and magic crackling filled the night. Adventurers fought desperately, facing a sea of night wolves from every direction. To Helena, it was nothing special. She had seen far worse. A world drowned in monsters. A world torn apart by an apocalypse. Helena whispered calmly, "Let us finish this all at once." A huge surge of black liquid erupted from her ring. It should have been metal, but Helena's matter manipulation had transformed it into a shimmering fluid. Chrome, still at the tent entrance, stared with wide eyes. He had no idea what to call this. Magic? Still? Something else? Helena raised her hand slightly. "Go." Her voice was cold and commanding. The black liquid moved instantly. It surged forward like a living sea and rose higher and higher until it turned into a full tsunami. It crashed into the night wolves with overwhelming force. Wolves were swallowed whole, their bodies crushed and devoured within the shifting black mass. Some adventurers trembled when they saw it coming toward them. They thought they were about to die as well, but the liquid flowed harmlessly around them. It ignored friend and consumed only foe. Night wolves tried to flee, but the liquid rose again, splitting into hundreds of sharp black spears. They shot out at incredible speed, piercing wolves one after another. Blood sprayed, bones snapped, bodies dropped. It was a complete massacre. Every adventurer understood what was happening. Helena had saved them all. On the other side, Jin watched the Night Wolf King trembling in terror as the black tide devoured his pack. Jin smirked. "I forgot to mention, today I'm not the strongest one here." The king did not understand the words, but he understood the meaning. He was being mocked, but survival mattered more than pride. He turned and fled at full speed, with his two queens running beside him. Instinct screamed that he would die if he stayed. That black thing was death itself. Helena walked across the battlefield calmly, as if strolling through a garden. All around her, night wolves lay in various states of destruction, crushed, pierced, or shredded. Silence began to settle as the chaos faded. She raised her hand. The black liquid immediately returned, breaking apart into streams and absorbing back into her ring. Even the spears dissolved and flowed into her storage. In seconds, the field was clear. The adventurers watched her with gratitude and awe. They knew without a doubt that Helena had saved them. Jin approached her. His armor was dented, his sword covered in blood, but his eyes were steady. "I cannot thank you enough, Miss Helena." Helena waved casually. "Do not mention it. And did you not allow me into your group, though it became my duty to help my friends?" She extended her hand. Jin blinked. He remembered telling her earlier, "We are not your friends." Now she called them friends without hesitation. He laughed and shook her hand firmly. "We are friends after all." Then he sighed. "It is a shame we lost the chance to obtain the magic core of that rare Night Wolf King. He ran away when he realized he could not win." Helena tilted her head. "Oh, that big puppy. Do not worry. I'm not someone who lets my enemies walk away." She reached into her ring and pulled out a sniper rifle, an artifact sniper rifle, marked with the golden apple emblem. Jin stared wide-eyed. He did not know what the weapon was, but he knew it was dangerous. The Night Wolf King ran desperately with his two queens. His boars pounded the earth, breath ragged, limbs burning. He knew he would have died if he had stayed, but now he had lost his entire pack. Rage twisted inside him. Then he felt something, a sharp whistle, something fast, something impossibly fast. The queen beside him exploded. Her upper body vanished, and a crater formed in the ground ahead of where she had been. The king skidded in shock. Another whistle, another shot. The second queen exploded as well. Fear gripped him. He knew he was next. He ran harder, pushing his body beyond its limits. But a sniper bullet is faster. In the next second, his world turned upside down. Chapter 10. Sacrifice. Morning arrived, and the entire caravan buzzed with activity as people prepared to depart. Even after a night full of battle, everyone moved quickly. Exhaustion was visible, but they could not delay their client. Supplies were packed, tents folded, wheels checked, and guards reorganized for the day's march. Helena was awake as well, sitting among everyone while eating breakfast. She looked perfectly relaxed, even cheerful, as if last night's massacre had been nothing more than light exercise. Rob, sitting close to her, spoke with deep sincerity. "Miss Helena, I cannot thank you enough for saving us from disaster. If not for you, most of us would never have been able to see today's sunrise. I'm truly in your debt. Helena had food stuffed in her mouth, so she simply nodded. Rob did not mind. He looked relieved just to see her respond. Then he remembered something. If I remember correctly, you are also heading to the capital city, Grant. Helena nodded again, while chewing. Rob continued, actually, we are also returning to the capital. If you like, would you care to join us, either as part of the escort group or with my group? And naturally, I will pay you handsomely. Helena paused. Her chewing slowed. She thought for a moment. She wanted to see a big, crowded city again, and travelling with a group sounded comfortable. The capital would not run away, and her destination had not changed. Her speed would be slower, but she did not mind being late. She swallowed and replied, yes, I would love to join you, but can you tell me how many days it will take to reach the capital? Rob answered, I believe we will arrive in 9 to 10 days, as long as we do not run into trouble. He then looked toward Jin. You will not mind if Miss Helena joins us, right? Jin laughed loudly. Mind? How could I mind Helena joining us? If anyone dares to complain, I will make sure they understand things clearly. Then he turned to Helena with a more serious expression. Most of our nights will be spent outdoors. Only one night will be inside a town. Are you all right with that? Helena answered without hesitation. It is fine. I have a lot of experience sleeping in the open. I actually love it. Good, Jin said. Then Miss Helena will be joining us as an escort. Something seemed to occur to him. His tone shifted slightly. One more thing, Miss Helena. Will you be able to take orders from me? You are strong, extremely strong, and I do not mean to criticize, but strong people tend to be prideful. Some refuse to take commands from someone weaker than them. If that is the case, you can join Mr. Rob's group instead, and just help during emergencies. Rob nodded, agreeing with Jin's caution. Helena shook her head. No, I'm fine being part of the escort group. I do not mind taking orders from you. Jin smiled widely. Then it is settled. Miss Helena will officially be part of the escort team. The three of them confirmed their decision. Not far away, however, lay Sandra, and the two girls who had shared a tent with Helena last night were eavesdropping. Their faces had slowly drained of colour. They vividly remembered the terrifying experience of being trapped by night grappler Helena. More than 10 nights travelling together. Lysandra slowly turned to the other girl with trembling lips. Today is your turn to sleep beside her. The caravan moved forward at a steady, moderate speed. Wagons creaked softly. Carriages rolled in smooth rhythm, and the escorts kept watch on all sides. Helena, riding her chopper, was positioned slightly ahead of the caravan along with the outriders on horseback. At first, the horses had been scared of the chopper's sound, but after hours of exposure, they finally grew used to it. More than 5 hours had passed since their journey began. Warm sunlight fell across the plains, and the breeze brushing against Helena's face made her yawn lazily. Riding her chopper at this painfully slow pace was real torture. She could outrun the whole caravan in seconds, but for now, she had to crawl with everyone else. For some reason, Jeji, who was supposed to be in the rear group, was riding beside them instead. He kept turning his head, staring at the chopper as if it were some legendary relic. Helena sighed. She was bored, utterly, completely bored. Her chopper was running at barely 30 to 35, a speed she would have laughed at during her old days. She even wondered why she had not woken up at all during the night wolf attack. Were the wolves too weak to trigger her instinct? Or had decades of peaceful sleep on Earth dulled her alertness? Helena muttered to herself, am I rusty now? In my heyday, not even a mosquito could buzz near me. My alertness used to be perfect. She sighed again. Whatever. But she needed to do something about this boring situation. Should she join the non-fighters and ride in a wagon? No. She had already agreed to work as an escort, and even if she did switch, she would feel even more restless. Her eyes drifted again to the chopper's speed meter. Still crawling. Jin, riding beside her, chuckled and asked, are you bored? Helena gave him a flat, tired look. Yes, I am. Jin laughed loudly. Escort work is exactly like this. Honestly, I do not know if it is good or bad. Sometimes it is boring enough to make you sleep, and sometimes it is full of action. We are adventurers. We want excitement, but we also want a safe journey. It is a tough job. Helena yawned. Yes, it is. She glanced behind her, then narrowed her eyes. Why are you trying to avoid me? Jin blinked in confusion. Trying to avoid you? Me? Helena shook her head. Not you. Him. She pointed her thumb behind her toward Chrome, who rode slightly behind the chopper. Chrome jerked so hard he almost fell off his horse. OSH. He barely regained his balance. Jin stared, confused. Chrome's expression made everything clear. He had indeed been avoiding Helena since last night. Chrome swallowed. He knew he could not hide from her. He had splashed her with a water spell while she was sleeping, and the look she gave him afterward nearly stopped his heart. Avoiding her had been pure survival instinct, but now he was caught. He urged his horse forward until he was beside Helena's chopper. His smile was stiff and awkward. Haha, no. No, Miss Helena, I was not avoiding you. Helena stared directly at him. I know you were avoiding me since last night. I can tell. Rome's throat tightened. Jin looked between them, still unaware of the water incident. Helena sighed softly. I'm sorry. Chrome froze. Huh? Why was she apologizing? Last night she had demanded an apology from him. Why was the situation reversed? Helena said gently, I'm apologizing for being angry at you. It was not your fault. I have trouble waking up once I fall asleep. You were trying to save everyone, so I want to apologize for getting angry unreasonably. Chrome's mind collapsed. Is she joking? I almost had a heart attack last night. I aged 10 years. My soul nearly left my body. But he could not say any of that. And if he refused her apology, what if she got angry again? He forced a strained smile. No, Miss Helena. You do not need to apologize. It was also my fault for waking you that way. Anyone would get angry if cold water hit them while sleeping. Helena reached into her storage ring and pulled out a pair of shining daggers. She held them toward Chrome. Here, take these. Chrome stared. As a dagger specialist, he recognized quality immediately. His own weapons were good, but these were far better. Beautifully shaped, strange design, but clearly deadly. I cannot accept them, he said quickly. Helena frowned slightly. Just take them. Do not make me say it again. Use them however you like. I made them myself. Chrome hesitated and looked at Jin. Jin gave a small nod, signaling him to accept. Chrome leaned sideways and took the daggers carefully. When he turned them, sunlight refracted across the blades, creating rainbow-colored glints. They are pretty, he whispered. Helena nodded. Take care of them. The daggers were not artifacts, nor made by her craftsman friend. They were crafted by Helena herself with her matter manipulation ability. She could not create true artifacts without the proper awakened trait, but she could shape and form weapons of incredible quality. It was another kind of crafting for her. Chrome tried to hide it, but he was as happy as a child with new toys. The second night on the road settled quietly over the camp. Helena was outside eating dinner with a few adventurers, but inside her tent, a tense negotiation was underway. Lysandra, Clara, and Sasha sat in a small circle. Their expressions were serious, far more serious than the topic deserved, because the topic was, who would sleep beside Helena tonight? The tent was not big enough for everyone to avoid her entirely. One person had to sleep next to Helena, and that person would become the sacrifice. Lysandra looked at Sasha with a grave expression. Tonight, you are sleeping beside her. Sasha blinked hard. Why me? Lysandra crossed her arms. Because yesterday, Clara and I already had our turns wrestling with her. Clara shivered at the memory. The night before, after the wolf attack, Lysandra had switched sleeping spots with Clara. Clara had not understood at first. A few hours later, she learned the truth. She had woken up trapped in Helena's arms like a prisoner wrapped by a giant, affectionate serpent, and she had not dared to wake Helena, not after seeing the chaos Helena unleashed on the battlefield. Clara turned pale thinking about it. She did not let me go until sunrise. I thought my spine would snap. Sasha looked horrified. I do not want to die like that. What if she squeezes me to death? But Lysandra only smiled softly. No, she will not. I'm completely sure. Both Clara and Sasha looked at her in confusion. Lysandra looked down at her hands. She remembered Helena muttering in her sleep, soft and aching. Hannah, why do you not sleep with Mum Hannah? Lysandra took a slow breath. Helena is not hugging us randomly. She is dreaming about someone, a girl named Hannah. She must miss her daughter. That kind of embrace comes from a mother's longing. She will not hurt someone she thinks of as a child. She did not explain all of this. Instead, she said again, gently but firmly, she will not hurt you, I promise. Sasha swallowed hard. Why does that somehow make me even more scared? Clara nodded quickly. Yes, same. The three girls exchanged suffering glances. Outside, Helena sneezed lightly, unaware of the emotional war being fought over who would become her next body pillow. Chapter 11. Mistwood. Almost a week had passed since Helena joined Jin's escort group, but she still had not entered a single town. There was not much action on the road either. The caravan was large and protected by many adventurers, so most bandits and monsters did not dare attack it. The path they travelled was considered safe. Helena did encounter a few monsters, but they were so weak that they were not worth mentioning. Part of the reason Helena never set foot in any town was because the caravan never stopped. Whenever supplies were needed, Jin would send some of his clan members ahead. By the time the main group reached the outskirts of a settlement, those members were already waiting outside with everything prepared. The caravan simply collected the goods and continued on without delay. So Helena had very little to do, but there were good things as well. She was no longer traveling alone. She had people to talk to, people to eat with, and friends who shared her tent. Even though those friends, Lysandra, Clara, and Sasha, looked exhausted every morning, everything overall went smoothly. Today, however, was different. Today, Helena would finally enter a town. Rob had explained earlier that he was on a tight schedule, which was why they avoided all previous towns. But there was one place they had to stop, a town 2 days away from the capital. Rob had business there that could not be avoided, which meant that tonight Helena would not be sleeping in a tent. And that was why Lysandra, Clara, and Sasha were extra happy. After so long, they could finally sleep peacefully, without worrying about becoming Helena's reluctant body pillow. It was early evening when the caravan reached Mstuat town. It was not a large city, but still big enough to have lively traffic flowing through its gates. A long line of adventurers, traders, and travelers stretched before the entrance. Guards checked identification and allowed people inside one by one. Adventurers were returning from quests, talking loudly and covered in dirt and dried blood. Amid the usual clatter of hooves, wheels, and chatter was another sound entirely. The rumbling engine of Helena's chopper. Heads turned. People stared. Whispers spread like wildfire. What is that thing? I have never seen a monster shaped like that. She must be a tamer. It was manageable, until one man panicked when Helena's headlight turned on. He pointed and screamed at the top of his lungs. It is about to breathe fire. That one shout was enough to ignite chaos. People drew swords. Mages raised their staffs, and guards tensed, unsure whether they should intervene. Jin immediately rode forward and motioned for his group to stand between Helena and the crowd. Helena slowed and stopped behind them, lifting her hand slightly to show she meant no harm. Jin glared at the man who screamed. It is not breathing fire, you genius. That is like magic for traveling at night, he said sharply. And it is not a monster. It is an iron horse, something crafted by people. It is not alive, so calm down. Few adventurers blinked, suddenly recognizing him. Isn't that Orang Jin, the beast of the capital? It really is him. Whispers of admiration replaced the earlier panic. Jin raised his voice. Everyone, clear the way. We need to enter the town. Helena leaned forward slightly. Thanks, buddy. Jin smiled. No worries. With the crowd settled, they entered through the merchant gate after a brief set of questions. Helena felt many curious gazes, but she ignored them. Her eyes were fixed on the town itself. The roads, the buildings, the warm lantern lights, the smell of food cooking. She had not seen anything like this for more than a century. When she appeared on Earth, cities had already fallen. Survivors wandered like ghosts, their faces hollow, always waiting for the virus to claim them. But here, people laughed, argued, tended shops, cooked meals, and lived honest lives. A warm but bittersweet feeling rose in her chest. How she wished her family could have seen something like this. A world not drowning in despair. The caravan slowed down. Helena pressed her foot on the brake, her chopper sliding slightly before stopping. We are here, Jin said. Helena looked up at the inn ahead. A neat building with warm lights. Jin motioned toward it. Should we head to the stables first? You will need somewhere for your iron horse. Helena shook her head. No need. I will store it in my ring. I have felt too many greedy eyes on it since we arrived. Jin remembered Chrome telling him about her storage ring. Right, that makes sense. Helena dismounted, touched the chopper, and stored it in her ring. Several people gasped openly, but Helena paid them no mind. The caravan split into 2 groups, because 20 carriages could not fit near one inn. Half went to another inn down the road. Helena stretched just as Rob approached. He chuckled. I fear we may have made Miss Helena work too hard. Helena shook her head. Actually, it feels like the opposite. I feel rusty from not doing anything. A large bandit attack would have helped me warm up. Rob stiffened. I would prefer not to experience that. He quickly recovered and laughed. As expected of Miss Helena, always looking for excitement. But we merchants try to avoid all fights. Safety first, even if it means boredom. Helena shrugged. Still boring. Rob laughed again. Sorry, nothing we can do about that. For now, take a good rest. I have work to attend to. He turned. Lysandra. Lysandra hurried over. Yes, sir. Arrange the rooms for everyone. Take someone with you. Understood. Helena smiled. I do not mind sharing a room with you. Rob nodded. That works well. There might not be enough rooms otherwise. Lysandra forced a smile. She already knew her peaceful sleep was gone. Jin returned with Jeji, who immediately demanded, Where is the iron horse? Everyone ignored him. Lysandra and Sasha headed to the front desk to arrange the rooms. Helena followed them inside. The inn was not luxurious, but it was warm and full of life. Guests talked in the lobby while others ate dinner. Lysandra returned. Let's go, Helena. Helena took one more glance around and followed her. Sasha and Clara took the room next to theirs. Helena and Lysandra stepped into their own room. It was small but comfortable. Lysandra stretched. Let's change into something comfortable. I have been wearing these stiff clothes all day. Helena touched her own outfit. She had worn the same tactical crop top and cargo pants for days, cleaning them with her ability, but never changing. She had plenty of clothes in her ring. She looked at Lysandra. Does this inn have a bath? I think so, Lysandra answered. You have to pay for it, but Mr. Rob told me to cover your expenses, so do not worry. Helena smiled. Thank you. Money meant nothing to someone who carried a philosopher's stone inside her chest. Helena and Lysandra reached the women's bathhouse changing room. Warm steam came through the doorway. Helena casually began undressing. Lysandra froze and turned toward the door. I will wait outside while you change. Helena lightly caught her wrist. Where are you going? Lysandra hesitated. You want to change, right? So I thought I should give you privacy. Helena tilted her head. Why? We are both women. Well, yes, but I was not sure if you minded. Lysandra fidgeted nervously. Helena smiled. I do not mind at all. Lysandra hesitated, then nodded. If you do not mind, I will stay. Moments later, both stood in their undergarments. Lysandra's eyes widened as she looked at Helena. Your body is beautiful. Do you do anything to maintain it? It looks like a piece of art. Helena softly. No, it is natural. Her perfect body was the privilege and curse of being a perfect human. Lysandra was about to speak again when her face stiffened. Oh no. Helena blinked. What is wrong? I forgot to bring my spare clothes from the carriage. She stared helplessly at her old outfit. Do I really have to wear these again? What a hassle. Helena chuckled. No, you do not. Lysandra stared. Why not? Helena grinned. Because I'm here. Later that evening, the inn's common room was lively with chatter and warmth. People enjoyed dinner, shared rumors, and relaxed after a long day, until two women entered. Conversation froze. People stared. Few spoons hovered midair, not because they were famous, because they were dressed like nobody else. Helena walked in wearing a lavender pajama set, with a giant letter H on her shirt, paired with matching Crocs. Lysandra wore bright orange pajamas decorated with white radishes, and the same style of Crocs, though slightly too big for her. They looked like they had arrived from another world. Lysandra whispered, Where do you even buy clothes like this? Helena smirked. Do you not like them? It is not that. They are just very colourful and maybe a little childish. She poked her Crocs. And what is this footwear? What is it made of? It does not feel like leather. Helena smiled. She could not say they came from another world. Among the awakened on Earth, there had been one who could create clothing as his ability. She had bought many outfits from him, mostly because she enjoyed dressing her daughter. Pajamas Lysandra was wearing originally belonged to Hannah. Lysandra sighed. If it is a secret, you do not need to tell me. She tugged the soft fabric again, but it is very comfortable. Helena gave her a warm, motherly smile. Chapter 12. Mutant Core. The next morning, everyone finished breakfast and began preparing to depart. All 20 horse-drawn vehicles lined up one after another, ready to move at any moment. Horses stamped the ground impatiently, while adventurers adjusted their armor and checked their weapons. The caravan slowly settled into its usual traveling formation. Helena stood a little to the side, focused on her chopper. The machine had been running on an old mutant core for the past few days. Because the chopper had stayed inside her ring for nearly a decade, the core was almost completely drained. It still worked for now, but she had no idea when it might suddenly give out. She opened the tank compartment and glanced inside. A palm-sized crystal core sat there, its colour faded until it was almost completely white. Helena clicked her tongue softly. As I thought, it's almost empty. She reached into her ring and pulled out a replacement core. This one glowed faintly with a deep crimson light. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind her. Morning, Jin said. Jeji stretched lazily beside him. Feels like a good day. Helena glanced back. Morning. Are we heading out already? Not yet, Jin replied with a smile. Still a few things to sort out. Where's Lysandra? She's helping Rob with something, Helena answered. Jin nodded, then looked back at the chopper. Doing some work on your iron horse? Just checking it over, Helena said casually. Jeji leaned closer, curiosity lighting up his eyes. So is that thing powered by magic? Helena nodded. Yeah, the core was almost drained, so I'm swapping it out. Jeji's eyes widened, But before he could bombard her with questions, Jin pointed at the crimson core in her hand. What kind of core is that? The answer slipped out before Helena could stop herself. A mutant zombie core. She immediately regretted it. She waited for surprise, confusion, anything. Instead, Jin just gave a thoughtful hum. Zombies. How those things really don't go down easily. Helena blinked. Only then did she remember. Zombies existed in this world too, just not the virus-driven horrors from Earth. Their bites didn't infect others, and they weren't the end of the world here. Still, the word stirred something unpleasant inside her. For a brief moment, a thought crossed her mind. Maybe one day, I'll wipe them out too. Helena? Jin's voice snapped her out of it. She shook her head lightly. Sorry, but lost in thought. She pulled the exhausted core free. Jeji immediately reached out. Can I see it? Helena tossed it over. Jeji caught it carefully and lifted it up, inspecting it from different angles. Even drained of energy, it still looked like a finely cut gem. He muttered in awe. Whoever made this machine, they really knew what they were doing. Using a core this efficiently isn't easy. Helena slid the new core into place. Yeah, he was amazing. A soft click echoed as the core locked in. Helena activated the chopper, and crimson energy flowed through its inner channels, pulsing gently before stabilizing. All set, she said, closing the tank. Jin and Chrome both nodded as the engine emitted a smooth, steady sound. The chopper didn't actually need to make noise, but Helena had asked her friend long ago to install an artificial sound system. She liked the familiarity of it. Lysandra and Rob returned shortly after. Rob looked tired. Rough morning? Helena asked. Rob let out a yawn. Something like that. Had to deal with a few annoying matters. Before Helena could reply, she noticed Jeji suddenly bowing deeply in front of her. Jin frowned. Jeji, what are you doing? Jeji straightened slightly, but kept his head lowered. Helena, can I try riding your iron horse? Jin gave Helena an apologetic look, already reaching out as if to drag Jeji away. But Helena just smiled. I don't mind, but do you actually know how to ride it? Jeji looked up, eyes serious. I've been watching you. I think I understand. And if you damage it? Helena asked. Jeji answered without hesitation. Then I'll pay you back. However, I have to. Helena, relax. I'm joking. She pointed at different parts of the chopper. This is the clutch. This is the brake. Twist this for speed. Got it? Jeji nodded repeatedly. Got it. Helena paused, then frowned slightly. Wait a second. She crouched beside the chopper and made a few quick adjustments. Jin, Chrome, and Jeji leaned in, watching closely. After a moment, Helena stood up. Okay, I switched it to automatic. No need to worry about gears. Jeji blinked. You can do that. Just twist the throttle, Helena said. Jeji climbed on carefully. It feels surprisingly comfortable. The others watched nervously as he eased the throttle. The chopper rolled forward smoothly. Don't forget the brakes. Helena called out. I know, Jeji shouted back, looping around and returning moments later. His face was glowing. Boss, this thing's insane. It feels like riding on clouds. Helena smiled. You can use it until we reach the capital. Just don't get carried away. Jeji froze. Wait, really? Everyone else stared at her. Rob watched from the side, silent regret flashing across his face. I should have asked first. A caravan member approached Rob. Sir, we're ready to depart. Lysandra walked over and tugged lightly on Helena's sleeve, asking her to join their group. Jin added that she could ride a horse if she preferred. Helena waved them off. No need. Oh, almost forgot. She reached into her ring again. Another motorcycle emerged. A sleek sports bike. Everyone shouted at once. Another one. Jeji stared, awestruck. This one looks like it was built to cut through the wind. Give me a minute, Helena said calmly. I need to change its core too. Once that was done, the caravan finally began moving, leaving Mistewat town behind. Chapter 13. The Price of Vacation. Inside a massive castle built from gold and an unknown white stone, a woman walked through long, radiant corridors toward her office. The castle was vast and grand, enough to put any royal or imperial palace to shame. Every wall shimmered faintly with divine light, and the air itself carried an invisible weight of authority. This was not merely a residence, it was a seat of godhood. The woman moving through the halls was Thymra, goddess of bravery and cowardice, one of the gods of Helena's original world. She walked with calm elegance, her posture straight, her expression neutral and composed. Not a hint of hesitation showed on her face. This was the bearing of a goddess who ruled without question. Angels filled the halls. Some wore simple uniforms and carried tools, clearly laborers. Others moved with scrolls and ledgers in hand, civil officials managing the endless affairs of the upper world. And then there were angels clad in ceremonial armor, those who served Thymra directly. As she passed, angels stopped and bowed deeply. Your Majesty. Goddess Thymra. Thymra acknowledged them with small nods, neither warm nor cold. She was not only a goddess but also a monarch. Her white castle stood at the center of a vast angelic city, and most angels within her territory worshipped her above all others. Yet, today, her steps were heavier than usual, not because she was tired. A divine being could not feel fatigue like mortals. Something else weighed on her. She reached the doors to her office. Waiting, there was an angel wearing thin-framed glasses, her blonde hair tied neatly behind her head. She stood perfectly straight, hands folded, as if she had been waiting for some time. The moment Thymer stopped, the angel dropped to one knee. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Thymer paused, then nodded. "Rise, Rihanna. We have a lot of work to do." Rihanna rose smoothly. She was Thymer's personal assistant and the highest-ranking civil officer in her territory. Without another word, Rihanna stepped forward and opened the doors, gesturing respectfully for Thymer to enter first. But Thymer stopped. Her foot hovered just above the carpet. Something felt wrong. Her brows knitted slightly as a faint unease crawled up her spine. Was she being paranoid? Was there a trap? Had someone dared to do something inside her own castle? She hesitated. Rihanna noticed and turned back. "Is something wrong, Your Majesty?" Thymer frowned. "I don't know. I just feel like I shouldn't enter this room." Rihanna blinked, then smiled lightly. "There's nothing wrong, Your Majesty. I've gone in and out of this room countless times today. I didn't sense anything unusual." Her smile lingered just a little too long. Thymer noticed it. She swallowed. Rihanna continued, her tone gentle. "Please enter. I assure you, nothing bad will happen once you step inside." Thymer hesitated again. Rihanna was not someone who would betray her. That much she trusted completely, and yet, the strange feeling refused to fade. Still, turning back now would be unbecoming of the goddess of bravery. She stepped inside. The office was exactly as it should be. Grand, dignified, orderly. A divine desk made of polished brown wood stood at the center. Shelves lined the walls, filled with neatly arranged documents. Soft white light illuminated the room evenly. Nothing happened. Thymer released a quiet breath she did not realize she had been holding. "Maybe I really was imagining things," she muttered. Then she heard it. Click. A heavy metallic sound echoed behind her. Thymer turned sharply. Rihanna stood by the door, fastening a large reinforced lock. The mechanism slid into place with a solid, unmistakable clunk. "What are you doing, Rio?" Thymer asked, confused. In public, they were goddess and servant. In private, Rihanna was more like a friend. Thymer only used the nickname Rio when no one else was around. Rihanna didn't answer. She gave the lock one final pull to ensure it wouldn't open. Thymer stared at her. "Why did you lock the door? Is someone trying to assassinate me?" Rihanna turned slowly. Her expression was calm. Too calm. "No, my goddess," she said casually. "I locked it, so you can't run away." Thymer, a short, amused giggle escaped her lips. "Run away? Why would I run? I govern bravery." "Please hold on to those words," Rihanna replied. She walked to the desk and snapped her fingers. A storage portal opened above it. Stacks of paper poured out. Not one stack, not two, dozens. They slammed onto the desk, piling higher and higher until the entire surface disappeared beneath them. Thymer's face went pale. She swallowed hard. Slowly, she turned back toward the door. The lock gleamed mockingly. Before she could scream, Rihanna's cold voice cut in behind her. "Didn't you say you wouldn't run away, Lady of Bravery?" Thymer turned back stiffly, her neck moving like it had forgotten how to work. Her eyes met Rihanna's. Rihanna was smiling. Thymer let out an awkward laugh and rubbed the back of her neck. "Rio, listen. Could you open the door for a moment? I suddenly need to use the bathroom." Rihanna raised an eyebrow. Why would a divine being need a bathroom? Thymer froze. Her smile stiffened. It was the worst excuse she could have made. A goddess didn't eat, didn't sleep, didn't relieve herself like a mortal. Rihanna's voice dropped. "Get your ass down here. I won't say it twice." She pointed at Thymer's throne-like office chair. Thymer opened her mouth. "Hey, you can't talk to me like. Come here, now." Thymer immediately rushed over and dropped into the chair. In front of her rose an overwhelming mountain of paperwork. Just looking at it made her dizzy. Rihanna placed a hand on Thymer's shoulder, gripping just hard enough to keep her in place. She leaned close and spoke near Thymer's ear. "Did you enjoy your extra-long vacation?" Thymer didn't answer. Rihanna tightened her grip. "Answer me." "Yes," Thymer whispered. Rihanna let out a soft, humorless, "Of course you did. While dumping all your work on me." Her voice trembled, anger carefully restrained. "I haven't seen my children in over a month." Thymer's shoulders slumped. Her gaze dropped to the desk. She knew she had messed up. What was supposed to be a 10-day inspection of life in her upper world territory had somehow turned into 2 full months of wandering, sightseeing, and doing absolutely nothing. Even 10 days of absence was enough to overwhelm the civil offices. 2 months had been hell, and Rihanna had taken all of it head on. The castle, the city, the upper world, and countless matters connected to the mortal world had all piled onto her shoulders. Rihanna straightened. "I've been waiting for this moment," she said calmly. Timer swallowed. Rihanna's voice was steady, but every word landed like a blade. "I don't even know what my children look like anymore." Timer blinked, confused. "It's only been a month, not a century." Rihanna slowly turned her head. Her glare hit Timer like a physical force. Timer immediately broke eye contact, her shoulders shrinking. Sorry, my mistake. People can forget faces in a month." Rihanna let out a lisp. It wasn't warm, it wasn't amused, it was chilling. "Don't worry," Rihanna said softly. "I'll make sure that for the next few days, every time you look at another person, you'll see documents instead of their face." Her smile widened. "I will personally make that happen." A cold shiver ran down Timer's spine. For the first time, she truly wanted to run away. If this were anyone else, the locked door would mean nothing. She was a divine being. She could leave whenever she wanted, but she didn't. Because if she ran now, she didn't want to imagine what Rihanna would do afterward. Timer might be lazy, she might be irresponsible, but she was kind, and she cared about her people. If she truly wanted to abandon her duties, she would have done so long ago. She wouldn't still be sitting here. Rihanna straightened, her expression shifting instantly. She entered work mode. "There are many documents that only you can process," Rihanna said. "I haven't touched them. They require your authority." She pointed at the towering stacks. "Read them carefully. Most concern matters of both the upper world and the lower world." She continued speaking, her voice steady and relentless, listing categories, approvals, and consequences. Timer's eyes began to glaze over. Her soul felt like it was leaving her body. Rihanna kept going. Timer suddenly raised both hands. Wait. Rihanna stopped and looked down at her. "What?" Timer hesitated, then asked carefully. If I finish all this, will you forgive me?" Rihanna's. Then her tone turned completely flat. "No." Timer froze. "And for your information," Rihanna's continued, "this barely covers 1% of the work still waiting inside my storage portal." She leaned forward slightly. "So hurry up and finish this batch." Timer's face drained of color. I will die," she whispered. "Then I'll bring you back from the dead," Rihanna replied without hesitation. "The work comes first." She tapped the stack sharply. "Many matters are pending divine approval. Finish these and I'll bring the next batch." Then, coldly, "You don't have time to chat." Timer felt tears well up, but she didn't cry, because she knew this was her fault. That 10-day inspection hadn't turned into a 2-month vacation by accident. She had chosen to stay longer, again and again, enjoying herself just a little more each time, and before she knew it, 2 months had passed. As Timer stared down at the documents, drowning in regret, Rihanna suddenly slammed 2 specific files onto the desk in front of her. Thud. "These 2, Rihanna said sharply. "These are the most important." Timer forced herself to focus. Rihanna continued. "A dimensional fissure appeared again. Few days ago." Timer's breath hitched. "It's the same type," Rihanna added. "Identical to the one recorded 7 years ago." Timer slowly lifted her head. Her exhaustion faded. Something else replaced it. Chapter 14. An impossible survivor. Timer looked down at the Dimension Fissure report resting in her hand. "It happened again," she muttered. She knew about dimension fissures. They were not catastrophes, not invasions, not some hostile force pushing its way into reality. They were closer to mistakes, errors. As the saying went, nothing was perfect. Sometimes even reality developed small flaws. Most beings lived within a third-dimensional world, but that did not mean only 3 dimensions existed. Upper dimensions had always been there. The difference lay in access. How many layers could be reached? How many could be cracked open by accident, forming unstable channels into places that were never meant to touch? That was what a dimension fissure was. Timer knew they appeared where reality itself was weak, thin, stressed. The last one had happened 7 mortal years ago. Her job was simple in theory and exhausting in practice. She repaired the rupture, and then reinforced the surrounding structure of reality. A fissure that formed once was likely to form again if left unattended. Timer let out a long sigh. More work. But as the sigh left her lips, another thought slipped in right behind it. Isn't this just another leave disguised as work? A small, pleased smile formed on her face. Then the air behind her went cold. Pressure settled on her spine, sharp and unmistakable. A predatory glare pressed into her back. "Don't even think about it," Rihanna said, her voice low and chilling. "You will die here." Timer stiffened and turned slowly. Isn't it important to maintain my continent?" she said in a small, hurried voice. "This is urgent. I really need to go and fix the problem." Rihanna smiled. Not kindly, smugly. "No, you don't," she said. "I already fixed it." Timer blinked. "You did? I knew you would try to escape again." Rihanna continued calmly. pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. So I sent someone else for the repair work. They may already be finished. A confused expression settled over Thyma's face. But it's my responsibility, she said. I can't be that irresponsible. Let me go. Do whatever is in front of you for now, Rihanna replied, her tone unbothered. Thyma lowered her head, arms drooping. It's unfair, she said, her voice slipping into something almost childish. Rihanna glanced at her. Did you say something? Thyma hesitated, then looked up again. Who did you send? There aren't many who can handle that kind of repair work, Rihanna answered without hesitation. My big sister, Riona. Understanding dawned instantly on Thyma's face. Well, she can do it, Thyma admitted. Probably better than me. She is an 8-winged angel, after all, and the leader of the First Legion. A faint, prideful smile tugged at Rihanna's lips before she smoothed it away. She did not comment, but the pride was real. When she was younger, she had wanted to become a fighter like Riona, a blade-bearing angel standing at the front of heaven's armies. But she had never possessed that talent. Instead, she became a civil servant within the divine castle, buried in reports, laws, and containment orders. Different roles, same responsibility. Thyma leaned back in her chair and stretched her limbs. I just hope no one got caught in the fissure this time, she said. The words stirred an old memory. 7 years ago, someone had been caught. A mortal nun, one of Thyma's own. But then, Thyma had been on observation duty. She sensed the disturbance within seconds. She remembered seeing a blonde girl being dragged toward the tier. In reality, she had been fast. Not fast enough. By the time Thyma reached out, most of the girl's body had already crossed the threshold. Thyma's divine power surged, trying to pull her back. But the fissure had opened into a higher dimension, a place where spatial rules shredded lesser beings on contact. To save her completely, Thyma would have needed to be there in person. That had been impossible. The most likely outcome was annihilation. The girl's body and soul split into countless fragments, scattered across unknown worlds. There was another possibility, a small one, that the girl might remain whole long enough to exit the dimension somewhere else, somewhere impossibly far from this world. The odds were low, very low, so Thyma chose the only option left to her. She formed a divine barrier around the girl, the strongest she could create in the shortest possible time. It wrapped around the mortal like a shell of light, increasing her chances of survival by a significant margin. Seconds later, the fissure closed. The girl vanished with it. Thank you for your service, my kind child, Thyma had whispered, watching the tear seal itself. I hope you live a happy life wherever you are. The memory loosened its grip when Rihanna spoke again. Luckily, no one was caught this time, she said, smiling genuinely. Thyma looked up and smiled in return. Rihanna knew how lazy Thyma could be. She also knew how deeply she cared. Thyma loved her people, even if she complained endlessly about doing her job. That was why Rihanna tolerated her. In her mind, Thyma and Riona were both like elder sisters, one strict and unyielding, the other a lazy disaster. Together, they kept a strange but perfect balance. Still, a reminder was necessary from time to time. Rihanna placed a hand on Thyma's shoulder. I also have good news for you, she said, and a little troublesome news. Thyma froze. Good news? She asked slowly. Does that mean I can get out of here this evening? That was the only good news she could imagine. Rihanna asked softly, evilly. Don't talk about impossible things, she said, but trust me, you will like this. Thyma slumped. See the other document, Rihanna added, nodding toward the table. Thyma reached for the second paper. The moment she read it, her eyes widened. Shock spread across her face. From Thyma, a small laugh slipped free, soft and unguarded, leaving her beautiful lips before she could stop it. So you were alive, she said. The words were quiet, almost fragile. I'm really glad. She stared at the document in her hands, eyes unmoving, as if the ink itself might vanish if she looked away. The feeling that rose in her chest surprised her. Relief came first, sudden and warm, loosening something that had been tightly bound for years. Then came something else, something heavier, maybe a little too much. The document was a report, plain, official, unemotional. Helena Winterwell, a human, the same mortal who had been swallowed by a dimension fissure 7 years ago. The same girl Thyma had watched disappear into higher reality with nothing but a hastily formed divine barrier to protect her. I was shocked too, Rihanna said, breaking the silence. She stood beside the table, posture straight, fingers resting lightly against its edge. Honestly, I never expected her to survive. No one knew where she was sent. When I saw her fall out of a dimension fissure again, alive, she paused, then frowned slightly. I thought my senses were wrong. Rihanna adjusted her glasses. Probability of survival was already extremely low. Returning to her original world through a fissure like that should not even be possible. I don't think those possibilities exist at all. She exhaled quietly. It cannot even be called a miracle. Thyma did not look up right away. But you know, she said after a moment, There is no such thing as 100%. Her voice was calm, certain, and there is no such thing as 0% either. She finally lifted her gaze. Anything can happen. Rihanna nodded, acknowledging the words even if they unsettled her. Heimer looked down again at the photograph attached to the report. Helena's face was captured mid-expression, unaware of divine eyes, systems, or probabilities. It really is a miracle. Timer murmured. Rihanna thought it felt strange, uncomfortable, seeing a literal goddess speak about miracles, as if she were an observer rather than their source. But whatever. Timer's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you do a sloppy job? Rihanna stiffened. Sloppy? Her brows furrowed. By me? She already knew what Timer was referring to. It's not my mistake, Rihanna said firmly. The document in Timer's hands was a full appraisal. Name, time of birth, psychological tendencies, karma balance, probabilistic future insights, including estimated natural death. Not certainties, but projections. Accidents could always interfere, yet the problem was obvious. Large portions were missing. No recorded race, no projected time of death, and the karma value, was absurd. Why doesn't she have a normal amount of good karma? Hymra asked. At this rate, the god of death will go bankrupt, rewarding her. She looked up sharply. Can't you appraise her properly? I can, Rihanna replied. And I did. Once, twice, more times than she cared to count. Same result every time. Heimer leaned back slightly, thinking, maybe, because she was somewhere outside our system. Rihanna hesitated, then nodded. Yes, that is possible. But before we settle on that explanation, can you try to appraise her? She met Heimer's eyes. Maybe your personal appraisal will work. Heimer raised her hand. The air shimmered, blurry, floating screen formed in front of them. Both of them froze. Their mouths fell open. On the screen was Helena, naked, sitting in a bath with other girls, steam drifting lazily around bare skin and stone walls. Helena leaned toward a silver-haired girl beside her. Your breasts are really small, Helena said casually. War, Lysandra screamed as Helena grabbed her. Please don't. Your hands are cold. Are you even eating properly? Helena continued, poking her again. Where is all your nutrition going? Your body is just this? This is just how I am. Lysandra shouted, humiliated and angry at the same time. Helena did not stop teasing her. For several seconds, Timra and Rihanna simply stared. Their cheeks slowly turned red. The silence stretched into something deeply awkward. Rihanna coughed lightly. Your Majesty, we have work to do. Timra blinked, clearly pulled out of focus. Oh, yes, she coughed as well. Both of them looked slightly embarrassed. Where were we? Hymra asked. We were about to appraise Helena, Rihanna replied. Hymra paused again. What is that? Rihanna followed Hymra's line of sight. It was fixed squarely on Helena's chest. Those are breasts, Rihanna said flatly. Don't you have yours? Why are you joking at a time like this? No, Hymra said quickly. I'm not talking about breasts, although they are a little too well shaped. She leaned forward slightly. I mean inside her chest. Rihanna focused harder. She saw nothing unusual. Hymra waved her hand again. The scene changed. The bath remained, but all color drained away. The screen turned black, leaving only white outlines of beings. Marna became visible. The air was filled with a light blue mist. Inside Lysandra's body, the mist was slightly thicker. Human bodies naturally stored Marna. That was normal. Then Rihanna's eyes widened behind her glasses. What is this? Inside Helena's chest rested an oval-shaped object, dark crimson in color. It extended branches throughout her body like a second nervous system, or something fused directly with her nerves. Pulsed continuously. An absurd amount of crimson-black energy poured from it without pause. Not a single drop escaped Helena's body. If that energy was an eternal flame, then Helena's body was an eternally hungry monster, devouring everything before it could leak out. Rihanna could not understand it. She could not explain it. Hymra was silent. Then she spoke. I think I need to take a closer look. Her golden eyes flared. Rihanna took a step back instinctively. Hymra sat back into her throne-like chair. This time, her posture changed completely. Her expression lost all softness. She looked like a goddess. Her divine eyes could see through any mortal. Hymra's gaze reached out toward Helena, cold and absolute. The divine power moved to enter Helena's body. Helena raised her arm. The raging flame of dark energy erupted outward, turning into a storm that directly opposed Hymra's divine power. It was like two invisible giant claws colliding. Both stopped. Neither pushed forward. Neither retreated. A peeping Tom, Helena said. Hymra's eyes widened slightly. Her divine ability had been stopped. Helena's golden eyes burned crimson as they looked directly toward the source of the intrusion. If Hymra's eyes were blazing with golden divinity, Helena's reflected raw, violent crimson energy. Then Helena's crimson force crushed Hymra's golden probe. Hymra did nothing. She did not resist. She did not try again. She was far more interested now. Neither Lysandra nor Rihanna noticed anything. The energy was not dense enough to be seen by mortal eyes. Seeing Hymra fall silent, Rihanna asked carefully. Your Majesty, were you able to appraise her? Heimer's glowing eyes dimmed, returning to normal. She turned towards Rihanna's. Crimson energy, she said slowly, is ether. Ether? Rihanna repeated, confused. Heimer smiled, like a child filled with desire, and she added softly, I want her. Chapter 15. Still alive. The 2 days passed like a breeze. By the time Helena and Caravan reached the outer gates of the capital city of Grant, the road behind them already felt distant. This time, Helena was not riding her bike. The machine was safely stored away, hidden from sight. According to Jin and Rob, riding an unknown vehicle into the capital was asking for trouble. Mistwood Town was one thing, capital was another. Grant was heavily guarded, and even suspicion alone could be enough to deny entry. Helena had no interest in dealing with soldiers, questions, or unnecessary attention, so she accepted the advice and climbed into a carriage instead. She sat inside with Lysandra, boredom settling in quickly. The carriage had been stopped for a while now, lined up with dozens of others outside the massive capital gates. Merchants, traders, travellers. A long, unmoving queue. Helena leaned forward and stuck her head out of the carriage window. Hey, Jin, she shouted. How long is this going to take? Her voice echoed lightly through the crowded road. She was bored out of her mind. Jin turned his horse and rode back toward her carriage. What happened? He asked. Helena scowled. How long is it going to take to get inside? I'm bored out of my mind. She glanced around irritably. Rob even took Lysandra away, saying he had some business with her. I've been sitting here doing nothing. She paused, then added flatly, if they don't let me in within the next 10 minutes, I'll make my own way in. Jin's calm expression paled instantly. His mind flashed back to the night wolf attack. The black surge, the wave of power she had unleashed like a tsunami. He imagined that same force slamming into the capital walls. No, 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 Jin shouted, loud enough to draw looks from nearby merchants. You can't do that. You'll be a criminal. The others in the carriage nodded rapidly. They knew Helena well enough to understand that this was not an empty threat. Jin swallowed and added quickly, you won't be able to enter any city again. Ever. That did it. Helena's face paled. Now that made sense. If she messed up here, she would either have to live in hiding forever or erase every witness to clean up the mess. Both sounded exhausting. Retired Helena had no patience for that kind of work. She sighed deeply. Fine, I'll wait. Jin let out a breath he did not realize he had been holding. Still, he did not understand why she was in such a hurry to enter the capital. Hey, Helen, he said after a moment. Helena looked up. If you really want in quickly, Jin continued, try the commoner's entrance. I don't think there will be much of a line there right now. He gestured toward the side road. We can meet up again inside the city anytime. Just ask anyone about the Black Hawk base. A smile spread across Helena's face. Good idea. Then she hesitated. Still leaving without telling Lysandra feels wrong. Jin smiled. What are you talking about? We're all entering the capital. It's not like you're going somewhere far away. Helena made a thoughtful expression. You're right. She climbed down from the carriage and stretched her body, arms raised high. Carriages are way more uncomfortable than they look, she muttered. Do you want me to drop you there? Jin asked. Nah, she replied. Just tell me where it is. Jin pointed ahead. Walk that way. The first entrance you see will be the commoner's gate. Helena adjusted her short hair as it fell into her vision. Then she reached into her ring and pulled out a sword. She held it out toward Jin. Jin blinked, staring at the weapon. What's this? Take it, Helena said, and don't start with I can't accept this. She pushed it closer to him. Use it. Sell it. Keep it as a backup weapon. I don't care. Jin hesitated for only a moment before smiling and taking the sword. He examined it carefully. This is more than enough to be my new weapon, he said honestly. My old one was getting worn out. Good, Helena replied. Thanks, Jin said, gripping the hilt. I mean it. Don't forget to visit our base. I'll treat you, and if you run into any trouble, don't hesitate to use my group's name. He smiled slightly. Although I'm pretty sure you can handle most things on your own. Helena started walking away, waving lazily over her shoulder while yawning. Jin watched her go, then looked back down at the sword in his hands. It was too good to be a secondary weapon. The blade gave off a strange shine, like the finest refined metal in existence. He had seen Chrome using his new blade before. Even without enchantments, it carried excellent flow for aura. In truth, he had been a little jealous of Chrome's dual blades. He never wanted to ask Helena directly for one. He was not a child. Jin smiled to himself. I'd love to clash with Chrome sometime, he murmured. I'm sure the sound will be pleasing to the ear. Helena walked for a few minutes before the commoner's entrance came into view. Best part was the line. It was short. A handful of people stood ahead of her, shifting their weight, holding papers or cards. The guards at the gate looked bored, barely glancing up as they checked identification and waved people through. Helena joined the line quietly. She waited. By the time it was her turn, the guard did not even look annoyed. He simply held out his hand. Identification, he said flatly. Helena reached into her inventory and pulled out a gold coin. She placed it into his palm. The guard glanced down at it, then up at her. Something flickered in his eyes. He opened his mouth, probably to say something about protocol. Helena calmly added 2 more gold coins to his hand. The guard closed his fingers around them. Please go in, he said, already turning away. Luckily, Helena was the last person in line. No one was behind her. No curious eyes. No witnesses. She passed through the gate, a smug smile forming on her face. Corruption at its peak. Money really was one of the best ways to get things done, and it was also the most useless thing to her. With her true Philosopher's Stone ability linked with matter manipulation, she could turn an ordinary stone into gold, then reshape that gold into anything she wanted. An infinite money glitch. If she felt like it, she could collapse the entire economy. She stepped fully through the gate. Sunlight poured in from the other side. She did not stop walking. Then she looked up, and her heart jumped. People, so many people. Merchants calling out prices. Carriages rattling over stone roads. Guards patrolling in pairs. Workers carrying crates. Children weaving through legs. Noise. Motion. Life. The air itself felt alive. Helena stopped, breathing for a moment. I didn't think I'd ever see a city like this again, she whispered. On Earth, during her last years, she had lost hope of that. The world had felt like a cage, like she was a prisoner, and the entire planet was her cell. Miss Duod had been lively, but this was different. This was overwhelming. Her chest tightened, then fluttered. Without thinking, Helena started running. She did not know what emotion it was. Joy, relief, longing, grief. Maybe all of them tangled together. She did not need to explain it. She was not observing anymore. She was feeling. People glanced at her as she ran through the crowd. Some frowned. Some stepped aside. Most did not care. To them, she was just another adventurer in a hurry. The capital was like that. Busy lives. Busy people. No time to wonder why someone was smiling while running through the streets. After a few more minutes, Helena slowed and stopped at an open square. She sat down on a stone bench, breathing, listening. Voices overlapped around her. Footsteps, distant shouts, wheels rolling over stone. She tilted her head back and looked at the sky. Clear, no clouds. The emptiness made her heart feel strangely heavy. She raised her arm toward the sky. The wristwatch on her wrist caught the sunlight and reflected it brightly. Joseph's watch. The brilliance made her smile, soften. She did not know why, but along with happiness, guilt crept in. Why was she the one who survived? Why not Harna? Why not Joseph? She knew it made no sense. She knew there was no answer. Till the thought returned. She remembered Harna's eyes when she talked about other worlds. How excited her daughter had been, imagining places beyond Earth. She remembered Joseph laughing. It's every man's dream, he had said. A fantasy world, saving a princess, marrying her. Helena had frowned back then. I understand, Hannah, she had said. But you, Joseph had grinned. Ask any man, he replied. If you ask whether he wants to go to a fantasy world and save a princess, more than 90% will say yes. Then he had added, smug as always, I'm pretty lucky though. Half my wish already came true. Half, Helena had asked. Yup, Joseph said. A princess got delivered straight to my home. Helena's cheeks warmed at the memory. She opened her eyes, snapping out of it. That damn man, she muttered, cheeks still faintly red, teasing me, even in my memories. The smile that followed was gentle. Her family's faces lingered in her mind, easily overshadowing the guilt. Helena stood up and looked at the sky again. I'll see you again tonight, when you're filled with stars, she said softly. She turned back toward the city, ready to walk forward. Chapter 16. A place to return to. Helena walked down the street, humming an old song from Earth. She did not even remember where she first heard it. The tune drifted out of her without effort, soft and careless. Just being inside a living world again made her feel light. People passed her from both sides, footsteps echoing against stone, voices blending into a warm noise that wrapped around her. For a while, she simply walked. Then the excitement slowly faded. Helena stopped near the side of the road and scratched her head. What now? She realized she had not thought past entering the capital. Getting inside had been the goal. What came after that had not crossed her mind even once. She stared ahead, unfocused. What should she do now? She hummed again, longer this time. thinking as she walked. Then it clicked. Yes, work and home. She nodded to herself. I need those. A permanent home, place she could return to, and permanent work. The idea of working under someone else made her frown almost immediately. Her steps slowed. No, that would not work. She tried thinking of alternatives. What kind of work can I even do? Starting a business crossed her mind. Her heart rejected it instantly. No, first, business was not her strong suit. Second, money. Most businesses revolved around money. Profit, loss. If she ever messed up, and the business started bleeding money, she knew herself well enough to predict what would happen next. She would fix it. She would use her ability to turn red numbers into green ones, and it would not stop at one time. She would do it again and again until she got bored, until she made a mess of the kingdom's economy. Helena shook her head firmly. No, definitely not, she sighed. I'm way too dangerous for the economy. She walked a few more steps, then suddenly stopped. Jin, his group. The image flashed into her mind, and a metaphorical light bulb lit up above her head. Yes, her voice came out cheerful. Adventurer. Her pace picked up immediately. That's perfect. No superior. No asking for vacations. Work whenever I want. She smiled wider. And adventure. She nodded to herself. I love it. If her memory from about a century ago was correct, she needed to register at the Adventurers Guild. But before that, she slowed again. There's something more important. She looked around. I want a home. A permanent one. A place that was hers. But where did people even buy houses? It was not like someone stood on the street shouting about houses for sale. Whatever. She shrugged. I'll just ask someone. She had drifted into a less crowded area of the capital by now. The noise softened, replaced by open space and wider streets. As she entered another square, something caught her eye. Helena stopped. 20 horse-drawn vehicles. Familiar ones. It was Jin and Rob's group. She smiled. Looks like I entered before them after all. They must have taken their time getting through the main gate. After all, someone had blocked the carriage entrance earlier by refusing to wait in line. Helena watched from the side as the convoy moved forward. The group did not notice her among the crowd. She bent her knees slightly, then jumped. Her body cleared the space effortlessly as she landed on top of the main carriage, the one that was supposed to belong to Rob. The reaction was instant. Swords were drawn. Shouts rang out. Guards and escorts snapped into formation. An ambush. Guys, it's me, Helena said cheerfully. Jin froze, then let out a long sigh. It's fine, he said loudly. Everyone, sheath your weapons. It's just our troublemaker, Helen. Only then did the tension ease. Weapons slid back into place. Helena crossed her arms and looked down at Jin. Who are you calling a troublemaker? She asked, her tone carrying friendly irritation. Jin looked up at her like the answer was obvious. Of course you. He paused, then added, I thought we wouldn't see you again for days. But who knows, your ambush came in just a few hours. Helena shrugged. Well, whatever. She glanced toward the carriage interior. Where is Rob? I have some business with him. She had already noticed he was not inside this one. Jin followed her gaze. We're not stupid, he said. We wouldn't put our client in the most flashy carriage. He's in that one. He pointed toward the back of the convoy. Oh, Helena said. Then she remembered something else. Hey, Jin, where is the Adventurers Guild? I want to register. Jin stared at her. You weren't an adventurer? Helena blinked. I never said I was. Only then did Jin realize it. She really had not said it even once. He had just assumed. In his mind, Helena was already a high-ranking adventurer, maybe even the highest grade. She was strong, a mage with ridiculous abilities. He had thought she was from some faraway country, or a newly rising name he had not heard yet. It had all been his own assumptions. Jin snapped back to reality. Helena was gone. He looked around quickly. Where did she go? The carriage driver pointed toward the rear. She jumped toward the back carriages. Jin sighed. Is she the wind or something? Helena left the deep thinker Jin behind. She had asked him where the Adventurers Guild was, but he never answered. He simply sank deeper into thought, eyes unfocused, as if the world around him no longer existed. Right, Helena muttered. She decided to leave him as he was and ask Rob instead. When she entered the carriage, she immediately felt the difference. From the outside, it looked ordinary. From the inside, it was anything but. Rob was there. So was Lysandra. A few other people sat inside as well, all of them looking important in one way or another. The moment Helena stepped in, every head turned toward her. She met their gazes and said calmly, hello. Before Rob could say anything, Lysandra spoke first. I thought you left. Helena smiled faintly and replied in a teasing tone. Oh, Lyasi was missing me already. Do you like your big sister that much? Lysandra's cheeks instantly turned red. Cough, cough. Rob cleared his throat right after, deliberately loud. If he let them continue, he knew exactly where this would go, and he had no intention of watching it unfold. Helena turned toward him. Hey Rob, tell me something. Where can I buy a house? Rob blinked, confused. You want to rent a house? No, Helena corrected him. I want to buy it, a permanent residence, and a big one. A really big one. Rob hesitated before responding, concern clear in his voice. Please don't take this the wrong way, Miss Helena. I'm not saying you're poor or anything, but property in the capital is extremely expensive enough to cripple my business. He continued, and even then, your choices are limited. You can either buy property in the slums or in the high-end districts. Most land here has been passed down since the capital was founded. People rarely sell, and when they do, the prices are absurd. Enough to buy a small mansion in another city. Helena listened without interrupting, her expression unchanged. When he finished, she replied with a fixed smile. See, Rob, if I wanted to, I could become the royal family's sugar mummy. Rob froze. Sugar mummy? Helena waved it off immediately. Never mind that. Just tell me this. Is it possible to buy property or not? Rob thought for a moment before answering. You'll need to go through the Merchant Guild. If there's any property available, they would know. Merchant Guild, Helena repeated. A bunch of money-hungry bastards. Rob coughed again. I'm also part of the Merchant Guild. She turned to him instantly. Sorry, I didn't mean you. Rob smiled instead, meeting her eyes. What you said isn't wrong. We are always hungry for money. They returned to the topic. Well, Rob said, if you truly have enough funds, then yes, your chances are high. The Merchant Guild sometimes keeps properties hidden, waiting for clients willing to pay any price. If you show that kind of intent, you might be able to buy a decent house in the middle districts. Helena nodded. Good. Then she asked, last question. Where are the Merchant Guild and the Adventurers Guild? I want to register as an adventurer too. I don't want to laze around all day. These bones need movement. Rob paused. Adventurer. Huh. He had seen people like her before, though he did not say it out loud. When Helena spoke of having a lot of money, he had initially thought she was some noble's daughter. He was 70% sure. The remaining 30% was held back by her behavior. She lacked the arrogance common among nobles. She did not look down on others. She did not act selfishly. Instead, she felt like someone who wanted to enjoy every moment of life. Someone who did not care about most things, but when she did care, no one would dare take it from her or damage it. Above all else, she felt like a good person. To Rob, Helena was unique. Do you know the layout of the capital? He asked. Helena shook her head. Not really. I don't remember much. Then even if I tell you the locations, you won't reach them before nightfall. You're right, she admitted. I didn't think about that. Rob glanced at Lysandra and smiled. Then he looked back at Helena. Take Lysandra with you. She'll guide you. Bring her back whenever you want. Helena raised a brow. Are you sure? Won't it cause trouble if your employee suddenly takes time off? Lysandra's heart began pounding. It was not that she did not want to break, and it was not that she did not want to go with Helena. She just did not want to become her body pillow again. She had already received far too much unnecessary motherly affection, enough to make her miss her real mother. It's fine, Rob said. Lysandra hasn't taken a break in a long time. She's a bit of a workaholic. I was thinking of sending her on vacation anyway, but she never asked. This works perfectly. Lysandra lowered her head. Helena smiled. Thank you, Lysandra thought. At least ask the person involved. But she did not say it out loud. Well then, Helena said, before Lysandra could understand what was happening. Helena had already stepped outside and leapt forward into the air. Wow! Lysandra screamed as they sailed over the carriages and the crowded street below. People stopped and stared, watching the two figures pass overhead. Chin looked up at them and muttered thoughtfully, a daytime kidnapping. Of course, he said it as a joke. Chapter 17. Merchant Guild. Lysandra and Helena walked into the Merchant Guild together. Helena held Lysandra's hand, swinging it back and forth as she walked, the motion careless and light, like a child enjoying a stroll. Lysandra, on the other hand, looked slightly out of place. Her gaze drifted ahead, unfocused, her thoughts tangled. She did not know whether she should be happy or sad. Happy, because she had suddenly been given a vacation without even asking for one, or sad, because that vacation meant she was now responsible for controlling this particular travel. It was not that Helena had ever caused real problems before, not for the group, not for herself, but Lysandra's instincts kept whispering the same warning again and again. Eye of the storm. Something was going to happen in the capital. Something big. Something she did not want to be dragged into. She had a small, peaceful life, a routine, place she belonged, and yet, Beside her walked this troublesome one, a powerful mage, a little out of common sense, unnecessarily cheerful, a magnet for attention. Lysandra's mind screamed at her, "Get the hell away, as fast as possible, or you will be dragged into the winds that are about to rise." But she did not run. She could not exactly leave Helena here and say, "This is the property department. Go buy your house, sayonara." No, she definitely could not do that. This job had been given to her by Rob, her boss, and more than that, even if she thought of Helena as trouble, she still considered her a friend. She owed her life to her. If not for Helena, she and Rob would have ended up in the stomach of a night wolf, or worse, already scattered on the ground. Lysandra shivered slightly. Maybe I'm overthinking it. She took a quiet breath and muttered under her breath, "Let's do it." Helena turned her head toward her immediately. "Did you say something, Lyassi?" Lysandra startled. "No, just motivating myself to enjoy my vacation." Helena, haha, "You're with me. You don't need motivation to enjoy a vacation," she said proudly. "I'm currently the queen of vacation. I've been doing nothing for the last few decades." Lysandra did not understand what she meant, but she nodded anyway. Sometimes the things Helena said made no sense at all. She decided it was probably just another joke and moved on. As they walked deeper inside, Helena looked around with curiosity. Guild staff moved back and forth, papers in hand. Labourers carried crates. Few shadier-looking figures lingered near the edges. Merchants, most likely. They all carried that same atmosphere. Most of them did not pay attention to the two of them. Some did, mostly toward Helena. At first glance, Helena did not stand out. No makeup, short hair, simple clothing. She looked like a commoner, nothing special. But those who looked carefully noticed something else. A face without makeup that did not need it. Short hair that did nothing to dull her beauty. Something deeper than appearance. It was not just outer beauty. It was something that came from inside, as if a god had taken their time perfecting this one, leaving no flaw behind. That was why some gazes lingered. Not attraction, admiration, the quiet privilege of witnessing the only perfect human. Helena noticed the looks and enjoyed them casually. Everything felt fun to her right now. She sensed a few malicious intentions here and there, but it was nothing worth worrying about. She was not some fragile young lady who had never left her greenhouse. She chuckled softly to herself, imagining scenarios. At worst, someone might try to get in her way. That was what she expected, and strangely, she was looking forward to it. "Let's go in," Lysandra said. Helena snapped out of her thoughts. Maybe she had picked up this habit from Jin, or maybe Jin had picked it up from her. Living inside one's own mind for decades tended to do that, especially when there was no one to talk to. They entered the department that dealt with property. The office was large. People worked at desks. Paperwork piled high. It was far more lively than Helena had expected. She frowned slightly. Rob had said people rarely sold property in the capital, so why was there so much activity? The people inside glanced at them briefly, then returned to their work. Helena leaned closer to Lysandra. "Hey, Lyassi, didn't Rob say people don't really sell property in the capital?" she whispered. "Why is this place so busy? I thought we'd walk into a half-dead department." Lysandra replied quietly. "This department handles more than buying and selling. Property management, maintenance services for noble mansions, estates, that sort of thing," she added. "And this is the capital. Even if it's not a noble's main residence, they still decorate and maintain it more than their original homes, just to not lose face." Helena nodded slowly. So it's just showing off." "Yes," Lysandra said. "They spend absurd amounts of money just for show." Helena smiled. "I feel motivated to spend my most useless asset." Lysandra sighed softly. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go speak with the person in charge of property dealings." She took a step away, then hesitated. She turned back and looked at Helena, worry clear in her eyes. It was an unspoken question. "Do you really have enough money to afford a house here?" She would be using her boss's name to get this appointment. If Helena suddenly said she was joking or decided not to buy anything, it would put Rob in an awkward position. Lysandra trusted Helena, but she also cared about her boss. She could not make him lose face here. If Helena said she did not want to buy a house after all, Lysandra would not be angry. She would simply enjoy her vacation normally. But still, Helena smiled. She understood exactly what Lysandra was thinking. From her perspective, the doubt was natural. Helena squeezed her hand gently. "I really want my sweet home," she said softly. "I'm not joking, my dear Lyassi." There was something in her tone that made Lysandra's heart believe her. Lysandra nodded. Then she turned and walked off to arrange the appointment. It did not take long for Lysandra to return. Helena wore a gentle smile, her gaze fixed on the loose wristwatch resting on her arm. It hung a little heavy, sliding slightly whenever she moved. She turned it absent-mindedly, eyes distant, as if the world around her had softened into background noise. Seeing her like that, Lysandra slowed. For a brief moment, she thought she should not disturb her. The feeling was strange, almost reverent, like standing before a painting so perfectly composed that speaking would break it. Then she shook her head. "Hey, Helen," she said, "let's go. I got us an appointment." Helena's eyes shifted. Slowly, she looked up. Whatever had held her attention loosened its grip, and her usual expression returned as she stood. "All right," she said. They walked toward another door inside the office. This section of the guild felt quieter, more restrained. Lysandra knocked. "Come in." A woman's voice answered from inside. They entered. The room was calm. Sounds from outside reached them only faintly, muted by thick walls. Inside, the clearest noise was the steady flip of paper. The woman they were meant to meet sat at the center of the room behind a desk. 2 chairs waited opposite her. She looked to be in her 30s, her posture straight, her presence cool and disciplined in a way that did not need effort. She set aside the documents she had been reviewing and looked up as Helena and Lysandra approached. Her gaze paused on Helena. Eyes closed. Expression. Nothing stood out, and that, in itself, stood out too much. There were no obvious tells, no nervous habits, no eagerness. Either the woman before her was extremely careful, or she was simply unaware of how exposed she should have felt. Judging people was part of the job. Judging whether they were worth profit was the important part. She would need to look closer. "Please, take a seat," she said in a professional tone. Helena and Lysandra sat down. The chairs were comfortable. Lysandra noticed immediately most dealings in this department involved nobles or those tied closely to them. The Merchant Guild never failed to treat its money well. Lysandra felt a slight tightness in her chest. Helena, on the other hand, looked like she was enjoying herself. "I'm Riers," the woman said, head of the property management department. "Thank you, Lady Riers, for agreeing to this sudden appointment," Lysandra replied. She knew how unlikely this meeting was. Best 1% of it existed because of Rob's name. The rest was pure luck. They were supposed to meet someone much lower in position. The guild was busy today, preparing for some event later tonight. Appointments were hard to arrange. Riers had simply happened to be nearby. She had asked what business Lysandra had, and in doing so, dropped them straight in front of the final authority of property management. Thought still made Lysandra uneasy. She introduced herself, then Helena. Helena offered a small, cheerful greeting. "Hello." Riers's eyes moved again, this time more deliberately. Rings on Helena's fingers, the strange bracelet on her wrist. The craftsmanship was subtle, but unmistakable. Expensive, not ornamental excess. Purposeful. An assessor's instinct stirred. No normal commoner spent money like that by accident. Riers's thoughts settled. Accepting this meeting had not been a mistake. Riers began presenting properties. Helena rejected them one after another. Too small. Too isolated. "I'd rather live in a cave." At least 10 properties passed in front of her. Not one caught her interest. She wanted something grand. Something that felt like a place meant to be lived in, not merely occupied. After nearly half an hour, Riers gathered the remaining documents with a troubled sigh. "As a final option," she said carefully, "would you allow me to show you properties from the noble district?" She hesitated before continuing. "Of course, only those that are legal. Properties near the royal castle are restricted to nobles by kingdom law. However, there are a few estates on the outer edge of the district. The Merchant Guild is permitted to sell those." She did not know whether Helena truly had the funds. Prices there were absurd. Even wealthy merchants hesitated before purchasing property in that area. "Yes," Helena said, interest sparking. "Let's take a look at the nobleness." Lysandra's tension spiked. This was dangerous territory. A single property in the noble district could cripple Rob's entire business 5 times over. Even if he sold himself and every employee under him, it would not be enough. Before she could warn Helena, Riers had already pulled out the documents. 3 small mansions. Helena glanced over them, her expression visibly bored. "Is this the best?" Riers stiffened. "Does Lady Helena still find them unsuitable?" "They're too small," Helena replied. "And old." Riers's thoughts churned. Is she joking? These were estates a wealthy commoner could only obtain by sacrificing generations of accumulated wealth. "I'm afraid," Riers said slowly, "this is the best I can offer. Larger properties are limited exclusively to nobles under kingdom law. They are too close to the royal castle." Helena clicked her tongue. DCH. The noble system again. She flipped through the last document Riers had shown her, fingers idly playing with the edge of the paper. Too small. She was about to dismiss it like the rest, when a thought surfaced. Wait. Her movements slowed. Wasn't her old family noble? She had been sent to a convent as punishment, not exiled, not erased. A small smile crept onto her lips, then she giggled. Lysandra's blood ran cold. "It's here." Helena looked up at Riers. "If I'm a noble," she asked lightly, "can you show me the best ones?" Riers blinked, clearly caught off guard. She recovered quickly, professionalism snapping back into place. Forced, she said, but Lady Helena must be a noble herself. Being merely related is not enough. Don't worry about that, Helena replied cheerfully. I'm 100% pure noble blood. She tapped a finger against her temple, brows knitting as if searching through a pile of useless memories. All right, I remember. Both Rears and Lysandra stiffened. Winterwell, Helena said casually. That's my family name. Eh? Lysandra let out, before she could stop herself. Rears paused. Winterwell. She steadied her breath. You mean the Winterwell family of Count Andrew? Helena looked at her. You know him? It is our duty, Rears replied carefully, to remember the heads of noble families. Her gaze sharpened as she studied Helena again. Was there a daughter like her in the Winterwell line? Helena's jaw tightened. She looked away for half a second, then spoke through clenched teeth. I'm his daughter. The words tasted bitter. She almost bit her tongue, forcing them out. Helena glanced at Lysandra. Lysandra was sweating. In her mind, only one thought looped endlessly. Please don't let this be a lie. Lying about noble status was a death sentence. If this went wrong, both of them would lose their heads. She wasn't ready to die. Rears fell silent. Her expression hardened, professionalism giving way to caution. Forgive my rudeness, Lady Helena, she said slowly, but do you have any proof that you belong to the Winterwell family? I don't, Helena answered calmly. Lysandra's vision swam. Execution. She saw it clearly. Helena continued, unfazed. I don't have anything on me that can prove it. Rears exhaled, then straightened. In that case, she said, there is another method. We can confirm it through the record. The record? Lysandra asked instinctively. A tool provided by the royal family, Rears explained. It contains general information on noble families, names, members, lineage. Helena nodded once. That will do. Even she wasn't certain it would still recognize her. What if her name had been removed? What if she no longer existed there? She did not show any of it. Rears studied her closely. Are you certain you wish to use the record to confirm your identity? If Helena hesitated now, it would mean everything. Helena did not flinch. Yes. Chapter 18. What can't be sold. Helena was munching on the cookies Rears had prepared for them. Rears had said it would take a little time to retrieve the record from storage. After all, it contained information on noble houses, so she had ordered refreshments for Helena and Lysandra. While they waited, Lysandra held her teacup tightly, careful not to spill even a single drop, while Rears quietly went through some of her personal documents at the desk. Helena took a sip of her tea and let out a soft sigh of relief. The sound echoed more than she expected. The room had been completely silent before that. Lysandra glanced at her. Rears also looked up briefly, then returned to her work without comment. Lysandra tugged lightly at Helena's clothes. She wanted to ask her, quietly and urgently, whether she truly was from a noble family. But before she could speak, the door opened. A member of the Merchant Guild entered, carrying a triangular object that looked almost like a trophy. He placed it carefully on the table. I brought the record, Lady Rears, he said. Rears did not look up immediately. She finished organizing her documents first, then nodded. The man said nothing more and left the room, leaving the record behind. Helena finished her tea. Lysandra tried to do the same, but the tea was still too hot. She flinched slightly. Calm down, Lyasi, Helena said lightly. Take your time. Rears finally spoke. Lady Helena, this tool is called the record. It holds general information about noble houses. We do not usually take it out so casually, but I used my authority to retrieve it. Her eyes flicked toward Helena. Her expression showed no emotion, but her thoughts were far from calm. Was this girl truly a noble? Or was she lying and wasting Rears's time? If it was the latter, Rears would make sure the consequences were severe enough to be remembered for generations. Rears stood up from her chair for the first time and moved to stand beside Helena and Lysandra. She adjusted the record so it sat directly in front of Helena. Helena examined it with interest. A magic tool, perhaps. She had not used one in a century. Earth did not have magic tools, though it had its own replacements. Artifacts powered by mutant cause a raw ether. She placed her empty cup down. So Helena asked casually, where's the keyboard? Do I type my name? Or is this thing voice activated? Rears did not understand the words, but she understood the intent. You simply need to place your finger here, she said, pointing to a small indentation beneath the triangular screen. It was shaped perfectly to fit any finger. Helena tilted her head slightly. A fingerprint scan? She placed her finger inside. It will take a small amount of your blood, Rears added. You do not mind? Helena nodded. Rears pressed a small switch on the side of the record. Helena felt a light prick at the tip of her finger, like a needle. She let it happen without flinching. All right, you can remove your finger now, Rears said. Helena pulled her hand back and looked at it. There was only a tiny drop of blood. Rears took out a handkerchief and wiped Helena's finger clean. The gesture was smooth, practiced, almost elegant. Lysandra crossed her fingers tightly, her eyes fixed on the screen. The surface of the record flickered, turning hazy. All three of them stared. One watched for profit. One watched out of curiosity. One watched for her very fate. The screen cleared. An image appeared. Helena. She looked younger in it. Maybe 16, very different from the woman who now looked around 25. Alessandra let out a sound as her vision went white. Ria's smile widened. It was not a dud after all. Text appeared beside the image. Helena Winterwell, eldest daughter of the Winterwell family. Helena spoke immediately, as if nothing dramatic had happened at all. Can we proceed now? If possible, I'd like to sleep in my own house tonight. Yes, of course, Ria said quickly. Lady Helena, I will show you the best options available. Helena turned to Lysandra. Lysandra had collapsed. She looked like someone who had just won a gamble after losing 99 times in a row. Helena shook her gently. Lysandra snapped awake with a scream. Execution. Her senses rushed back as she looked around. She was not on an execution platform. She was still in Riza's office. Her eyes darted to the record, to the name. She stared for a second longer. Then relief flooded her face. I'm saved. Helena placed a hand on Lysandra's head and patted her gently. Lysandra instinctively leaned into it, then froze. I'm not a child, she protested, straightening up. And why didn't you tell me you were from a noble family? Helena blinked. I forgot. Lysandra stared into her eyes, clearly debating whether friendly punches were still considered friendly. Helena turned toward Rears. Rears stood there with a smile that looked very carefully pasted onto her face. Helena could feel it even before Rears spoke. Half an hour passed, and the troubled look returned to Rears' face. Again, more rejections, more carefully worded explanations. Helena had called several grand mansions decent. Just decent, nothing more. Rears leaned back slightly, fingers laced together, her thoughts racing. What exactly did she want? A sky castle? She had already shown everything officially available, or almost everything. There was still one. That one was not meant to be sold like this. Not casually. Not to someone who walked in off the street, noble or not. And the Winterwell family was not known for absurd wealth. They had status, yes, but not this kind of spending power. And yet the woman sitting in front of her behaved as if the world's treasury belonged to her. Helena watched Riaz closely. She had nearly chosen one of the grand mansions. Nearly. Her instincts had nudged her toward it, but something felt off. Rears was holding something back. That realization alone was enough for Helena to change her mind. She rejected the decent options one by one. Calmly, Rears inhaled, about to say the familiar line, "This is all we have." Helena sighed instead. She already knew how to push past this level. Without another word, she placed 5 shining coins on the table. The sound they made was soft, heavy, final. Rears looked down. Blink. Lysandra looked down. Blink. Rears slowly removed her glasses, polished them with her sleeve, and put them back on. Then she looked again. Her eyes widened, so abruptly it almost hurt to watch. PPP platinum gold coins? Rears blurted out. Helena smiled. A small gift from me. Lysandra froze. She had never seen a platinum gold coin in person, but she knew exactly what it meant. The highest valued coin on the continent. 1 platinum gold coin equaled 1,000 gold coins. With a single gold coin, a family of 4 could live comfortably for a month. Helena had just placed 5,000 gold coins on the table, enough to buy a high-quality house near the noble district. Just like that. Rears stared at the coins, then at Helena, her mouth slightly open. Helena tilted her head, amused. Rears knew she had been caught. Still, she carefully picked up 1 coin, examining it from every angle. The design was impossibly intricate, layered with micro-patterns that could not be replicated by ordinary means. Platinum coins were notorious for this, nearly impossible to counterfeit. This one was real, perfect, fresh, too perfect. Rears did not ask how Helena had obtained them. She smiled instead. A big fish. No, bigger. She slid the coins discreetly into her pocket and cleared her throat. I apologize for my earlier behavior, Lady Helena. Helena waved it off cheerfully. Don't worry. Don't worry. So now show me what you've been hiding. Rears hesitated, then nodded. Well, Lady Helena, first of all, I cannot sell that property to you directly. Helena's brow furrowed slightly. Still not enough. Rears raised a hand quickly. Not because I don't want to, simply because the authority to sell it does not belong to me. Helena leaned forward, listening. But, Rears continued, there is a way for you to obtain it. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a blue and gold card. An invitation. Helena took it and examined it carefully. It was an auction invitation, but not just an auction invitation. It carried Reese's personal recommendation. A silent statement. This person is worth our time. Helena glanced at the date. Her eyes lit up. Tonight? Yes, Reers said. The grand auction is tonight. She smiled knowingly. There will be many valuable items, and one in particular that I believe Lady Helena will like very much. Rears opened a separate file, one kept apart from the rest, and slid out a final document. Helena looked at it. Then she grinned. She raised her eyes to Rears. I like it. Rears straightened, her tone shifting. This property is the pride of the Merchant Guild, she said. It originally belonged to a ducal household. Helena listened quietly. As you know, only dukes may maintain their primary residence within the capital. This estate belonged to a duke family that no longer exists. A faint chill ran down Lysandra's spine. After the fall of that house, the land was reclaimed by the royal family. Rears continued. Properties of that rank are not meant to be bought or sold. At best, they are bestowed by the crown. Helena tilted her head. Then how did the Merchant Guild get it? Rears giggled softly. We are the Merchant Guild. Given enough time and persuasion, we can convince almost anyone to sell their soul. She waved it off lightly. The guild master secured it legally. It was not easy. Her eyes gleamed. For years, we have restored it, expanded it, perfected it. She spoke with quiet confidence. No house in the capital, aside from the royal palace itself, can compare. She straightened. This kingdom currently has 3 active ducal houses. One fell a century ago. This estate belonged to that fallen house. She gestured subtly. Like the other ducal estates anchoring the district, this one stands in the final direction. Helena leaned back. So it still represents ducal authority. Yes, Rears said. Our prestige. The highest noble status short of royalty. Helena smiled faintly. Then how much would it cost? Rears thought for a moment. The most expensive residence belongs to Duke Merlo. By market estimation alone, its value is no less than 100 platinum gold coins. She met Helena's gaze. This estate would exceed that. Her smile sharpened. This is not just property, it is status. She extended her hand. So, will you participate in the auction under my recommendation? Helena glanced at the offered hand, then back at Rears. Aren't you trusting me a little too much? Helena asked. What if those coins were all I had? Rears laughed. Do you know what I did before I worked here? Helena shrugged. No idea. I was a gambler, Rears said, clasping Helena's hand. And tonight, she added, eyes shining, I'm gambling on you. Chapter 19. A bet worth making. Night had fallen over the capital city of Grant. It should have been a quiet hour, the kind where streets softened and lantern light ruled alone. But this was the capital of a kingdom, and silence had no authority here. Even the night streets buzzed with energy, voices and movement flowing like a restless current. The most crowded place of all was a grand auction hall. Guards hurried back and forth as a long line of luxurious carriages passed through the massive gates. Though there was a checkpoint, little effort was required. Servants handled everything in advance. For noble carriages, a single glance at the family crest was enough. No inspections, no delays. And it was not only nobles of the kingdom who had come. Foreign nobles, wealthy merchants, influential figures from distant lands. Anyone who could afford to attend was here. Tonight's auction promised items too rare, too valuable to be missed. One of the guards stood at his post, bowing deeply as a viscount's carriage rolled past. Another followed, and another. He let out a quiet huff as he straightened again, his back protesting. He tilted his head toward the night sky. At this point, am I guarding the gate or just bowing all night? He had lost count of how many times he had bent at the waist. A low murmur rippled through the crowd outside the gates. The guard barely reacted at first. That usually meant another famous name had arrived. It was normal, expected. He prepared himself to hear the familiar sounds, wooden wheels creaking, hooves striking stone. But what reached his ears instead made him freeze. A deep, low rumble, steady, controlled. It was accompanied by a smooth, almost musical hum, mechanical, yet refined. His brows knit together. What the hell is that? The sound grew closer. The guards turned as one. What emerged from the street was something none of them had ever seen. A black shape glided forward beneath the lantern light. For a heartbeat, the guard's mind screamed monster. Its body was sleek and unnatural, wrapped in polished black with silver accents that caught the light like flowing metal. Glass replaced windows. 4 wheels rolled beneath it, silent and smooth. Unlike any carriage he had known. Black beast. He nearly reached for his signal horn, until he realized it was shaped like a carriage. No legs, no hooves, just motion. The guard had no word for it. He had never seen a car. There were no cars in this world. This was Helena's artifact. Vintage luxury sedan, black with silver trim, moving at an unhurried, confident pace. It carried an aura of wealth so heavy it pressed against the senses. The guard swallowed and forced himself to breathe. Calm down. Professional. Professional. Relief washed over him when he noticed a figure inside, visible behind the glass. Though he could not see her face clearly, the golden masquerade mask covering the upper half of it gleamed unmistakably. Masks were permitted tonight, even encouraged. It was part of the auction's theme, though most guests had no need for them. Their identities were already well known. The guard straightened fully. For once, this was not just another bow. He raised his arm, palm outward, signaling the vehicle to halt. Even as he did, doubt flickered through his mind. Will it even stop? I don't even know how that thing moves. The doubt vanished instantly. The strange vehicle slowed smoothly and came to a perfect stop before the gate. The guard exhaled and stepped forward, bending slightly to peer through the glass. The woman in the golden mask did not look at him. One hand rested casually on the strange wheel before her. With the other, she lifted her thumb and gestured backward. The rear door opened on its own. The guard stiffened. A second woman stepped out. She too wore a mask, but with swift, practiced elegance. She removed it as she straightened. The guard's breath caught. Lady Rears, head of the property management department of the Merchant Guild. His spine snapped straighter than it had all night. Whatever this strange carriage was, whatever sort of woman sat behind its wheel, this arrival was no ordinary guest. Rears settled back into the car after confirming matters with the guard. He stepped aside at once and returned to his post, posture rigid, eyes forward. The door closed softly. Inside, Rears adjusted herself into the back seat. Lysandra sat beside her, also wearing a mask, her posture stiff with restrained nerves. Outside, attention had already begun to gather. People stared. Whispers spread. What is that carriage? There are no horses. Is it a magic tool? I want one. Will the Merchant Guild start selling these? Speculation piled upon speculation. None of them knew it yet, but if the Merchant Guild ever sold a horseless carriage like this, it would not be a novelty. It would be a revolution. Rears crossed one leg over the other and leaned back into the soft leather seat. The interior was absurdly comfortable. Too comfortable. The materials alone were extravagant, and the small details felt excessive. Deliberately so. She ran her fingers lightly across the armrest. Overkill, she thought, but magnificent. Lysandra, meanwhile, kept her hands folded tightly in her lap, as if afraid that moving too much might cause something terrible to happen. Rears looked forward. Helena, do you really not know how your friend made this car thing? Helena had already told her to drop the formalities, so Rears no longer used titles. I don't, Helena replied casually, eyes on the path ahead. Ether engineering isn't my strong suit. She shrugged slightly. Besides, I'm a consumer. I don't care how it works. If it works, that's enough. Rears fell silent. Shock had come first when she saw the sedan, then excitement, then greed. This thing was a gold mine. If it could be replicated, even partially, the Merchant Guild would drown in profit. She had already tried, asked if magic tool experts could examine it, offered control testing, promised Helena full ownership and business rights. Helena had shut it down calmly. It wasn't a magic tool. It was an artifact. Magic tool knowledge wouldn't even scratch the surface, and the person who made it was already dead. Rears had backed off, reluctantly. She glanced around the interior again, rubbing her fingers against the leather. Not just the movement, but the silence, the smoothness, the lack of vibration. You barely noticed when it started moving if the engine was already on. It was absurd. Helena suddenly giggled. If you want one, I can lend it to you for a few days. Rears froze. You have more than one. I do, Helena replied easily. Rears opened her mouth, then hesitated. Helena continued, still casual. I'm just saying, as friends, I can let you use it for a few days. No charge. Rears shook her head, half laughing. No, that's not what I meant. But the truth slipped out anyway. I would love to drive one myself. She paused, realizing how strange that sounded. People like her did not drive. That was what servants were for. And yet Helena was driving herself, and somehow, it felt right. This isn't something you hand off, Rears admitted. It's something you experience. Helena smiled. I can teach you after the auction. Rears blinked, then smiled back. I'd like that. She glanced out the window. They had already passed the main entrance and were heading toward the carriage handling area. Outside, people were still staring at the black vehicle as it glided by, curiosity burning in their eyes. Rears smirked. I love this already. Helena spoke again. Tonight's dinner is on you, Rears. Rears blinked. Oh, it wasn't that she couldn't afford it. The timing just caught her off guard. Helena continued calmly, eyes still forward. After all, you're the one making a fortune tonight. Am I? Rears asked lightly, but her grin betrayed her. If Helena was right, then she had already figured it out. Rears tried to play innocent. I don't understand, Helena. I understand half of that sentence. But Helena cut her off, glancing at Rears's reflection in the mirror. Those reference cards aren't for friends, she said simply. Am I wrong? Rears exhaled and laughed softly. So she knew. Lysandra looked between the two of them, completely lost. She had no idea what they were talking about. All she knew was that being here in this car, on the way to the grand auction, was doing terrible things to her stomach. She desperately wanted to disappear. Riaz gave up pretending. How did you know? Helena giggled. Hee. Just a gut feeling. Your gut feeling is terrifyingly accurate, Riaz admitted. She leaned back. You're not talking about commission from what you buy tonight, are you? Helena tilted her head slightly as the sedan slowed. Nope, she said. I'm talking about the big reward. Riaz sighed, then explained. The Merchant Guild rewards members whose reference guests spend the most at the auction. Not just money, status, influence, proof of value. She glanced at Helena. It shows who brings profit to the guild, who has connections worth keeping. After a brief pause, she added, I'm still called the rising star, you know. Helena hummed. I climbed fast, Riaz continued, but because of my age, people still think I got lucky. My position as department head isn't as secure as it looks. Helena nodded. So, if your reference spends the most tonight, you gain a solid achievement. Your position strengthens. Yes, Riaz said. Exactly. Helena glanced at her in the mirror. Then why me? 5 platinum coins. Don't exactly prove I'm endlessly rich. Riaz smiled faintly. I told you already. I used to be a gambler. She met Helena's gaze. And tonight, my instincts told me to bet on you. Helena's golden eyes gleamed behind her mask. She grinned. How lucky for you, she said softly. You just bet on something that can't lose. Riaz smiled back, fully convinced now that her choice had been right. Suddenly, Helena tapped the brakes. A carriage was blocking the path ahead. She frowned. What are they doing in the middle of the road? She pressed the horn. The sharp sound cut through the air, turning every head nearby. The man climbed down from the carriage with heavy, laboured steps, not because he was injured, because he was fat, excessively so. Each step made the wooden stair creak in protest, as he landed on the ground and straightened himself with visible effort. His face was already twisted in irritation. Who the hell is making that unpleasant sound? He barked. He turned toward the source of the noise and froze. Oh, his eyes widened. A carriage. No horses. 4 wheels. Black, glossy, unnatural. His irritation vanished instantly, replaced by greedy fascination. His lips parted slightly as a single thought rose in his mind. I want one. Behind him, another figure climbed down. A woman, just as round as he was. Then, 2 children followed, both sharing the same unmistakable build, as if excess weight truly ran in their blood. The woman adjusted her dress and frowned. What happened, honey? The man opened his mouth to answer. Beep. The horn cut him off. Helena pressed it again. Beep. The man's mood soured instantly. He clicked his tongue loudly. TCH. Instead of ordering his driver to move the carriage out of the way, he puffed out his chest and began stomping toward the strange vehicle, each step heavy and deliberate. Several personal guards hurried after him. Inside the sedan, Helena was visibly annoyed. She just wanted the path cleared. The man had stepped down, stared, and now chosen to walk over personally instead of doing the obvious thing. He hadn't even bothered to tell his driver to move. Helena glanced sideways at Riaz. Should I run him over? Riaz stiffened. Please don't, she said quickly. Even if he looks like that, he is a noble of the kingdom. If I remember correctly, he's a viscount from some rural territory, she added hurriedly. And please don't make jokes like that. Helena didn't look away from the windshield. I'm not joking, she replied calmly. Riaz swallowed. Lysandra quietly wished for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Chapter 20. VIP seats. Helena was genuinely annoyed. She wanted this auction finished, her house secured, and her bed claimed as soon as possible. Instead, an overweight mass of flesh had stepped down from his carriage and had not even bothered to clear the road. Did he really think everyone else would simply wait for him? Helena was not usually short-tempered. Probably, but she had not rested properly since arriving in the capital. Yes, she could stay awake for weeks if she wanted to. That did not mean she wanted to. And when fatigue piled up, her mood shifted. Like now, her fingers tightened on the wheel. Maybe, Helena had said lightly, it would be good if we had fewer competitors at the auction. The sedan hummed as she pressed the accelerator. From the outside, it looked like a refined luxury vehicle. Elegant, calm, civilized. It was not. This sedan was an artifact born from the apocalypse world. Nothing about it was normal. It was not designed to run over obstacles. That was inefficient and damaging. Instead, it was equipped with an ether shield knockback system, originally meant to clear through swarms of mutant zombies without harming the vehicle itself. Anything that collided with it would be violently repelled, shattered, launched, reduced to debris. If this sedan struck the approaching noble head-on, he would not be injured. He would become art, a very red painting on a nearby wall. Riaz snapped out of her shock. No, please don't, she said urgently. We'll be in serious trouble if you kill him. Lord Winterwell would not be pleased if he heard his daughter killed another noble. Helena tilted her head slightly, sounding almost cheerful. Oh, then I guess running him over really is a good idea. Did you even hear what I just said? Riaz shouted. Helena did not answer her directly. Okay, then. she said calmly. Grab your seats. We're going a little off-road. What? Rias started. Lysandra did not even manage a sound. The sedan surged forward. Rias screamed. Lysandra screamed louder. Outside, the fat noble yelped as the vehicle suddenly lunged toward him. He lost his footing and crashed down onto his backside with a wheezing grunt. His guards panicked, rushing to help him up, shouting in confusion. Some reached for weapons, others froze. Can you even stop something like that? The sedan was already upon them. At the last second, Helena spun the steering wheel. The car drifted sharply to the side, tires screaming as it slid past the guards with terrifying precision, missing them by inches. Wind and displaced air knocked several men flat as the sedan shot through the gap and sped onward. Inside, Helena laughed brightly. Ha ha, that's the true essence of driving. She glanced ahead, eyes sharp, smile wide. Get the hell out of my way, she added pleasantly. You dumbasses. Helena parked the sedan alongside the carriages. Coach drivers and attendants stared openly at the strange vehicle, eyes full of curiosity and confusion. As Helena stepped out, she wore a satisfied smile, like someone who had just finished a pleasant stroll rather than narrowly avoiding disaster. The rear door opened. Lysandra stumbled out and immediately dropped to her knees. She looked like she might vomit. From the other side, Rias exited as well. Unlike Lysandra, she managed to stay on her feet, though she swayed slightly, one hand pressed to her temple as the world spun. Helena clasped her hands behind her back and asked cheerfully, So, did you enjoy it? How were my driving skills? Like hell we did, Lysandra and Rias shouted in unison. Helena flinched. Lysandra forced herself upright, wobbling as she stood, then grabbed Helena firmly by both shoulders. Her expression was frighteningly calm. Too calm. Don't ever drive like that, she said, each word clipped and sharp. At least not with me. Helena nodded rapidly, swallowing. She nodded, so hard it looked like her neck might snap. Okay, I won't. Rias took a slow breath. The dizziness faded, and her usual composed expression returned. All right, she said, straightening her clothes. Helen, Lysandra, let's go register you first. Register? Helena asked. Rias nodded. Proof of reference. The Merchant Guild needs to record who invited whom. Oh, right, Helena said brightly. Let's go. The three of them headed inside. Unfortunately, Helena had forgotten to drop them near the entrance and had instead driven all the way to the carriage handling area, so it took extra time to circle back. By the time all formalities were completed, nearly half an hour had passed. They finally stood before the entrance to the auction hall. There was still time before it began. Rias checked her appearance one last time. Important people would be inside tonight. Lysandra, on the other hand, had been checking herself non-stop ever since they arrived, her nerves visible in every movement. Helena looked completely at ease. She might as well have been walking through her own garden. Rias decided to remove her mask. There was no need for it. Helena kept hers on because she liked it. Lysandra kept hers on because it gave her just enough confidence to exist without panicking. No one could recognize her if she messed up. A management member waited at the door for final verification. He clearly recognized Rias, but she still handed over her passes. Procedure was procedure. The doors opened silently. Light spilled out. The trio stepped inside, greeted by the brilliance and noise of the auction hall. Helena glanced around and said flatly, Are we in a fish market? The hall was packed. Voices overlapped, conversations layered on top of one another, the air buzzing with anticipation. As they walked, some people glanced their way. Lady Rias? Then who are the other two? I know masks are loud, but isn't that a bit much? Others whispered back. Don't say it like that. They're probably big names. That's why they want anonymity. They reached their seats. Because of Rias's position in the Merchant Guild, she had a front-free IP section. Not just seats, but a small area designed for a group. High-ranking members were allowed to reference multiple guests, so these sections existed for that purpose. Rias rarely used it. She had connections, nobles, merchants, influential figures, but her reputation as a rising rookie made it hard to secure the right people. She refused to fill her space with chatterers and opportunists who would rot her brain with meaningless conversation. Tonight, she had invited only one person, Helena. The trio sat down. Helena looked around at the empty seats beside them. All this space just for us, she said happily. I like luxury. Rias smiled. Please, make yourself comfortable. It's fully ours. Helena sat down with a little bounce. Lysandra sat down as if the seat were made of glass. It did not take long for Helena to get bored. The auction still had not started, and waiting had never been her strength. Eventually, she decided Lysandra's lap was far more useful than the sofa. She shifted without warning, made herself comfortable, and lay back with her head resting there, staring up at the ceiling. Lysandra froze. Helena, meanwhile, looked completely at peace, idly playing with the small, colourful cube in her hands, turning it over and over as if nothing else in the world mattered. Rears noticed. She glanced at Helena, then away, pinching the bridge of her nose internally. Manners? Never mind. Before she could dwell on it further, footsteps approached their section. A small group entered. Weir straightened instantly. At the front of the group walked an old man, his back slightly hunched. He looked somewhere between 60 and 70, though the curve of his posture suggested an old injury rather than age alone. His presence carried weight, quiet but unmistakable. Rear stood at once. Lysandra noticed and instinctively tried to rise as well, then remembered Helena was still using her lap as a pillow. Panic flickered across her face as she sat there awkwardly, half frozen, half terrified. Rears bowed deeply. Guild Master. There was only one person she would ever address that way. The old man laughed warmly. Ha, young Rears. I thought you planned to attend the auction alone again this year. His eyes shifted toward the two masked figures beside her. Good to see you've brought company. Rears smiled politely. Yes, I was fortunate enough to find reliable participants to attend the auction with me. The Guild Master looked at the two masked women, clearly expecting them to stand, greet him, or at least acknowledge his presence. There was no reaction. Helena did not even glance his way, still lying comfortably on Lysandra's lap, absorbed in her little cube. A sharp mutter came from behind the old man. Don't they have any manners? The Guild Master ignored it entirely. Rears, however, felt a bead of sweat form. She shot Helena a subtle glance, trying to silently convey please, at least this way. Helena did not. Rears quickly changed the subject. Guild Master, I'm surprised to see you here, she said smoothly. I thought you'd be enjoying the auction with your friends in your own section. The old man's smile never wavered, but something about it made Rears uneasy. Oh, I was planning to, he said, but then I thought of you. Rears blinked. Me? I figured you might come alone again this year, he continued lightly, so I thought I'd help you out a little. Help? Rears glanced at the people standing behind him. A hopeful thought surfaced. Is he going to introduce them to me? A genuine smile bloomed on her face. It's very kind of you, Guildmaster, she said warmly. I didn't realize you cared so much. He laughed. Ha, of course, it's a senior's duty to help the juniors. Rears nodded, genuinely touched. Then the Guildmaster stepped aside. Well then, he said cheerfully, you ladies and children enjoy yourselves here. Rears froze. Ladies and children? Before she could question it, another group entered their section. Women, children, quite a few of them. Understanding hit her instantly. Outwardly, Rears maintained her composure. Internally, she was screaming, that sly old fox. The Guild Master had dumped them on her. The auction was a major event. Space was limited. These were clearly family members, wives and children of his associates. People who would be bored, restless, and distracting during the auction. He had offloaded them onto her session, so he could enjoy the auction peacefully elsewhere, and she could not refuse, not even if he had asked directly. Rears looked at the group, already feeling her headache forming. Across from her, the Guild Master's smile was as calm and satisfied as ever. Can I punch him? She wondered briefly. No. Control yourself, Rears. Calm down. She forced a polite smile. It will be a pleasure to get to know them all. The Guild Master chuckled. No need to. Thank me. Enjoy your time. And with that, he and his group departed. Rears let out a quiet sigh and turned back. Her eyes met Helena's. Helena did not say a word. She did not need to. The look in her eyes said everything. Your problem. Rears sighed again, then turned toward the group of women. Well, ladies, she said professionally, I'm Rears, head of the property management department of the Merchant Guild. It's a pleasure to meet you. The responses came quickly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Rears. I'm the wife of Marquis Villainess. I look forward to tonight. How charming. To think such a young woman holds such a position. Not all thoughts were spoken aloud. Just a commoner. Doesn't she know how to bow properly? Such poor manners. From the children came blunt curiosity. Mom, why is that masked lady sleeping there? Isn't that rude? Rears felt her head start to spin. This is going to cost me years of my life, she thought. And the auction had not even begun yet. Chapter 21. Escrow. The VIP section had quietly split itself into factions. Closest to Rears sat a small circle of noble ladies, smiling politely, voices light and measured as they chatted with her as if this were an afternoon tea party rather than a grand auction. They laughed at the right moments, nodded at the right pauses, and treated Rears as a host worth engaging. A little farther away was another group. These women kept their distance, their gazes sharp and assessing. To them, Rears was still a commoner who had risen too quickly, and Helena was a noble with no sense of decorum. They spoke among themselves, never directly addressing either of them. Their disapproval carried in posture and silence rather than words. Then there was Helena's faction, which consisted of Helena and Lysandra. She had claimed an entire sofa for herself, stretched out without the slightest hint of guilt, her head resting comfortably on Lysandra's lap. Lysandra sat rigid, afraid to move even an inch, as if the wrong motion might shatter the seat beneath her. Helena, meanwhile, was perfectly content, lazily twisting a colourful cube in her hands, turning it this way and that with quiet focus. The largest group, however, belonged to the children. They ranged from toddlers, barely able to sit still, to preteens already wearing the stiff expressions of young nobility. Unlike their parents, they felt no need to maintain distance or judgment. They whispered, stared, shuffled closer, curiosity burning openly in their eyes. Finally, one of them spoke up. A young noble girl, perhaps 10 years old, stepped forward, hands clenched at her sides. Her voice rang out, sharp and indignant. "Hey, don't you have any manners?" she shouted at Helena. "How can a noblewoman lie around like that in public? Aren't you embarrassed?" Lysandra stiffened, her hands tightening instinctively in her lap. She looked at the girl with visible distress, already imagining several social disasters unfolding at once. Helena stopped turning the cube. Slowly, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes met the girl's, flat, sharp, and distinctly annoyed. For a brief moment, the two stared at each other. Then Helena looked away and resumed twisting the cube, as if the interruption had not been worth acknowledging. The girl's face flushed red. "Don't just ignore me," she shouted. Before things could escalate further, one of the noble ladies near rear spoke up. "Stellar," she said, her tone firm but controlled. "Don't disturb other guests." She rose slightly from her seat. This was Marchioness Villainess, her expression caught somewhere between embarrassment and restraint. She clearly disapproved of Helena's posture herself, but unlike her daughter, she knew better than to voice it openly. Stellar spun toward her mother. "But Mom, she's a bad influence on the other kids." Marchioness Villainess followed her daughter's gaze. Several children had indeed been staring at Helena, wide-eyed and fascinated. She sighed and rested a hand on Stellar's shoulder. "Even so," she said quietly, "shouting like that is unbecoming of a noble lady. Your behavior is no better." By then, Helena had listened long enough. With a soft grunt, she pushed herself upright, stretching slightly as if her back had gone stiff. Lysandra let out a silent sigh of relief as the weight lifted from her lap. Helena stepped forward and looked down at the girl. "Hey," she said casually. "Little girl." "I'm not a little girl." Stellar snapped immediately. "Stellar," her mother warned sharply. Stellar flinched, realizing she had raised her voice again. She shot Helena a grumpy look, lips pressed into a thin line. Helena tilted her head, studying her. Then she smiled. "What a nice glare," she said lightly. "You've got spirit." She leaned forward a little. "I'm Helena. And what's the name of this young lady?" Stellar hesitated. She glanced at her mother. Marchioness Villainess smiled encouragingly. Stellar straightened, swallowed her irritation, and bowed her head just slightly, proper and practiced. "I'm Stella Villainess of House Villainess," she said. "Lady Helena." "Just Helen is fine," Helena replied easily. "Let's be friends. And don't worry, I won't lie down anymore." Stellar eyed her suspiciously, clearly unconvinced. Helena gestured lightly. "And this is Lysandra, my friend." Stellar glanced at the masked woman beside Helena and gave a small, polite greeting in return. Marchioness Villainess rested her hand gently atop Stellar's head. Stellar blushed faintly at the gesture. "Please be kind to my daughter," the Marchioness said to Helena. As her mother, Marchioness of House Villainess, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Helen." "The pleasure's mine," Helena replied. As they exchanged greetings, the children gathered behind Stellar continued staring unabashedly at Helena and Lysandra. Helena noticed and frowned slightly. "Why are they all still looking at us like that?" Marchioness Villainess chuckled softly. "It's probably the masks." Helena and Lysandra both reached up, touching their masks. "Oh," Helena said, "because of the masks." "Yes," the Marchioness said. "Children love things like that." Helena nodded slowly. It reminded her of Hannah when she was little, always wanting to wear masks, pretending to be heroes, monsters, anything but herself. Understanding softened her expression. She turned to the children and smiled brightly. "Hey, you all come here." The children looked at one another, uncertain. "Come on," Helena said again, her smile widening. "I've got gifts for everyone," she added cheerfully. "You too, Stella." Stella narrowed her eyes suspiciously, and then Helena giggled. It was not a reassuring giggle. The children leaned in anyway. The auction was about to begin. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, finishing his final preparations with practiced efficiency. He was difficult to place by age. Not young, not old. He had the unmistakable look of a man who smiled easily and charged dearly for it. In his hand was a small magic amplification tool. When he raised it, his voice rolled through the entire auction hall, clear and resonant, pulling every stray conversation to a halt. He smiled broadly and spoke in an unsettlingly cheerful tone. Honored nobles, esteemed patrons, and those brave enough to test the weight of their coin, welcome. A ripple of attention settled over the hall. Tonight's auction is reserved for those who believe their wealth speaks louder than their pride. Every item presented has been verified, sealed, and priced well beyond comfort. A few soft chuckles sounded from the crowd. If that makes you uneasy, the auctioneer added lightly, please feel free to enjoy the refreshments instead. He lifted the magic tool slightly. Raise your bids boldly. Hesitation is understandable. A pause, a grin. Now then, let us discover who truly came prepared. That was enough. All across the hall, bidding paddles were readied. Helena glanced down at her own. Simple, clean, unassuming. She was no longer sitting alone with just Lysandra beside her. Somehow, without planning it, she had acquired a faction. Children surrounded her on all sides, small bodies packed into the seats with restless excitement. On her right sat Lysandra, stiff but resigned to her fate. On her left sat Stellar, also masked now, trying very hard to look dignified and failing spectacularly. The masked faction had been born. Earlier, when Helena had called the children over, she had not simply teased them. She had made masks for them on the spot. Light, feathery things crafted with care, soft plastic composites shaped by her ability. No sharp edges, no heavy materials, nothing that could hurt them by accident. The smaller children had accepted them immediately, delighted. The older ones had hesitated. Helena had not allowed refusal, Stella least of all. Now every child wore a mask, colours and shapes varying wildly, turning their section into a chaotic little masquerade. From the outside, it looked ridiculous. From the inside, it felt oddly unified. Helena leaned back, completely at ease. She was somehow the big sister of the group, which was absurd, considering she was over a century old while looking firmly in her prime. Stella leaned closer, hissing in embarrassment. Sheesh, this is mortifying. Everyone is staring at us. Helena softly. Course they are. She tilted her head, examining Stella's mask. But I think you look extra cute like this. Stella froze. Something warm slipped into Helena's tone. Familiar, comforting. The same quiet reassurance she felt when her mother brushed her hair before bed. She did not know what to do with that feeling, so she looked away, then glanced back at Helena again. Her eyes met Lysandra's. Lysandra said nothing, but the look she gave Stella was clear. Just endure it. Helena was busy shepherding her little masked army when she felt it. A gaze, not hostile, not threatening, greedy perhaps, curious. She followed it back toward the stage. The auctioneer was looking directly at her. His smile widened when their eyes met. Helena did not return it. She understood immediately why he was watching her so closely. It was not because of the masks. It was because, before entering the main auction hall, Helena had had a very brief, very memorable conversation with the auction clerks, and it seemed word had already travelled. An hour earlier, Helena walked alongside Riaz and Lysandra through one of the quieter inner corridors of the auction complex, away from the noise and gathering guests. The atmosphere here was calmer, more procedural, the kind of place meant for paperwork rather than spectacle. Riaz slowed her steps slightly and glanced toward Helena, concern flickering across her face. Do you really want to do this? She asked. Helena looked at her. To what? Re-register your funds, Riaz replied. You don't have to. You know that, right? Helena did know. Riaz had already explained it to her. The auction house offered something called guild escrow registration. It was a system designed primarily for unreliable bidders or people entering the auction suddenly without established trust. Those who used it were required to register money or assets in advance, so the guild could be certain they could pay for whatever they bid on. Most nobles never bothered with it. Helena least of all. She's a Winterwell, Riaz continued, lowering her voice. The guild would trust you even if you only stated your name. You don't need escrow. That was a part Riaz couldn't understand. Helena had avoided using her family name at every opportunity. The only time she had acknowledged it was during noble confirmation, and even then only because it was required to access noble restricted items. Riaz frowned. Why are you so set on this? Lysandra hesitated before speaking up. Is there any problem if Helena registers her money in escrow? Riaz shook her head. No, not exactly, she sighed. But this system exists for people the guild doesn't trust. People who might bid recklessly and fail to pay later. Some even register land deeds or important family treasures. Helena listened calmly. I don't see it that way, she said. Registering my money won't make me look down on anyone, or be looked down upon. Riaz opened her mouth, but Helena cut her off gently, but firmly. I've already decided, she said, so show me where I do it. What was it called again? Guild escrow registration. Lysandra supplied. Yes, that, Helena said, nodding. Take me there. Riaz let out a long sigh. She knew that tone. Once Helena decided something, there was no point arguing further. All right, Riaz said. Come with me. They turned down another corridor. It took only a few minutes before they reached a plain-looking door guarded by a guild enforcer. The man straightened immediately upon seeing Riaz and bowed. Are they still accepting escrow registrations? Riaz asked. Yes, my lady, the guard replied. It's still available. Riaz nodded and gestured to Helena and Lysandra. Let's go in. She opened the door. Inside was a simple office. Several guild clerks were seated at their desks, their posture relaxed in the way of people who had just finished a long shift. The moment they saw Riaz, that relaxation vanished. One of them muttered under his breath, "Oh shit." Riaz shot him a glare. He immediately looked down, mortified. Riaz exchanged a few words with the clerk, who seemed to be in charge, then turned to Helena. We'll wait outside. Helena blinked. Huh? You don't want to see how much I'm registering? Riaz shook her head. It's against guild rules. The amount is confidential. Only you and the escrow clerks are allowed to know. She reached out, grabbed Lysandra by the wrist, and started pulling her toward the door. Come on, Riaz said. We'll wait. Before Lysandra could protest, she was dragged outside. The door closed. Helena was left alone with the clerks. They stared at her. This was the first time they had met a reference guest of Lady Riaz. Given Riaz's status, expectations were already high. None of them understood why such a person would be here, of all places. Helena broke the silence. So, she said, casually, hello, gentlemen. I'd like to register my money. The clerks snapped into work mode instantly. One man, clearly the head clerk, offered a polite smile despite the exhaustion in his eyes. Of course, my lady. How much would you like to register? Helena answered without hesitation. 1 million gold coins. The clerk blinked. Pardon? How much would you like to register? My lady, he repeated, still smiling. Helena frowned slightly. 1 million gold coins. Silence. Then, 1 million. Someone blurted out. The room erupted. She must be joking. That's impossible. Did we hear that right? Several clerks stared at Helena, waiting for her to laugh. She didn't. Her gaze made it painfully clear that they were wasting her time. Helena's voice dropped, calm but sharp. Will you register my funds or not? The head clerk swallowed hard. His hands trembled slightly. 1 million gold coins. That amount could buy the entire auction multiple times over, including the building they were standing in. He wanted to ask if she truly had it. He didn't dare. Helena sighed. She reached toward her storage rings. The air shimmered. A moment later, 4 heavy crates slammed onto the desk. Gold coins. Platinum gold coins. Then 2 solid stacks of pure gold bars appeared beside them. The room went dead silent. Sweat broke out across every face. Someone gulped audibly. The head clerk stared, eyes wide. Years of experience screamed at him that it was all real. Every coin, every bar. He looked up at Helena through her mask. She looked utterly unconcerned, as if she had just set down spare change. No hesitation, no pride, like pulling candy from a pocket. The head clerk snapped back into motion. What are you standing around for? He barked at his subordinates. Start measuring. Verify values. Now. The clerk scrambled. Scales were dragged out. Ledgers opened. Magic verification tools activated. The auction was about to begin. There was no time to be stunned. As they worked, the head clerk's thoughts raced. The auctioneer had to be informed immediately. If this woman was bidding tonight, no misunderstanding could be allowed. If the auctioneer even suspected she couldn't pay, it could ruin everything. And yet, as the head clerk worked, a grin slowly crept onto his face. Who the hell did Lady Riaz bring this time? A walking gold mine? No. Something far more dangerous than that. One thing was certain. This would be the greatest auction the Merchant Guild had ever held. And it hadn't even started yet. Chapter 22. Bait. The Merchant Guild Master sat comfortably in his private VIP section, surrounded by a small group of figures who all carried weight in the kingdom. Dukes, magnates, old money nobles, people for whom auctions were not entertainment, but hunting grounds. One of the men closest to him leaned back with a satisfied sigh. At least now we can properly enjoy the night, he said. The guild master chuckled softly. Haha, that sounds like a man who has finally escaped his household, he replied, eyes glinting as he turned slightly. I suspect married life is giving you trouble again, Lord Merlot. The man addressed was Duke Merlot, past middle age. His hair had begun to grey at the temples and faint lines marked his face, but his body was still solid, his posture steady. He was the current head of House Merlot, ruler of a vast dukedom, owner of some of the largest mines in the kingdom, and a man whose wealth came not only from land, but from instinct. Merlot was not the wealthiest man in the kingdom, but he was one of the most dangerous, because he could smell opportunity, and at this very moment, his attention was elsewhere. "Is something wrong, Lord Merlot?" the guild master asked, noticing his silence. "You've been wandering inside your own head for a while now." In the background, the auctioneer's voice rang out. "Final call. Ein Wyvenhart last chance. You won't see this again for several months." Merlot did not even glance at the stage. He blinked, snapped out of his thoughts, and shook his head slightly. "Nothing, Master Iggs," he said calmly. "It's just..." His eyes drifted briefly toward the crowd. "I can't seem to forget that young lady in the golden mask." Iggs smiled knowingly. "Oh," he said lightly. "Does Lord Merlot plan to bring a new concubine into House Merlot?" He leaned in with mock helpfulness. "If you wish, I could ask young Rears to look into her background." Merlot finally turned to him, his expression firm. "I think you misunderstand me, Master Iggs." He let out a quiet breath. "These old bones can't keep up with young blood anymore." Iggs raised an eyebrow. "What I mean," Merlot continued, "is that there was something particular about her." He frowned slightly, searching for the right words. "I can't point it out, and that unsettles me." For a fleeting moment, Merlot considered Iggs's suggestion. Was it attraction? The woman had a striking figure, even beneath her composed posture. Her presence carried an undeniable aura, one that suggested beauty hidden behind the mask. But no, he dismissed the thought almost immediately. "It isn't desire," Merlot realized. "It's something else, something closer to instinct. Profit, risk, opportunity." That was what bothered him. He turned back to Iggs. "Do you know anything about her?" Iggs thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No, Rears hasn't reported who she invited." He smirked faintly. "With the mask on, it's difficult to tell who she is, but if you wish, I can look into it. No one escapes our intelligence network for long." Merlot gave a short, thoughtful hum. "No, not yet." He shifted his gaze back toward the stage. "That's a matter for later. For now, we focus on what's in front of us." Iggs followed his line of sight. Several items had already been sold, but none of them mattered to the people seated here. Trinkets, ingredients, curiosities. The true prizes were still waiting. The last two items. Nothing else tonight would surpass them. As if on cue, auction staff brought the next item onto the stage. A murmur spread through the hall. It was a stuffed animal, a black lion, its body plush and finely crafted, its mane a soft shade of grey. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an expensive toy, something meant for children of absurdly wealthy households. Then the light caught its eyes. Two black gemstones were set where its eyes should be. Perfectly cut, perfectly embedded, not decorative, functional. The auctioneer laughed softly, enjoying the confusion. "Take your time," he said cheerfully. "This item has been waiting for months. It can wait a few more seconds." He gestured toward the lion. "Or perhaps not." His smile widened, presenting a one-of-a-kind piece, a deceptively cute stuffed animal embedded with rare black gems. He paused deliberately. "You may not see this again." A low murmur rippled through the auction hall. At first, it was confusion, then disbelief, then outrage. "Are they insane? Those are black hearts. In a children's toy." The black gemstone set into the stuffed lion's eyes caught the light again, and the murmuring deepened. Black hearts. That was what those diamonds were called. One of the highest classes of gemstones known on the continent. They were found almost exclusively in the north, buried deep beneath frozen land and brutal terrain. Even if one were to count every black heart ever unearthed, the number would not exceed 100 across the entire continent. They were that rare, that valuable, that revered. And here they were, used as eyes in a stuffed toy. To many nobles, it felt like sacrilege, an insult to the gemstone itself. "This is madness. Those gems should be set into necklaces, not toys. What kind of lunatic would allow this?" But the Merchant Guild understood something very simple about human nature. People liked to believe they were right. They liked correcting others, fixing what they believed was being misused, taking control of something they deemed improper. And the auctioneer could see it written plainly across the hall, in narrowed eyes, in clenched jaws, in hands tightening around bidding paddles. There were people here who wanted that toy not because they cared about it, but because they wanted to rip the diamonds out, to use them properly, to restore order, to feel justified. And on the other side of the hall, there were parents, nobles who adored their children, men and women for whom wealth meant nothing if it could not buy wonder. To them, this was not an insult, it was a miracle, a one-of-a-kind gift that no other child in the world could ever receive. Treasure that said, "You are loved." The Merchant Guild had baited both sides perfectly. Correctors, electors, parents, no matter who won, the guild profited. Bidding had already climbed past reason. 18,000 gold, 20,000, 22,000 gold coins for a stuffed toy. Those who did not understand the game watched in awe, enjoying the spectacle without realizing they were witnessing a masterfully engineered trap. A price alone, The toy had already become the most expensive item sold so far tonight. In the private VIP section, Guildmaster Ixes leaned back, thoroughly pleased. He smiled and spoke casually, as if commenting on the weather. Humans are such simple creatures, he said. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Merlot? Duke Merlot did not answer immediately. His brow was furrowed. His gaze remained fixed on the stage. I always believed I understood the Merchant Guild, he said slowly, but sometimes I think I still don't know you well enough. He let out a short breath, setting bait so that the fish swims happily toward its own death. Merlot continued, that is impressive. Ix's smile widened. And yet, Merlot added, a faint smile tugging at his lips, it seems I must become a fish myself tonight. Ix's turned toward him, surprised. My lord, he asked, surely you don't intend to bid on that? Merlot chuckled softly. Oh, I do. He leaned back slightly. I've been feeling a gaze from across the hall ever since this item appeared, he said. I know exactly where it's coming from. Ix's blinked. Your wife? Precisely. Merlot replied with a resigned smile. She would absolutely want this as a gift. He lifted his bidding paddle. So yes, he said calmly, I will take the bait. Ixis laughed. Well, he said, raising his glass slightly, who am I to stop you? Bid to your heart's content, Duke Merlot. And somewhere in the hall, the price climbed again. On the other side of the auction hall, in Riaz's VIP section, emotions were boiling over. Excitement, greed, thinly veiled outrage. The controversy surrounding the stuffed toy had spread like fire. Most of the people seated there were noble ladies from wealthy houses, and while many wore expressions of refinement, their eyes betrayed them. Again and again, their gazes drifted back to the stage, to the black gemstones gleaming from the toy's eyes. Black hearts, even knowing how rare and valuable those gems were, made their throats dry. Several women rose abruptly from their seats. I'll be right back, one said curtly, already moving. Another followed, then another. They hurried off toward their husbands' sections, determination written plainly on their faces. Whatever persuasion, threats, or tears it took, they intended to secure that toy, only to tear it apart later and reclaim the gems for themselves. Helena watched the scene with mild interest. Her eyes returned to the stuffed lion on stage. She wanted it. The thought was simple, honest, uncomplicated. She didn't care that she was far too old for toys. She didn't care how absurd it would look. She wanted it because her heart wanted it. And Helena had never been the type to argue with herself. She murmured softly, almost to herself, should I bid or not? The auction was only halfway through. Before she could think further, she felt something press lightly against her thigh. Helena looked down. A small hand rested there. Stellar. The young noble girl's eyes were locked on the stage, wide and unblinking, her fingers curled slightly as if resisting the urge to reach out. Helena followed Stellar's gaze back to the toy, then looked at the girl again. A smirk curved her lips. What's wrong, Stellar? Helena asked lightly. Do you want it? Stellar startled, as if caught stealing. She immediately looked away, cheeks faintly pink. And no, she said too quickly. I don't want something so childish. Helena hummed, unconvinced. She glanced toward Marchioness Venenia. The Marchioness hadn't spoken, but her eyes were also fixed firmly on the stage. That told Helena everything. Around them, the masked children were scattering. One by one, they ran toward their parents, tugging at sleeves, whispering urgently, some already on the verge of tears. Crying echoed faintly across the section. Helena ignored it. She had played with them earlier, yes, but that didn't mean she was obligated to become some saint of benevolence, conjuring toys for everyone. She gave when she wanted, she took when she wanted. That was all. Stellar, however, still held her attention. Helena leaned slightly closer, her voice playful. Hey, be honest. Did you want it? Stellar shook her head stubbornly. I said I don't. Oh, Helena said pleasantly. Then that's fine. She turned away without another word. Stellar blinked, confused. Helena shifted her attention to her other side. Hey, Lassie, she said. Do you like that toy? Lysandra didn't answer immediately. Her eyes were glued to the stage. Yeah, she admitted quietly. I really like it. Helena smiled. Do you want me to buy it for you? Hey? Lysandra snapped out of it. And no, it's too expensive. Price had already reached the value of a mid-sized mansion in the noble district. Before Lysandra could finish, Helena casually raised her paddle. 30,000 gold coins. The auctioneer's voice rang out immediately. What a lovely bid from the lady in the golden mask. 30,000 gold coins. Anyone more? Every head in the surrounding area turned toward Helena. Some stared in disbelief, others in irritation, a few in outright judgment. Helena ignored them all. The hall had gone quiet. Once the price passed 20,000, most bidders had already dropped out. At 30,000, it had crossed tossed from extravagant into foolish. The hammer was already close to falling. 35,000, a voice called out calmly. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. 35,000 from our respected Duke Merlo. Rear swallowed hard. She hadn't expected this. Her gaze snapped to Helena, panic flickering behind her composed expression. Why are you bidding on this? Don't you need to save money for the property at the end? Helena didn't even look at her. She raised her paddle again. 40,000. A ripple of shock passed through the hall. The auctioneer's excitement surged. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an underdog tonight. Our golden masked lady goes toe-to-toe with the Duke. Helena finally looked across the hall. The Guild Master's VIP section wasn't far. She could see Duke Merlo clearly, and he could see her. Their eyes met. Helena smirked. Duke Merlo's eye twitched. Is she challenging me? A flicker of irritation crossed his face. He had assumed her interest was stupidity, recklessness, nothing more. But now, he couldn't back down. Not with the entire hall watching. Not with his name on the line. The room fell completely silent. Everyone understood what was happening. Two people were burning absurd amounts of wealth before the main items of the night even appeared. Merlo cleared his throat and raised his paddle sharply. 50,000, he said firmly. Final. A collective gasp swept through the hall. 50,000 for a toy? I could live comfortably for life on that amount, even with black hearts. This is insane. The auctioneer raised the hammer. 50,000 gold coins. Going once. In the Guild Masters section, Ixes let out a breathies. I didn't expect her to push this far, he admitted, excitement dancing in his eyes. I thought it would stop at 25, maybe 30. He glanced at Merlo, grinning. Sorry, Lord Merlo, if you'd like, I can arrange a small consideration later. Merlo shook his head calmly. No need, he said. I won't treat this as a toy. His lips curved faintly. I'll consider it a trophy. Proof that someone challenged me and failed. He leaned back. I'll pay in full. Ixes nodded, satisfied. Yet the hammer didn't fall. The auctioneer hesitated. Too long. Ixes frowned slightly. What are you doing? Even for guild standards, this was dragging it. Keeping Duke Merlo waiting would border on insult. Ixes looked more closely. Then he saw it. The auctioneer was smiling, not a merchant's grin, a knowing one. And then another paddle rose. The number was unmistakable. The golden masked lady. A single voice cut through the silence. 60,000. The hall erupted. Chapter 23. A gift worth 60,000. 60,000. The number echoed inside Duke Merlo's mind. Is it worth that price? Should I go higher? Or is she mocking me? The auction hall had fallen into absolute silence. Hundreds of eyes fixed squarely on him. Even the usual murmurs of greed and excitement had vanished, as if the entire crowd were holding its breath. Duke Merlo's bidding paddle hovered halfway in the air. 70,000 was not a small sum even for him, and no matter how rare the black hearts were, no matter how insulting or tempting the display had been, this was still a toy. A beautifully engineered trap, yes, but not the reason he had come tonight. He had other targets, other plans. Beside him, Guild Master Ixes felt a flicker of tension run through his spine. Lord Merlo, he said carefully. Even Ixes hadn't expected the golden masked woman to push things this far. A part of him wondered if this was deliberate, a calculated snare meant to bait the Duke into overcommitting before the true prizes appeared. If Merlo crossed 70,000, it would no longer be spectacle. It would be personal. Ixes was just about to intervene when Merlo exhaled slowly. The bidding paddle lowered, not in defeat, but in restraint. A step back taken with intent. A murmur rippled through the hall as the meaning of that single motion sank in. Merlo lifted his gaze. His eyesight was no longer sharp enough to read expressions from across the hall, but he didn't need it. He could feel her presence, confidence, the amusement, and he could imagine the smirk beneath that golden mask. It didn't irritate him. It excited him. He spoke, his voice calm, steady, and loud enough for the entire hall to hear. This round, he said, is my gift to you, girl. A pause. But there will be no next time. Soft giggle answered him from across the hall. Don't worry, mister, Helena replied lightly. I don't play games I'd lose. Broke out nervous thrill, uncertain. Duke Merlo laughed as well, a deep and genuine sound, before turning back toward Ixes. Your subordinate has brought an astonishing person, he said. I look forward to the next round. Ixes returned the smile, but his was strained, because he had no idea what was unfolding. No idea who this golden masked woman truly was. And for the first time in a long while, that uncertainty unsettled him. He could only hope one thing, that Duke Merlo would not take offense. Otherwise, he might need to offer more than a discount later. Helena lowered her bidding paddle. The black line was hers. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then the attention shifted, not to the stage, not to the auctioneer, to her. Within Reese's VIP section, the atmosphere subtly changed. The noble ladies, who had previously regarded Helena with distant curiosity or mild disdain, now looked at her differently, not with admiration, not with warmth, but with recognition. She wasn't above them, she wasn't beneath them either, an equal, and for people like them, equality was far more unsettling than hierarchy. Rears noticed immediately. Her fingers tightened slightly around her own paddle. On one hand, Helena spending openly was good. It established presence. On the other, if she kept burning gold like this, she'd have trouble when the true objective appeared. The property. Rears exhaled quietly, already feeling a headache forming. Helena, meanwhile, was in excellent spirits. She waved cheerfully toward the stage, catching the auctioneer's attention just as staff began preparing the next item. "Hey," Helena called out, "can you give me my item?" The auctioneer blinked. That wasn't conventional. Normally, auction items were distributed only after the auction concluded and payments were fully processed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have politely declined, but this was not an ordinary circumstance. He paused for only a heartbeat, then nodded. "Of course, my lady." He turned and gestured toward the staff carrying the black line away from the stage. "Deliver the item to bidder number 33. The reaction was immediate. "What? Isn't that special treatment? She hasn't paid yet. What if she runs off with it? Are the rules different for her?" Voices rose from different corners of the hall, sharp with suspicion and irritation. But the veterans didn't speak. They watched. They understood. Something had happened behind the scenes, something the newcomers weren't aware of. The auctioneer cleared his throat. When he spoke again, his voice carried a firm edge that cut cleanly through the noise. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "for those concerned about favoritism, allow me to clarify." He looked directly at the crowd. "The lady in the golden mask has already completed her payment with the auction house." The murmurs faltered. "She has full legal ownership of the item the moment the hammer fell. A pause. Therefore, she has every right to receive it immediately." Silence followed. "An escrow?" someone asked hesitantly. The auctioneer nodded. "Yes, sir. Guild escrow registration." He continued smoothly, now clearly in lecture mode. "It exists not only to prevent payment disputes, but also to provide convenience. Registered bidders may retrieve their items immediately. The auction house will handle all logistics and return any remaining funds after the auction concludes." That was more than enough. The hall went quiet. The staff reached Helena's section and carefully presented the black line to her. Helena accepted it with a satisfied smile. The auctioneer straightened. "Well then," he said brightly, "let us proceed." He raised his hand toward the stage. "Bring out the next item." The auction staff carefully handed the stuffed line to Helena. She accepted it with both hands and inspected it closely. It was bigger than she had expected. Plush body was dense and well made, its black fur soft beneath her fingers, the grey mane thick and carefully stitched. Black hearts set into its eyes reflected the light faintly deep, flawless, unsettlingly beautiful. As Helena examined it, she felt it. Eyes, dozens of them. She glanced up. Every child of the masked gang was staring at her, unblinking, hopeful, desperate. Helena tilted her head. "You want it?" she asked casually. The response was immediate. Every single child nodded at once. Helena's lips curved into a slow, dangerous smirk. Stellar's stomach dropped. "Oh no." Helena leaned back slightly, hugging the line to her chest for just a second before grinning wider. "Then go ask your parents to buy one." Silence. "Then, you bully," Stellar shouted before she could stop herself, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. It was enough. Hearts shattered. Several children turned on the spot and ran toward their parents, tears already streaming, cries echoing through the VIP section. "I want it. She got one. Why can't I?" Chaos bloomed. Helena, completely unbothered, handed the black line to Lysandra. Lysandra instinctively took it and froze. The sheer weight of it hit her all at once. Not the physical weight, the meaning. 60,000 gold coins. Her hands stiffened, her thoughts locked up. She managed weakly. Nothing else came out. Stella crossed her arms, glaring up at Helena. "Do you really have to do this?" she demanded. "You're evil." Helena blinked innocently. Hee. "I don't know what you're talking about." Stella stomped her foot. "You're bullying the other children." Helena's smile softened just a little, not kindly, but thoughtfully. She crouched slightly to meet Stellar's eyes. Then, Helena said calmly, "Should I have given them my purchase?" She gestured toward the line. "Something that cost 60,000 gold coins?" That stopped Stellar cold. Her anger faltered. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. She couldn't say yes. She couldn't say Helena was wrong. And she couldn't say Helena should give away what belonged to her. The conflict twisted in her chest, leaving her silent. Helena straightened, satisfied. Lesson delivered. No sermon required. Stellar hesitated, then spoke more quietly. "But you didn't have to mock them." Helena glanced down at her, surprised for a moment, then nodded. "You're right," she said easily. "I shouldn't have teased them." Stella relaxed a little, but Helena continued, her tone calm rather than defensive. They were expecting me to give them something that belongs to me for free. Stellar's shoulders slumped. Guilt crept in, heavy and uncomfortable. She didn't know how to argue against that. She didn't know what to say at all. Helena reached out and rested a hand on Stellar's head, fingers light. "Let me tell you something," she said. "I'm only saying this because you seem like a responsible and thoughtful child." Stellar looked up, listening. "Even if I had given them the plushie," Helena went on, "they wouldn't have gotten to play with it." "Not really." Stellar frowned. "The greedy demons." Helena paused, then corrected herself with a small grin. "Are sorry. Their mothers who have been staring at those black hearts since the moment they appeared would have ripped them out." She shrugged lightly. "And I don't feel like giving an expensive thing I bought to people I don't even know." Stellar's eyes widened. She glanced toward the surrounding sections. She saw it now. The looks, the calculating stares, the way several women's gazes kept drifting back to the plushie in Lysandra's hands. Stella swallowed. She understood. She was a child. But she was also a noble. She knew that feeling, the urge to own something rare, to turn beauty into status. Even she felt it tugging at her chest, half of her wanting the lion as a toy, the other half imagining those black hearts as jewelry. Helena smiled faintly. "You'd make a very competent noblewoman one day." Stellar blinked. "Oh really?" she asked, suddenly bright. "Yeah." Helena replied. "Really?" Stella beamed. "Mother says I'm too mature for my age sometimes." Helena chuckled. "Maybe you are, but that's nothing to worry about." She tapped Stellar's head gently. "You still have your childish side." Before Stellar could respond, Helena felt a sharp tug at her sleeve. She turned. Lysandra stood there, stiff as a board, eyes wide, hands locked around the plush lion like it might explode. "What's wrong, Lyasi?" Helena asked. Lysandra said something. Helena didn't hear it. Could you speak up a little?" Something snapped. "I said take this thing away from me." Lysandra screamed. "Do you want me to be killed?" The shout nearly ruptured Helena's eardrums. Helena winced. "Oh, but I bought it for you." "I don't care." Lysandra snapped. "I don't want it. I don't want anything this expensive. Just take it away." Helena sighed and rubbed the corner of her eye with one finger. Okay. She took the plushie from Lysandra's hands. Instant relief washed over Lysandra. Her chest felt lighter, like she'd just escaped generations of debt. Helena stared at the black line for a moment, expression blank. Then she turned and placed it squarely into Stellar's lap. Stella froze. Here," Helena said simply. "Take it." Stellar's thoughts collapsed into chaos. I can't," she started. Helena pinched her lips shut between two fingers. Stellar made a muffled noise of protest. Helena spoke calmly. "I'm long past the age of playing with toys. I don't care much for shiny things either. If I keep it, it'll just rot in my storage." She tilted her head. "So you should have it." Stellar stared at her. 60,000 gold coins given away just like that. Was Helena unimaginably rich or simply unimaginably ignorant? Stellar didn't know. She only knew that if she didn't speak now, she would become the owner of the most expensive plushie in the history of the kingdom, possibly the continent. She looked back. Her mother stood behind her, smiling behind a folded fan, eyes sparkling with amusement. No help there. That smile clearly said, "Your friend, your responsibility." Stellar exhaled slowly, but she tried again. Voice still muffled. Helena raised an eyebrow. Stellar pointed at her lips. "Oh." Helena released her. "Sorry, forgot." Stellar took a breath. "I'll accept it," she said at last. "But before that, tell me why you don't want it yourself. You could turn those black hearts into accessories, or wait a few years. Looking at your age, you might have children soon." Ouch. Helena lightly flicked the top of Stellar's head. Stellar yelped and rubbed it. "What was that for? Aren't you a bit too mature?" Helena said dryly. "What's wrong with that?" Stellar shot back. "Nothing," Helena replied. "And didn't I already tell you? I don't like accessories, and I don't plan to have children." She paused, then added flatly, "especially not at this old age." Stella frowned, confused by that last part. Old age? She looked at Helena again, but decided not to ask. Some mysteries felt safer left alone. Chapter 24. Isker Winterwell. Isker Winterwell arrived late, not fashionably late, late enough that the auction hall had already settled into its rhythm. The noise had smoothed into something steady and familiar. Bids rose and fell without hesitation. Conversations layered over one another, confident and unhurried. The air felt heavier for it, as though the space had already been claimed by those who belonged there. He paused just inside the entrance. Isker looked like a man nearing the end of one stage of life, not yet fully settled into the next. His youth had not vanished, but it was clearly retreating. His shoulders were broad and held straight by habit rather than comfort. His hair was neat and practical, cut for convenience instead of style. His eyes were sharp, carrying a warning that suggested he did not tolerate excuses or disrespect. Tonight, the world seemed interested in testing that. He was the eldest son of House Winterwell, the future head of the family, the man who would rule once his father stepped aside. He had not come by choice. His father had been unable to attend the auction, and the responsibility had fallen to Iskar at the last moment. There had been no preparation, no warning, just expectation, delivered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And worse than that, delay. The guild staff had stopped him at the entrance, insisting on full verification despite his name, his seal, and his lineage. Procedure, they called it. Necessary checks. He had stood there longer than he should have, jaw tight, hands clasped behind his back, swallowing irritation with practiced discipline. By the time he was finally allowed inside, nearly half the auction items were already gone. Not that it mattered. He had not come for any particular item. This was duty, nothing more. Still, being late left a sour taste. His steps were quick as he moved through the outer corridor, boots striking stone with restrained urgency. When he reached the entrance to the VIP section, he slowed. He drew a steady breath and forced calm into his expression before crossing the threshold. Too late. The moment he entered, eyes lifted. Conversations dipped for a brief instant, not stopping, merely bending around his presence before resuming. He felt it immediately. The Merchant Guild Master was already seated. So was Duke Merlot. Both glanced at him, then both looked away. No greeting, no acknowledgement, no courtesy beyond bare recognition. Iskar pressed his teeth together. It was a quiet insult. He was not a minor lord. He was the heir to a Count's household, a noble of the kingdom in his own right. In another room, that would have carried weight. Here, it did not. He kept his expression neutral. Control came easily after years of practice. From the outside, he looked composed and unbothered. Inside, something tightened. He moved to an empty seat and sat down, shoulders squared, hands resting neatly on his knees. He lowered his gaze to the floor, not in submission, but because it was easier to remain steady when he was not looking at them. If not for her, the thought surfaced without effort. 7 years ago, his younger sister, Helena Winterwell, the name still carried heat. Their house had been on the verge of elevation, a promotion, marquee status, influence that would have reshaped their standing. His own future had been clear, orderly, secure. Then she ruined it. She had been the fiancée of the kingdom's second prince, a match meant to lift their entire bloodline. Instead, it dragged them down. Everything his family had endured since then traced back to that single point. To her, Iskar's fingers curled against his palm, nails pressing into skin. He had endured it for years. The sideways glances, the careful half-respect, the way rooms like this treated him as an afterthought, rather than a rising power. He had learned to endure. That did not mean he had forgiven. His jaw tightened as his hand clenched fully, knuckles whitening. If I find you someday, the thought was calm, deliberate. I will make sure you pay for everything our family lost. He loosened his grip, forcing his hand to relax before anyone could notice. His posture did not change. The auction continued, and Iskar Winterwell sat in silence, carrying 7 years of resentment with him, held close and unseen. Iskar was in the middle of swallowing his frustration when someone stopped in front of him. He looked up. It was the same overweight noble who had blocked Helena's path earlier outside the auction house. Viscount Chubbington, round face, flushed cheeks, expensive clothes stretched to their limit. He was smiling broadly, as if this were a pleasant coincidence rather than an intrusion. Iskar, Chubbington said cheerfully. How are you? Iskar held his gaze for a moment longer than necessary. Him again. In truth, he had no desire to speak with the man. He would have preferred not to acknowledge him at all. But those were old instincts from before the fall, before their connections had thinned and their influence had shrunk. House Winterwell did not have the luxury of ignoring small houses anymore. What remained were people like Viscount Chubbington, minor nobles clinging eagerly to the edge of relevance. A last strand instead of a safety net. So Iskar rose from his seat and arranged his face into a polite smile that did not reach his eyes. Lord Chubbington, he said. I'm quite well. Chubbington laughed, loud and unrestrained. You don't look it. You seem out of breath. Are you eating properly? Iskar resisted the urge to clench his jaw. I'm perfectly healthy, he replied lightly. I simply arrived a little late. I walked faster than usual. Ah, I see. Chubbington nodded, then glanced around the VIP seating. But where is your father? I don't see Lord Andrew anywhere. He was unwell today, Iskar said. So I came in his place. Did you need to speak with him about something? Chubbington's smile widened. Well, he said, chuckling, I did want to talk with him about your marriage with my sister. Something dimmed behind Iskar's eyes. For a brief, unguarded second, a thought crossed his mind. Stop laughing for no reason, and stop spraying spit when you talk. He did not voice it. Chubbington continued, oblivious. But I suppose speaking directly with you works. just as well. My sister has been waiting for you for quite some time now. Iskar bit the inside of his cheek. This again. The Viscount had been pushing the match for years. Back when House Winterwell still held weight, Iskar would have crushed the proposal without hesitation. At their peak, their influence had brushed the limits of what a count's house could reasonably hold. But that was then. Now, despite their title, they were treated like barons, sometimes worse. It would not have surprised Iskar if, in a few years, the royal family quietly demoted them outright. There was only one path left that might preserve their standing. Helena, if he could find her, if he could hand her back to the second prince, it was the only way House Winterwell might remain a count's house. Dream of becoming Marquis had been abandoned long ago, and she had ruined even that. She had fled the convent and vanished. Iskar had exhausted every contact he still had, chased rumours, paid informants. Nothing, no trace, no evidence she had ever passed through any expected route. Thinking about her made his temper flare. He forced it down. When he spoke, his voice was calm and even. I do not think I'm ready for marriage yet. Chebbington frowned, then laughed again. What are you saying, Iska? You are already losing your youth. If not now, then when? You do not want to stretch your bones when you are an old man. Iskar let out a short, awkward, I understand your concern, my lord, but I have my own matters to deal with. He did not mention that he had no such matters. He simply did not want to marry Chebbington's sister. The woman was more than twice his size, at least 4 years older, and possessed a voice that could fill a hole without effort. He would rather die, at the very least, not in this lifetime. Chebbington sighed theatrically. You young people are always so hesitant. Iskar smiled, nodded politely, and said nothing more. Iskar's frustration kept building as Viscount Chebbington continued talking beside him, words spilling freely without pause or awareness. The man seemed determined to fill every moment of silence. Iskar could feel his patience thinning. Calm down. Endure it. Focus on the auction. He forced his attention forward and fixed his gaze on the stage. The auction was already nearing its end. Most of the worthwhile items were gone, snapped up earlier by people who had arrived on time and knew exactly what they wanted. What remained were filler lots, and the main attractions reserved for the end. Large, attention-grabbing items meant to wake the room back up. One was a duke's property holding, a stretch of land that would change hands between people who already owned too much. The other was the final item, still concealed, deliberately kept secret by the auction house as the last surprise. Iskar scanned the upcoming list and hesitated. He should buy something, even if it was minor. Leaving empty-handed would only underline how late he had been. House Winterwell still had money. The Count's territory, diminish or not, was not small. Their income had taken a hit, but it had not vanished. His eyes settled on the current lot, a stack of healing potions, brewed by a master alchemist. Not rare, but reliable, stronger than standard potions. The sort adventurers paid extra for, because they worked when it mattered. He considered it briefly, then decided. Iskar lifted his bidding paddle. 2,500 gold, the auctioneer called smoothly. From bidder number 67. Any further bids? Iskar relaxed slightly. Price was reasonable. Healing potions were useful, but they were not prestige items. He doubted anyone would bother driving the price up. Beside him, Chebbington leaned closer. A sack of potions? Viscount said, sounding amused. Are you planning to go hunting? Iskar offered a polite smile. No, it is always wise to have some on hand for emergencies. Ha ha ha. Chebbington laughed loudly. Then, why not vitality potions? Much more exciting. Iskar imagined blood filling his mouth. He swallowed it down just as easily as everything else. The auctioneer raised his gavel. If there are no further bids, this will be the final call. Good, Iskar thought. At least something had gone smoothly today. 5,000. The voice cut in cleanly. Iskar frowned and looked around. Who now? 5,000 gold from bidder number 33, the auctioneer announced, eyebrows lifting slightly. It seems someone is warming up for a showdown. A low murmur rippled through the hall. Iskar lowered his paddle slowly, eyes fixed on the direction of the new bid, irritation stirring again as he tried to place the number. Today, it seemed, even the simplest things refused to go quietly. Chapter 25. A Life Left Behind. Helena was enjoying the auction. There was nothing particularly special about it. Simply being present, surrounded by the liveliness of the place, was enough. Voices rose and fell around her, bids were called, people leaned forward with interest. For now, that alone was sufficient. Beside her, Stella was hugging her new plushie tightly. She was clearly trying to look composed, as if she had already outgrown such things, but she was still 10. The effort showed in the way she sat a little too straight, eyes flicking around now and then to check whether anyone was watching. Lysandra had calmed down as well. The early attention had faded, replaced by cautious familiarity. She still looked alert, but she no longer seemed overwhelmed by her surroundings. Rears, meanwhile, was still stuck in her own gathering. Helena could see her a short distance away, surrounded by nobles, who showed no sign of slowing down. Rears nodded at the right moments and smiled when required, but her expression had grown faintly glassy. Her mind was clearly nearing its limit. Helena had spent most of the auction chatting quietly with Lysandra and teasing Stellar whenever she caught her sneaking affectionate looks at the plushie. It passed the time easily. Then she noticed him. It took a moment. Helena had never been good with faces or directions. Even in her memories, her old family existed more as impressions than details. Blurred outlines, raised voices, expectations without clear shape. But this face came into focus immediately. Iskar Winterwell, her brother. Recognition settled in without hesitation. There was no confusion. No need to second guess it. So the time really does flow differently, she thought. She had heard it before, that her family was still alive. That a century on Earth did not mean a century here. When Rob had mentioned that Andrew was still the head of House Winterwell, she had accepted it on the surface. But some doubt had lingered. Seeing Iskar erased that doubt completely. There was still youth in his face, not untouched, but present, enough to make it clear that this was not a later generation. This was the same brother she remembered. Old memories surfaced, his unreasonable demands, the way he spoke as if obedience were the natural order of things, how he had acted as the second prince's loyal follower, pushing Helena into whatever role was required of her next. She had tried to fit into the structure they built around her. She had suppressed her own feelings and agreed again and again, because that was what was expected of her. And in the end, it had earned her confinement in a convent. People there had been kind. They had treated her well enough, but she had still been young. She had still wanted to see the world, to live freely, even if only a little. She never had that choice. House Winterwell, the title of fiancée to the second prince. They had been chains, even if no one had ever called them that. Helena looked at Iskar again and considered how she felt. There was some anger, a trace of it, at least, but it was distant, muted, no longer something that demanded action. Right now, he felt like just another person in the hall, less than a stranger, even someone tied to a life that no longer belonged to her. She let out a quiet breath and looked away. It doesn't matter now, she told herself. The world was smaller than she once believed. If not today, then someday, she would encounter her old family again. She was not hiding, and she had no intention of starting. She had already stepped out from under their influence. She had made herself into someone who listened to her own voice. What she was now was not something anyone could take from her. Not now. Not ever. The auction was clearly nearing its end. A steady stream of items passed across the stage. Rare magic stones, oddly shaped enchanted tools, a treasure map of questionable authenticity, a handful of ancient relics whose true value was left deliberately vague. They drew interest, bids, and polite murmurs. None of it held Helena's attention. She watched without much interest until a familiar movement caught her eye. Iskar lifted his bidding paddle. The item was modest. Pack of healing potions, well made and brewed by a master alchemist. Reliable, but hardly impressive. Helena almost dismissed it outright. She did not need potions. Her storage was filled with better healing options than anything being sold here. Still, her gaze lingered on Iskar. Annoying him did not require a reason. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Not revenge, she decided. Nothing dramatic, just a little fun. The auctioneer was already winding toward a final call when Helena raised her paddle. Price doubled. The reaction was immediate. Iskar turned, irritation plain on his face as he searched for the source of the new bid. His eyes found her. 10,000 gold for a pack of potions. He knew instantly it was deliberate, not an attempt to buy the item, but interference. His expression tightened, annoyance slipping into something uglier. Helena met his gaze calmly. It was, she decided, the most enjoyable thing she had seen in decades. She expected him to bid again. She was prepared for it. If he raised the price, she would raise it further. Eventually, he would give up. That had been the plan. What she had not accounted for was that 10,000 was already excessive, even for potions of this quality. It was well beyond reasonable value. Iskar stared at her for a few seconds longer. Then the man seated beside him leaned in and said something quietly, his expression troubled. Iskar's jaw tightened, but he did not raise his paddle again. Instead, he looked away. Helena blinked. That was unexpected. If there was one thing she remembered clearly about her family, it was their pride. Their refusal to back down once challenged. Seeing Iskar let it go so easily felt wrong. Confusing even. The auctioneer glanced around the hall. No further bids. He smiled and brought the gavel down. Sold. Potions were hers. The auctioneer, looking slightly more animated than before, glanced toward her. My lady, Would you like the potions delivered to you now? I can have the staff bring them immediately. Helena waved a hand without looking back at the stage. No, I can wait. The auctioneer nodded and smoothly moved on to the next item. Helena leaned back in her seat, still watching Iskar from the corner of her eye. That reaction lingered with her longer than the potions ever would have. Rears was not enjoying herself. If anything, she was still recovering from it. The specialty gathering had drained what little energy she had left. Too many voices, too many overlapping conversations, too much smiling and nodding at exactly the right moments. Her thoughts felt sluggish, like they were wading through syrup. She was only half listening when the gossip circle shifted. Someone had arrived late to the auction. That alone was enough to draw attention. It became the next topic with remarkable speed. Naturally, the discussion turned toward him. Rears followed along vaguely at first. Comments about how he used to be popular, how his family had fallen from favour, how unfortunate it was, spoken with just enough relish to make the sympathy feel hollow. Then a name surfaced. Iskar Winterwell. Rears stiffened. Winterwell. Her thoughts snagged on the name. Helena's face surfaced in her mind. Isn't Helena also a Winterwell? She glanced instinctively toward Helena's seat, expecting some reaction. But Helena looked relaxed, leaning back, her attention seemingly on the auction floor. No tension, no visible change. It was as if she had not even noticed him enter. Maybe she didn't see him, Rears thought. Gossip continued. Tone shifted subtly. Less curiosity, more judgment. The Winterwell name was pulled apart piece by piece, each comment a little sharper than the last. Rears frowned. They were still a count's house, weren't they? Not the highest rank, perhaps, but still high-ranking nobles. Why were these women speaking as if the family were barely respectable? Something was missing. She could feel it, an uncomfortable sense that everyone else knew something she did not. As the conversation spiraled further downward, Rears finally spoke up. Why do you all speak of House Winterwell like this? She asked. What happened? The women exchanged glances. One of them smiled slowly, clearly pleased to be asked. Oh, she said lightly. It's an old story. Would you like to hear it, Lady Rears? Rears nodded. The explanation did not take long. Each sentence landed heavier than the last. A failed engagement, a broken alliance, favour withdrawn by the royal family, the second prince's anger, how House Winterwell had been quietly cut off, sidelined, punished without any official announcement. Rears felt the colour drain from her face. One of the women continued, tapping a finger against her chin as if searching her memory. And that girl, she said thoughtfully, the one at the centre of it all, she disappeared, didn't she? She tilted her head. What was her name again? Then her face brightened. Helena, the second prince's former fiancée. T.E. The sound echoed unpleasantly in Rears's ears. She didn't laugh. She couldn't. Her gaze drifted back toward Helena, her heart beating a little faster, now as the pieces finally clicked together in a way she did not like at all. Chapter 26. Old names, old deaths. Rears paused. Rears's thoughts spiraled. Was my judgment wrong? Did I make the wrong choice by siding with her? Was my instinct wrong? Each question fed the next. Her hard-earned position flashed through her mind, brittle and suddenly unstable. She had worked too long for it to be shaken so easily. Her face had gone pale without her noticing. She looked at Helena, really looked at her this time, and tried to reconcile the person she knew with what she had just heard. A fugitive. Someone who had vanished after severing ties with both her family and the second prince. Someone who had even fled from a monastery. It did not sit right. Her irritation turned inward. Rears, you and your damned gambler's instinct. Why hadn't she done a background check? Why had she trusted her gut so easily? She exhaled sharply through her nose and glanced toward the other VIP area. Iskar Winterwell sat there, rigid and contained, still part of the picture. Then another thought intruded, unwelcome but persistent. Then where did Helena's wealth come from? Rears frowned. It did not add up. If Helena had truly been running for years, cut off from her family and the royal line, she should not have resources like that. Not without help. A backer? Yes. That was possible, even likely, but that raised another problem. Rears was not worried about House Winterwell. A disgraced Kent's house was manageable, awkward, but manageable. A member of the royal family was not. The only person who could deal with that kind of trouble was Master Iggs's. The realization hit hard. Rears scrubbed her hands through her hair and let out a sharp, frustrated sound. Why do I have to deal with this? Her voice was louder than she'd intended. I'm not even hiding her, she muttered. Why is this my problem? The noblewomen around her startled. Several of them turned at once, expressions ranging from surprise to concern. Lady Rears? One of them asked carefully. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Please calm down, another added. You're breathing very fast. Rears froze. She became aware of the attention all at once. Too many eyes eyes. She straightened and forced herself to breathe more slowly. Sorry, she said after a moment. That was uncalled for. Marchioness Venenier leaned in slightly, her expression genuinely concerned. Is something troubling you? Rears tilted her head, deliberately blank. The Marchioness continued gently. Your expression just now went through quite a range. I thought perhaps you were dealing with something serious. We may not be close, but I can listen, or help, if I'm able. Rears smoothed her features into a polite smile. Thank you, Marchioness, she said evenly. But it's nothing of that sort, just work-related stress. The explanation convinced no one. Several of the women exchanged looks. They could all tell that what Rears had been thinking went far beyond routine matters. But she had drawn a line, and no one pressed further. Not openly, at least. Rears lowered her gaze, hands folded neatly in her lap. She was still confused, still uncertain. In the end, there was nothing to do but wait. Whatever consequences were coming would arrive in their own time. Whether she would lose her position or not, she did not know. Right now, she knew very little at all. Isker POV. Jebbington leaned closer and lowered his voice. It would do you no good to keep going, he whispered. You should give it up. Isker shot him a sharp look. He had already decided to let the potions go. That much was settled. But hearing it said aloud, especially in that tone, irritated him more than it should have. Why? Isker asked, glancing toward the golden-masked bidder across the hall. His eyes narrowed slightly. Have I seen her before? The thought came and went. Familiarity tugged at him, but it wasn't important. Not now. The real question was simpler. Why is she getting in my way? He ran through possibilities quickly. Had he offended her somehow? No. He hadn't even been near that section of the hall before the bidding started. A rival house then? Unlikely. If someone wanted to move against House Winterwell, they would do it properly. Quiet pressure, political damage, not petty interference over a stack of potions. It didn't add up. Shevington chuckled beside him. Iskar, what did you do this time to make her single you out? Iskar's expression twitched. What did I do? How would I know? He forced himself to calm down before replying. I don't know, he said evenly. Do you know her, Lord Chubbington? No, Chubbington replied at once. How could I? She's wearing a mask. But I can tell you this, you're being targeted by a rather troublesome person. Nasty? Iskar repeated. Well, Chubbington tilted his head. Perhaps nasty isn't the right word. Let's say formidable. Iskar frowned. I'm not following. Chubbington leaned back slightly, clearly enjoying himself. You weren't here earlier, about an hour ago. She had a bidding round with Duke Merlot. Iskar stiffened. Duke Merlot himself? Toe to toe. That alone was enough to make Iskar pay attention. What was strange, Chubbington continued, lowering his voice again, was how she bid. No hesitation. Not once. It was very clear she wasn't going to stop until the item was hers. He smiled thinly. Even Duke Merlot stepped back. Iskar said nothing. Merlot House was famous for its wealth. Duke Merlot was infamous for spending it. Once the Duke wanted something, he rarely backed down. If she had made him stop, then she was not someone to challenge lightly. Chubbington shrugged. I'm just advising caution. You can raise the bid if you want, but you might end up paying far too much for something that isn't worth it. Iskar swallowed. Did she really force Duke Merlot to back down? If that was true, then continuing this was pointless. Unless another thought surfaced. Maybe she isn't targeting me. Maybe she just wanted the potions. That would explain the clean jump in price. If she were provoking him, she would have raised it gradually. Yes, that made more sense. He could simply move on. Buy something else. Point wasn't the item. It was appearance. Leaving empty-handed would only feed rumours. The next lot was brought forward. Painting. The auctioneer's voice carried smoothly across the hall. Next lot. Mona Lisa. The cloth was drawn back. Oil on canvas. A genuine work by Hilter. Authenticated and fully documented. An early piece, painted during his transitional period. The room grew quiet. The subject is a young woman at the threshold of adulthood. The artist intended to capture that fleeting moment where innocence gives way to awareness. The auctioneer folded his hands. Bidding will begin at 6,000 gold. Iskar's mood lifted slightly. Perfect. He raised his paddle without hesitation. Bids climbed steadily. 7,000. 8. Shevington glanced at him. I never knew you were a fan of Hilter. I didn't either, Iskar replied. Then a familiar voice cut in. 10,000. The auctioneer smiled. 10,000 gold from bidder number 33. Iskar's jaw tightened. Not again. This time, there was no doubt. She was targeting him. Helena POV. Just a few minutes earlier, in Reese's VIP section, Helena was in a good mood. She leaned back in her seat, watching Iskar from across the hall with mild satisfaction. Whatever his reason for backing down, the result was the same. He had stopped bidding. She still didn't quite understand why. Helena had no real sense of auction etiquette or pricing. She didn't know what potions were supposed to cost, or what was considered excessive. She had doubled the bid simply because it felt effective. Apparently, it had been too effective. Beside her, Stellar tilted her head, studying Helena's face. "Do you have a problem with him?" she asked. "Your smile looked kind of evil when you bid against him." Helena glanced down at her, amused. "You could say we have some history." She paused, then added, "Though I was hoping he'd keep bidding. I wanted to play a little longer." Stella frowned. "Why would he?" she said. "You already forced him to give up on the first bid. Bidding again would just be risky." She looked at Helena more closely. "Do you really not know anything about auction bidding?" Helena felt a brief, unfamiliar twinge of embarrassment. Being corrected by a 10-year-old was not something she had much experience with. "Well," she said after a moment, "I never really had the chance to attend auctions like this. So no, I don't know much." She leaned closer, lowering her voice slightly. "Would you like to give me some tips, my lady?" Stella narrowed her eyes. "What kind of tips?" Helena smiled, slow and unapologetic. "How to annoy my opponent." Stella stared at her for a second, then sighed. "You really are a bully." Helena's smile widened just a little. Chapter 27. The principal item. Iskar sat back as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The auction had reached its climax. This was the point where appearances mattered most. He had planned to secure at least 1 or 2 items, nothing extravagant, just enough to make it clear that House Winterwell still had means. Instead, he had nothing. That realization settled heavily in his chest. Controlling his frustration took real effort. So did keeping his anger from showing. He had trained himself for moments like this, but that did not make it easy. Across the hall, the masked woman caught his eye. She was looking at him, not openly, but just enough. There was a faint curve to her lips, subtle, deliberate, as if she were quietly satisfied with herself, as if this had been exactly what she wanted. She looks like she enjoyed that, he thought. The sounds around him grew harder to ignore. Soft, low voices, the sort meant to be overheard without anyone taking responsibility for them. "Master Iskar is still as popular as ever." Another voice followed, light and amused. "Of course. I imagined she found her first love the moment she saw you." A third chimed in. "She must be saving you money. Why else stop him from buying anything?" More quiet. The words themselves sounded harmless, almost flattering, if taken at face value, but Iskar understood them perfectly. Phrase wrapped around mockery, sympathy laced with amusement. He had been made into entertainment. His fingers curled slightly against the armrest, then relaxed. He kept his posture straight, his expression neutral. He did not respond. There was nothing to be gained by acknowledging it. Anyone watching would see a calm nobleman observing the auction, unbothered by idle chatter. Only he knew how much effort it took to remain still. Iskar stared ahead, jaw tight, and endured it. There was nothing he could do now. Only the main items remained, the centerpiece lots, things far beyond what he could reasonably bid for. Iskar was no longer a participant in the auction. He was an audience member. That realization stung more than he wanted to admit. He sat still, hands folded, gaze fixed forward, as if this were exactly where he had intended to be all along, till his thoughts refused to settle. She hadn't merely outbid him, she had stopped him from buying anything at all. And yet, it wasn't as though he had simply folded. He had pushed back. He had raised prices when he could, forced the bids higher, burned at least some of her money before stepping aside, until his courage ran out. He exhaled slowly. This behavior of hers was childish. That was the only word for it. Locking him outright instead of competing properly. If she was determined not to let him buy anything, then the least he could do was make it expensive for her. Double the price. Triple it, if possible. If she wanted to play games, then so could he. Chubbington's words came back to him, a rival of Duke Merlot. If that was true, then the situation could still be turned to his advantage. Every time he pushed the bidding higher, he weakened her position. Every coin she spent here was one she couldn't use later. And if Duke Merlot secured the main item tonight, then Iskar could frame his actions as assistance, support, a small quiet contribution to a greater outcome. It wouldn't be much, but even a sliver of favor from a duke was worth far more than a stack of potions. Yes, that could work. Iskar straightened slightly in his seat, attention sharpening as the atmosphere in the hall shifted. The murmurs lowered as silence fell over the hall. The auctioneer allowed the silence to settle. Not the polite kind, the kind that made people lean forward without realizing they were doing it. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said at last, his voice steady and deliberate, "we now arrive at the principal item of tonight's auction." A subtle tension rippled through the hall. This is not an artifact. It is not a curiosity. He paused. It is a capital residence. A curtain behind him was drawn aside. Blueprints were revealed. Clean, precise, unmistakably noble in scale. A walled estate, inner gardens, layered defensive layouts, old royal seals embedded directly into the design. This property is located within the royal capital, the auctioneer continued, in the inner noble district, within close proximity to the royal castle. Murmurs surfaced immediately. The auctioneer raised a hand, and the hall quieted. This residence was once held by a ducal house. That landed, not loudly, but heavily. It served as the capital seat of a duke entrusted with court presence and royal defence. He did not smile. "Let me be perfectly clear," he went on. "Purchaser of this estate will not be granted a ducal title. No elevation of rank accompanies this sale." A brief pause, but a single word tightened the room. To reside in a former ducal capital house is a matter of record. Eyes sharpened. It is something that will be spoken of, remembered, cited, for decades. He gestured toward the schematics again. "This estate includes a fortified mansion, inner and outer gardens, ceremonial halls, guest quarters, and embedded defensive enchantments constructed to ducal standards." Another ripple moved through the audience. "As many of you are aware," he continued, "all land within the royal capital remains the property of the crown. This estate grants no territorial authority, no taxation rights, and no independent jurisdiction." He let that settle. What it grants is recognized residence at the heart of the capital, and the accompanying proximity privileges reserved for houses deemed worthy of standing near the throne. That was the real prize. This residence was previously held under royal assignment. Several expressions shifted. By formal contract between the merchant guild and the royal family, the crown has authorized this property to be released through auction. His tone sharpened. Because of this agreement, bidding rights are restricted. He lifted his gaze. Only officially recognized noble houses of this kingdom, or representatives acting on behalf of sovereign states, may place bids. Private individuals, merchant houses, and guild members are not eligible. Silence followed. Upon conclusion of the auction, the auctioneer said, "The purchaser will receive immediate residential recognition within the royal capital. All documentation will be ratified directly by the crown." Then, calmly, "This is not the purchase of land. It is the acquisition of presence. Wait, it is the purchase of history." Another, "And for some," he added, "it will be a legacy their descendants will still boast about long after tonight is forgotten." He lifted his gavel. "The opening bid will begin at 100,000 gold coins." The reaction was immediate. 100,000, someone muttered from the crowd. "As a starting bid?" Another voice followed, incredulous. "Are they insane? Didn't Duke Merlot's capital residence cost that much at its peak?" A low wave of shock rolled through the hall. 100,000 gold was not a casual sum. With that amount, a person could purchase a title outright from a hollow one, stripped of territory and authority, but a title nonetheless. It was a desperate option for fallen houses, rarely used and never spoken of proudly. This, however, was only the opening, which meant it would rise. How far? No one could say. Many nobles sat stiffly, realizing too late that they had not prepared for something on this scale. Then a voice cut cleanly through the murmurs. 200,000. Heads turned. Duke Merlot. The price doubled without hesitation. Some would later say he was burning money, but that wasn't what this was. He was not merely bidding for property. He was asserting dominance. Where others hesitated at 100,000, he stepped forward and doubled it without pause. The message was clear. This was his arena. The kingdom of Diamantia had once been supported by 4 ducal houses. Each had carved out its own reputation. One was famed for its mages, another for its warriors, a third for its mastery of summoning magic, and the last was House Merlot, known for its assassins. Those 4 houses had stood at the top of the kingdom's hierarchy for generations. Now, only 3 remained. The ducal house of summoning, House Armies, was gone. It had not fallen to war or rebellion. There had been no siege, no warning. One night, every member of House Armies vanished. Toddlers, elders, lords and retainers alike. According to the servants who witnessed it, they turned to dust where they stood, all at the same moment, as if they had simply reached the end of something unseen. By morning, the house was empty. The event had shaken the kingdom at the time. Investigations were launched. Theories were whispered. Then, gradually, life moved on. The mystery faded into history, remembered vaguely, and spoken of less with each passing decade. Back then, House Armies had been the most powerful of the 4. House Merlot had been the weakest, not in strength, but in influence. Assassins were never celebrated. Mages were admired. Warriors were honored. But killers who worked in shadows earned only fear and discomfort. House Merlot's reputation had eroded steadily, until it risked becoming nothing more than a den of cold-blooded professionals with no political weight. That future was not acceptable to the young Duke Merlot. He understood something his predecessors had not. Power did not come from blades alone. Influence mattered. Visibility mattered. Control mattered. He needed another pillar. He found it in money. His father, the previous duke, had opposed him. Wealth was crude, undignified, not the way their house had survived for generations, but the old duke's objections ended with his death, and the younger Merlot moved quickly. He invested, he expanded, he reshaped how the kingdom saw his house. Assassins were no longer the whole story. Gold became the new symbol, reliable, undeniable, welcome everywhere. House Merlot rose, not as the strongest militarily, not as the most magically gifted, but as the wealthiest. That was enough. Money bridged gaps that blades could not. It bought influence where fear failed. Before long, House Merlot stood equal to the remaining ducal houses in both power and standing. Some believed that, in his youth, Duke Merlot might have extended his reach beyond the kingdom entirely, that he could have reshaped the balance of power across the continent. But he was old now, still human, still bound by time. Even so, the work of his life had already been done. The once dreaded house of assassins was now spoken of as the Golden Family, and Duke Merlot himself was known as the Golden Hand of Diamantia. And tonight, seated beneath the auction hall lights, he had no intention of losing. Chapter 28. Double it. The auctioneer glanced toward Duke Merlot and had to clamp down on his own reaction. Not because of the Duke, because of the number. 200,000 gold. A grin tried to break loose. He stopped it halfway. His lips twitched before he pressed them together and reminded himself, firmly, that he was a professional. He had said those words to himself many times over the years. Tonight, they were doing real work. For some, it was just money. A large sum, sure, but still just a number. For him, it was different. He wasn't an auctioneer only because it paid well. He was one because he loved it. Every item sold gave him a quiet sense of satisfaction. The more valuable the sale, the stronger that feeling became. He had never really understood why. He just knew it was there. And tonight was something else entirely. A shiver ran through him. Not fear, pure excitement. 200,000 as the opening escalation. The largest bid he ever announced before barely crossed 100,000, and even that had been the end result of long, ugly bidding wars, hours of tension, hesitation and grudging raises. This time, the first real move had already blown past that. I couldn't be happier than this, he thought. I could die content. Then his mind caught up with him. Wait, no, finish the bid first. He coughed lightly, straightened his posture, and raised his voice. 200,000 gold, he announced. From Lord Duke Merlot. A hall stirred immediately. Murmurs spread, sharp and quick. Heads turned in the same direction without coordination. Toward the opposing VIP section. Toward the woman in the golden mask. The auctioneer followed their gaze. He expected to see focus, readiness, at least attention. Instead, she wasn't looking at the stage at all. Helena was leaning toward the small girl beside her. The child was holding a colorful cube, twisting it clumsily, while Helena pointed at different sides, speaking softly, as if they were anywhere but here. The auctioneer stared. Is she serious? Others noticed. The murmurs faded into a thick silence, not one of tension, but disbelief. Eyes fixed on her. The weight of the room shifted. Helena finally sensed it. She lifted her head and looked around, clearly confused. Her gaze swept the hall, then slid to Lysandra. Lysandra's fist was clenched so tightly her arm trembled. She looked ready to punch Helena through the mask. Helena tilted her head. Did I miss something, Lyasi? Lysandra's voice came out, strained. Didn't you come here for this property? Helena, awkward and small. How did I? Lysandra's glare sharpened. Helena let out a quiet sound of realization. She straightened immediately. Sorry. Lysandra held the glare for another moment, then slowly unclenched her fist. Around them, the audience watched in stunned silence. Some were offended, some incredulous, others plainly irritated. Does she think this is a public auction? This is the Merchant Guild's most important auction of the year. The auctioneer swallowed, fingers tightening around the gavel. His heart was still racing. This was no longer just a legendary bid. It had become unpredictable, and that, somehow, made it even better. Duke Merlot let out a small laugh as his gaze returned to the golden-masked woman. It wasn't loud, just a quiet sound of genuine amusement. Beside him, Iggs leaned closer. She's unique, he said. There was no malice in it, just disbelief. That level of distraction in a room like this is impressive. Merlot's mouth curved faintly. That won't be enough. Iggs folded his hands. Perhaps she's exhausted her escrow, he murmured. Waiting, because she can't go higher. Merlot shook his head once. I don't think so. Before Iggs could continue, a clear voice rang out from another VIP section. 250,000 gold. The auctioneer brightened immediately, energy snapping back into the room. Oh, there we are, he said, smiling wide. 250,000 gold has entered the conversation. He lifted his hand theatrically. House Flammers joins us at last. 250,000 from the young heiress herself. His gaze swept the hall before settling on her section. Lady Lunara Flammers, please grace us. Lunara rose smoothly from her seat, crimson hair catching the light. A faint ripple of mana followed her movement. She bowed towards Duke Merlot with practiced elegance. "My apologies," she said calmly. "My father was delayed, so I have come in his stead. I hope you will consider me a worthy rival." Merlot's smile deepened. "Ah," the auctioneer said happily, clapping his hands once. "Youth, talent, and 250,000 gold. Merchant Guild approves." A few chuckles moved through the hall. Then a single word cut cleanly through the air. "Double it." Lunara stopped mid-step. The auctioneer blinked, then slowly turned his head toward Riaz's VIP section. "Well," he said, delighted. "It seems Our Lady has finally woken up." He straightened, voice carrying easily. 500,000 gold, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that. He paused, savoring it. From bidder number 33. Bold, efficient, and very expensive. A ripple of ran through the audience. The auctioneer grinned. "Shall we continue climbing, or does anyone need a moment to catch their breath?" Helena sat upright now, attention fully on the stage. The game had her attention at last. Lunara had been ready. This was her moment. She had stepped in cleanly, announced her bid, felt the room turn toward her. It was familiar territory, comfortable. Then a single thought struck. Double it. For a second, her mind stalled. Double? She stared ahead, then finally processed the number she had just placed on the table. 250,000. Not 250, not 2,000, not even 25,000. 250,000 gold. Her fingers moved without permission. She started counting on them, folding one down, then another, as if that might make the number clearer. 500,000. She stopped. What am I doing? Heat crept up her neck, counting on her fingers like a child. She straightened, annoyed with herself. Doubling it. Just like that. Does she grow gold in her backyard? The thought slipped in before she could stop it. Absurd, but persistent. She forced herself to think properly. She could bid again. If she wanted to, she could push further. Her father had given her full authority for tonight. House Flammers had the funds. A mage family had to. Bell materials, research, artifacts. None of it was cheap. They weren't poor. But her limit was clear. 500,000. That was the line. She looked toward the stage again, then toward Duke Merlot's section, and finally toward the golden mask. She exhaled. This wasn't her fight. Not tonight. Lunara leaned back into her seat. No frustration, no bitterness, just acceptance. Maybe next time. She allowed herself a small, private smile. Tonight belonged to someone else. The hall went completely still. 500,000. It had taken only 3 bids to reach that number, not because there was no interest, but because most of the room had quietly hit their ceiling. Many houses had come prepared. Some had scraped together 200,000. A few could stretch to 3. A rare handful might reach 4. 500 was the line. Beyond it, money stopped being careful and started being reckless. At that point, only 2 bidders remained, Helena and Duke Merlot. Merlot leaned forward slightly, hands resting on the armrests, expression settled and focused. This was what he had been waiting for, not the property itself, but the contest. Someone who could stand across from him without flinching. 500,000 was steep for the room. It wasn't steep for him. He lifted his paddle without hesitation. Double it. The words landed like a hammer. The auctioneer let out a sharp whistle before he could stop himself. The crowd reacted all at once. Gas, sharp inhales. Someone near the back audibly swallowed. 1 million. For most people, 100,000 gold was already beyond imagination. 1 million crossed into the kind of number people joked about, or used in stories to make a point. The auctioneer froze, his knees wobbled, his hands shook, not from fear, but from excitement so intense his vision blurred. Heat rushed to his face as tears welled up without warning. This is it. This is the moment. He had spent his life calling numbers, building tension, watching fortunes shift with a flick of the wrist. And now, he forgot to speak. Behind him, a staff member waved frantically. Another hissed his name under their breath. The auctioneer stared upward, eyes glassy, smile trembling. Then something soft and greasy smacked him square in the face. He yelped and went down in a heap, half-eaten, bun-wrapped something skidded across the stage. The staff member, who had thrown it, stared for half a second, then slowly raised a fist. Other staff members gave him quick, impressed nods. The crowd burst into. The crushing weight of the number cracked just enough for people to breathe again. The auctioneer groaned, pushed himself up, dabbed his face with a handkerchief and straightened his coat. "My apologies, esteemed audience," he said. "Occupational hazard." Then his grin widened, excitement spilling back in full force. "Now then," he shouted, voice ringing through the hall. 1 million gold coins from Lord Duke Merlot. He lifted the gavel high. "Is there anyone present who dares to challenge that number?" Chapter 29. The last bid. Helena was starting to get irritated. She hadn't come here to play a bidding game with an old man. She had come to buy a house. Somewhere along the way, it had turned into a contest, and her patience was wearing thin. 1 million wasn't enough, she thought. She didn't actually know what counted, as expensive by this world's standards. Numbers still felt fake to her. When she had registered her escrow, she had picked a figure that felt large and left it at that. She hadn't expected to hit the ceiling so quickly. Now she had. Her escrow was empty. Helena frowned slightly. Did that mean she had to stop, give up the house, abandon the plan altogether? No, that wasn't acceptable. She stood from her seat, the movement slow and deliberate, and looked across the hall at Duke Merlot. Her eyes narrowed just a little, annoyance clear even through the mask. Why are you bothering me this much? She thought. Don't you already have a perfectly good house in the capital? Taylor had told her who the old man was. Merlot noticed her attention and tipped his hat in a small, polite gesture. Her annoyance deepened. Helena exhaled through her nose. She could end this the easy way. Walk in, take the property by force, and leave everyone scrambling to respond. She was capable of it, very capable, but that would create problems later. She didn't want to deal with that. She wanted the house, not the aftermath, so that option stayed where it was. She needed to crush him properly, in a way that didn't involve blood on the floor. This was her last option. Her gaze drifted toward the auctioneer. The escrow system was the rule here. Once it ran dry, bidding ended, unless exceptions were made. With enough trust, with enough presence, the Merchant Guild could bend its own procedures. She had already put 1 million gold on the table. They would let her continue if she asked. Helena dismissed the thought almost immediately. That wasn't her style. She didn't like negotiating permission after the fact. She didn't like asking institutions to make allowances for her. Instead, a different idea took shape. A simple, direct way. If auctions were just another way to buy things, then this didn't need to stay an auction. You went to a shop. You paid. You took what you wanted. Helena's eyes shifted back to the stage as she considered how to make that work. Helena stepped away from her seat. The movement was calm, almost casual, but it set off a chain reaction anyway. Lysander reacted first. She knew this creature was about to do something absurd. Wait, she blurted out, reaching for Helena's arm. Her legs wobbled as she stood, balance failing her for half a second. Her fingers brushed air. Helena slipped past her by a hair's breadth and kept walking. Stellar stared, confused, small hands still holding the cube. Helena, rears stiffened where she sat. Her jaw tightened, eyes fixed on Helena's back. Whatever was about to happen, it wasn't part of any plan she had prepared for. Across the VIP sections, heads turned, whispers spread. She was rich. That much was already clear. Some sort of heiress, perhaps backed by a powerful house, maybe even foreign. But crossing 1 million was different. Most noble houses couldn't do it. Even fewer would. Anyone capable of going beyond that usually came with flags, titles, and entourages that announced them long before the bidding started. If she were from outside the kingdom, she would already be disqualified. So what was she doing? People speculated in silence. Was she going to make a scene? Invoke her family name? Threaten the auctioneer? The anticipation twisted into something uneasy. The auctioneer watched her approach, throat tightening. He swallowed hard. For a brief, uncomfortable moment, he wondered if she was about to hit him. She stopped a few steps away, close enough that he could see her clearly now. The golden mask, the relaxed posture, no aggression in her stance. Instead, she raised her hand and rubbed one of the rings on her finger with her thumb. The auctioneer frowned. What is she? Gold spilled out, not all at once, not explosively, steady, continuous pour. Coins clinked against each other as they hit the floor. Bright, shining gold. The sound echoed through the hall, sharp and metallic, bouncing off stone and wood alike. The auction hall fell silent. Just the sound of gold. The pile grew quickly, too quickly. Coins stacked over one another, sliding as they accumulated, forming a rough pyramid that climbed higher and higher. It reached the auctioneer's waist, then his chest, then his shoulders. Soon, the crowd couldn't see him at all. The pile shifted under its own weight and slumped outward, gold spilling to the sides, spreading across the stage floor. Numbers stopped meaning much. 1 million, 2, more. No one could say where it ended, but everyone understood one thing. This was not another bid. Helena stepped forward again. There were no stairs on her side of the stage. As she placed her foot down, the floor rose to meet it. Stone flowed upward smoothly, forming a step. With her next step, another followed, then another. Each one lifted her higher, building a staircase beneath her feet. A murmur finally broke the silence. High-ranking mage. No one answered. Helena continued walking. Behind her, the gold was still settling. The hall remained frozen as she moved toward the auctioneer. Helena reached the stage. Behind the auctioneer, arranged neatly on a presentation cushion, lay the deeds. Thick parchment, heavy seals, each sheet bound together with red ribbon, ceremonial and unmistakable. She picked them up. The motion was unhurried. Helena brought the bundle forward and raised her hand. A pen formed in her fingers, elegant and dark, as if it had always belonged there. She hooked one finger beneath the ribbon and pulled. The fabric split cleanly. She dropped the loosened ribbon aside, then slapped the deeds down onto the auctioneer's lectern. The sound cracked through the hole. The auctioneer yelped before he could stop himself. R. Helena placed the pen into his hand. His fingers closed around it on instinct, knuckles stiff, eyes unfocused. She pointed at the deeds. Put my name on it, she said. Irritation bled clearly into her voice. I'm already annoyed. I don't want to play along anymore. The auctioneer swallowed. His voice came out thin. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Helena's eyes narrowed. Say that again. Color drained from his face. His breath turned shallow. He didn't know why his body was reacting like this. Only that it was. 30 seconds passed in his head far faster than they should have. He wasn't refusing out of defiance. He couldn't. Before he could explain, a voice broke through the tension. Wait, 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 wait. My lady. An old man hurried forward from the audience, pushing past stunned nobles. His back was slightly hunched, hair thin and grey, robes pulled on hastily as if he had stood up too fast. He climbed the steps to the stage with surprising speed, breathing hard, eyes darting between Helena and the mansion of gold behind her. He shook his head once, slow and heavy. That much gold did things to people, even to men who had spent their lives around money, especially to them. Several in the audience were no longer watching the stage at all. Their eyes were fixed on the pile. The shine alone told the truth. This was no illusion. The coins were real. Not all of them were gold. Platinum glinted among them, scattered throughout the heap. Detail mattered. The size of the pile meant nothing now. The value could not be guessed at a glance. Someone would have to separate the coins by hand, count them properly. The old man dragged his gaze away from the gold with visible effort and bowed stiffly to Helena. I'm Ixes, he said, breath still uneven. Guild master of the Merchant Guild. He straightened, hands clasped together. And this, he added carefully, is not how the process usually works. His face held a smile, polite, careful, a little stiff around the edges. Inside, his thoughts moved much faster. He didn't know who Rears had brought into his auction hall, but one thing was already clear. Whatever this woman was, Rears had struck something far larger than becoming guild master ever had. Bigger by an order he didn't even want to measure. Thought almost made him laugh. Almost. He let out a soft, awkward chuckle instead and addressed Helena, keeping his tone steady. My lady, he said, please forgive him. This fellow cannot put your name on the deeds. He doesn't have the authority. Helena glanced down at the auctioneer. Her hand was still gripping his collar. She sighed, irritation draining from her shoulders, and released him. The auctioneer's legs gave out immediately. He slid down to the floor where he stood, landing hard and staying there, breathing like he had just escaped something terrible. Helena stepped past him and turned her attention fully to Ixes. Ixes swallowed. She stopped directly in front of him, close enough that he had to tilt his head back to meet her gaze. The golden mask looked down at him, and beneath it her eyes carried a faint red hue. Ether stirred just enough to be seen as illusion. She was taller than him, not dramatically. Enough. Then tell me who can, Helena said. Her voice was cold, clipped. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Ixes did not step back. He was nervous, much was obvious, but he didn't retreat. A customer had come to buy. The Merchant Guild existed to ensure the transaction happened. That principle mattered more than fear. His eyes flicked sideways to Duke Merlot. Merlot was seated again, posture relaxed. He looked satisfied, not bitter, not angry, almost pleased, in a way that only someone who had enjoyed themselves thoroughly could be. Losing like this hadn't bothered him. If anything, it had rekindled something he thought age had taken from him. Competing again, feeling pressure, being pushed. Merlot met Ixes' gaze and gave a small nod. Do your job. Merlot didn't mind. This outcome wouldn't damage his relationship with the Merchant Guild. He had gained something else tonight. Ixes nodded once in return. He turned back to Helena. I can, he said. I have the authority. He hesitated, then added carefully, but it would be better to move this to a private room. We can make things more comfortable. Proper treatment for our customer. Helena shook her head immediately. No, she said. I don't want refreshments or cookies. I just want what I came for. Her tone flattened. I don't want to get angry over this. There was a pause, and I do have patience issues. Ixes followed her gaze to the deeds still resting on the lectern. He nodded. Then let's proceed. Helena stepped toward the stand and extended her hand, palm open, toward the auctioneer. The auctioneer, still sitting on the floor, barely had time to register what was happening. The pen tore itself from his grasp and snapped into Helena's hand with a sharp sound. Ixes noticed it immediately. No chanting. Her lips hadn't moved at all. He had already suspected she was a high-ranking mage. The silent stare formation when she ascended the stage had suggested it. Only the high tiers could cast without incantation. Helena hadn't cast anything. What she used answered her thoughts directly, as if the world itself had simply agreed to cooperate. Ixes watched closely as she turned turned back toward the deeds, then balanced loosely between her fingers, waiting for him to act. Helena pushed the pen toward Ix's. He took it, then hesitated for a moment longer than necessary. The pen was finely made, balanced, the kind of object someone carried because they liked how it felt in their hand, not because it was expensive. He noticed that, then pushed the thought aside. He had work to do. Until tonight, the most expensive private residence in the royal capital had belonged to Duke Merlot. A little over 100,000 gold. That figure had been repeated so often it had become a reference point, something people used to anchor their sense of scale. That anchor was gone. What lay in front of him now had crossed it so completely that comparisons felt pointless. This wasn't just the most expensive house in the capital anymore. It would be spoken of in the same breath as the highest valued properties on the continent. Ixes bent over the lectern and began writing. His hand was steady. Years of contracts and negotiations showed in the way he moved. Registry numbers, property designation, royal authorization clauses. His own name followed, signed cleanly as the acting representative of the Merchant Guild. When he finished, only 2 empty spaces remained. The owner's name, the owner's signature. He stopped. He hadn't written the name because he didn't know it. She was still wearing the mask. Ixes realized he had been wondering about this woman since the moment he first saw her. Not just who she was, but what kind of person carried wealth like this without ceremony. He handed the pen back to her and angled the parchment slightly. "Please write your name here," he said, tapping the page, then lower, "and sign below." He cleared his throat. "You should read the conditions first. You know most of them already, but they still apply." Helena clicked her tongue. Her eyes skimmed the page, barely slowed. Royal authority clauses, removal conditions, restrictions on armed forces. Language meant to sound heavy, while saying very little. She didn't bother pretending to care. The pen began to move. Ixes leaned in despite himself, eyes dropping to the name as the ink settled. Helena Hale. His brow creased. Hale. The name landed nowhere familiar. No major house. No minor one he could recall. Rears hadn't mentioned it. A flicker of doubt surfaced before he could stop it. Then he looked past the lectern, at the gold, at the platinum threaded through it. Helena noticed his pause. "What?" she asked. "Do you need something else?" She tilted her head slightly. "More gold?" Ixes shook his head at once, too fast to be subtle. "No," he said. "That won't be necessary." He looked back at the parchment. Helena Hale. If the house didn't exist, it would. Registries could be amended. Titles could be arranged. Money like this didn't wait for permission. It rewrote the ledger. Ixes straightened, folded the deeds carefully, and held them a little closer to his chest than before as he turned back toward her, already moving on to what came next. On the other side, Helena glanced back at the pile of coin she had created. She tilted her head slightly, studying it with a faint frown, as if the gold itself had done something wrong. Her lips moved under her breath. Economy. She paused, then dismissed the thought almost immediately. Never mind. This was exactly why she avoided business whenever she could. She knew herself too well. Chapter 30. Uninvited interest. After the papers were signed, Helena looked up at Ix's, clear irritation still written across her face. "So," she said, "is the house mine now? Can I move in immediately?" She hesitated, then added more bluntly, "I don't have a place to stay." Ixes stared at her. For a brief moment, his mind refused to cooperate. Don't have a place to stay? With that much wealth, she could rent the royal palace without anyone daring to laugh. And she was telling him she didn't even have a residence. His gaze flicked over her again. Pile of gold, still sitting in front of the stage, looked like a quiet accusation. Young Rears, he thought. Where did you even pick up this stray golden cat? Oh, money had already changed hands. Deed had already been signed. There was no stepping back from this now. That meant handling the consequences instead. Rules would have to bend. Quietly. First, a noble title would need to be arranged. If the royal palace learned that a capital estate had been sold to someone without recognized status, it would turn into a bureaucratic nightmare. And after that, he would need to speak with Rears. A calm conversation, a very gentle one. Ixes cleared his throat and straightened. "I'm sorry," he said, keeping his voice polite and measured, "but you won't be able to move in immediately. There are arrangements that need to be made." Helena tipped her head back slightly and sighed. "Oh, come on," she muttered. "I can't even move into one damn house." She looked back at him, annoyance sharpening. "What's still pending? I paid the money. The house is mine. What's the problem?" Ixes didn't rise to the tone. "I don't believe you plan to live there alone," he said, "or manage the estate by yourself." He gestured faintly, as if the size of the property were common knowledge. "You'll need servants, guards, maintenance. That residence is the largest in the capital after the royal palace. If no one lives there properly, It won't take long before it starts looking abandoned. Helena heard him. She understood the words, but only one of them reached her. Alone. Her expression didn't change, but something in her chest tightened all the same. Power didn't erase fear. Surviving an apocalypse hadn't made her brave in the ways people assumed. She had always been afraid to die, afraid of silence, afraid of her heart stopping when no one was there to notice. Even back on Earth, it hadn't just been obligations or family pressure that kept her going. Fear had done its share of the work. Ixis finished speaking, unaware of where her thoughts had gone. Helena didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned her head and looked out toward the audience. Her eyes moved quickly, skipping over faces she didn't care about until they found who she was looking for. Lysandra. She was still sitting there, arms crossed, expression torn between confusion and irritation. Helena's shoulders eased, just slightly. She turned back toward Ixis. He had been waiting for her attention, hands loosely folded, posture careful, in the way of someone used to dealing with people who could afford to be unreasonable. Can you give us a few days? He asked. We need time to make arrangements. You've already paid a little more than usual. He let out a dry, awkward laugh. We can't simply say it's yours, good luck, and walk away. He paused, then continued, his tone shifting into something more formal. Here is my proposal. For the first 10 years, you won't need to handle anything. Estate management, guards, servants, maintenance, supplies. The Merchant Guild will take care of all of it for you. Helena's gaze stayed on him. After 10 years, Ixis went on, if you wish to continue using our services, we can sit down and renegotiate. But until then, you won't need to lift a finger. Everything will be our responsibility. Helena raised a finger to her lips and thought. So, she said slowly, I don't need to worry about anything. Merchant Guild handles everything I need. Yes, Ixis replied without hesitation. She was quiet for a moment longer, then nodded. The decision already made. I like the offer, Helena said, but I have a condition. Ixis straightened slightly. Of course, tell me. We'll comply to the best of our ability. Increase the number of guards and servants by 10 times, she said. She didn't raise her voice. She didn't emphasize it. She said it the way someone stated a preference, not a demand. This is my only condition. If you need more money, ask. I'll pay whatever it costs. Ixis reacted before he thought. Please don't, he said quickly. You don't need to pay another coin. We already have more than enough. I comply. The words came out on their own. Only afterward did his mind catch up. 10 times. His thoughts began running whether he wanted them to or not. A normal noble house employed maybe 100 people. Large houses doubled that. High-ranking estates pushed toward 300. The Royal Castle itself had 400 guards and roughly 300 servants. 10 times that wasn't a household. That was a population. His chest tightened as the scale of it settled in. That would make her residence the most densely staffed location in the capital. Finding that many trained people wouldn't be a matter of quiet hiring. It would mean public recruitment, vetting, contracts, housing. A logistical nightmare. Ixis kept his expression neutral, but inside he was already exhausted. What does she need that many people for? He wondered. Is she trying to turn the place into a fortress, or just bury herself in company? He didn't ask. She had already increased his workload beyond anything he had planned for. Ixis nodded once more, committing himself to the problem whether he liked it or not. Helena noticed he hadn't moved. What are you thinking about? She asked. He blinked, then straightened slightly. Sorry, I was just rearranging the flow of my work. She tilted her head, watching him. If it's acceptable, Ixis continued, we'll send your servants in batches. Finding that many professionals at once isn't realistic. I'll have to open public recruitment. Helena considered that for a moment. Can you manage 100 by morning? Yes, Ixis said. We already have more than 100 people on standby. He paused, though we'll need to construct additional servant quarters. Helena frowned. Is the house not big enough? It's not about size, Ixis replied. Most manors have separate servant quarters. Your estate can comfortably house around 500 staff that way, but beyond that, the space becomes cramped. She thought about it. How many people can the main building hold? Ixis hesitated, then answered. It's the largest structure of its kind. Over 800, without difficulty. Then why aren't they living there? Helena asked. I don't want to sleep in an empty house. Ixis opened his mouth, then closed it. The main residence is considered high class. Having servants live there is usually. Who owns the house? Helena cut in. There was a short pause. You do, Ixis said. Then they live in the main residence, Helena said, without raising her voice. Ixis studied her for a second, then nodded. Understood. She seemed satisfied with that. A small smile appeared, brief and genuine. Without warning, she turned and stepped off the stage, not down, forward. She flipped once in the air and landed cleanly among the seats. 10 points. she said lightly. The audience stared as if they were looking at some rare creature in a zoo. Helena didn't care what they thought. The audience hadn't heard a word of the conversation. As soon as Helena and Ixes began speaking, the auction staff raised a sound barrier around the stage. Sound didn't pass through it. Light didn't help much either. Even the pile of gold sat beneath a thin containment layer, faintly visible only if someone looked closely. Everything was under control. Helena walked back toward her group, clearly pleased. Stellar, Lyassi, she said. I got us a home. Stella froze. She had known Helena was wealthy. Anyone who handed out the most expensive plushie so casually had to be. But this was something else entirely. Her thoughts struggled to keep up. She opened her mouth. Lysandra cut her off. What were you doing up there? She snapped. Do you know how many people are staring at me? I feel like I'm standing here, naked, just because I came with you. Helena felt it too. The weight of eyes pressed in from all sides. Lysandra glanced past her. Look at Lady Rears. Helena followed her gaze. Rears sat in the middle of them, answering questions without pause. Her voice moved on its own. Short replies. Polite words. The same phrases repeated again and again. She didn't seem to notice when she contradicted herself or when someone asked the same thing twice. Her eyes were unfocused. She looked like a doll set to repeat a recorded message. Around her, the noble women smiled. Their gazes kept slipping past Reese's shoulder, drifting toward Helena's position. The smiles were careful, a little too artificial, the kind meant to signal interest without committing to respect. Some watched openly, others pretended not to. All of them were paying attention. Only Marchioness Venenia looked genuinely concerned. She glanced between Rears and Helena, her expression tightening slightly, as if trying to decide which situation was about to become a problem first. Helena noticed and lifted a hand. Helena waved back and smiled. The smile faded quickly. Maybe this was her fault, at least a little. She reached out and ruffled Stellar's hair, leaving it messier than before. You're invited to my house, little one, Helena said. Stella bristled. Who are you calling little one? Helena grinned. Of course, you. Before Lysandra could react, Helena bent down and lifted her onto her shoulder. Hey. Lysandra yelled. No, not again. Put me down. Too late. The floor rippled beneath them. Helena stepped forward, and both of them sank into the ground as if it were water. Just before they vanished, her voice echoed back. Bye-bye. A moment later, Rias disappeared the same way, swallowed by the floor. Stellar stared at the empty space they'd left behind, irritation and awe mixing together. What kind of spell was that? She wondered. Some modified Earth-type trap? Whatever it wasn't normal. One item still remained on the auction roster. Helena didn't care. She already had what she came for. The third parking area of the auction house. The third parking level of the auction house was silent, not the quiet of an empty place, but the heavier kind. Bodies were everywhere. Drivers slumped over wheels. Servants collapsed beside carriages and luggage. Some lay sprawled across the stone floor. Others half-seated where they had been standing moments earlier, all unconscious. The only person still moving wore an auction staff uniform. But he wasn't part of the auction staff. His name was Abel, a senior member of the Thief Guild. A few hours earlier, a sealed letter had reached him through the usual channels. A noble client, a simple instruction. Steal a strange-looking carriage parked in the third lot of the auction hall. Under normal circumstances, it would have been laughable. Today of all days, the auction house was overflowing with nobles, guards, and high-ranking figures from across the kingdom. Security had been tightened to the point of paranoia, but Abel hadn't been asked to enter the hall itself, just the parking area. Difficult, but not impossible. And Abel wasn't just any thief. He slipped past 2 patrol rotations, crossed paths with other guild members without exchanging a glance, and reached the path leading to the third lot without incident. Each of them had their own assignments, no overlap, no questions. Before stepping fully inside, Abel lit a thick stick of incense and let it burn. The scent was faint, sweet, easy to ignore. It was designed that way. Anyone who inhaled it without resistance would fall unconscious within 10 minutes. 3 hours at minimum before waking. Abel himself wore a treated cloth beneath his collar. Not immunity, but enough resistance to function. He waited. 10 minutes passed. Parking lot went still. Abel stepped inside and surveyed the scene with professional detachment, then walked toward a sleek, unfamiliar vehicle resting apart from the others. So this is it, he muttered. The shape was odd, but it had a strange appeal. Not built like a carriage meant for beasts. He unfolded the letter again and compared the description. Perfect match. Abel reached into his coat and pulled out a small pouch. A magic bag. Costly, even by guild standards, but essential at his level. Its internal capacity could swallow a medium-sized carriage whole. Lucky for him, the target was just small enough. "I'm already behind," he said quietly. "Let's move." He opened the bag and angled its mouth toward the vehicle. Nothing happened. Then the air shimmered. A thin red layer of ether flared across the surface of the carriage, repelling the pull with a dull pulse. Abel stumbled back a step, eyes wide. A barrier? It wasn't in the briefing. He tried again, adjusted the angle, poured more manhwa into the bag. Same result, a brief flash. Total resistance. Each attempt was rejected cleanly, as if the carriage didn't even acknowledge the storage effect. Abel clenched his jaw. He didn't know this vehicle had been constructed by someone who had fully mastered ether engineering. In fact, he didn't even know what ether engineering was. The concept didn't exist in this world. This wasn't like Helena's chopper, an early model built when its creator had only begun learning. This sedan was made after mastery, not the highest class like Helena's rings, but still a finished product. Defensive layers stacked deliberately, ownership protocols embedded deep. One of them was simple. It could not be stored anywhere except its owner's rings. Abel didn't know that. What he knew was that time was slipping. Damn it. He reached for his dagger. "If it gets scratched, that's not my problem," he muttered. "The client can complain later." Manhwa gathered along the blade as he stepped forward and drove it toward the vehicle's frame. The barrier reacted instantly. The moment metal touched the red layer, the force reversed. The blade shattered. Fragments exploded outward as if fired from a cannon. A compressed shockwave followed. Abel barely had time to scream. Shards tore into his face and chest. His hand burst open, bone snapping under the recoil. The impact hurled him backward, his body slamming into the carriage behind him. He hit the floor hard and rolled across the stone, clutching ruined flesh, breath breaking apart as pain drowned everything else. The sedan remained untouched. The red ether shimmer faded, settling back into silence as if nothing had happened. Chapter 31. Caught in red. With a lot of trouble, Abel stood up from the ground. His hand had almost been ripped off at the wrist. It was too gory to look at directly. It was that badly damaged. It wasn't just the knockback that caused the damage. When that strange energy pushed him back, it penetrated his hand from the inside out. If he had stayed in contact with the dagger for even a few more seconds, the impact would have reached his shoulder and his whole arm would have been torn apart from within. The shock was that strong. Abel clenched his teeth and pulled a small glass bottle from his hidden pocket. It was a healing potion, dark red in colour. He drank half of it and poured the rest over the wound. The injury began to give off a faint green glow. It took a few seconds, but his hand slowly returned to its original shape. However, it was only superficial healing. His hand looked fine, but it wasn't functioning properly. That was the limit of the potion. The damage had been more internal than external. It would take time and stronger potions for it to fully recover. At least the pain eased a little. Abel let out a breath of relief. Then he muttered, "Oh shit." The noise of the impact had been loud. With his thief's trained hearing, he could already detect footsteps approaching. A lot of them. He made a frustrated face. He knew he had messed up. Fortunately, he had come prepared not only for success, but also for failure. He opened his pocket again and took out another potion bottle. Unlike the previous one, this liquid looked like plain water, slightly thicker when shaken. It was an invisibility potion. Abel quickly opened it and gulped it down in one go. It would take a few seconds to activate. The footsteps were already too close. Guards had entered the parking area. He could hear the commotion clearly now. Holy Thymra above. What the hell happened here? Are they alive? Quickly check if someone is conscious. The voice sounded stern. They knew this incident would cause trouble. It was a race against time. Abel knew the potion still needed a few moments to take effect. Moving quickly, but carefully, he slipped behind a carriage, out of the guard's direct line of sight. From there, he could still see the strange carriage he had come to steal. His eyes filled with anger and frustration. Anger at his client for not informing him that the item he was supposed to steal was protected by high-class magic with a built-in defense mechanism. Abel blinked. When he opened his eyes again, 3 women were standing near the strange carriage. A question almost escaped his lips. When did they get there? He had not looked away. It had only been a blink. Yet, they were suddenly present, as if they had stepped out from thin air. In a place filled with magic, sudden appearances were not impossible, but it still unsettled him. The blonde one had the other 2 slung over her shoulders like sacks of grain. They looked completely unconscious, but she carried them without visible effort. Strength like that was unusual to see so casually. In this world, someone could have the body of a goblin and the strength of a minotaur. Abel assumed she was a warrior class, or someone who specialized in physical enhancement. That assumption created a new problem. Warrior types often had sharper senses than ordinary people. Abel held his breath instinctively. Some high-ranking thieves could even slow or stop their heart beat for short periods. He was not that skilled. He could control his breathing for 10 to 15 minutes at best. That was his limit. The blonde woman walked toward the carriage. The two unconscious women remained draped over her shoulders as if they weighed nothing. She stopped in front of the door, directly in Abel's line of sight. For a brief second, he wondered if she was too close, but she did not react. She grabbed the handle and opened the carriage door. Nothing happened. The crimson defensive barrier that had nearly torn his arm apart did not activate. That told him enough. She was the owner of this carriage, or at least someone recognized by its enchantments. He placed the two women inside gently, adjusted them in the back seat, and closed the door with a solid thud. Then she shut the outer gate and dusted her hands lightly, as if finishing a routine task. Done, she said to herself. Abel glanced at his own hand. It had turned transparent. The invisibility potion had fully activated. He let out a slow breath of relief. Even if she had sharper senses, she could not see him from this distance. He just needed to leave quietly. Today had already gone badly enough. Maybe not today, but someday he would steal that carriage. Not for the client, for his own pride. By then, the guards had arrived in full force. Seeing only one conscious person in the area, they quickly surrounded the blonde woman. A senior-looking guard stepped forward and asked in a loud, firm tone, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" He was speaking fast, trying to pressure her into a mistake. If she was guilty, it was risky. If she turned out to be an invited guest, especially an important one, his job could be in danger. But he had already failed to prevent the incident. He needed results. Blonde woman tilted her head slightly, then took out an identity token and tossed it toward him without ceremony. The guard caught it, and his expression changed almost immediately. Token was enough. She was not just a guest, she was a VIP. The senior guard and the others bowed at once. "We apologize for our rudeness, my lady. We were only following protocol. If necessary, you may hold me accountable. I am the captain." He could only hope she was not the arrogant type. In his experience, there was always a chance of meeting a difficult noble. Fortunately, she simply smiled and waved her hand, clearly unbothered. The tension in the guard's shoulders eased. Still, the problem remained. The culprit had not been found. Gathering some courage, the captain spoke again. "If my lady has a moment, could you tell us what happened here? Or if you noticed anything suspicious?" "Of course," she replied easily. "I'm in a good mood today." "What's the matter?" The captain gestured around them. "Please look, my lady. Everyone here, humans and animals alike, is unconscious." "Yes, I noticed," she said. "There's something faint in the air. It smells like sleeping incense or something like that." The captain inhaled carefully. His eyes widened. Now that he focused, he could detect it. Very faint, almost gone. It was the type that burned quickly and left little trace. Assassins favored it for that reason. He looked around the yard again. Perhaps they had arrived in time to prevent something worse. Still, one question bothered him. If she had arrived before them, why was she unaffected? He quickly pushed the thought aside. A VIP guest could not simply be treated as a suspect. That would be foolish. He hesitated, wondering whether to press further. Before he could decide, the blonde woman spoke again. "If you're looking for the culprit, he's over there." She pointed directly in Abel's direction. The guards froze. Abel froze. What? The invisibility potion was working. He was certain of it. To be safe, he did not move a single muscle. Maybe she was pointing at someone behind him. The guards were still scanning the area with confused expressions. He almost in relief. This had to be his imagination. There was no way she could see him. He relaxed slightly. Then he realized her finger had not shifted. She was still pointing exactly where he stood. "The culprit? Where?" the guard captain asked. The blonde woman looked as if she had just remembered something. You can't see him. I think he's using some kind of invisibility item." The guards reacted instantly. Several of them moved into formation in front of her, shields raised, weapons drawn. The captain's expression hardened. Invisible, combined with sleeping incense. There was only one conclusion in his mind. An assassin. His sword ignited with a blue aura as Marna flowed into it. Abel did not wait any longer, since he had already been exposed. There was no reason to stand still. He bolted toward the gate at full speed. His body flickered faintly as he ran, like a distorted image. That was the weakness of the invisibility potion. Rapid movement disrupted the effect, making the user easier to track. "All guards, catch him," the captain roared. "Don't let him escape. Think about how many innocent lives would have been lost if we were late." The guards charged after him as a group, boots pounding against stone. Abel glanced back and cursed. "Damn you, if I survive this, I'm coming for you," he muttered, thinking of his client. No warning about high-class magical defenses. No mention that the owner had senses sharp enough to detect through invisibility effects. How had she seen him at all? Complaints could wait. Survival came first. Dead man told no tales. A captured one becomes a storyteller after a few rounds of torture. He had no intention of becoming cooperative. As he sprinted forward, he looked back one more time. The blonde woman was no longer where she had been. A cold sense of dread settled in his stomach before he even turned his head. When he faced forward again, she was already there, standing directly in his path. She was smiling. In her hand was a heavy club that looked more suited to an ogre than to someone of her build. She drew it back casually. Abel was already mid-stride. He could not stop in time. Dodging at this speed was impossible. His only option was to commit. His expression twisted. With his fully functioning hand, he pulled out another dagger, this one coated in strong paralysis poison. With his injured hand, working at barely half strength, he threw a small bottle toward her feet. It was designed to explode in light and sound, enough to disorient anyone nearby. The bottle struck the ground. It did not break. It bounced once, intact. Abel's heart dropped. Defective? He was already within striking distance. There was no time to adjust. He thrust his dagger toward her chest. Her weapon was heavier. It should have been slower. A strained laugh escaped him. Take this. She was still smiling. His blade was inches away. Then she blurred. Abel recognized the phenomenon instantly. Movement so fast the eye could not properly track it. He had only seen that level of speed once before, from the guild master of the Thief Guild. An overwhelming force struck his abdomen. The impact crushed the air from his lungs and sent a shockwave through his body. His vision went white for a second. He barely held on to consciousness as he was launched backward. He flew straight toward the charging guards. Several of them caught him before he hit the ground. Their grips were anything but gentle. Some were grinning in a way that made his stomach sink. To them he was a prize. Abel was not smiling. The last thing he saw was the blonde woman approaching calmly, that same relaxed expression on her face. Then the guards slammed him down in the name of restraint. Darkness took him. Chapter 32. Welcome home. A car moved steadily through the noble district. It was Helena's Apocalypse sedan. The vehicle was built to handle rough terrain like an off-road machine, but that durability was unnecessary here. The roads in the noble district were smooth and properly maintained, unlike most other parts of the capital. Helena sat inside, humming softly to herself. The night air drifted in through the slightly open window. Sleep clung faintly to her eyes. She did not truly need much rest, but she preferred to keep ordinary habits. Sleeping, yawning, feeling tired. It helped her feel normal. The sedan slowed and stopped in front of two large iron gates. Whole stone walls stretched on both sides, decorated with carved patterns. Through the bars, Helena could see the manor in the distance. She did not move the car forward. Two armoured guards stood in front of the gate with spears lowered toward the sedan. They were already alert. Without saying anything at first, Helena opened the door and stepped out. She stretched slightly and yawned. How are you two doing? The guards exchanged a quick glance and tightened their grip on their spears. One shifted his stance, clearly ready to shout the emergency code that would alert the nearest guard post. The estate was not fully staffed yet. There were only around 20 guards and 30 servants maintaining the manor. Any unknown arrival at this hour was a risk. Before the guard could shout, Helena's half-lidded eyes shifted past them. Two figures were rushing toward the gate from inside the estate. One was clearly running, the other seemed to ignore gravity entirely, covering distance in long, unnatural leaps. Helena watched for a moment. The leaping one was likely using some form of gravity control. She recognized the signs easily. Her husband's core ability had been gravity-based as well. Both of them looked urgent, as if something were chasing them. As they drew closer, Helena could make out their clothing. Black and white uniforms. One woman, one man. The woman was running at full speed. The man moved in arcs through the air. Even the guards turned to look. Why are they running like that? One muttered. Helena tilted her head slightly. Want to bet who wins? The guards stared at her, unamused. The woman reached the gate first. She was breathing hard, but still loud enough to shout at the top of her lungs. Lower your weapons. The guards hesitated. I said lower your weapons. They looked between Helena and the approaching woman, uncertain. Helena raised a hand slightly. I don't know her, she said plainly, but the urgency in the woman's voice carried authority. The guards recognized it. After a brief pause, they lowered their spears. The woman did not slow down. Instead of waiting for the gate to open, she bent her knees and jumped. She cleared the iron bars in one smooth motion and landed neatly near the guards, who instinctively stepped aside. Helena clapped lightly. Wow, I did that too a few minutes ago. The woman ignored the comment. She straightened her posture, dusted off her long skirt, then bowed politely toward Helena. The guards, noticing her manner and bearing, lowered their heads as well. Welcome home, Lady Helena, the woman said. I'm alone, the head maid of your estate. Helena looked her up and down without hiding it. Head maid? Yes, I manage this former ducal estate with my husband. He serves as the head butler. At that moment, the second figure finally reached the gate. He landed inside and looked visibly exhausted. With a small gesture, he dispelled the gravity spell he had been using. Unlike Eloan, he did not attempt to jump over. He opened the smaller side gate and stepped through, holding onto it briefly for support. He approached and bowed. Apologies for presenting myself in such a state. I'm Morris, the head butler. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady. So, your husband and wife? Yes, my lady, Eloan answered calmly. Helena studied them openly. Eloan was tall, dark-haired, with sharp features and a serious presence. Morris looked slightly younger, perhaps around 30, with a calmer expression. Even without knowing them, Helena felt she could guess who held more authority between the two. A faint grin formed on her face as a few unspoken thoughts crossed her mind. She wisely kept them to herself. Eloan cleared her throat gently. My lady, perhaps we should go inside first. You must be tired. Well, a little, Helena admitted. Let's head in, both of you. Get in the car. She pointed her thumb toward the sedan. Eloan and Morris exchanged a confused glance, but did not question her. One person in the front with me, one in the back, Helena added. Morris, you'll probably be more comfortable in the back. She said it casually. Eloan was not fat, but she was tall and broad in a way that made her presence feel larger. Morris, despite being around average height, seemed smaller standing beside her. Helena shook her head internally. Stop it. Not your business. Helen. My lady? Eloan asked. Is something wrong? Helena cleared her throat. No, I just realized I forgot to ask. How did you know I bought the estate? I completed the purchase less than half an hour ago. We received a direct message from Master Ixes. Eloan replied. He informed us that you had acquired the estate and might arrive tonight. We came immediately to ensure everything was prepared. He instructed us to take care of you to the best of our ability. Helena nodded. All right, let's get in. She took the driver's seat. Eloan and Morris stood beside the vehicle, staring at it uncertainly. Helena rolled down the window and made a pulling motion with her hand. Like this. Eloan hesitated, then grasped the handle and pulled. The door opened. Both of them had heard that their new master possessed unusual items, but neither had expected this. The carriage had no horses, no reins, no visible means of movement. Traditionally, it would be their duty to escort their master inside while managing the carriage themselves. Neither Eloan nor Morris had any idea how to handle this one. They chose not to ask. Eloan quickly took the front seat, though her knees were slightly bent due to the limited space. Helena reached under her seat and adjusted it backward. The seat slid smoothly, giving Eloan more legroom. She looked more comfortable now, though her long maid skirt still spread across much of the floor. From the back seat, Morris suddenly exclaimed, Are they dead? Helena checked the mirror. He was staring at Lysandra and Rears, who were still unconscious. Relax, Helena said. They're just sleeping, I think. Eloan turned slightly to look at them, concern flickering across her face. Morris hesitated, but sat carefully beside Rears. The space was tight, and his shoulder brushed against her. In the mirror, Eloan's eyes sharpened as she glanced at him. Morris straightened immediately, looking even more uncomfortable. Helena noticed and smiled faintly. Just as I thought. The gates had already been opened. Helena pressed the accelerator, and the car moved forward at a steady pace. Both Eloan and Morris quietly observed the estate grounds through the windows, taking in the unfamiliar vehicle's smooth motion. Where's the parking area? Helena asked. Or I can just store this in my rings. Eloan's eyes shifted to Helena's hands on the steering wheel. Rings adorned every finger. Master Ixes had mentioned that detail specifically, as a way to identify their new mistress. He had not explained what the rings did. My lady, Eloan said carefully, it is the duty of servants to manage and park their master's carriage. However, neither Morris nor I know how to operate this one. We are ashamed of our lack of skill. If you permit me, I can carry it to the parking area. Helena blinked. No need. I'll store it. And don't apologize for small things. I have a lot of poo. Eloan stopped herself. My lady, I do not know the meaning of poo. Could you explain? Helena nodded seriously. Poo is a word developed by the Hale family. It stands for power of understanding. Eloan's expression went completely flat. After a second, Helena coughed lightly. Bad joke. I'm not great at those. Eloan shook her head calmly. It is not your fault, my lady. Morris also tends to joke in similar ways. I believe I'm simply difficult when it comes to humor. Oh, okay. The car eventually stopped in front of the main manor. Compared to the other estates Helena had passed, this one was clearly among the largest. Space in the capital was limited, so it was not vast like countryside estates, but it stood proudly. From here, she could even see the royal palace in the distance. The palace looked grand, but her manner carried its own weight, with a dignified and historical presence. Even at a slow driving speed, it had taken nearly 3 minutes to reach the front from the main gates. Other buildings, including servant quarters and stables, lay further behind. Helena stepped out and looked up at the wide staircase leading to the large wooden doors. She nodded to herself, satisfied. This time, Eloan and Morris watched carefully how she opened the door and followed her example without instruction. Morris adjusted his coat. Eloan straightened her skirt. Helena reached into her rings and pulled out 2 large suitcases, holding one in each hand. Both Eloan and Morris looked at the luggage in confusion, but their duty was clear. "My lady, please allow us to carry your belongings," Eloan said. "No," Helena replied simply. The suitcases served no real purpose beyond her own satisfaction. She wanted to enter her new home carrying them herself. They stepped back without argument. Morris hesitated. "What about the 2 ladies in the carriage?" Helena paused. Right before she could figure out how to manage both luggage and unconscious friends, Eloan had already moved. She opened the back door and lifted Riaz in a princess carry with one arm, then secured Lysandra over her back with the other. She handled both with steady balance. "Thanks," Helena said. "It is our duty, my lady. There is no need to thank us. Please give us orders freely." Helena gave a small nod and walked toward the entrance. The doors opened from inside. 2 neat lines of servants stood waiting, maids on one side, men servants on the other. As she stepped forward, they bowed in unison. "Welcome home, Lady Helena." Helena walked inside with a quiet sense of satisfaction. This was her home now. Still, beneath that feeling, there was a small weight in her chest. Her family and old friends were not here with her. Only their memories were. Chapter 33. Lysandra's Wrath. 2 women stood beside a massive king-size bed, speaking in low but intense voices. A third woman lay asleep on the bed. Even though they weren't whispering, her sleep was deep enough that she did not stir. Wait, one of them said, running a hand through her hair. "Is this really going to be all right? This won't injure her or anything?" The other woman folded her arms. "No, I'm pretty sure she'll be fine. She's tougher than she looks." "But still." "What still?" The second woman cut in, her tone rising. "Do you have any idea what yesterday was like for me? My heart was in my throat the entire auction." Then she climbs on stage and pulls everyone's attention onto herself. "People kept staring at me like I was involved, like I was just as reckless as she is." She started pacing. "I was shaking the whole time. It's a good thing I was already expecting trouble. She might not care what people think, but I do. I'm a commoner. I live quietly. When I got my job, I thought that was enough for me. Stable, peaceful. I don't want power. I don't want attention. I don't want to stand in front of nobles who could end someone like me without consequences." Her voice dropped. "I'm not brave. I'm just Lysandra, an employee of Nelson Trade." Riaz listened quietly, but when she called me her friend Lysandra, exhaled sharply. "I couldn't just step back either. I might be a coward, but I'm not heartless. She has her own problems. If she doesn't want to tell me, fine. I won't force her. That's her choice." She crossed her arms tightly. "But she still owes me for yesterday." The woman asleep on the bed was Helena. It was already late morning. The previous night, Helena had brought both of them to her newly purchased estate while they were unconscious. When Lysandra and Riaz woke up, they found themselves in luxurious guest rooms. Riaz had been calm. Lysandra had not. Her first thought was that some noble had kidnapped her. It was not unheard of. The idea alone had nearly brought her to tears. She had imagined her ordinary life ending in a single night. By chance, Riaz recognized the estate as a former ducal property. She was fairly certain it was Helena who had brought them here. Riaz had accidentally entered Lysandra's room and found her trembling under the blankets. It had taken half an hour to calm her down. Once the fear faded, anger replaced it. Together, they went to look for Helena. They stopped outside another large door. A tall maid stood there, composed and upright. It was Eloan. As soon as she saw them, she bowed politely. "I hope you both slept well, Lady Riaz, Lady Lysandra. I'm Eloan, head maid of Lady Helena's estate." The introduction was clearly meant for Lysandra. As the head of the property department in the Merchant Guild, Riaz was already familiar with Eloan. Lysandra glanced up at the maid and swallowed. Eloan was tall and carried herself with quiet authority. The professional smile did not make her any less intimidating. Lysandra leaned slightly toward Riaz and whispered, "She could pick me up with one hand and throw me outside, right?" Riaz placed a reassuring hand on her back. "Is Helena inside?" Riaz asked, looking toward the door. "Yes," Eloan replied. "My lady is resting. She appeared quite exhausted yesterday, so I chose not to disturb her. Do you require something from her?" Riaz and Lysandra looked at each other, then back at Eloan. Yes, they said at the same time. We have serious business with her. Rears crossed her arms. Now that I think about it, where are the other servants? You wouldn't have left Helena's guests unattended. Lysandra was desperately in need of someone when she woke up. This estate still has around 30 staff members, but no one was there for us. Eloan remained composed. I apologize to both of you. There is a reason for that. Since early morning, nearly 300 people have gathered outside the gates. They claim the guild master sent them. 300? Rears repeated. Yes, according to the message we received. This is only the beginning. Within weeks, the number of servants is expected to reach 4 digits. The Merchant Guild plans to open public recruitment for additional staff and guards, as per my lady's request. Rears frowned. Public recruitment? 4 digits? Why? Eloan continued calmly. The 300 outside are professionals with prior experience. However, it is still our responsibility to verify them properly. We cannot allow outsiders to mix in unnoticed. Most of the current staff are occupied screening them. Rears narrowed her eyes. The guild master moves fast. 300 trained professionals by morning. Before she could finish, Lysandra spoke softly. Lady Rears. Rears turned to her immediately. Lysandra, I don't care if you're a commoner or anything else. We've known each other for barely a day, but I already consider you a friend. Just call me Rears. I'm more comfortable that way. Lysandra looked relieved, though still uncertain. Formal speech had never come naturally to her. Rears was a high-ranking figure in the Merchant Guild. Lysandra worked for a modest trading company. Rears sighed and looked at her directly. Request. Lysandra blinked. No, we're friends. You don't have to request to be my friend. Rears smacked her lightly on the back. Be a little more confident and fiercer. Why? Lysandra asked. Rears glanced toward Helena's door, then back at her. You'll need it in the future. Just trust me. Eloan had been standing quietly the entire time. Eloan, Rears said. Could you leave us alone for a moment? We have some business with Helena. Eloan studied her. Not me, Rears added, gesturing toward Lysandra. Her. Lysandra's expression tightened at the mention of Helena's name. I'm afraid I cannot leave my mistress unattended, Eloan replied politely. I understand your concern, Rears said. You already know me, and Lysandra is Helena's closest friend. She met Eloan's eyes directly. She knew Eloan's background, a former adventurer, always cautious, loyal, but practical. We just need a little talk with her, Rears added. Eloan hesitated for a moment, then bowed. Very well, I will be nearby. She stepped away from the door. Rears looked at Lysandra. Ready? Lysandra nodded. They entered the room. The main sleeping chamber was larger and more luxurious than any of the guest rooms. Sunlight filtered through heavy curtains. Helena lay sprawled across the bed, completely at ease, breathing steadily. Seeing her like that made something snap inside Lysandra. Helen, wake up. Even Rears stepped back slightly at the volume. Helen. Helena did not move. She simply turned to the other side and pulled a pillow over her head. I think she's in deep sleep, Rears said carefully. Maybe we should come back later. No, Lysandra replied firmly. I have a way, a guaranteed way, to wake her up. A slow grin spread across her face as she looked at the sleeping Helena. I just need a little help from you. Present. Lysandra and Rears were kneeling on the bed. Help me lift her, Lysandra said. They grabbed Helena from both sides. Lysandra held her under the shoulders while Rears lifted her legs. Damn, she's heavy. Helena looked slim, almost delicate, but her body was far from light. Beneath her skin was tightly packed muscle, denser than normal. Even without any ether enchantment, it gave her abnormal strength. On Earth, not everyone awakened a powerful core ability, so ether combat arts were developed instead. Body enchantment strengthened the body. Visionary enhanced sight. Detection sharpened awareness. Weapon creation formed temporary ether weapons at high cost. Helena knew many of these arts. When her core ability first manifested, it was judged non-combat, so she had no choice but to train in combat arts instead. When she used body enchantment, her strength multiplied several times over. She rarely needed it now. After the final war on Earth, she had not fought seriously again, other than when she fought Joseph. Rears and Lysandra were already breathing hard as they carried her toward the balcony. If this had been the Helena from her apocalypse days, she would have woken at the slightest disturbance. A random insect near her ear would have been enough, but she had not felt real danger in a long time. More importantly, neither Rears nor Lysandra carried any harmful intent. Her guard was completely down. One more push, Lysandra said, as they reached the edge. Rears hesitated. Are you sure about this? She won't get angry, right? I'm angry right now, Lysandra replied. Lift her higher from your side. Helena was still clutching part of the bedsheet. Lysandra wrapped it around her properly, almost like swaddling a child. Bit of drool had gathered at the corner of Helena's mouth. When I count to 3, we push, Lysandra said. Rears nodded, though she looked unsure. They placed Helena carefully on top of the thick balcony railing. It was wide and stable, supporting her weight easily. Sunlight touched her face. She squinted and turned her head away, still half asleep. Lysandra stared at her for a second. 1, 2, 3. They pushed. For a split second, Helena floated in the air. Her eyes snapped open. What? Why am I falling? Lysandra waved cheerfully from above. Lyasi, you traitor. Helena disappeared into the bushes below. There was no heavy impact, just the sound of leaves shifting. Earlier that morning, when Lysandra had panicked about being kidnapped, her first instinct had been to escape through the balcony. She had already checked the height. Even a normal person would not be seriously injured by the drop. Bushes below were thick enough to soften the fall. Rears leaned over the railing. Is she all right? I think so, Lysandra said. A moment later, Helena emerged from the bushes. Her clothes and bedsheet were covered in leaves and dust. She bent her knees and jumped. In a single leap, she landed back on the balcony. She looked annoyed. If it had been anyone else, the outcome might have been very different. But Lysandra was standing there, arms crossed, glaring. Rears quietly stepped a little to the side, as if distancing herself from responsibility. Still, there was a faint smile she tried to hide. Helena brushed off some leaves and looked at Lysandra carefully. Can I know the reason? She asked. Then add it, please. Lysandra's smile widened. Of course, she said. Let's go inside. I'll explain everything. She paused slightly, in full detail. Chapter 34. Riona the Judge. Far from the kingdom of Diamanture lay a vast forest. It was not an ordinary woodland where travelers could wander freely. Any outsider who attempted to step inside without permission would not make it far. Arrows would greet them from every direction before they even realized they had been seen. This forest belonged to the elves. It was not a small hidden settlement, but their primary residence on the continent. The land was known as Greenwood, also called the Greenwood Crown. At its heart stood the Forest of Souls. The name came from the ancient tree that towered above all others. The Tree of Passing was said to be one of the largest and oldest beings on the continent. According to legend, it guided souls to the afterlife. Not only elven souls, but all souls born on the continent. It offered passage, and for those who sought repentance, a chance to begin again in another life. The elves guarded the forest with absolute devotion. Gifted in magic and long-lived, they had maintained their borders for centuries. No army had ever breached their defenses, no one except devils. Recently, in a restricted region sealed by royal decree, a dimensional fissure had appeared. It tore open without warning. Fortunately, no civilians were nearby at the moment of its emergence. Even standing at a distance and looking at it caused headaches and nausea. The area had been sealed off until a solution could be found. But repairing a rupture in reality itself was not a task for mortals. That belonged to beings from the world above. Now, two figures stood near the site where the fissure had first manifested. Both had blonde hair. One had long, sharp elven ears. The other possessed 4 pairs of radiant white wings. Those wings marked the highest rank among angels. She was Riona, widely known as the Judge. Beside her stood King Greenwood, ruler of the Greenwood Crown and Lord of the Forest of Souls. His lineage had guarded the Tree of Passing for generations beyond count. He stood slightly behind Riona, silent, worry etched across his face. To most people, the fissure had caused no visible damage beyond the land it scarred. But for King Greenwood, the impact had been far greater. The royal family of elves carried a rare gift. They could see souls. While ordinary mortals saw a clear blue sky, King Greenwood saw something else entirely. Countless blue-green orbs drifting across the heavens. They were the souls of the deceased, moving toward the Tree of Passing. Some came to depart peacefully. Some came burdened by regret. Some came hoping for another chance at life. When the dimensional fissure opened, it began pulling those souls inward. At first, only a few vanished, then hundreds, then thousands. He had watched them get dragged into the tear and shredded apart. By the time he understood what was happening, it was already too late for many of them. Ignoring protests from his guards and advisors, King Greenwood erected a soul barrier around the affected region. Only someone of the royal line could create such a barrier. Their authority extended beyond sight. They could influence the flow of souls themselves. The barrier prevented further souls from drifting toward the fissure. Maintaining it drained him severely. Still, he endured. He believed someone from the world above would notice. The disturbance was too severe to ignore. He was right. Hours later, a presence descended from the sky. When King Greenwood saw who it was, the tension in his shoulders eased slightly. The one sent to investigate was none other than the Judge. Throughout the history of the Xeron continent, angels had descended many times, but even among them, the Judge held a reputation apart from the rest. She was known for decisive action and for carrying out divine will without hesitation. The last time she descended publicly, it had been to purge corruption within Thymer's church. Now that same judge stood within the greenwood crown to restore balance. Riona was performing divine art correction. It was not a combat technique. Thymer herself had taught it to her. The art allowed its user to momentarily take ownership over a fragment of reality and restore it to proper order. The principle was simple in explanation, but the execution demanded extreme precision. Even among high-ranking angels, few had mastered it. Riona stood with her eyes closed. Divine power flowed from her in steady waves, threading into the air itself. She examined the structure of reality where the fissure had once torn through. She searched for lingering instability, any remaining distortion. After several long moments, she opened her eyes and exhaled slowly. The strain was visible, though she did not show weakness openly. "It is stable now, King Greenwood," she said. "There will be no further disorder in this region. You may be at ease." King Greenwood stepped forward. Though he was a monarch, he did not cling to formality in her presence. The elves did not worship Thymra, but they knew well who governed the higher order of this continent. Respect came naturally. "I cannot thank you enough for your assistance, Lady Riona," he said sincerely. "However, the souls that were consumed, is there truly nothing that can be done?" Riona's gaze sharpened slightly, but her tone remained steady. "My answer will not change. Those drawn into the fissure are beyond recovery. Even my goddess cannot restore what has been erased." The king lowered his head. He did not kneel, but he bowed slightly. As king of the elves, he could not bow deeply to anyone. Still, he showed gratitude. "You need not thank me repeatedly," Riona replied. "I was performing my duty." She tilted her head slightly. "When you fulfill your duty as king, does anyone thank you?" King Greenwood gave a small, tired smile. "No." "Then we are the same," she said. "I have completed my task." "I will return to the divine realm?" he asked. "Yes, if possible," he added carefully. "Would you remain a few more days? A feast has been prepared in your honor. Not all would understand why, but I wish to mark the occasion." Riona shook her head. "Angels descend to work, not to celebrate. I cannot stay." "That is unfortunate," the king said softly. Riona unfolded her 4 pairs of wings. Divine light flowed from them in steady currents. The king's pupils widened slightly as he felt the power emanating from her. She was about to ascend when something fell from the sky and landed in front of her. A letter. King Greenwood reacted instantly, preparing a defensive spell, but Riona raised her hand to stop him. She caught the letter midair. She examined the seal for a few seconds. "Is something wrong, Lady Riona?" the king asked. She did not answer immediately. Then she said, "It is a letter from Her Majesty." The king's thoughts raced. Who could the judge herself refer to as Her Majesty? The answer struck him like a sudden wave. "Goddess Thymra." "The letter, is it from the goddess?" he asked carefully. Riona nodded. The king wanted to ask what it contained, but propriety restrained him. It would be inappropriate to pry into divine correspondence. Riona broke the seal and read. The king watched her expression closely. When she finished, she folded the letter slowly. Then she smiled. It was not a gentle smile. It was closer to a grin. "Recruiting a new one," she murmured. "It's been a while since I trained a newcomer." King Greenwood felt a slight chill. "Recruiting a newcomer?" He did not understand, but seeing the judge grin unsettled him. "Is something the matter?" he asked. Riona glanced at him. "Do you know that when a god finds a mortal interesting, they may grant them the right to ascend? By divine will, a mortal can be made into an angel." The king stared at her. "Angels are not only born in the divine realm," she continued. "Some are chosen. This letter instructs me to prepare one such mortal, a human favored by the goddess herself." The king was stunned. He had never heard of such a case. In all recorded texts, angels were described as beings native to the divine realm, closest to the gods from birth. "May I ask the name of this fortunate individual?" he said cautiously. Riona glanced at the letter once more. "Helena." The king silently committed the name to memory. Riona folded the letter away. "I should depart." She rose slightly into the air. "Goodbye, King Greenwood. Continue your work." As she ascended, a quiet chuckle escaped her. "A newbie, I've wanted one for a while." What King Greenwood did not know was this. The letter she had read as a command was written more like a request, but Riona had already interpreted it as an order. Rears walked down the corridor toward Helena's room. "I think they're done talking by now," she muttered. Her gaze drifted across the interior as she walked. The Merchant Guild had spared no expense. The stonework was flawless, the wood polished to a deep shine, the carvings precise and elegant. Even the central chandelier had been crafted by one of the finest artisans on the continent. It alone was rumoured to cost more than 15,000 gold coins. Under normal circumstances, she would have felt proud. Instead, her sense of value felt slightly broken. After hearing Lysandra describe the auction, Numbers had stopped meaning what they used to. Lysandra did not know the exact figure Helena had paid, only that when Duke Merlot bid 1 million gold coins, Helena had responded by pouring out piles of gold directly onto the stage. It technically violated auction protocol. No one objected. Money tended to quiet procedure. By the end, Helena had built such overwhelming presence in the hall that no one dared accuse her of crossing lines. She had even pressured the guild master into completing the estate transfer on the spot. A small lie slipped from Rears. That old man finally met his match. The amusement did not last. She had her own questions. She had already checked Helena's identity through the guild's record magic tool. Helena Winterwell, eldest daughter of the Winterwell family, which made things more complicated. Rumor said Helena had fled the convent to avoid punishment. The second prince was supposedly still searching for her. A mask at the auction would not protect her for long. With the way she behaved, remaining unidentified for even 3 days would be impressive. Rear stopped in front of Helena's door and knocked. No response. She reached for the handle, but before she could open it, the door swung inward. Lysandra stood there. She still looked irritated. Rears blinked. What happened? Lysandra crossed her arms. Helena escaped. Escaped? Rears frowned. What do you mean escaped? She jumped out the window. Chapter 35. Eloan and Morris. Eloan stood, with a faint headache building behind her eyes. In front of her stretched a crowd of new staff sent by the Merchant Guild. More than half had already completed verification and were now inside the estate grounds. She and Morris were assigning roles as quickly as possible. When Rears had asked her to step away for a while, Eloan had left the main building and returned here to assist Morris. There were very few people capable of handling management properly. At the moment, only 3 individuals could be considered heads of operation: herself, head butler Morris, and guard Captain Jack. It was not enough. Even the current batch of 300 strained the structure. Master Iggs had stated clearly that the number would rise beyond 1,500 within the week. 1,500. Her brows tightened slightly whenever she remembered that number. When she had asked the guild master why such manpower was necessary, his answer had been simple. It was the owner's demand. Eloan had tried to argue. 500 staff members would already be more than sufficient for capital estate. This was not a border fortress. Iggs had only sighed. He claimed he could not intervene. The new owner had a troublesome personality and would not easily change her mind. Eloan had only spoken a few sentences to Helena so far, yet she understood what he meant. Helena carried a presence that was difficult to categorize. At times she seemed harmless, almost easygoing. At other times, she felt like someone who could overturn an entire system without hesitation. That uncertainty made Eloan cautious. If the master had been a typical arrogant noble, Eloan would have known how to handle it. She did not enjoy dealing with such people, but her reputation and demeanor were intimidating enough to establish boundaries. Helena was different. Eloan herself had entered into a special contract with the Merchant Guild. She and Morris had been appointed head maid and head butler of this estate under specific terms. Both were retired adventurers. Eloan had been a warrior class fighter. Morris, a mage class practitioner. Eloan had held the higher rank and was widely known within the kingdom for her strength. After marrying Morris, she chose to settle in the capital. She no longer wished to take on bloody commissions. Adventuring paid well, but it drained something from a person over time. They had savings, but savings did not last forever, and so she pursued something unexpected. She had always wanted to become a maid. Eloan had been born in a small rural village. As a child, she once watched a noble caravan stop there for the night. The glossy carriages had fascinated her. The nobles inside had seemed distant and frightening, but the individuals, dressed in black and white uniforms standing behind them, caught her attention. They looked composed, refined, important in a different way. She had watched them from behind her parents, too shy to approach. The real turning point came the next morning. The entire village was filled with excitement. Eloan had asked her mother why everyone looked so happy. Clara, the chief's daughter, has been chosen to serve as a maid in a noble's mansion, her mother had explained. At the time, Eloan did not understand why that mattered. She did not even fully grasp what a maid was. But as she grew older, she began to see the difference. Whenever Clara returned to the village on leave, she brought gifts for her family. People treated her with respect. She was no longer just a villager. She carried a different air. Slowly, the word maid stopped being just a word. It became a goal. Eloan left her village determined to become one. Reality was harsher than she expected. She lacked education, connections, and experience. Applications were rejected without consideration. Some establishments did not even glance at her credentials. She tried working at inns as a waitress to survive, but that was not the same. It paid the bills, but it did not resemble the refined image she carried in her mind. The world did not shape itself according to childhood dreams. Eloan did not particularly enjoy serving people, yet the idea of becoming a maid never left her. It stayed somewhere in her chest, quiet, but stubborn. As she grew older, another problem appeared. It was not her skill or lack of effort, it was her height and her presence. Eloan was tall, broad-shouldered. When she entered a room, people straightened instinctively. Her gaze alone could make someone nervous. That might have been an advantage for a man. For a woman seeking a refined maid position, it worked against her. Once again, doors closed. There were moments when she wondered if she simply was not meant to be a maid. Maybe she would remain a waitress forever. Even at the inn, however, customers treated her more like security than staff. When arguments broke out, people looked to her to step in. Eventually, frustration pushed her in another direction. She discovered her talent in physical enchantment. After quitting the inn, she registered at the Adventurers Guild. When asked to choose a specialization, she selected the warrior path and was taught the basics of physical enchantment. She understood it almost immediately. Whether it was talent or luck, she could not say. Within 3 days, she grasped the core principles. Within a year, she reached B rank using nothing but physical enchantment. Soon she touched A rank. 3 years later, she stood at S rank. She had not reached the formal title of myth, but rumors claimed she was close. To become myth class, one needed a legendary feat, slaying a herd of adult dragons, stopping a catastrophe alone, something that would enter history. Eloan did not chase titles. She simply fought. She faced giant monsters that specialized in brute strength and met them head-on. Even then, she never felt she had reached the limit of her physical enchantment. It flowed through her like instinct. It was during those years that she met Morris. He was 6 years younger, talented, handsome, known for being colorful. In another life, people would have called him a playboy. Female adventurers and staff often hovered around him. From the outside, it looked like he entertained them all. In truth, Morris struggled with something else. He could not maintain a lasting relationship. His girlfriends rarely stayed longer than 2 months. He was not malicious, just dense. Emotional timing was not his strength. With each breakup, his reputation worsened. Womanizer, unreliable, careless. The reality was less dramatic. He simply did not know how to hold on to someone. One night, Eloan was drinking alone at a tavern, as she often did. That day, she had taken on a particularly brutal commission. She drank more than usual. Her frustration showed clearly on her face. By coincidence, Morris was at the same tavern that night. He had been dumped earlier that day. Both were drunk. Morris, heavy with emotion, sat at a table and only then realized who occupied the seat across from him. Eloan, known in some circles as the Beast Incarnate. His legs nearly gave out. They made eye contact. Neither spoke at first. Eloan raised her hand and called for the staff. "Bring me more," she said in a low tone. Then she pointed at Morris. "And bring some for this puny one." Morris blinked. Puny? He was average height, not small, and he was rank himself. The waiter hurried to bring several high-quality bottles. Eloan drank from them as if they were water. She slid one bottle toward Morris. He hesitated. He had heard rumors, stories that she once tore an adventurer in half for disobeying her during a mission. He had never verified them, and had no intention of testing their accuracy personally. Eloan picked up another bottle and extended it toward him again. Morris glanced around as Eloan's voice thundered once more. "I'm speaking to you." He flinched and quickly grabbed the bottle from her hand. "Cece, can I get a glass, please?" he asked the waitress quietly. There were no glasses on the table. Not one. Eloan had been drinking straight from the bottle the entire time. "Why do you need a glass?" Eloan said. "Just drink it, like this." She tilted her head back and emptied an entire bottle in one go. Morris stared. Is she part dwarf? He wondered. Who treats a full bottle like a sip? He looked down at the heavy bottle in his own hand. It was not small. After a moment of hesitation, he shut his eyes tightly and started drinking. The next thing he remembered clearly was the two of them leaning across the table, talking far too loudly. Eloan was telling him about her failed dream of becoming a maid. Morris was complaining about his string of disastrous relationships. The alcohol stripped away pride and reputation. Titles did not matter. S rank, A rank, Beast Incarnate, Womanizer. They were just two people venting. Somewhere between bottles, they discovered similarities neither expected. Both had chased something that did not work out the way they planned. Both were tired of being misunderstood. After that night, they began taking missions together. It took time. There was no sudden confession or dramatic moment. They simply grew used to each other. Fighting side by side made trust natural. Trust slowly turned into affection. Eventually, Eloan decided to step away from adventuring. She was tired of blood. She and Morris still needed work, work. Being S-rank meant they received offers constantly. Positions as royal knights, security for high-ranking officials, manned roles in elite units. All of them required strength. None of them felt right. After considering everything, Eloan chose the one position she had wanted since childhood. A maid. Not because she lacked strength, because she chose it. It was her dream that she had almost forgotten. Chapter 36. Weaponized bread. Helena was walking down the street of capital city Grant with a paper bag full of bread in her hand. The bag was stuffed with all kinds of shapes, round buns, long loaves, twisted strings, donut-like rings. Every single one was sweet. Every single one was good. She had escaped from Lysandra's wrath not long ago. The lecture had been slowly grinding down her mental strength. Lysandra really did sound like someone's mother. When she got serious, Helena had not eaten anything since yesterday. No dinner, no breakfast, no lunch. She had planned to eat after the auction, but no one had been in the mood. Back at the manor, food had been ready. Eloan had mentioned it. Helena simply never made it to the table before being cornered by an angry Lysandra and choosing survival over lunch. She took another bite and muttered with her mouth full, "You're not my mom, Lyassi." The word mom lingered longer than she expected. Her thoughts drifted into older, foggy memories. She did have a mother. Strict, proper, more like a teacher than a parent. Back then, Helena's manners were perfect. Posture straight, words measured. From the outside, she had been the ideal daughter. From the inside, she had felt hollow. Too much structure without warmth turns a child into a machine. She had been closer to a machine than spoiled. It wasn't as if she carried trauma from it. Most of it was blurry. Helena had a bad habit of forgetting things she did not care about. Faces faded first. Even now, when she tried to picture her mother's face, it was nothing more than a blur. Her brows tightened as she tried to remember. She gave it 3 seconds. That was enough effort for something she had already decided was unimportant. The taste of bread pushed the thought away easily. "It's yummy," she mumbled, crumbs falling. "How do they make simple bread taste like this? I should take more home." She turned around and hurried back into the alley where the small bakery was located. The bell rang when she pushed the door open. "Hey, old man," she called loudly, still chewing. "I need more of this. Everything you can make." The owner was indeed old, thin, slightly bent, the kind of man who looked like a strong wind might knock him over. But the moment Helena stepped inside, she realized he was not alone. One man had him by the collar and was about to punch him. The other was behind the counter, digging through a wooden box where the old man kept his money. The old man looked terrified. For a moment, everyone just stared at Helena, who stood there with bread still in her mouth. The two robbers exchanged a glance. The one searching the cash box signaled to the other to ignore her. One girl was not a problem. The shop owner was just an old man. Suddenly, the old man grabbed the robber's wrist with both hands and shouted, "Run away, girl. I'll hold them off. Go call the guards." The robber struggled, trying to shake him off. "Unhand me, you old stick. Let go." Despite his age, the old man did not release him. Helena swallowed her bread and asked calmly, "Are you getting robbed, old man? Want some help?" The old man's fear turned into anger. "Does this look like I'm meeting my long-lost brother? Of course I'm being robbed. Run and get the guards." The second robber clicked his tongue. "You can't even handle an old man?" Frustrated, the one being held reached into his pocket and pulled out spiked knuckles. "I didn't plan to spill blood today," he muttered, raising his fist. "But you leave me no choice." He swung toward the old man's face, and Helena's voice came from behind him. "Nah, you're the one leaving me with no choice, buddy." The robber didn't even see it coming. Something long and solid slammed into his face. A baguette. The impact made a sharp cracking sound, and his ears started ringing from the shock. He dropped straight to the floor, clutching his head. It felt less like bread, and more like someone had swung a club at him. The shop owner blinked in confusion. Helena was now standing behind the fallen robber, holding one of the bakery's long loaves in her hand. The man on the ground groaned, holding his skull like it might split open. He looked as if an ogre had struck him. The owner looked from Helena to the bread and back again. Does my bread do that much damage?" Helena took a bite from a donut-shaped piece in her other hand. "I dunno," she said, casually chewing. Baguette remained steady in her grip like a proper sword. She turned toward the second robber, who was staring at both her and the bread with equal confusion. Helena pointed the baguette at him. "Surrender?" The robber glanced at his unconscious partner, then at the bread, then at Helena. At this moment, the bread looked more dangerous than she did. He dropped the coins he had grabbed and pulled out a short sword instead. "You want to fight?" Helena asked. "Wait, let me finish this." She stuffed the rest of the donut into her mouth in one bite, wiped her fingers on her thighs, and grabbed the baguette with both hands. The robber hesitated. Fighting a woman was one thing. Fighting a woman armed with bakery goods that knocked people out was another. "Come at me," Helena said, with her mouth still full. It sounded like, "Fum or me." Author note: damn. I tried so hard to remove that handle, but it just wouldn't come off. The robber charged. Helena shifted into a simple defensive stance. The sword came down and struck the bread. Sparks flew. Both the robber and the shop owner froze for a second. Why were there sparks? It was bread. The sound was like metal clashing with metal. The shock of the clash travelled up the robber's arm and rattled his shoulder. Helena did not move at all. She stood as steady as a statue. He took a step back. My turn, Helena said. She stepped forward, and in the next second she was already in front of him. The robber barely reacted in time, lifting his sword to block the incoming baguette. The bread hit. The sword snapped in half. The robber's face turned pale. Before he could process it, the baguette struck his stomach with enough force to fold him in half. The second hit landed on his chin. He collapsed. Dodge! Someone shouted. Helena turned. Too late. Something soft smacked her across the face. The first robber had regained consciousness and grabbed another loaf from a basket. He swung it at her head in panic. The shop owner had tried to warn her. The bread hit her squarely. The robber braced himself, expecting the same devastating reaction. Nothing happened. Helena blinked. There was now a bite missing from the loaf in his hand. She was chewing. The robber stared at his bread, then at Helena. The loaf felt completely normal. That one's tasty, Helena said thoughtfully. Want to trade? He looked utterly confused. Why didn't his bread work like hers? Never mind, Helena added. She tapped him once on the forehead with her baguette. He dropped instantly. Helena stepped over him and hopped onto the counter. Behind it, the old man was crouched down, having taken cover when the fight started. Did you take both of them out? He asked cautiously. Are you an adventurer? Why didn't you say so before? And thank you. I would have lost everything. Helena waved it off, putting that aside. I came to buy more bread. The old man stared at her. She had not asked for payment, not even hinted at it. Some adventurers would stage a rescue like this and then demand compensation. For a moment, he wondered if that was the case, but Helena was already looking at the shelves like a normal customer. It did not look staged. It looked like she genuinely just wanted more bread. The old man decided to forget about the robbers for now and focus back on business. How much do you need, young miss? Helena's ear twitched slightly. Young miss? Me? She didn't say it out loud, but she liked the sound of it. Of course, she wasn't actually young. She was more than a century old, but her appearance was still that of a woman in her 20s. One of the small privileges of immortality she enjoyed the most. She giggled. Hee. No need to butter me up, old man. The shop owner looked confused. He didn't remember flattering her at all. How many breads do you have right now? Helena asked. The old man pointed to the shelves behind him and the baskets near the wall. This is everything left for today. I'll take all of them. All? He repeated. All. His eyebrows lifted. How are you going to carry that much? Don't worry about it. Just tell me the price. Still confused, he started calculating. After a moment he said, 50 silver coins for everything. But for you, young miss, only 25 silver coins today. You saved my shop and maybe my life. Helena extended her hand slightly. All the bread in the shop lifted into the air at once. The loaves floated toward her and vanished one by one into the ring on her finger. Within seconds, the shelves were empty. The old man stared at her hand. A storage magic item? He hadn't seen one in years. They were rare. Helena placed money on the counter. 5 gold coins. The old man blinked. He had just given her a discount, and she had paid far more than he asked. I said 25 silver coins, young miss. Don't worry about it, Helena replied. I'm paying in advance for future bread. Take it as sincerity. He hesitated. Just take it, she added casually. I have plenty. It's better if some of it leaves my hands. His hesitation slowly turned into a smile. He picked up the coins carefully. Maybe it really was his lucky day. Helena looked down at the 2 robbers still lying unconscious on the floor. What are you going to do with them? Hand them to the guards, the old man said. They'll handle it. Helena stepped over one of the robbers and walked toward the door. The old man followed behind her out of habit. Outside, evening had settled in. The sky was turning red, and the first few stars were beginning to appear. Please come again any time, the old man said with a small bow. Helena smiled. Sure. Then something caught her eye. A golden glow moved across the sky. It wasn't very high. Even the old man could see it clearly. What is that? Some shiny bird, Helena muttered. The old man suddenly dropped to his knees and began praying. Helena looked around. Other people in the street were kneeling too. She focused properly this time. Not a bird. A person. 8 wings spread wide. Her ears caught the low murmurs of people praying. She didn't understand at first. Then something from her old memories surfaced. Back when she lived in the convent, they had drilled knowledge of the goddess and her angels into their minds again and again. Lessons forced, repeated until impossible to forget. That was why she recognized the figure. Holy Archangel Riona, Helena muttered quietly, her eyes narrowing just a little as the golden figure passed overhead toward the noble district. Chapter 37. Soul script. Riona was flying toward capital city Grant. Greenwood Crown lay far behind her, but distance did not mean much to an angel. She moved through the sky at tremendous speed, steady and controlled. If nothing interrupted her, she would reach the capital by evening. She wasn't rushing. Her wings moved naturally, while her body remained relaxed, almost like a bird gliding along a fixed path. In her hand was what looked like an ordinary sheet of paper. It was not ordinary at all. It was a fragment of the Akashic Record, a personal soul script. The Akashic Record was not created by Thymra or any other god. It was part of the will of the universe itself. No one knew whether the will possessed consciousness or not. It simply existed, maintaining balance and continuity. There was no creator god above it. Divines were not rulers of it either. They were closer to administrators. They managed what already existed. The Akashic Record was one of the systems through which the will maintained order. From it came individual soul scripts. Every living being had one. Mortals, monsters, even divines. No one was exempt. A soul script contained the history of a soul, its accumulated karma, its blessings and curses, and even an estimated death date. The owner of the script could never read it. Only higher authorities could access it. For mortals, the soul script's primary role was judgment. When a soul left the living world and entered the cycle of rebirth, the script determined the outcome. If the soul carried excessive evil karma, it would suffer in hell according to its weight before being reborn into a lower existence. If it carried good karma, it would be granted time in paradise created by the will of the universe. After that, it could choose the nature of its next life, though even that choice was limited by how much good karma it had earned. Normally, soul scripts were stable. Small errors sometimes appeared. Few unreadable sections. A missing number here or there. Riona had seen that before, but what she was looking at now was different. Helena's soul script was shifting in real time. Words appeared, vanished and turned into question marks. Numbers flickered and changed without pattern. Riona narrowed her eyes as she watched the text distort again. Really now? She muttered. What a pain. Earlier, Helena's name had been clearly written as Helena Winterwell. Now it read Helena. Her age was unreadable. Her estimated death date was entirely missing, replaced with symbols. Coordinates that should indicate her current location were blank. Then there was something else. Title section. Riona slowed slightly in the air, staring at it. Among billions of mortal soul scripts, not one would normally contain a title. Titles were not assigned lightly. They were granted only when the will of the universe acknowledged something extraordinary, whether for good or for destruction, and Helena's script had one. Riona's expression shifted from mild annoyance to genuine confusion. Riona hoped the title section was just another error in the soul script. If any other god discovered that a mortal possessed a title granted by the will of the universe, it would cause chaos. Titles were not decorative. They meant the soul had performed something so significant that the will itself acknowledged it. That was rare even among divines. For mortals, it was almost unheard of. Gods carried authority titles tied to their domains. Hymra held the title Goddess of Bravery and Cowardice, unique rank. That was her authority. Even if she saved the world 10 times, she would not receive another title. Divines operated under different rules. Riona herself held the title Great Archangel Epic rank, granted because she was the strongest angel under Thymra and captain of the First Legion. That was it. But a mortal with the title meant potential, enormous potential. Riona considered the possibilities. She had seen soul scripts glitch before. Question marks could appear if reality itself was unstable, such as when dimensional fissures disrupted the world's structure. Those errors were usually corrected through divine analysis. But Thymra had already written that analysis had failed in Helena's case, which left only one method. The owner of the soul script had to touch it directly. The script would resynchronize with the soul and correct itself. Riona looked down and realized she had already reached capital city Grant while thinking. She adjusted her direction toward Helena's registered residence. Her current coordinates were unreadable, but her original home location remained intact in the record. Below her, people were staring. Some were already kneeling. That did not concern her. She descended into the garden of Helena's estate. There were many people inside the grounds, perhaps 100 or more. Some knelt immediately in devotion. Some looked terrified. A few whispered prayers. Riona was known as the judge. Even rumors were enough to frighten people. But a tall maid and a butler stood slightly ahead of the others. They were not trembling. They were cautious. Riona could see the mana patterns clearly. The butler was quietly preparing a spell, likely a barrier. The maid was channeling mana into her body in a steady flow. Physical enchantment, not basic either. The density of mana in her muscles was impressive. Riona instinctively raised a thin barrier around herself, not out of fear, but calculation. She studied the maid more carefully. For a human, her control was exceptional. If Thymra permitted it, Riona thought she would not mind taking this one as a disciple as well. 2 candidates in one day would be efficient. The thought almost brought a faint smile to her otherwise calm face. Riona spoke in a firm, even tone. Does this estate belong to the human named Helena? The maid and the butler exchanged a glance and nodded. The maid stepped forward carefully. She bowed her head slightly. I'm Eloan. Lady Helena is my master. Archangel Riona. Riona replied. She offered only her name. Their positions required no further introduction. Call your master, Riona said. I require her presence. Eloan kept her posture straight. I apologize, but my master is not at home. May I ask your purpose here? It is a divine matter, Riona answered. I cannot disclose it. I need her here, immediately. Her Majesty's order cannot be delayed. Eloan's mind worked quickly. Divine matter. Her Majesty's order. The judge herself standing in their garden. Was Helena being summoned for judgment? Punishment? Had she done something that warranted an archangel's direct involvement? Eloan did not know, but she did know one thing. She did not want to abandon her master without understanding what was happening. That did not mean she intended to fight Riona. Riona's voice hardened slightly. Are you having difficulty understanding? Call your master, wherever she is. Eloan exhaled slowly and met Riona's gaze directly. As I already said, I do not know where she is, so I cannot call her here. You will have to wait. She paused only briefly. You may wait inside the guest room as a guest of Lady Helena, or you may find accommodation elsewhere in the city. That is what I can offer. There was no hostility in her tone, only firmness. Inside, Riona felt a trace of surprise. The maid was speaking to her without fear, without aggression, just steady resolve. There was fire in her. Riona liked that. Outwardly, her expression remained composed. And if I choose neither? Riona asked. Eloan's eyes sharpened slightly. Then you will have to decide what you intend to do next. Chapter 38. Lady of Gold. Lysandra was confused. More than confused, she was scared. Anyone would be, if the angel known as the judge was sitting beside them, calmly drinking tea. Rears had slipped out through the back door the moment she saw something outside the window. Before leaving, she told Lysandra to handle things, because she was the next highest authority after Helena. At the time, Lysandra hadn't fully processed what Rears was saying. Rears claimed she needed to go to the Merchant Guild for urgent work, and simply ran off through the back door. Only now did Lysandra understand what she had been pushed into. You traitor, you absolute traitor, leaving me alone in this mess. If I survive today, Rears, you're finished. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, but the tea felt heavy in her throat. Swallowing was harder than it should have been. Eloan stood behind her in silence. Lysandra didn't know her well yet, but her presence offered some reassurance. At least she wasn't alone. Still, hosting an angel felt like handling something volatile. One wrong move and everything could explode. That was how it felt in Lysandra's head. No one spoke. The silence stretched until both cups were empty. The faint sound of porcelain touching saucer felt louder than usual. Eloan broke the silence first. May I refill your cups, my ladies? Riona waved her hand lightly. She took out a white handkerchief and wiped her lips in a calm, controlled motion. Lysandra forced an awkward smile. No, thank you. I'm quite fine. Eloan lowered the kettle and returned to her place behind Lysandra, ready, if needed. The silence returned. Riona wasn't looking at Lysandra at all. She was gazing out the window. Night had already fallen when Riona arrived. It had still been evening. Lysandra, on the other hand, wasn't looking outside. She was listening. Faint voices drifted from beyond the estate gates. A crowd had gathered just to catch a glimpse of the Archangel. Diamondshire wasn't strictly a religious kingdom, but Thymer's faith held enormous influence across the continent. There was even a holy land fully devoted to her name. People feared and worshipped angels in equal measure. None of that helped Lysandra right now. What should I say? Should I confess something? A small shiver ran down her back. Confess what? Stealing Sir Rob's snacks? That's not worth divine judgment, right? Calm down. She's an angel, not a devil. Why are you acting like you're already condemned? She slowly let out a long breath, trying to steady her heartbeat. Then Riona spoke, her voice even and neutral. Is Helena your friend? Lysandra's calming breath got stuck in her throat. She started coughing immediately. KH. She is cough. Her eyes watered. The coughing only worsened because she was panicking. Eloan quickly stepped closer, one hand steady on Lysandra's back. Somehow, a glass of water was already in her other hand. She passed it forward without a word. Lysandra grabbed it and drank too fast, nearly choking again. but eventually the coughing eased. When her vision cleared, Riona was standing right in front of her. From that angle, Riona looked even more imposing. Calm, straight posture. No wasted movement. For a second, Lysandra's brain shut down completely. Is this it? Am I dying? Riona gently placed her hand on Lysandra's head. Heloan did not move. She sensed no hostility. Easy now, Riona said quietly. Do not fear me, my child. I mean you no harm. Something warm spread through Lysandra's body. The tightness in her chest disappeared. The irritation from coughing vanished like it had never existed. Even the leftover panic dissolved. Her mind felt clear and light. Riona continued, her voice still calm. My reputation has earned me a harsh image, but my blade is meant for those who refuse to repent. I have no reason to harm someone who understands her own faults. Lysandra looked into Riona's eyes. For that brief moment, they did not look cold. There was warmth there. Then Riona withdrew her hand and returned to her seat. Her expression settled back into neutral distance. Eloan felt the faint trace of divine power lingering in the air. It was a small miracle. Nothing complex. Healing, calming, easing tension. Even priests could perform miracles. But Riona's was far stronger and more precise. Silence returned. This time, it felt different. Lysandra was the one who broke it. I met Helena a few weeks ago, she began slowly. From the start, she felt strange. Not in a bad way. Just like she was looking at everything from somewhere else. When she saved me and others from the night wolves, she didn't feel like a normal person. She felt more like a great savior than someone I could even stand beside. She paused, thinking. At first, I didn't think much of it. I thought she just lived in her own world. But somehow, without noticing, I stepped into that world too. I don't know when she stopped being someone who saved me and became my friend. All I know is that now I'm standing beside her, dealing with the chaos she causes. Riona listened without interrupting. Lysandra hesitated before asking, may I ask why you've come for her? As her friend, I want to know. Riona glanced briefly at Eloan. Earlier, Eloan had asked the same question and been refused. But the intent behind Lysandra's question was different. It wasn't suspicion, it was concern. This time, Riona answered, to be honest, I do not know everything myself, she said. She placed Thymer's letter on the table. I received this from Her Majesty yesterday. Goddess Thymer has ordered me to grant Helena the honor of joining the ranks of angels under her authority. She spoke plainly. I have come to bring Helena to the divine realm, so she may fulfill what Her Majesty has chosen for her. I do not fully understand why she was selected, but once Her Majesty has spoken, her life and fate are no longer entirely her own. Behind Lysandra, Eloan's pupils widened slightly, turning a human into an angel. She had never heard of such a thing. If Riona was telling the truth, then it was possible. Lysandra, on the other hand, felt a completely different kind of fear. Helena as an angel? That sounded like the worst possible combination. She could already imagine disasters in the divine realm. Before anyone could respond, the door suddenly burst open. A maid rushed in, breathless. Lady Eloan, Lady Helena, has just returned. I saw her entering the estate. Outside Helena's estate, Helena herself was standing a short distance away, holding her stomach with a faint look of annoyance. I really shouldn't have eaten that much, she muttered. All the bread excitement had vanished. In fact, the thought of bread now made her uncomfortable. It was an old habit. Whenever she liked something, she overused it until the excitement burned out completely. Now she felt that if she saw another loaf, she might actually throw up. For at least 3 or 4 days, bread was banned from her life. She had spent the last hour walking around the city, blending into the crowd. But people had been staring at her more than usual. Some gave her strange looks, some glanced twice, some looked away awkwardly. Helena knew why. After becoming a perfect human, her body and face had changed. No weakness remained, no imbalance. She didn't wear makeup, yet her features were unnaturally precise. It wasn't beauty in the normal sense, it was perfection. Some people didn't find her pretty at first glance, but if they looked a little longer, something about her face felt off. Too symmetrical, too exact. It had a quiet pull. On Earth, it hadn't caused much trouble. Here it might. She didn't particularly mind. It didn't take long before she reached the area near her estate. Then she stopped. A massive crowd stood in front of the gates. Helena blinked. How many people is that? 1,000. 2? No, more like 3,000. It looked like a festival. Food stalls, tents, people pushing forward just to look toward the estate gates. Is there a carnival I don't know about? She muttered. The real problem was how to enter her own home. She couldn't even see the main gate clearly from here. Should I just bring out a truck and run through them? She thought for half a second. No, they're not mutant zombies. What are you even thinking? Helena. Her gaze moved across the crowd until she spotted someone familiar. Chrome, an A-rank adventurer from Jin's clan. He was currently buying food from one of the stalls. Helena pushed through the crowd and slapped him hard on the back. Yo, Chrome. Whatever he was eating went straight down the wrong pipe. He started choking. Helena gave him another firm slap. He coughed once, then swallowed properly. Chrome took a few deep breaths before turning around. His eyes widened slightly. Someone had approached him without triggering his senses. Then he saw it was Helena. Before he could speak, she asked, "You good, or need another slap?" "I'm fine," Chrome replied, still catching his breath. "Just surprised. Is Jin here too?" Helena looked around. "No," Chrome said. "Clan Master is on an emergency subjugation quest. He left the capital for a few days." "He left you behind?" Helena leaned closer and whispered dramatically, "Maybe he didn't want to split the reward. You're A rank too, right?" Chrome's eyebrow twitched. "Are you bad-mouthing the clan master?" Helena smirked. No, just exploring possibilities." Chrome sighed. "Please don't joke like that. I've been with Jin for years. He's not that type. And I can tell you're just looking for someone to tease." Helena placed a hand on her head. Caught that quickly. "Huh? It wasn't subtle," he replied. "But seriously, don't say things like that. It creates misunderstandings." Then Chrome asked, "Did you come to see Lady Riona too?" "Lady who?" Helena blinked. "I just came home." She pointed toward the estate, though the gates were barely visible. Chrome laughed. "That's a better joke than the last one. But I already know that estate belongs to some super rich noble called the Lady of Gold." Helena froze. "Wait, what?" She stared at him. "Who? And what kind of cringe name is that?" Chapter 39. Refusal. Lady of Gold? Helena didn't need anyone to explain it. She could already guess how that name was born. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Show power or throw gold once in public, and suddenly you were no longer a person. You were a title. Lady of Gold, she repeated inwardly. Could I not earn at least one normal name? At least people didn't know it was her yet. But she understood something very well. Truth never stayed buried forever. The more you tried to hide it, the more dramatic the reveal became. Sooner or later the embarrassment would arrive. If Joseph and Harna were here, they would tease her endlessly. Just imagining their faces made a faint smile tug at her lips. What was done was done. Decades ago, she might have stood here and cried from pure humiliation. Now she only exhaled slowly. Time had patched many wounds. She was no longer someone who collapsed over something this small. Chrome was still looking at her, waiting for an answer. "I wasn't joking, Chrome," Helena said calmly. "That estate really belongs to me." He opened his mouth, ready to laugh it off, but she cut him off before he could. "Want to come over for night tea?" "Sure," he answered automatically. Then his brain caught up. "Wait, what?" Helena snapped her fingers. Chrome felt the vibration through his boots first. Then the ground in front of them began to rise in a straight, controlled line. From where Helena stood all the way to the estate gates, earth lifted upward and hardened into a wide elevated path above the crowd. It happened in seconds. People below reacted immediately. Confusion turned into noise. Some panicked. Some shouted that it was just earth magic. Others stepped back, afraid something might collapse. Helena didn't wait. "Let's go, Chrome." She walked up the newly formed stairs as if this were the most natural solution in the world. Chrome followed, pulled forward by the situation before he could properly decide. Problem was the crowd's reaction. Hundreds of irritated and angry gazes followed them. People who had been standing for hours were now looking up at the two of them walking above their heads. "Oi, Chrome, what the hell are you doing up there?" someone shouted. Chrome lifted both hands helplessly. He genuinely had no idea what he was doing. Leaning closer to Helena, he whispered, "We should hurry. I feel like people are about to start climbing." "Don't worry," Helena replied casually. "If someone tries climbing, I made sure they won't even be able to climb into their own beds tonight." Chrome did not ask what that meant. It took them more than 5 minutes to reach the estate gates. The crowd was that massive. Helena remembered something and asked, "So who is this reowner?" Chrome blinked. "You really don't know?" "No, I don't know a damn thing." "Tell me." Short version. He studied her briefly. Almost everyone on the continent knew that name. Only someone not from here would be this ignorant. "Riona is the divine messenger of goddess Thymra," Chrome explained. "The last time she descended, she purged the church when it became corrupted. It was a massacre ordered by the goddess herself. That's how she earned the name the Judge. People believe that whenever she appears, humanity needs to repent." He hesitated slightly before adding, "And that same archangel reowner is currently inside that manor." "That's what I heard." Helena's expression shifted into curiosity rather than concern. "Oh, someone interesting walked into my territory," she said. "Now, I really want to know why she came here of all places. Maybe to give me some small divine punishment." Chrome's face paled instantly. "Please don't joke about things like that. It's bad for my heart." Helena laughed lightly. Relax, I'm not such a grand sinner that heaven needs to send someone personally. She paused. Or maybe I am? Rome nodded weakly, though he did not look convinced. As they neared the estate gates, Helena slowed and looked down at the area below. This part looks different, she said. It wasn't like this before. Beyond a certain line, everything was far more organized. Proper tents had been erected. Guards stood in formation. The crowd had been divided carefully. It was no longer chaos. Rome followed her gaze. Of course it's different. Beyond that point, only nobles are allowed. No commoners can cross. Helena looked closer. The well-dressed figures gathered near the restricted section looked even more irritated than the commoners. Their frustration wasn't about curiosity. It was about pride. Being stopped in public did not suit them. Below, she felt small impacts against the pillars of her elevated path. A few had tried attacking it. She had reinforced it heavily. Not even vibrations reached her feet. She had already handled the more stubborn ones. A handful who tried too hard to damage the structure were now 6 feet underground. Not dead, just buried. If they managed to dig themselves out before running out of breath, good for them. If not, that was their miscalculation. She avoided open killing for a simple reason. There were too many children in the crowd. Watching someone skewered publicly would not be pleasant for them. She had no interest in turning this into a spectacle. When they finally reached the front of the estate, Helena noticed something else. Faint, transparent layer shimmered over the gates. The same layer covered the entire perimeter wall. A barrier, Chrome muttered, leaning forward slightly. Reverse gravity type. That explains why no one is entering. Helena glanced at him, about to ask, but he continued. It's a high-class barrier spell, softer than a hard defensive wall. It pushes things back instead of blocking them completely. But if you force it, it rebounds with considerable pressure, not something ordinary mages can cast. Helena's gaze shifted inward, toward the garden. There, pacing restlessly near the entrance, was Morris. He was the one maintaining the barrier. He had refused entry to everyone. Nobles, royal family representatives, even the merchant guild master. All of them had been turned away and forced to wait. Rears was nowhere to be seen. The name Helena Winterwell had already surfaced under pressure from nobles demanding explanations from the guild. Morris had held firm. He would not open the gates until his mistress returned. In the process, he had earned more enemies in a single afternoon than in his entire life. If Aloan gave him permission, he would likely disappear into the mountains for a year after this. Helena stepped forward and lightly jumped down from the end of her raised path toward the gates. Morris's pacing stopped instantly when he noticed movement. His head snapped up. Maya Lardiye, he shouted at full volume. Where have you been? We have been waiting for you. The voice carried across the restricted zone and into the nobles' crowd. Dozens of heads turned at once. Chrome stared at Helena, then at Morris, then back at Helena. The situation was escalating far beyond what he had expected. Morris nearly ran straight into his own barrier in his rush before remembering it was still active. He quickly dispelled the spell. The shimmering layer vanished, and the gates opened immediately. Behind them, the crowd began murmuring loudly. Wait, is she the owner? I thought she was just another person trying to force her way in. I've never seen her before. Does anyone know her? Helena stepped forward calmly, about to cross into her estate. Then a voice from the crowd rose above the others, sharp and forceful. She is an imposter. The voice that shouted was not random. It belonged to someone who had frozen moments earlier, staring as if the world had tilted. Iskar Winterwell. For a few seconds, he had only stood there mind blank. Person he had searched for 7 years. The shadow that ruined their family name. The reason Winterwell fell from grace. He had imagined this meeting countless times, but never like this. Never in front of thousands. Even if her face had changed slightly, even if something about her felt different, he recognized her without hesitation. Shock hardened into anger. Wait, she is an imposter. Heads turned immediately. An elderly noble standing beside him frowned. What are you saying, young man? I said she is my sister. Iskar roared, his voice cutting through the murmurs. She's a runaway criminal. Where is the royal family representative? Helena stopped mid-step. She did not turn fully. Only her eyes shifted sideways toward him. Too many emotions layered inside that glance. Part of her did not want to care. Another part wanted to silence him permanently. And somewhere deep inside, buried under years of distance, the word family still carried weight, even if she no longer considered them hers. A quiet question rose in her mind. If I kill him, does that make me a real monster? Even if he is only family by blood? There was no answer waiting for her, only a hollow space where certainty should have been. Iskar kept shouting her name, each word stripping more dignity from the Winterwell name he claimed to protect. Chrome and Morris exchanged a quick look. Both understood immediately that this was not a simple accusation. Something personal was unfolding. When Iskar failed to locate any royal representatives nearby, he began pushing forward toward Helena, fist clenched, face twisted with anger. Chrome's eyes narrowed slightly. It did not take him long to recognize Mars properly now that he was closer, even if appearances changed with time. S-rank adventurers were not forgotten. Their gazes met briefly. No words were needed. Chrome placed a hand lightly on Helena's shoulder. Let's go, Miss Helena. Staying here will only attract more unnecessary attention, and I am genuinely looking forward to that tea. Helena turned her eyes toward him slowly. Chrome. Yes, you suck. He blinked. Why? You don't even know how to distract someone properly. For a second he considered responding, then decided against it. Helena exhaled quietly. Whatever. Let's go. I don't want to waste my time here. Without looking back again, she stepped through the gates. Chrome followed. Behind them, Iskar's shouting continued, but the gates closed between them and the noise. Wait! You, I said stop. He screamed, composure gone. Don't ignore me. I've been trying to find you for years. The nobles around him shifted uncomfortably. Pride, reputation, dignity, all of it was unraveling in public. He opened his mouth to shout again. Nothing came out. His lips moved, but no sound followed. It felt as if they had been sealed shut. Panic flickered across his face. A cold voice answered from behind him. I do not mind making another enemy today. Mars was walking toward him. The crowd instinctively stepped back, clearing space without being told. The shouting died down. The only sound left was the steady rhythm of Morris's shoes against the stone. There was no humor in his expression now, no flustered anxiety from earlier. It was flat and cold. I'm already paid for this month, Morris said evenly. I cannot afford to tolerate additional insults toward my mistress. Kindly close that filthy mouth of yours. Recognition dawned in Iskar's eyes. Morris, the grave Mincer gravity. Even retired S-rank names did not disappear easily. The next second, Iskar's face slammed into the ground. There was no theatrical display, no visible spellcasting, just weight. Gravity bent around him and pressed him down. It was not an illusion. It was real force, compacting his body against the stone. Iskar's mind snapped back from blind rage into fear. He tried to activate body enchantment, pushing mana into his limbs to resist. Pressure doubled instantly. His chest flattened harder against the pavement. Breath became difficult. Morris stepped closer and crouched in front of him. Please refrain from insulting my lady, he said quietly. Otherwise, I will be required to take measures that may not be reversible. Inside the manor, the air felt heavy for different reasons. Helena and Chrome walked silently behind the maid, guiding them through the corridor. Second, seeing Iskar from afar in the past had been distant and manageable. Hearing him scream like that had stirred fragments of memory she did not care to revisit. Her memory was not perfect. She forgot many things easily, but some emotions remained. The irritation sitting in her chest was not traumatic. It was steady. The maid stopped before a door. We've arrived, my lady. Helena lifted her eyes. The door opened. Inside the waiting room were three people. Lysandra, Eloan, and the woman in white armor. No wings were visible on her back, yet Helena did not need them to identify her. The energy in the room felt different around her. Warm, controlled, vast, not oppressive, but undeniably powerful. So this is the angel. Riona stood from her seat and stepped forward. Her presence filled the room without effort. She looked at Helena directly. Come with me, child, Riona said. Her voice carried warmth, but also command. You have been graced by fate. Her Majesty has chosen you herself to serve under her. Chrome stiffened. Lysandra held her breath. Even Eloan's posture sharpened, subtly. Helena looked at Riona for several seconds, and her lips parted. No, thanks. Chapter 40. First clash. For a moment after Helena spoke, the room went quiet. Riona did not react immediately. She simply looked at Helena, as if trying to confirm what she had just heard. For a brief second she even wondered if she had misunderstood the words. Then she spoke again, calm and composed. Come with me, child. It is. Helena raised a hand slightly and cut her off. As I already said, no thanks, she replied plainly. I don't want to become a birdie or anything like that, and I definitely don't want to serve someone I don't even know. Riona sighed softly. The sigh carried the tone of an adult dealing with a stubborn child. Girl, I was not asking, she said patiently. Some matters are not decided by personal preference. They are decided by fate. This is one of those matters. You cannot refuse the will of Her Majesty. You will come with me. Helena tilted her head slightly. Hey, what was your name again? Captain of the First Legion of Goddess Thymer's Divine Army, Riona replied evenly. Riona. Helena nodded once. I only asked for your name though. Before Helena could continue, Riona interrupted. I am not trying to bait a mortal with empty promises, she said, her tone turning more instructive. But you should understand what you are refusing. As an angel, you will live for thousands of years. If you prove your potential and rise in rank, You may live for 10,000 years or more under Her Majesty's grace. She paused. Do you still wish to refuse? Her voice remained calm, because she already understood the nature of mortals. Longevity was the simplest and most effective temptation. Humans lived barely a century if they were lucky, 100 years, perhaps 120 at most, compared to elves who lived 500 years or beastskin who could reach 150. Humans always felt the pressure of time. Riona expected hesitation. Helena did not hesitate. It doesn't matter how long I live, Helena said. I don't need thousands of years to enjoy my life. If I'm satisfied tomorrow, I'd accept death without a problem. She paused, then added more quietly, watching someone you care about grow old and die, or worse, turn into something that's neither living nor dead, while you keep going on. That part really sucks. Riona studied her eyes carefully. Human emotions were always easy to read there. They surfaced through the eyes before the face changed. What she saw now was not fear. It was something closer to sadness mixed with irritation. You are still young, Riona said calmly. You are still tied to worldly attachments. Once you serve Her Majesty, you will eventually understand. Shut up. The interruption came sharp enough that the air in the room stiffened. Riona blinked once. Child, I said shut up. The second time Helena raised her voice, the difference was obvious. Lysandra and Eloan both froze. They had seen Helena joking, teasing, playing around. They had not seen this version of her before. Crone quietly slid the notebook he had taken out for Riona's autograph back into his pocket. Helena looked directly at Riona now. I don't give a damn about anything you're offering. Riona's eyes narrowed slightly. Girl, she said more firmly, you are becoming quite rude. I will not tolerate further disrespect. Her voice hardened. Sometimes adults must guide the young toward the correct path. What I'm offering you is not just a path. It is the best path. You will come with me. That decision has already been made. A faint pressure began to form in the room, even if I must use force. Helena stared at her for a second. Then she laughed once. Her expression shifted into a crooked smile. Hypocrite. She leaned back slightly and gestured toward herself. Then go ahead, Helena said. Take me with that force of yours. The tension in the room had already reached its peak. Crone had quietly shifted his stance without anyone noticing. Every last drop of mana he had was flowing into his legs. His only plan was simple. The moment something exploded, he would run. No hesitation, no pride, just survival. Eloan had also prepared herself. The muscles across her arms and shoulders tightened as she pushed her body enchantment to its limit. Thin white steam began to rise from her skin where the pressure on her muscles grew too intense. She was ready to move at any second. Meanwhile, Riona and Helena had not moved at all. They were locked in direct eye contact. Neither blinked. Helena suddenly spoke without breaking that stare. Hey, Eloan. Yes, milady. Protect both of them. Eloan's eyes shifted briefly toward Lysandra, who was barely holding herself together, and toward Chrome, whose legs had already begun shaking. Inside his head, Chrome was screaming. This is way too much trouble for one damn cup of tea. Eloan hesitated. But milady, who will protect you? You can't. She never finished the sentence. Something changed in the room. Another pressure descended, and this one was far heavier than Riona's divine presence. It did not feel holy or sacred. It felt dense. Helena was releasing ether outside of her body. If Riona's divine presence felt holy, then Helena's ether pressure felt more like the raw presence of a living being. Helena stood at the center of it. Her perfect human body had always hidden its nature well. Most people saw nothing more than an ordinary human, because the energy inside her never leaked outward. The vessel was flawless, so the power stayed contained. But inside that vessel was something different. The Philosopher's Stone continuously generated ether. Her body continuously absorbed it. Perfect vessel paired with an endless source of energy. It was the reason she possessed an endless lifespan. Helena had lived with that system running for years, without ever reaching its limit. To outside observers, she looked normal. Now the room could feel what had always been hidden. Eloan's eyes widened. Her instinct screamed before her thoughts caught up. Her beast-like senses recognized strength instantly, far stronger than her, maybe the strongest she have ever seen. Eloan did not hesitate any longer. She grabbed Lysandra with one arm and quickly seized Chrome by the collar before he could start running on his own. Hold tight, she said. Helena rolled her shoulders lightly and cracked her fingers. Thanks for waiting, she said calmly. Now we can begin. She stepped forward slightly and raised her fists into a loose boxing stance. Riona remained still. Her gaze had grown sharper. I do not want innocent people caught in this fight, she said. I can wait until the building is evacuated. Helena shook her head. No need. She pointed toward the large window behind Riona. See that window? Riona glanced at it. I don't want to damage my home, Helena continued casually. So I'm going to send you through that one. Riona frowned slightly. not fully understanding the comment. She was about to respond. Helena moved first. The distance between them vanished instantly. By the time Reona turned her head back, Helena's fist had already slammed into her abdomen. The impact sounded like a cannon blast. The window shattered before Reona's body even reached it. Glass exploded outward as the force drove her backward in a perfectly straight line. She tore through the window frame and ripped a large section of the wall apart as her body was launched outside. Stone and glass rained down behind her. For a brief moment, Helena stood alone in the ruined room, surrounded by falling debris. Then she disappeared from that spot as well. Outside the estate gates, Morris had a different problem. He was crouched beside Iskar, holding a thin wooden stick he had picked up from the ground. Every few seconds he poked the unmoving noble with it. "Hey," Morris said cautiously, "you're not dead, right? Hey, say something." Iskar lay face down on the stone path. His toes were dirty and torn. A few bones had cracked during Morris's earlier lesson. It had been a little excessive. Morris himself knew that. Problem was not guilt. Problem was consequences. Insulting a noble was one thing. Killing one in front of a crowd was a completely different disaster. If Iskar died here, Morris and Aloan would have to disappear from the kingdom immediately. Their mistress would also be dragged into the problem. And if Aloan lost the maid position she had dreamed about for years because of his temper, Morris would rather accept execution. He had already poured his last emergency healing potion over Iskar earlier. The visible wounds were gone. No scars remained, but Iskar still had not woken up. Morris grabbed his face and slapped his cheeks a few times. "Wake up." Iskar's eyelids twitched. A weak sound escaped his throat. Morris's face lit up instantly. "I'm saved." But the smile vanished just as quickly. Something changed in the air. His shoulders stiffened. Around him, dozens of others reacted the same way. The air suddenly felt heavier, as if someone had quietly tightened a rope around everyone's throat. Knights, private guards, adventurers, mercenaries, people who had spent years on battlefields all reacted at once. They recognized the feeling. Trouble. One noble nearby was speaking impatiently to his guards. "What are you all doing? Why are we moving away? I'm not leaving until I meet Lady Reona. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. My lord, we must move now," one guard insisted. "Move where? What are you afraid?" He stopped mid-sentence. Pressure in the air intensified suddenly. It felt less like magic and more like something alive had been released. Something violent. My lord," the guard whispered. The noble turned. "What is wrong with you, Roman?" But the guard was not looking at him anymore. Every fighter in the area had turned their eyes toward the estate. Sweat rolled down their temples. Morris felt it too. The last time he had felt this kind of tension was years ago during his adventure days, right before facing monsters strong enough to wipe out entire parties. His thoughts jumped immediately to Aloan inside the estate. Meanwhile, Iskar had quietly regained enough awareness to move. While Morris was distracted by the strange pressure, he slowly slipped away through the crowd, unnoticed. His chest burned with humiliation. Rage twisted through him, mixed with fear he did not want to acknowledge. His eyes stayed locked on the estate gates where Helena had disappeared. Then it happened. Boom! A deafening blast ripped through the air. Everyone turned toward the manor. Even from the distance of the gates, they could see part of the building's wall shatter outward. Stone exploded, and something shot out of the manor like a missile fired from a siege weapon. The figure traveled in a straight line across the garden before slowing in midair. Then wings unfolded. 4 pairs, just scattered outward in a wide gust, clearing the view. Iskar's pupils shrank. "Archangel Reona?" The crowd reacted immediately. "Look, it's Lady Reona." Voices rose everywhere. Some people cheered. Some started screaming randomly. Few tried to get her attention, waving their arms desperately. But Reona was not looking at the crowd. Her gaze was fixed on the cloud of dust still settling in front of the shattered manor wall. Reona's expression had completely changed. The casual calm she carried before was gone. What replaced it was sharp focus. She raised one hand slightly and spoke a single word. "Silence." She did not shout. She did not need to. The word carried divine authority. It rolled through the air like a wave, echoing across the crowd gathered outside the estate. Conversations died instantly. Shouts stopped mid-word. Thousands of people fell quiet at the same time, looking around in confusion. Only a few near the front could actually see what she was looking at through the estate gates. Among them were Morris and Iskar. They watched as Helena stepped out from the dust cloud near the shattered manor wall. She walked forward calmly, as if nothing unusual had happened. "Milady," Morris muttered. "Helena?" Iskar whispered. Shock was written on both their faces. Reona slowly raised her arm and pointed toward Helena. "Divine sword art. Nirvana. Two massive golden swords appeared behind her back. They floated in the air without support, their surfaces covered with glowing white runes. The weapons hung there like objects freed from gravity. Riona spoke a single command. Go. The swords shot forward instantly. They left golden white trails behind them as they sliced through the air toward Helena at terrifying speed. Even Morris had trouble tracking them with his eyes. For most of the crowd, the attack appeared as nothing more than curved streaks of white light cutting across the sky. Then something unexpected happened. Someone appeared directly behind Riona. Because of her wings, it was her blind spot. Helena had already closed the distance. She was midair, fist pulled back, her body twisted into a clean punching stance aimed at Riona's back. But just before the strike landed, two more swords manifested instantly. The new blades crossed in front of Riona and absorbed the full impact of Helena's punch. The shock pushed Riona slightly forward, her face turning just enough for her to glance back at Helena from the corner of her eye. It will not work a second time, Riona said calmly. Helena smirked slightly. You sound proud for blocking those little punches. Silence. The command snapped out cold and sharp. Helena had no wings, no visible method of flight. With nothing beneath her feet, her body began to fall back toward the ground. Riona's eyes shifted downward. All swords immediately followed Helena, descending to strike her as she dropped. If Helena truly had no way to fly, she would not be able to dodge midair, and when she hit the ground, the swords would finish the attack. Then Riona blinked. Something felt wrong. She blinked again. For a moment, she wondered if her vision was distorting. Her sight seemed to ripple, as if the world itself were moving. Then she realized the ground, the entire earth beneath the estate grounds began to ripple like ocean waves. Soil and stone rose and folded over themselves in massive tides. As the swords closed in on Helena, a rising wall of earth surged upward and swallowed her completely before the blades could reach her. Riona stared. She did not know if chantless earth magic was capable of this, or if it was even earth magic at all, and something else confused her. The source. Most people in this world used Marna as the source of all supernatural abilities. Other energies existed, but Marna remained the most common. Yet she had never encountered anything like the energy Helena was using, and for some reason, that energy felt almost alive. Riona's lips curled into a faint smirk. Of course, if Her Majesty had chosen someone, that person would not be ordinary. Behind Riona, more swords began to appear. One after another, golden blades materialized, until the space behind her resembled a radiant halo of weapons. The crowd outside the estate was no longer excited. Confusion had turned into fear. People remembered what those swords meant. The last time they had seen them was during the purge of the corrupted church. Every sinner present that day had died beneath those golden blades. If those weapons turned toward the crowd now, survival would depend entirely on luck. Just as the tension reached its peak, another sound rose from behind the crowd. The sound of marching, heavy boots striking the ground in perfect rhythm. People at the back turned first. Then the movement spread forward. The crowd parted slowly, like water opening a path. More than 300 armored figures were advancing in formation. Their armor carried a greyish-white tone. Each soldier held a massive shield and moved in disciplined ranks toward the estate. Someone in the crowd whispered in disbelief. Paladins. At the front of the formation walked a commander. His voice rang out sharply across the street. Fear will guide us. 300 voices answered together, loud enough to shake the air. Courage will slay our enemies. The commander raised his sword. For the goddess. The formation thundered in response. For the goddess. Chapter 41. Counter. The army marching toward the estate was not an ordinary military unit. Leading them was the Grand Inquisitor of the Church of Thymra in the Diamantia Kingdom, the man responsible for all security matters related to the church across the kingdom. The 300 soldiers marching behind him were elite paladins, each trained and sworn to protect the faith and execute the church's judgment when necessary. The church had known the moment Riona descended from the upper world. The Saintess of Thymra and the Apostle of Courage both possessed the ability to sense divine beings connected to their goddess. When Riona first appeared in the mortal world, that disturbance had been traced to the Forest of Souls, far from Diamantia and the Holy Lands. Because of that disturbance, both the Apostle and the Saintess assumed the Archangel had descended to deal with whatever anomaly had appeared there. That was not unusual. Divine messengers often came to correct problems in the balance of the world. The situation only became alarming when Riona did not return to the heavens after the disturbance in the forest was resolved. That was when the church realized something had gone wrong with their prediction. Not long afterward, new information arrived. Witnesses claimed that Riona had been seen flying above Grand City, the capital of the Diamanter Kingdom. The moment that report reached the branch churches in the city, every church immediately went on high alert. The reason was simple. The last time Riona descended into the mortal world, the church itself had become the target of her judgment. Her swords had cut down corrupt priests and bishops alike, turning the sacred halls of Thymer's church into a place soaked in blood. Many of the clergy had repented since that time, but repentance did not erase the fear that remained in people's hearts. When the being known as the judge returned, no one could guarantee they would not be judged again. Because of this, the main branch of Thymer's church in the capital immediately contacted the Pope in the Holy Lands. An emergency discussion began regarding the meaning of Riona's sudden appearance in Grand City. The church leaders carefully analyzed every report they had received. Their first conclusion was simple. If Riona had not come directly to the church, then the church itself was likely not her target this time. That assumption held until another piece of news arrived. Archangel Riona had been seen entering a noble estate within the city. Once that information reached the church, the interpretation changed instantly. Based on Riona's reputation, the most likely explanation was that she had descended to punish some evil being hiding within that estate. The church therefore decided that assisting her judgment would be the correct course of action. Orders were given immediately. A full formation of elite paladins would march to the estate to support the Archangel. At the same time, the church requested assistance from the Holy Lands. The Apostle of Courage and the Saintess of Thymer were dispatched using sky carriages so they could reach the capital as quickly as possible. The Apostle could strengthen the fighting force if necessary, while the Saintess could provide miracles and healing should the battle require it. However, the first force to arrive at the estate was the Paladin army of the Grand City Branch Church, led by the Grand Inquisitor himself. As they approached the battlefield, the Grand Inquisitor believed the fight would already be finished. After all, the one involved was Archangel Riona, the highest-ranked divine messenger of Thymer. Yet the sight that greeted him was not what he expected. Riona hovered high in the sky above the estate grounds. Around her floated dozens of golden swords that moved like living guardians, circling her body and positioning themselves defensively. The formation looked less like a group of weapons and more like a pack of loyal guard animals protecting their master. Then the Grand Inquisitor noticed something else. A blurry figure was rushing toward her through the air. At first he assumed the attacker would be cut apart instantly. The number of swords surrounding Riona was overwhelming, and any opponent foolish enough to charge directly toward her should have been torn to pieces before even reaching striking distance. The swords reacted immediately, forming a dense wall in front of their master. For a moment, the Grand Inquisitor frowned. The formation was defensive rather than offensive. That alone told him something important. If the Archangel was choosing defense, it meant the incoming attack was dangerous enough that he considered it necessary. Blurry figure continued forward at terrifying speed. The swords should have sliced it apart. Instead, something strange happened. Just before the attacker reached them, the swords moved aside. The wall of blades split open as if someone had unlocked a gate. The floating swords shifted position and arranged themselves into something that resembled a staircase hanging in midair. For a brief moment, even Riona looked surprised. The attacking figure stepped onto the blades, as if they were solid ground. Each step pushed the attacker forward faster than before, using the swords themselves as footholds to gain even more speed. Then the figure reached Riona. The impact that followed echoed like thunder across the entire estate. Riona was sent flying backward through the air, her body shooting toward the manor like a projectile launched from a siege weapon. From below, someone shouted in panic, "Not the manor!" Almost immediately, a massive wall of earth surged upward between the manor and the falling Archangel. Riona slammed into the wall of dirt instead of crashing directly into the building. Meanwhile, the golden swords, still floating in the sky, continued to move. But now their movements no longer looked like weapons faithfully obeying their master. They behaved as if something else had taken control of them, as if they no longer belonged to Riona at all. The Grand Inquisitor stared at the sky, unable to decide whether what he was seeing was astonishing or deeply disturbing. The blurry figure had stopped moving. Now it stood clearly visible in the air, balanced calmly on one of Riona's floating swords. The rest of the blades that had once surrounded the Archangel were now positioned behind the stranger instead, hovering in a loose formation, as if they had changed their allegiance. The figure was a blonde woman wearing unfamiliar clothes. She stood quietly in the sky and looked down at the place where Riona had crashed. For several seconds, the entire crowd forgot to breathe. No one spoke, no one cheered. Even the Grand Inquisitor felt his mind stall for a moment. This might have been the first time any of them had ever seen an angel fall from the sky like that. And the one who had fallen was not just any angel. It was Riona, the judge, the highest-ranking archangel of Thymra. The Grand Inquisitor narrowed his eyes as he studied the being standing on the sword. His first thought came naturally, a devil in human form. But his faith in Thymra steadied him before fear could take control. The teachings of the church had trained him to act even in the presence of the unknown. Courage returned to his heart, and he turned toward the soldiers marching behind him. "Who do you serve?" The shout carried across the formation, meant to drag his men out of the strange paralysis gripping them. The paladins who recovered first answered immediately. "The goddess." "Then march." "Ha!" The 300 paladins moved as one. Their massive shields came forward into a defensive formation as they began advancing toward Helena. From a distance, the line looked like a wall of steel slowly pushing across the ground. Helena had already turned to face them. Riona had not yet risen from the ground, leaving Helena as the only visible threat in the sky. But someone else stood in a very unfortunate position. Morris. He was standing between the estate gate and the approaching paladin formation. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he watched the armoured wall marching toward him. Attacking the Church of Thymra would easily be the worst decision of his life. If he harmed a paladin force in public, there would be nowhere on the continent where you and Aloan could hide afterward. The Church's influence reached across every kingdom, but time was running out. He could not run. He could not fight, and hesitation on a battlefield was often the fastest way to die. Just as Morris was trying to decide what to do, the marching formation suddenly slowed, not by choice. The paladins' steps became stiff, their armor joints grinding with metallic noises as if the suits themselves had become rusty. The Grand Inquisitor felt something similar happen to him. His horse suddenly jerked, and he tumbled off the saddle, hitting the ground awkwardly. His body refused to move properly. Around him the entire paladin formation stopped advancing. From a distance, it looked as though 300 statues had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The soldiers themselves had not turned to metal, but the joints of their full plate armor had fused together like a single solid shell. Inside the armor, the paladins panicked. "Commander, we can't move. The armor won't move at all. Who the hell made this armor? Dear goddess, please help us." The Grand Inquisitor struggled against the ground, but unlike his soldiers he had removed his helmet earlier. That small detail allowed him to at least move his neck and look around. His gaze slowly lifted toward the sky. Helena was still standing on the floating sword, looking down at the trapped paladins with an expression that suggested she had just discovered a group of very foolish animals struggling with their own tools. Breaking paladin armor was not easy. The suits were forged with enchantments specifically designed for battlefield durability. The Grand Inquisitor could only reach one conclusion. She did this. The strange part was that he had not sensed any mana or spell casting. Still, anger would not help him now. He forced his voice to remain steady as he shouted commands to the immobilized soldiers. "Paladins, break that restriction with your courage. Do not let them pass behind you." Even as he shouted, he knew escaping the armor instantly was impossible. He had already attempted strengthening techniques, pushing divine power through his body to break the joints apart. The armor barely moved. Meanwhile, the surrounding civilians had already retreated far away from the scene, leaving the battlefield strangely empty. Then the Grand Inquisitor noticed someone near the estate gate, a man standing there with a confused expression. A butler. It did not matter who he was. What mattered was that he was not trapped inside a metal shell like the rest of them. The Grand Inquisitor shouted toward him, "Hey, you!" The butler looked around slowly, clearly unsure who was being addressed. "I'm talking to you." The butler pointed at himself. "Me? Yes. You. Help us get out of this armor." Butler nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, right. I'll go bring someone who can help." Then he turned around and ran away without helping any of them. The Grand Inquisitor's face twisted with disbelief. "At least help me first, you idiot." Riona remained seated on the ground where she had landed, one knee bent while she steadied herself with one hand against the broken earth. The impact itself had not seriously injured her, but the situation left her genuinely confused. Her eyes lifted toward the sky, where Helena was standing. What troubled Riona was not the punch. She had endured worse attacks before. What troubled her was the behavior of the Nirvana swords. They had helped Helena. Riona replayed the moment in her mind. The blades had clearly opened a path instead of blocking the attack. They had rearranged themselves like stairs in the air and allowed Helena to step on them. That should have been impossible. Those weapons only obeyed her. Riona extended her senses toward the floating swords and confirmed confirmed something even stranger. The swords still belonged to her. She could still feel the connection between them. Their existence was tied to her divine power, but their movement had followed Helena. It made no sense. Riona turned her gaze toward Helena again and focused carefully. As an archangel, she could read mana flows and spell formations easily. Combat arts, magic circles, divine techniques, all of them had recognizable patterns. Helena showed none of those. There was energy coming from her body. Riona could feel it clearly now, but it behaved in a way she had never seen before. It did not form a spell structure. It did not follow any magical formula or combat art sequence. The energy simply appeared and then disappeared, as if it dissolved into nothing before it could be traced. That alone meant Helena had found a method of using her power that could not be detected through normal magical senses. Even then, one question remained. How did she influence the Nirvana swords? They were divine weapons. No mortal should be able to command them. Riona could still feel the bond that proved the swords belonged to her, yet their actions had followed Helena's intent. The contradiction irritated her more than the attack itself. Helena spoke while still standing on one of the floating blades. Are you done thinking? Her tone sounded almost bored. Then get up. If all you have are these floating pieces of metal, I'd say you're a disappointment. Riona's expression hardened. Divine power erupted from her body in response. The burst of energy was so intense it was painful to look at directly. Light flooded the battlefield like a golden flash exploding in the sky. Even people standing outside the estate felt their eyes sting as the sudden brightness made it seem like daylight had returned for a moment. Riona slowly rose into the air again. This time the swords behind her multiplied far beyond what they had been before. Not hundreds, thousands, then tens of thousands. The sky behind her filled with golden blades until it looked like a radiant storm waiting to descend. One of the greatest differences between beings of the upper world and mortals was energy reserves. Most upper world beings possessed enormous power simply by existing. This strength was not only the result of training, it was something they were born with. Mortals called it unfair. From the perspective of the heavens, it was simply nature. That was why most mortals could never defeat beings from the upper world, unless they were extraordinary exceptions. Helena stood quietly on the sword beneath her feet and looked at the vast army of blades now surrounding Riona. She sighed. Increasing the number of swords would not change much. If the objects were physical, Helena could manipulate them. If she had truly intended to kill Riona earlier, the archangel would already have become fertilizer for the garden below. The real problem was something else. Helena could feel an intense gaze coming from the sky. Someone was watching, possibly the goddess herself. The presence did not frighten Helena. What held her back was hesitation. Religion. The word itself brought back memories she preferred to forget. During the apocalypse on Earth, a strange religion had risen among survivors. Its followers believed that becoming a mutant was the true path to salvation. They worshipped mutation as if it were divine evolution. The leaders of that religion never intended to mutate themselves. Instead, they forced other survivor groups into the transformation, convincing people they were receiving a blessing. From Helena's perspective, it had been complete nonsense. The real problem began when that cult tried to attack Helena's own survivor group. They had outnumbered Helena's people by nearly 10 to 1. On paper, the battle should have been one-sided, but Helena's group had never been made of ordinary awakened survivors. Every member was elite. Each one possessed unique abilities and enough combat experience to survive the worst parts of the apocalypse. They rarely fought openly for territory like other factions, so their reputation had remained smaller than groups of similar strength. When the battle finally happened, the result surprised everyone. It took Helena's group one night to wipe out the entire attacking force. They did not stop there. Afterward, they hunted down the central branch of the so-called Salvation religion. The leaders who had been manipulating survivor groups were dragged out one by one. In the end, Helena personally killed the man those believers called their messiah. Originally, the plan was to capture him alive and expose him. Things had not gone according to plan. The real trouble back then had not been the battle itself. The problem came afterward. The influence of that so-called Salvation religion had spread far beyond the members Helena's group had fought. Rumors began circulating almost immediately. Some had the story twisted, until Helena's survivor group was labelled as a band of bloodthirsty demons who slaughtered people without reason. Helena never figured out exactly how that rumour had grown so quickly, but once it spread, it stuck. The damage was not catastrophic, but it lingered. For years, people spoke about that night as if Helena's group had committed some unforgivable massacre. Only much later, when the truth about the cult surfaced and the world itself started asking Helena's group for help, did the accusations finally disappear. Until then, Helena had endured years of complaints from her own teammates. They reminded her repeatedly that killing the cult's messiah had not been part of the original plan. For almost a decade, she had to listen to them argue about whether capturing him alive would have changed the public narrative. Because of that experience, Helena had become far more careful whenever religion became involved. Now, facing Riona, the thought crossed her mind again. Maybe killing an angel connected to a goddess might cause the same kind of trouble. Still, maybe a little beating would be fine. Helena looked again at the enormous storm of swords behind Riona. Thousands of blades waited there, shining like a golden cloud in the sky. In theory, it would not be difficult. All Helena had to do was seize control of them the same way she had done earlier. She activated her ability quietly. Ether drained from her body in proportion to the number of swords Riona had summoned. The moment her power touched them, the manipulation began spreading through the physical structure of each blade. But before the effect could finish spreading, Riona started chanting. Divine power surged outward like a rising tide. Helena instinctively lifted a hand to shield her eyes. Really? She muttered with irritation. Do you have anything other than these flip-bangs? The light faded. Helena lowered her hand. Nothing happened. The swords did not move. For a moment, she wondered what the purpose of that display had been. Then her senses caught something behind her. Danger. The Nirvana swords she had previously taken control of suddenly turned hostile. The blades that had been hovering behind her rushed forward to strike her instead. Helena reacted immediately. From the rings on her fingers, she released a thin stream of metal that spread outward and formed a floating shield. The incoming swords crashed against the metal barrier and scattered away. Even the sword Helena had been standing on began to shake violently. She had to jump off it and drop back to the ground as the weapon broke free from her influence. One by one, the swords returned to Riona's side and joined the massive formation behind her. Helena frowned slightly. Riona hovered above the battlefield again, looking down at Helena with her usual indifferent expression. Your trick has been exposed, girl, she said calmly. Manipulating and controlling physical objects is certainly an impressive ability, but that does not mean there is no way to counter it. What Riona had used moments ago was not actually a combat technique. It was divine art correction, the same divine art she had used earlier to repair the dimensional fissure in the Forest of Souls. When a dimensional fissure appeared, it meant the thread of reality itself had been disturbed. The purpose of divine art correction was to restore those threads to their original state. Helena's ability worked through a similar principle. Her manipulation of matter altered the thread of reality connected to physical objects, allowing her to take control of them. When Riona had tried to analyze Helena's power earlier, she noticed something unusual. Helena's strange energy did not leave behind any traceable magical structure, but the swords themselves showed signs of alteration in their connection to reality. It was not damage like a dimensional fissure, it was control modification. Once Riona realized that, the solution became obvious. If divine art correction could restore reality after a fissure, it could also undo Helena's alterations. The moment she used it, the swords returned to her control. Riona's voice carried quiet confidence now. What do you think, girl? Would you like to submit now? Her Majesty might still overlook the trouble you have caused. Helena stood on the ground below, brushing dust from her sleeve. She then took one of her rings from her finger and twisted the outer band slightly, as if switching it to a different mode. Then she looked up again. Tell me something first, Helena said casually. Have you ever heard of a certain monkey? She tilted her head slightly. A very troublesome monkey who caused a lot of problems for heaven. Chapter 42. Do not be afraid. Helena spoke again, her tone calmer now, as if the battlefield around them had momentarily lost its importance. There was a story, she said, about a certain monkey, a monkey born from stone. Riona did not look impressed. Girl, buying time will not help you, she replied. If you have something left, use it. I can wait. As your senior, it is my duty to allow a little rest to my junior. Helena let out a small amused breath. Looks like you've already decided. I'm your junior. I did not decide it, Riona said evenly. Her Majesty already wrote your fate. I do not mind a troublesome junior. I will teach you manners myself. Her gaze sharpened slightly. But first I will show you why I stand above you. Helena shook her head lightly. Yeah. Let's drop the talk. I don't think sharing my favorite story with you is going anywhere. She raised her hand and opened her palm. Resting there was her storage ring. But listen carefully, Lady Angel, she continued. This may not be the original one, but it works well enough. The ring activated. A small amount of liquid metal flowed out, stretching and reshaping itself into a staff, with the ring forming its core. Helena caught it firmly in her hand and adjusted her grip. It was not the true Rui Jingu Bang, but it was something she had made to function the same way, perhaps even better. Helena lowered her stance. The staff angled forward, as she looked up at Reoner. Behind the archangel, the sky was still filled with a storm of golden swords, their glow bright enough to make the night feel like day. Helena bent her knees. Then she jumped. The ground beneath her cracked outward in a web-like pattern as she launched herself upward. This time she did not take a roundabout approach. She moved straight toward Reoner, aiming for a direct clash. Reoner responded immediately. She summoned 2 additional swords into her hands, distinct from the others. Their designs were more intricate, with complex white patterns running along their blades. Then she descended. From the sky, she fell like a golden comet, the river of Nirvana swords following behind her in a sweeping arc. From below, Helena rose like a surge of force pushing upward. They closed the distance rapidly. Before the two could collide, Helena made the first move. She swung her staff in a wide arc. Reoner's brows furrowed slightly. The motion did not match the expected trajectory of an attack. Her instincts warned her something was off. She adjusted immediately, slowing her descent and shifting her position. In the next moment, she vanished within her own formation of swords. The river of blades closed in, forming something like the open jaws of a massive creature ready to swallow Helena whole. But Helena's swing did not stop. As the staff completed its motion, she spoke a single word: stretch. The weapon extended instantly. What had been a normal swing expanded into something far larger. The staff lengthened at an unnatural speed, sweeping across the sky like a massive arc cutting through space itself. The river of golden swords split apart under the force of that strike. The formation broke into 2 halves. Reoner avoided the blow by moving away in time, but even she recognized that the attack had been far more dangerous than it first appeared. The staff shrank back to its original size, returning to Helena's grip. Helena did not pause. She pushed forward immediately. The distance between them was still significant, but it did not matter. As she thrust the staff forward, it extended again, covering the gap almost instantly. The motion resembled a beam shooting straight from her hand toward Reoner. Reoner tightened her grip on her swords and moved to block the attack. The staff met her blade, but there was no sound. For a fraction of a second, it looked as though the attack had simply passed through her defense. The reason became clear too late. At the moment of contact, Helena had altered the front portion of the staff, turning it into liquid while maintaining its shape. The weapon flowed through Reoner's sword like water slipping past an obstacle. Then, as it reached her, it solidified again. The impact struck directly against Reoner's chest armor. The armor shattered on contact. Reoner felt the air leave her chest as the blow landed. Her body folded slightly before she was flung backward, this time completely out of Helena's estate. She could not even tell how the attack had connected. One moment she had been in control, and the next she was being launched like a projectile. Her eyes forced open as she tried to spread her wings and slow herself before she crashed into something. Pain ran through her body, but she focused on stabilizing. Then she noticed something beside her. Helena was there. It did not look like flying. It was closer to riding. Helena sat at the edge of her staff, which stretched endlessly behind her, extending all the way back toward the estate. There was no visible limit to its length. She looked completely at ease, even smiling. Helena shifted her grip lower on the staff. Reoner understood immediately what was coming next. The staff shrank back to its normal size in an instant. It did not retract like something mechanical. It simply returned, as if distance itself had been erased. It did not look physically possible, something that could only happen because of a highest grade artifact from another world. Before Reoner could recover, Helena swung again. The strike hit midair and redirected her completely, sending her downward at a sharp angle. Her body was forced straight toward the ground. She crashed hard enough to shake the surrounding area. The ground cracked beneath her, and the impact spread outward like a small earthquake. Sound returned all at once. People screamed and ran in panic, trying to get away from the center of the impact. Reoner lay there, her armor reduced to scraps barely clinging to her body. She tried to push herself up, but the pain was too much. Both of her arms felt broken, even as she pushed divine power through her body to heal. Then a voice cut through the chaos. Fire in the hole. Reoner's eyes moved upward. Above her, something massive was descending. At first she could only see part of it, a circular shape that felt disturbingly large. Then she realized what it was. The staff, not in its normal form, but expanded into something enormous, like a giant pillar falling from the sky. It was too big, and it was coming straight at her. She tried to move, but her body didn't respond in time. The circle above her grew larger and larger until it filled her entire view. Then it fell. The impact shook the entire capital. Buildings trembled, the ground rippled, and even the royal castle built on the highest point of capital city Grand felt the shock. When the dust settled, a massive pillar stood in the middle of the city, stretching high into the sky. People all around could see it clearly, and many of them slowly lifted their heads, to follow its length upward. At the very top of it, a single figure stood. Of course, it was the owner of this massive weapon, looking down at everything below. "I hope you're still alive, Miss Senior." Strongest reaction came from the people below, the ones who believed angels to be undefeated, untouchable beings. For a few moments, no one even moved. Their minds struggled to process what they had just seen. Then reality caught up, and panic followed right behind it. A single voice broke first, shaky and disbelieving. "Oh my god, Lady Riona has been defeated? How? No, that's not possible. She's a messenger of the goddess. What did I just see, and what is that now? Who is going to defeat that monster?" Confusion spread quickly through the crowd, voices overlapping, disbelief turning into fear. No one could match what they believed with what was standing in front of them. Then a voice cut through all of it. "Lady Riona." It was soft, filled with warmth and innocence, but trembling with fear. People instinctively looked up toward the source. A flying carriage had descended into view, carrying the flag of the Church of Thymra, the kind used by people from the Holy Land. A girl with lavender hair leaned dangerously out of the carriage, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the place where Riona had been buried beneath the pillar. She looked like she was about to fall out at any moment. Behind her, a man with crimson hair, whose presence felt like that of a lion, held onto her firmly to stop her. "Calm down, Saintess. Lady Riona isn't dead." The carriage descended quickly. The moment it was close enough, the Saintess jumped down without waiting, stumbling as she landed before rushing forward. The crimson-haired man followed right behind her. The Saintess didn't look up even once. Her focus stayed completely on the pillar. The man did. His eyes lifted and met Helena's. Helena stood at the top of the pillar, watching everything like it was some kind of show. When their gazes met, she tilted her head slightly. "One more," she muttered. The man's expression hardened immediately. A strong fighting intent surged out of him, sharp and heavy enough to be felt even from that distance. When he spoke, his voice carried across the area like thunder. "You monster, I want a duel with you. Come down here and face me. I, the Apostle of Courage, challenge you." He didn't hesitate. He knew he wasn't stronger than Riona, but that didn't matter to him. If anything, it only made his resolve clearer. Helena looked down at him with mild curiosity, as if she had just discovered something interesting. She could feel the intensity in him even from above. He was strong, and his fighting spirit was unusually fierce. The apostle didn't wait. He moved toward the pillar and placed one hand against it, his veins glowing golden beneath his skin as he poured strength into his body and tried to lift it. His muscles tensed, power surging through him, but the pillar didn't move even slightly. Then Helena heard something. A voice. The Saintess had dropped to her knees near the base of the pillar. She didn't care about the dirt staining her white clothes. She didn't look around. She didn't react to anything else. She began to sing a hymn. Her voice was soft, trembling, but steady. It carried through the air in a way that didn't need volume to be heard. At the same time, Riona's presence, which had been fading beneath the pillar, began to rise again, slowly at first, then more clearly, growing stronger with each passing second. The apostle reacted immediately. The aggression in him vanished as he stepped back and dropped to one knee, lowering his head without hesitation. Helena felt it too. A strange calmness pressed against her mind, like a weight settling over her thoughts. It felt like something was trying to slow everything down, to make her stop, and simply accept the moment. The feeling was gentle, but unnatural. She snapped out of it almost instantly. Her eyes shifted toward the Saintess, studying her with interest. Around them, the crowd had already begun to kneel. People covered their ears and even their eyes, as if reacting to something they couldn't control. It spread unnaturally fast, like a command had been placed over them. Then Helena felt something else, something from below. It wasn't the hymn, and it wasn't the divine energy. It was deeper than that. She focused downward, through the pillar beneath her feet. Presence was building below, something vast and unsettling. At the same time, a voice began to echo, repeating over and over in a way that overlapped itself. "Do not be afraid. Do 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 not be afraid, 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 I shall be afraid. The voice sounded glitched, like it was coming from somewhere deep and hollow, like an echo from an abyss. But at the same time, it carried a strange sense of holiness. The contradiction made it worse. Helena frowned slightly, trying to make sense of it. For a moment, she wondered if the hymn was interfering with her perception, but the presence below only grew stronger. No one in the capital was looking up anymore. Everyone had lowered themselves, covering their ears and faces as if something had overridden their will. Then the pillar beneath Helena shifted. It tilted slightly. At the same time, the ground below began to glow faintly, like something massive was lighting up beneath the surface. The saintess didn't stop singing. Pressure built. Then the ground broke. A massive tentacle burst out from beneath the earth, tearing through the surface. Its flesh twisted, unnaturally, covered in countless blood-red eyes that opened all at once. Helena's expression changed instantly. Then she'd, I knew it, you weren't just a few pieces of scraps. She leaned forward slightly, gripping her staff, her eyes fixed on what had emerged. Show me what a true angel is capable of. Chapter 43. End of evolution. Tentacles covered in blood-red eyes tore out from beneath the ground, forcing the earth to split apart as the entire area trembled under their weight. The disturbance was massive, violent enough that it should have sent people into chaos, yet something felt wrong. No one was looking up. Even with the ground shaking and those grotesque limbs rising into the open, the crowd remained lowered, their senses shut off, as if they were not allowed to witness what was happening. Pillar beneath her had already begun to tilt dangerously, threatening to collapse onto the capital, so she reacted quickly and shrank it back to its normal size. The sudden loss of footing caused her to drop from the sky, but she didn't bother resisting the fall. It wouldn't hurt her anyway. Below her, the crater left behind by the pillar had turned into something else entirely. A deep hollow in the earth now glowed with an intense golden light, so bright it resembled a sun buried underground. The light spilled outward, sharp enough to blind anyone who looked directly into it. But even that didn't last. More tentacles emerged from within the crater, forcing their way outward, digging into the surrounding ground, as if trying to pull something up from below. Whatever was inside was enormous. The tentacles anchored themselves and began dragging the body upward, inch by inch. The golden glow began to fade, turning into a drifting mist that spread across the area. Then the thing revealed itself. A massive form crawled out from the crater, its body partially hidden behind wings that didn't resemble feathers in any normal sense. Each feather was made of layered eyes and blood, shifting slightly as if alive. The entire being radiated something unnatural, something that didn't align with how a holy existence was supposed to appear. Before Helena hit the ground, she extended her staff downward until it touched the surface, then gradually shrank it while descending, cancelling out the force of her fall completely. She landed lightly and lifted her gaze toward the being. Countless eyes stared back at her. One of the larger tentacles moved slowly and wrapped around the saintess, lifting her from the ground. She didn't resist. She didn't even stop singing. Her hymn continued, steady despite everything happening around her. The tentacle gently carried her to a safer area where the others were gathered. Helena only noticed now that the only people still able to see what was happening were the apostle and herself. Everyone else remained lowered, their awareness suppressed, as if this form was never meant to be witnessed by ordinary people. Helena tilted her head slightly at that, thinking it might actually be better this way. Watching their holy angel like this would probably break whatever faith they had left. Just as she thought the transformation had completed, the divine power within Riona surged again. It burst outward like a dam breaking, flooding the entire area. The golden light returned, overwhelming, saturating the capital in divine presence so dense it felt like the air itself had changed. Helena narrowed her eyes slightly, then opened them again once the intensity stabilized. The space in front of her was empty. Riona was gone from the ground. The only steady sound left was the saintess's hymn continuing without interruption. Helena glanced upward, already knowing where to look. Riona had taken to the sky again. She really likes flying, Helena muttered under her breath. But this time, Riona was completely different. The white feathers were gone, replaced by black ones. Where her head should have been, there was now a sphere of pure divine power, spinning slowly in place. Her wings remained spread out, filled with eyes that looked down upon the world without blinking. Even her halo had changed, no longer a simple ring of light, but something made of flesh and eyes, all glowing with divine energy. Then the same voice spoke again. Do not be afraid, child. It will end soon. The voice was distorted, broken in places, yet still clear enough to understand. Helena looked at her, then spoke without hesitation. I'd love to cook a big chicken. Riona didn't react. The countless eyes simply blinked in unison, slow and deliberate. This form was known as the higher form of angels. Most angels living in the upper world didn't even understand their own origin, but this form revealed it clearly. Their ancestors were something closer to demigods, beings that never truly belonged to the mortal shape they now carried. This was their true form, far removed from the human-like appearance they used to interact with the world, and despite being considered holy, they looked closer to demons than anything else. Still, their nature was not evil. Their sense of justice and purpose remained pure, and for that, they had been blessed. The gods granted them something unusual for beings like them, the ability to live as mortals. They could grow, think, and even reproduce like ordinary beings. It was a strange gift for creatures whose existence was meant only to serve. Long ago, when the first of them received that blessing, they had looked at their own bodies with wonder. For the first time, they experienced emotions freely, without restraint. It was their first taste of what it meant to live like a mortal. In their true form, angels did not think the way mortals did. They did not speak, did not hesitate, and did not question. They functioned more like machines, acting only on purpose and order. The form they were given later, the one closer to humans, allowed them to experience things they were never meant to: emotion, thought, individuality. That gift came with a cost. They gave up their original state, their immortality as demigod beings, and accepted limitation. That was how the current race of angels came into existence. Over centuries, that change settled deep. Most angels forgot their origin completely. It wasn't just memory that faded. Their connection to that power weakened until returning to their true form became nearly impossible. Only a few exceptions remained, being strong enough to reach that state again. Riona was one of them. Even for her, it wasn't without risk. Power alone wasn't enough. The difference between how a mortal-like angel thought and how a demigod entity functioned was too wide. Many who attempted it lost control and descended into mindless destruction. Riona, however, was holding herself together. The saintess's hymn was the reason. The chosen maiden of Thymra, her voice carried a purity that stabilized even something like this. The hymn of peace wasn't just sound, it was influence. It calmed, aligned, and suppress the instability that came with that form. Without it, Riona's current state would have been far more dangerous. The reaction from the people around made sense as well. Demigod angels had existed long before current civilizations, and something about them remained imprinted in human instincts. Looking directly at such a being could break a weaker mind. Even now, only a few strong individuals could keep their eyes open. The rest were forced down by something deeper than fear, their bodies reacting before their minds could understand. Helena tilted her head slightly, studying Riona's current form. The appearance leaned closer to something eldritch than divine. Wings filled with eyes, a shifting halo of flesh, a presence that didn't match the idea of holiness people prayed to. She exhaled slowly. At this point, preserving this angel, while also not letting her die, was becoming troublesome. Riona didn't seem to understand when to stop. Even after everything, she had escalated things further. Helena ran a hand through her hair, irritation clearly visible. She had barely settled into this world. One day in her new house, and she had already been thrown out by a friend, dragged into old memories she didn't want to revisit. And now she was dealing with this. When is this going to end? She muttered under her breath. She looked up again, her voice raising this time. That's enough. All of Riona's eyes shifted toward her. Do you admit defeat, child? The same distorted voice asked. Helena let out a short breath, her frustration clear. Like hell, I would admit defeat. I just don't see any reason to continue this useless fight. She paused for a moment, then added, so prepare yourself. If you can survive the next few minutes, I'll admit you're strong, and I'll follow you anywhere. If not, then you walk away and stop causing trouble for me. The countless eyes on Riona's form watched her, something close to disappointment or sadness reflected in them, as if they were looking at someone choosing the wrong path. Then Riona spoke again, but this time her voice wasn't a single tone. It layered over itself, turning into a distorted chorus that carried both weight and authority. It wasn't just speech. Aelthea Veen Solari. It was a spell. Above the capital, something formed. A massive palm made entirely of divine power appeared in the sky, descending slowly. Its scale was overwhelming, large enough to dominate the entire view. Even birds caught in its path panicked, scattering in every direction. But when they touched it, they passed through harmlessly. The spell didn't target the surroundings. It targeted one person. All of the pressure condensed onto Helena. The weight came down instantly, forcing her body downward. Her knees pressed into the ground, sinking halfway as if she was being crushed under hundreds of tons. Palm above continued descending, its size making her look insignificant, like a grain beneath something vast and absolute. Helena knew that if the thing touched the ground, it would crush her completely. She had already tried to sink into the earth to avoid it, but a strange force held her in place. It wasn't divine art correction. It felt more like the nature of the spell itself, something that fixed the target and forced them to take the attack head-on. There was no slipping away from it. She judged it quickly. She would survive, but the damage would not be light. Then, strangely, her frustration faded. The irritation, the exhaustion from everything that had piled up since she arrived in this world. All of it shifted into something else. A smile returned to her face, slow and natural, as if she had suddenly found something amusing in the middle of all this. Helena let out a shortlet, and I was wondering where I've seen this before. There was something almost nostalgic in her tone, but it didn't last long. Her expression sharpened slightly. But I'm not someone you can crush that easily. Pam was already only a few hundred meters above her. It would reach her in seconds. Then the ground across the capital began to move. Pillars rose from every direction, tearing through streets, courtyards, and open ground alike. They shot upward toward the descending Pam, colliding with it mid-air. At first, many of them shattered on impact, breaking apart as expected from simple rock and earth. But that didn't last. Riona's vision, now altered by her true form, saw Helena differently. She began to appear like a concentrated mass of red energy, something that didn't behave like anything Riona had encountered before. Even with that perception, she still couldn't trace where that energy was going. It continued to vanish, as if absorbed into something unseen. The result of that unseen process was everywhere. The pillars changed. What had been stone and dirt shifted in nature. Their structure altered, their composition refined into something far denser. The next wave of pillars didn't break. They held. Riona's eyes widened slightly as she recognized it. Divine steel. Not ordinary divine steel, but a purer form, the kind rarely seen even in the divine realm. The same material used for her personal weapons. The same material capable of holding immense power, capable of containing even celestial beings if properly infused. And now it was everywhere. Across the capital, countless pillars made of that material pushed upward, bracing against the massive palm. This time none of them bent or broke. They held it in place. Riona reacted immediately. The halo of eyes around her glowed as her voice layered into itself again. Divine art correction, in her true form, with far greater reserves of divine power, the effect spread across a wide area. Palm above began to dim slightly, its strength weakening under the influence. At the same time, the pillars began to shift. Some sections reverted back into stone, cracking under the pressure, but most of them resisted. Correction wasn't taking full hold. Instead, it felt like something was pushing back against it. Then someone spoke slowly, and Riona heard it clearly. This is what remains at the end of evolution. Riona felt it immediately. Consumption of her divine power increased. The divine art struggled. It wasn't failing completely, but it wasn't dominating either. The pillars held their form, resisting the correction with a stability that shouldn't have been possible. Her control slipped for a moment. The transformation reversed again. The pillars returned fully to divine steel, stabilizing instantly. Then they began to move. Instead of only holding the palm in place, they pushed upward. The massive construct in the sky started to crack under the pressure. Fine fractures spread across its surface as the pillars forced it back. Riona's focus shifted toward Helena, but she couldn't look at her directly. Helena no longer appeared as a normal figure. In Riona's perception, she looked like a concentrated red sun on the ground, something too intense to observe directly. Even trying caused strain. Golden blood began to leak from Riona's eyes as she forced herself to look. How the word slipped out without control. The unease that had been building inside her suddenly sharpened. A roar sound escaped her throat, something closer to a roar than a voice, and it carried across the capital. It wasn't anger, it was fear. For the first time, something felt wrong in a way she couldn't define. Even in this form, even with her control intact, with her dulled emotions, the world around her felt off. The air itself felt heavy, almost alive. The stillness was worse than movement. It felt like she wasn't standing in open space anymore, but inside something vast, something watching, something closing in. And for a brief moment, a thought crossed her mind that she couldn't shake. It felt like she was inside the stomach of something enormous, and that something was trying to digest her. Riona shut down her divine vision at once. She stopped trying to see the structure of the world, stopped tracing energy, and let her sight return to something closer to normal. The overwhelming distortion faded, and Helena no longer appeared as that unbearable mass of red light. What she saw instead should not have been any easier to accept. Helena stood there in her human form, but even that word didn't fully fit anymore. In her hand was a broken piece of Riona's main sword, still faintly glowing. Her posture was steady, yet something about her presence felt wrong, like the shape was familiar, but the content inside it had shifted into something else. Her chest was torn open, not like a wound from battle, but as if something had forced its way out from within. Flesh parted unnaturally, and sitting there, exposed, was a deep crimson object, something like a ruby, but alive. Blood and thin, vein-like strands clung to it, connecting it back to Helena's body. The true philosopher's stone. It rested in her chest, pulsing faintly, dripping blood down her torso. Helena showed no reaction to it. Her face carried no sign of pain. Her eyes were shut tightly, and blood trailed down from them like tears. There was a faint heaviness in her expression, something closer to exhaustion than injury, as if her body was under strain, but nothing about it suggested suffering. Her eyes remained closed, yet Riona felt it clearly. She was being watched. Helena tilted her head slightly upward. The stone in her chest shifted, vibrating once, and then it opened. The surface split from the center, and a single vertical eye revealed itself within, staring directly at Riona. That was the moment fear fully took hold. Riona didn't need her divine sight to understand anymore. The space around her was saturated with that same strange crimson energy. It pressed in from all directions, heavy and suffocating, far beyond anything she could measure. The moment that I opened, the pressure surged violently. The massive palm in the sky shattered. Riona lost control of the spell entirely, her focus breaking under the sudden wave of panic. The divine construct cracked apart and dissolved, its fragments dispersing into nothing. The pressure remained. It wrapped around her, tightened, crushed. Helena didn't move immediately. For a brief moment, she just stood there, silent. Then her lips parted slightly. "I don't really like this," Riona screamed. It tore out of her, without restraint, as her vision began to blur. Pain spread through her entire body, like something fundamental was being altered. Her wings began to harden, turning grey as they slowly petrified, cracks spreading across them. The change spread. Her halo of flesh and eyes crumbled, pieces breaking away as if they were already turning into stone. The transformation moved steadily inward, consuming her form. She reacted on instinct, forcing divine power through her body. Divine art correction. The technique activated, reinforcing her form, trying to resist the change. For a moment, it held, then it faltered. Pressure from Helena's control was too overwhelming. The divine art didn't collapse immediately, but it struggled, weakening second by second. Riona understood. In a few more moments, she would be reduced to nothing. Is this death? The thought formed weakly in her mind. Her vision darkened further. She forced herself to look one last time, her sight drifting across the surroundings. The saintess was still there, her hymn broken, her body trembling as she looked at Riona's falling figure. The apostle struggled beside her, barely holding himself upright. Others had already collapsed completely. There would be no rampage. There was no strength left for it. With what little control remained, Riona made one final decision. She released her true form. The massive, collapsing structure of her demigod state began to dissolve, the remaining fragments glowing faintly as they shrank and reshaped. Her body returned to a human form mid-fall, and just like that, the being people believed to be undefeated began to fall from the sky, defeated. Unnoticed by anyone, something else began to change. Inside Riona's storage dimension, the soul script of Helena, the Akashic record page that had refused to stabilize until now, started to react. The surface of the document trembled faintly, as if responding to something happening far beyond its physical location. The shifting text across it began to stabilize. The question marks that had covered most of the information started disappearing one by one. The missing sections no longer flickered or distorted. Instead, they began to fill in as if the system itself was finally able to recognize and record what it had failed to process before. Lines that once held nothing but symbols and broken characters now formed into proper entries. A name, the titles, the fragmented values, everything started correcting itself without any external input. The soul script continued to update on its own. Chapter 44. The Singing Rabbit. Riona slowly opened her eyes and looked up at the night sky, now calm and filled with stars. For a moment, she simply watched them in silence. She had never really understood why Her Majesty, or any of the gods, chose to care about this world. In her eyes, it was flawed beyond repair. There wasn't a single soul without sin, not one existence that could be called truly pure, and yet this was the world her goddess chose to protect. Riona herself had never liked it. All she ever wanted was to serve her goddess. Thamer's will was her will. Every action she took, every judgment she delivered, was for her sake. That had always been enough, and yet, as she stared at the stars, she found herself thinking that this might be the only thing she ever liked about this world. It didn't matter now. What mattered was the fact that she was still alive. The last thing she remembered was her body being overtaken, turned into something that was no longer flesh. She had fully expected that to be the end. The only explanation she could come up with was that releasing her true form had somehow given her a second chance. Even then, the cost was obvious. Her body felt completely drained. She couldn't move, not even enough to lift herself. Only her head shifted slightly as she tried to take in her surroundings. A faint groan escaped her as she forced herself to turn. Then she heard it. Footsteps, slow, steady, approaching. Riona recognized it immediately. It felt like death walking toward her again. This time, though, there was no fear left in her. If she died here, in service of her goddess, she could accept it. The only regret she had was failing her mission. She let out a quiet breath and closed her eyes again, accepting what was coming. Then something moved in front of her. Riona's eyes opened again, sharper this time. The saintess, Avalora, stood between her and the approaching figure, placing herself directly in Helena's path. She didn't hesitate, not even for a moment. Riona's voice came out weak, strained. Please stop. She didn't want this. Out of everyone in this world, the saintess was the one person Riona considered truly kind. The last thing she wanted was for her to die because of this. Avalora's legs trembled visibly, her entire body shaking, but she didn't step back. Her expression was filled with fear, yet there was firm resolve behind it. She had already made her decision. Helena continued walking forward. Her eyes were still closed. The philosopher's stone rested outside her chest, no longer violently pulsing like before, but still alive, still present. Compared to earlier, it had calmed, but it hadn't disappeared. This form Helena had taken was known as the end of evolution, the original state of what could be called a perfect human. It was the final stage, where the power of the philosopher's stone was fully unleashed. But what stood here now was incomplete. Helena had only reached halfway before the fight ended. Riona had not survived long enough for the transformation to fully stabilize, so Helena had cancelled it midway. Even so, the remnants of that state were still there. Helena had said it before. She had faced enemies who could counter her abilities, but in the end, it always came down to who could push further, who could take control and hold it. And Helena had always come out on top. She stopped in front of Avalora. The saintess trembled harder now, almost at the point of breaking, but she didn't move aside. Tears gathered in her eyes, but her stance remained firm. Behind her, Riona struggled, trying to push herself up, trying to do something, anything, but her body refused to respond. The saintess wasn't very tall. Even standing straight, she barely reached Helena's shoulder. Up close, the difference in presence felt even greater, not just in height, but in something harder to explain. Her eyes fell on Helena's chest, on the red, ruby-like stone embedded within it. The eye inside it moved. It looked at her, up and down, slowly, curiously. Avalora forgot to blink. Her mind began repeating the same thought over and over. This is it, this is it. The words echoed without meaning, looping endlessly. At the same time, something else flooded in. Emotions. Too many, not one or two, but everything at once. Lust, greed, anger, spite, hope, devotion, longing, loneliness, panic. Feelings she recognized, feelings she had never experienced before, all rising together without order or control. It wasn't just overwhelming, it was consuming. She was sinking into it, deeper and deeper. There was no end to it. Her body froze. She wanted to scream, to step back, to close her eyes, but nothing responded. Her gaze remained locked onto that single eye in the stone, unable to break away. She was falling, just before something in her gave way completely. A hand reached forward. Helena grabbed the stone firmly. Don't. Her voice was steady, direct. Connection broke instantly. Avalora stumbled backward 2 steps, her breath catching as control returned to her body. Her heart pounded violently as she tried to steady herself. For a moment, she felt like she had almost reached something deep, something final. She didn't know what that bottom was. She only knew she had almost fallen into it. Helena pressed the philosopher's stone back into her chest. Her hand went inside without hesitation, pushing it back into place. There was no reaction on her face, no sign of pain, even as blood and torn flesh surrounded the motion. It was unsettling to watch. When she pulled her hand back out, it was covered in blood and bits of tissue. The wound on her chest began closing immediately. Bone reformed, flesh sealed itself, and within seconds it looked as if nothing had ever been there. Only a faint trace of blood remained. That alone was enough to deepen Avalora's fear. What stood in front of her didn't feel human anymore, and tears began to fall from her eyes. Helena's eyes slowly opened. The golden color had taken over her pupils, but a faint crimson hue still lingered within them, like something hadn't fully settled yet. Blood from earlier blurred her vision slightly. Avalora forced her voice out, trembling. Please spare Lady Riona, I beg of you. Helena looked at her for a moment, then spoke in a casual tone. Do you have a handkerchief, or any clean cloth? I want to wipe the blood off my face. Avalora paused. For a second, she didn't understand what she had just heard. It didn't match the situation at all. She had expected anger, mockery, or immediate violence. Not this. She glanced to both sides, almost instinctively checking if Helena was speaking to someone else. Hey, singing rabbit, I'm talking to you. Avalora blinked and pointed at herself. Helena nodded slightly. Yeah, you. She didn't know where that name had come from, and right now it didn't matter. Avalora quickly moved her hands, searching through the pockets of her robes. Her fingers fumbled slightly before she pulled out a clean white handkerchief. She stepped forward carefully and offered it with both hands, like she was presenting something sacred or making an offering to something she didn't fully understand. Please use this. Helena took it, and for a brief moment, the corner of her lips twitched, like she was holding back a laugh. Helena looked around the area after Riona fell from the sky. Even now, she could clearly sense that Riona had survived her semi-end of evolution state. In that state, everything around Helena had felt like a lucid dream, something she could shape at will. Even the wind brushing past her skin had felt like it belonged to her, like it was part of her own body. If she had reached the complete state, it would have turned into something closer to a domain, a space where anything physically possible could be done without restriction. Riona surviving wasn't something Helena had aimed for or against. She hadn't been trying to kill her, but if Riona had failed to endure that attack, it would have been her own mistake. In a way, Riona had been lucky. Releasing her true angel form at the last moment had saved her. Otherwise, she would have been nothing more than debris scattered across the ground. Helena let out a quiet breath, relieved to see Riona still alive. It wasn't out of kindness. It was because of what had happened in that final moment. When Riona had come close to death, the gaze from above had intensified sharply, like something was ready to break through the sky itself and descend into this world. Helena had felt it clearly. If she had taken even one more step and finished Riona off, that presence would have come down without hesitation. And once that happened, there would have been no controlling the aftermath. At the very least, the entire capital city grant would have been erased. When Helena didn't act, that gaze had calmed. She had learned this the hard way before. Acting on impulse, finishing things without restraint always came with consequences. Back on Earth, she had made that mistake once, and the result had followed her for years. This time, she didn't repeat it. Helena began to undo her state. The flow of ether inside her body gradually stabilized, returning to normal. Her consciousness settled fully back into her body. It would take a few more minutes before everything returned completely, but she was already thinking ahead. There was a mess now, a large one, and it wasn't even something she had started. That made it worse. Someone had to take responsibility for this. Leaving things like this wasn't her style. She considered the options. Riona? No, Riona didn't have the capacity to handle something like this. If anything, she would only make it worse. She needed someone else, someone higher. Her thoughts paused for a moment, then clicked. Of course, the one who gave Riona her orders, the one behind all of this. Timer. Helena lifted her gaze slightly toward the night sky. The presence was still there, watching. She was certain of it now. That gaze wasn't random. It belonged to Timer. Problem was getting her down here. Threatening Riona's life crossed her mind for a moment, but she dismissed it immediately. It felt cheap, like something a low-grade villain would do. It didn't suit her. Then the answer came naturally. Just ask. Ask Riona to call her. Simple, direct, and clean. That was more her way. Helena took a step forward, intending to approach Riona, but someone moved in front of her before she could. It was the same Tess, the same girl from before, the one whose hymn had stabilized Riona's true form during the battle. Helena stopped. She had recognized her earlier too. The only reason Helena hadn't interfered during the fight was because of that hymn. It had been calming, almost refreshing. It had helped stabilize her own emotions while she was in that unstable state. Without it, things might have ended differently. Now that same girl stood in front of her, trembling like a small animal. Helena watched her for a second. This really is a rabbit, she thought. A small, shaking, overly fragile rabbit. For a moment, something crossed her mind. She wanted to pat her head. The thought came so naturally that it almost slipped into action. Stop that, she muttered to herself internally. The girl looked like she might faint at any moment. Helena paused in front of her, looking down slightly. She was smaller than expected up close. There was something about her presence that made her look even smaller than she actually was. 10 seconds passed. Helena blinked. The saintess hadn't moved at all. Then Helena noticed it. The girl wasn't frozen out of fear. She was staring at Helena's chest, more specifically at the philosopher's stone. Helena's expression shifted instantly. Oh damn, the stone was still exposed. She reacted immediately, breaking the line of sight. The moment that connection was cut, the light returned to Avalora's eyes. Her focus snapped back, like she had just been pulled out from somewhere deep. Helena let out a quiet breath. A few seconds more, and the girl might have lost her mind completely. Without wasting time, Helena pushed the philosopher's stone back into her chest again. She forced it inside and used her ability to reconstruct the flesh and bone over it. It wasn't natural healing, but it was enough for now. That problem was handled. Now there was another one, a small one, but immediate. Tears were already falling from the saintess's eyes. Helena paused, then thought she should calm the girl down, or at least distract her for a moment. The guilt of making an innocent child cry was the last thing she wanted to deal with. Chapter 45. Order or request. Stopping her laugh from slipping out, Helena muttered to herself, "Jokes aside, it's time to be serious." She already knew that if this situation wasn't handled properly, by morning it would turn into something much worse, the kind of mess that keeps growing once it spreads. A weak voice cut in from the side. "Please stop. You can take my life instead." It was Riona. Somehow, she had managed to push herself up slightly. Her body was in terrible condition, her hair disheveled, and the white armor that once looked divine was now broken in several places, pieces missing entirely. Even so, the fire in her eyes hadn't gone out. Helena glanced at her and replied casually, "Relax. I don't hurt children." Before anything else could be said, a loud roar echoed through the area. Rag, the apostle of courage, had regained consciousness. He had been buried under rubble earlier, but now he burst forward like a beast. His eyes locked onto Helena, and without hesitation, he charged. Golden energy trailed behind him, forming the image of a roaring lion charging toward its prey. Both the saintess and Riona showed clear worry, but not for Helena. For him, within a second, he reached her, his claw-like hand stretched forward, aiming straight for Helena's neck. Just as he was about to grab her, he felt something tap lightly against his stomach. It wasn't a heavy strike, barely more than a touch, but instinct made him look down. A thin metal staff rested against him. Stretch. The moment the word left Helena's mouth, the staff extended violently. The force exploded outward, sending the apostle flying back. His body tore across the ground, dragging through stone and debris, leaving a deep trail behind as structures cracked under the impact. Helena watched him fly off and said flatly, "I said children, not grown-ass men." The saintess cried out, panic breaking through her voice. "Lord Alfred." Helena waved her hand dismissively. "He'll be fine probably. Anyway, forget that." She shifted her attention back to Riona. "Oi, Angel, I want to talk, or we can go another round, but this time I won't hold back." As she said that, she suddenly grabbed the saintess by the waist. Avalora's body froze instantly. She shut her eyes tightly, convinced that this was it. Behind her, Riona collapsed to her knees, forcing herself to move forward despite her condition. But Helena didn't attack. Instead, a stone platform formed beside her. She placed the saintess on it gently. Avalora slowly opened her eyes, confusion replacing fear for a moment, as she found herself sitting there, her feet barely touching the ground because of her height. Helena gave a small smile. Up, platform began to rise, lifting the saintess higher and higher until she was more than 10 feet above the ground. Avalora blinked, looking around in confusion as she realized she had no way to come down. Helena nodded to herself. Good, now no one will interrupt. She turned back to Riona. "So, what now, Angel?" Riona looked visibly irritated, but didn't respond. Helena tilted her head slightly. "What? I hit your throat or something?" Riona finally spoke, her voice rough but firm. "You will regret this, human. Her Majesty will not let this go." Helena gave a lightlet. "Maybe, but right now, I don't feel any regret at all. Actually, I feel pretty good. I've been bored for a while, so this was refreshing." She paused, then added with a small grin, "If you weren't such a fanatic, we might have gotten along. Or at least you'd make a decent punching bag." Riona's brows tightened in anger. "Human." Helena stepped forward slightly. "Angel." She shrugged casually. "If you want another round, I can wait for you to recover. But be honest, you won't survive it." She waved her hand dismissively. "Forget that. I have a request." Riona stared at her, clearly not expecting that. Helena frowned at the blank expression. Don't think too hard. Just listen. I want to talk to your goddess. Reowner blinked. Helena repeated herself, slower this time. I want to talk to your goddess. Still no response. Helena sighed. Are you even listening? I'm talking to you. This time, anger returned fully to Reowner's eyes. The idea itself offended her. Never. I would never allow someone like you to stand before Her Majesty. Helena raised an eyebrow. Oh, funny. A few hours ago you were trying to recruit me into her service. Now I can't even talk to her. That's a bit inconsistent. Don't you think? I thought angels were supposed to be more honest than humans. Reowner's voice hardened. You are worse than devils. Helena shrugged. Maybe. Doesn't matter. Her tone shifted slightly, becoming more direct. So what's it going to be? Are you calling her? Or do I have to do something that forces her to come down here? Reowner clenched her jaw. If Helena had been weaker, she would have already passed judgment. But things were no longer that simple. Then both of them paused. At the same time, their gazes lifted toward the sky. Helena's lips curved slightly. Ah, there she is. Sky above the capital slowly turned gold. First, it was just a faint glow spreading across the clouds. But within seconds it deepened into something vast and overwhelming. A golden aurora stretched across the entire sky, moving like a living curtain. Tiny particles of divine power began to fall, drifting down like soft, glowing snow. Then the sound came. An illusionary bell rang through the air, clear and distant, yet somehow heard by everyone at once. It didn't echo like normal sound. It settled directly into the mind, like a quiet announcement. A welcome. Reowner felt it immediately. Pain in her body began to fade as her injuries healed at a visible rate. Bones aligned, torn flesh mended, and the exhaustion that weighed on her started to lift. It wasn't just her. Across the area, people who had been injured during the chaos guards, civilians, even those caught in collateral damage felt the same effect. Divine power, even without direct intervention, carried natural healing properties, and the divine power of celestials was known for being especially potent. The golden light concentrated over the area where Helena and Reowner had fought. A little distance away from Helena, something began to form. At first, it was only a silhouette made of thin golden lines, like a sketch drawn in light. The outline flickered, unstable for a moment, before gradually solidifying. Helena, without wasting time, pulled out a pair of black sunglasses from her storage and put them on. Yeah, no thanks, she muttered under her breath. After everything today, she had already seen enough blinding light to last a lifetime. The silhouette slowly gained detail. Within a few seconds, it became a complete figure. A woman. Long white hair flowed down to her waist, moving gently, even without wind. A golden crown rested on her head, intricate and heavy with meaning, while fine jewelry adorned her form. Everything about her presence carried authority not just as a goddess, but as a ruler. Chimera, goddess of bravery and cowardice. The moment she fully manifested, Reowner dropped to her knees without hesitation, her head lowered in the deepest form of respect. The saintess, on the other hand, remained stuck in her awkward position, still seated on the raised platform with no elegant way to react. Helena removed her sunglasses. For a brief moment, the two of them simply looked at each other. Golden eyes met golden eyes. Chimera gave a small, knowing smile. Then she began to walk forward. Helena didn't move, but her body reacted on its own. Manifested again in her hand. Her grip tightened slightly, her stance becoming just a bit more grounded. The presence in front of her was not something she could casually ignore, even if this wasn't Chimera's true body. The pressure radiating from it made that much clear. Chimera stopped a short distance away and spoke calmly. Rise, Reowner. Reowner immediately stood, her posture straight despite everything. I apologize, Your Majesty. You had to come here personally for such a worthless matter. I failed to meet your expectations. I accept any punishment you deem fit. The gentle smile on Chimera's face faded. In its place came a brief flicker of something else, tiredness, and a hint of awkwardness. She glanced toward Helena for a moment, the look almost saying this is not what it looks like. Then she let out a small sigh. Reowner, Chimera said, her tone firm, carrying a trace of irritation. Did you read the letter I sent you properly? Reowner answered immediately, without doubt. Of course, Your Majesty. It was your order to bring the human named Helena into your service as an angel. Helena stayed quiet, listening. This had already become far more interesting than the fight. Reowner continued, trying to reaffirm her understanding. It was an order. An order. Chimera cut her off. Her voice sharpened, the calm authority now edged with clear anger. I don't recall writing that as an order. Reowner froze slightly, confusion appearing on her face. But Your Majesty's will is absolute. Every mortal should. It was a request. Chimera interrupted, her voice rising. Not an order. The air fell silent. Reowner stood there, stunned. This was the first time she had seen Thymra this openly angry and directed at her. Thymra pressed her fingers against her forehead, eyes closing briefly, as if holding back further frustration. Riona, I believed you were more capable than this. Just like your little sister, I did not expect you to make such a basic mistake. Something inside Riona broke. Her eyes widened, then trembled. Tears formed and slipped down her face before she could stop them. She hadn't cried when Helena struck her in the face, not even when she was pushed to the brink of death. But this was different. Thymra's disappointment hurt far more than any wound. Thymra paused, visibly taken aback by the reaction. The anger in her expression softened almost immediately. She didn't continue scolding her. Misunderstanding was already clear, and beneath everything else, there was something else in her gaze. Here, because no matter what, Thymra still cared for those who served her. A small magic circle quietly formed near Riona's hand, and a single Nirvana sword emerged, its blade glowing faintly as it slid into existence. Riona didn't hesitate. There was no pause, no visible doubt. Her hand moved immediately, gripping the sword as if she had already decided what she was going to do long before this moment. Her fingers tightened around the hilt, and for the first time since Thymra's arrival, her composure broke completely. I have sinned, Your Majesty, she said, her voice trembling but clear. Please do not accept my soul in the afterlife. A faint smile appeared on her lips, then she moved. The blade went straight for her throat. It should have been over in an instant, but the moment the sword touched her skin, a thin golden barrier appeared out of nowhere, stopping the blade completely. The impact didn't produce a clash. Instead, something far stranger happened. The sword bent. It bent like soft foam pressing against an invisible wall. Barrier was Thymra's. The change in the sword, that was Helena. Before Riona could react, Thymra stepped forward and grabbed her wrist firmly, stopping any further movement. At the same time, her other hand came up and struck Riona across the face. The sound echoed sharply through the entire area. For a brief second, everything went still. Helena let out a low whistle from the side. That was clean, she muttered, clearly entertained. Even the saintess stared in disbelief, unable to process what she had just witnessed. Riona's head was turned to the side from the impact. She stood there frozen, her mind lagging behind what had just happened. The sword slipped slightly in her grip, her body no longer moving with the same certainty as before. Thymra exhaled slowly, as if forcing herself to calm down. Are you done? She asked. Riona didn't speak. She simply nodded, her cheek now bright red, the mark of the slap clear against her pale skin. Thymra raised a finger and pointed it directly at her, her expression firm, leaving no room for misunderstanding. I do not recall giving you permission to die. Update. Well, first, I'm sorry for the chapter delay, and second, I'm sorry for not informing you all about it earlier. The reason for the delay is that, while working on the chapter, I realized there was a concept included that could create problems for future chapters. Removing or changing it wasn't as simple as I thought. It ended up affecting other parts of the story as well. Dealing with that got a bit overwhelming, so I decided to step back and remove the concept for now to keep things stable moving forward. The next chapter will be uploaded tomorrow as per the usual schedule. Also, thank you all for being concerned about Jassy. She's all right now, just needs a little time to recover. Once again, sorry for the delay. See you all tomorrow. Chapter 46, Puzzle of Cowardice. Thymra let out a slow breath, the sharpness from earlier fading into something more measured. When she spoke again, her tone was calmer, though still firm. Riona, you may be an idiot, she said plainly, but I don't want you to die, and this mistake wasn't entirely yours. If I had been more specific in my letter, we likely wouldn't have ended up like this. At least, that's what I think. She paused for a moment, then her gaze shifted toward Helena. Don't you think so, apprentice nun Helena? Helena, who had been in the middle of a long urine, immediately choked on her own breath. Cough, cough. She straightened, eyes narrowing as she pointed at herself. Apprentice what? Who are you calling a nun? Do I look like a nun to you? Thymra nodded as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. You, she replied simply. Helena stared at her for a second, suspicion creeping into her expression. And why exactly are you calling me that? She already had a pretty good idea where this was coming from, but hearing it out loud still felt irritating. Behind her, the reaction was far stronger. Riona and the saintess both froze, their expressions shifting into a mix of confusion and quiet horror. The thought that the person standing in front of them, this human-shaped being as part of their own church and important enough for Thymra to remember, did not sit well at all. Thymra answered without hesitation. Weren't you still an apprentice at the convent in Blackstone City, if I remember correctly? It's been 7 years, but my memory is quite reliable. Helena exhaled through her nose. Yeah, That tracks, she muttered. Then she waved her hand dismissively. But don't call me that again. Past is past. Present is present. Timer gave a small nod. That's fair. I only thought that bringing up an old connection might make you a little more lenient toward this angel of mine. Riona's head turned sharply toward Thymra. Confusion written all over her face. What are you even saying? Was practically visible in her eyes. But Helena spoke first. What exactly are you trying to say? She asked, her tone flat but attentive. Thymra didn't avoid it. I know Riona caused you a great deal of trouble, she said. Frankly, I don't even want to think about what might have happened if someone less exceptional than you had been in your place. The outcome could have been far worse. She paused, then continued more directly. I know that if I say Riona will apologize to you, and everything will be happy, I'll just sound arrogant. So here is my decision. I'll leave her punishment to you. There was no hesitation in her voice. Just don't take her life, and no permanent punishment. I cannot bow my head, but please consider this my humble request. Riona lowered her gaze further, guilt settling heavily in her chest. None of the earlier pain had affected her as much as this moment. Seeing Thymra speak like this, taking part of the blame onto herself, because of Riona's actions, it hurt in a way she wasn't prepared for. For the first time, she truly understood that what she had done today was wrong. Even her attempt at suicide now felt hollow, like she had only been trying to escape the consequences instead of facing them. Helena narrowed her eyes slightly. Okay, I can settle my score with Riona later. But you do realize that doesn't solve the main problem, right? She said, by morning, I'll probably be the most wanted person on this continent. People already love mixing religion with imagination. Add what happened today, and I'll end up labeled as some ancient evil or disaster class monster. Thymra gave an awkward smile. Yes, religion tends to complicate things, she admitted. But don't worry, I already have a plan. There won't be any problems by morning. In her mind, she added something she didn't say out loud. At least, no negative problems. Forgive me, Helena. I know, there isn't any other way. This is the only way. Helena watched her carefully, a faint sense of suspicion lingering. Something about that answer didn't sit perfectly right. Still, if a goddess was saying she had it handled, then it should be fine. Probably. Morning arrived over the capital city Grant, but the city didn't feel like it had rested. If anything, it felt heavier. What happened last night still lingered in the air, like a dream that refused to fade even after waking up. For most people, it hadn't just been unusual. It had been something their minds were never meant to process. The ones who suffered the most weren't the fighters, the nobles, or the church. It was the common people. They were still trying to make sense of it. Groups had already formed across the city, people standing in clusters, talking over each other, repeating what they saw again and again as if saying it out loud might make it more believable. Some insisted it had been nothing more than a nightmare. Others were convinced it was the beginning of the end of the world. Few whispered that it had been a battle between divine beings and something far worse, because what they had seen didn't belong to reality. Golden swords had fallen from the sky like rain. A massive pillar had descended from above, shaking the entire capital down to its foundations. A giant palm, large enough to cover the city, had pressed down as if it was about to erase everything in a single moment. People still remembered that feeling, the weight, the certainty that there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And then the ground itself had risen to resist it. Pillars had erupted across the city, pushing back that overwhelming force, like the land itself refused to be crushed. Most didn't even think of fleeing. Somewhere deep down, they understood it would have been useless. They were simply witnesses to something beyond them. By the time it was over, people had already started giving it names. Stories were forming faster than facts. The most common version spreading through the streets was simple and dramatic. Battle between a holy angel and a bringer of doom, the latter being the name now attached to Helena. Then came the sound that ended everything. The bells, that strange, holy ringing that filled the sky. For a brief moment, no one knew if it marked the beginning of something worse or the end of everything they had just witnessed. But as the sound faded and nothing followed, people slowly realized it was over. No more destruction came after that, and strangely, no large-scale deaths either. Few unfortunate souls had collapsed under fear alone, unable to endure what they were seeing, but compared to what could have happened, the city had survived. That, more than anything, felt unnatural. Even the damage didn't remain. Buildings that had been shattered, homes that had crumbled under shockwaves, and falling debris, all of it began restoring itself after the bells rang. Walls reformed, cracks sealed, and broken structures returned to their original state as if time itself had been reversed. No one understood how. No one questioned it either. By morning, Attention had shifted. The largest square in the capital was filled with people. Crowds gathered tightly, voices buzzing with anticipation. At the center, members of the Church of Thymra are preparing for a formal announcement. Everyone already had their own expectations. After a night like that, there was only one conclusion most of them believed in. The church was about to declare the subjugation of the bringer of doom. Fear was still there, lingering beneath the surface, but so was something else: excitement. In a world where true entertainment was rare, even terror could turn into something people talked about for days. Rumors, exaggerations, and wild interpretations were already spreading faster than the truth. And now, everyone was waiting to hear the official version. The central square had already exceeded what it could reasonably hold, yet people kept pouring in from every direction. The noise never settled. Conversations overlapped, rumors clashed, and every version of last night's events grew more dramatic with each retelling. "Did you hear?" one man said, leaning close to another. "That devil was planning to destroy the entire capital. They say she was going to sacrifice everyone here to bring even greater doom into this world." "What? Seriously?" the other replied, eyes widening. "Then we were basically dead already. If Lady Riona hadn't shown up." He shook his head, lowering his voice. "We would have been crushed under rubble, and whatever those things were, they would have eaten our souls like breakfast." Another man nearby frowned slightly. Was it really that serious? For divine beings to step in personally, doesn't that mean it was something far worse? An old man beside them suddenly spoke, his expression still shaken from memory. "You can't even imagine it. My 3 wives, my 12 children, and all 25 of my grandchildren, their faces were flashing right in front of my eyes when I heard that Lady Riona was fighting the bringer of doom above our city." He let out a breath, then added, almost solemnly, "If even one of those swords had hit me by accident, I would have gone straight to meet the goddess in the heavens." The younger man blinked, completely thrown off. "Wait, 3 wives?" The old man immediately brightened, a proud grin spreading across his face. "Ah, when I was your age, my heart was full of fire. Before I knew it, I ended up with 3 wives. Life just happens like that." He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice like he was sharing something important. "Actually, I've been thinking about marrying again. A friend of mine passed away 5 months ago. I promised him I'd take care of his widow." The younger man stared at him in disbelief. "I think your friend forgot to explain what take care means." Before the old man could respond, a heavy hand suddenly landed on his back with a loud smack. "So, you're planning to take a 4th wife now?" The old man froze, very slowly. He turned around. Standing behind him was his 3rd wife, most dangerous one. His face immediately paled, and he swallowed hard. The younger man, sensing imminent disaster, quietly slipped away into the crowd without another word. The old woman's expression alone was enough to silence him completely, but before she could say anything, a voice rang out from the stage. "Please maintain silence." The sound carried across the square, cutting through the noise with authority. People gradually turned their attention forward. A temporary stage had been set up, guarded by a line of paladins holding the crowd back. Their presence alone was enough to keep people from pushing too close. On the platform stood 2 particularly alert paladins, and between them was a well-dressed man with a calm, composed expression. He was the Chancellor of the Church of Thymra in the Diamantir Kingdom. Only a few hours ago, the saintess had received an oracle directly from the goddess. His role was simple: read the message exactly as it was given. Nothing more, nothing less. Even he didn't know what it contained. The Chancellor raised the scroll with both hands, his posture respectful. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice steady, "I carry a message from Her Divine Grace herself. When I read this, the mouth will be mine, but the voice you hear will be hers." A quiet tension settled over the crowd. "I ask that you remain silent. Any disturbance will be taken as disrespect toward her grace, and judgment will follow." That was enough. The entire square fell still. The Chancellor carefully opened the scroll. Then he began to read. Promised, the voice that followed was no longer his. It was Thymra's. "To all who live beneath my gaze, hear and be at peace. The disturbance that unfolded on the previous night, which many of you witnessed with fear and confusion, was nothing more than a fleeting misunderstanding. No calamity was born from it, nor does any shadow linger from that flash. Let no rumors twist it into something greater than it was. The 2 involved, Helena and Riona, acted within the bounds of fate, as it was written. Their conflict holds no ill omen for the days to come. Know this as well. By my will, and by the quiet truth that governs all hearts, Helena has been chosen as the Apostle of Cowardice. Do not misunderstand this title, nor speak it with careless tongues. What you call cowardice, I name caution before ruin, restraint before destruction, and the wisdom to step back when the abyss calls. In this, there is a strength few can bear, and fewer still can wield. She stands now under my divine authority. Let there be no fear toward her, nor doubt toward my judgment. Carry on with your lives. Let the night pass as all nights do, into memory. The voice faded, and for a moment, the entire square remained completely silent.